Their relationship with the Transport MEC, Gidiboni Diale Tlhabela, has, in their words, irretrievably broken down. And if there's no intervention within the coming week, they will be shutting down the industry. Now, just a reminder, taxis move more than half of this province's workforce every single day. The MEC called her own briefing in Midrand yesterday afternoon and stood firm on cleaning up the operating licensing system. So coming up on the show, we're going to have both sides on the program after 7 o'clock. Also this morning, the High Court in Johannesburg granting a final forfeiture order of over 326 million rand. Now, I want you to think about that. Process that number. 326 million rand in assets that is linked to the so-called Maumela syndicate. Amongst it, Lamborghinis, Bantry Bay and Sandhurst mansions, boats. All of it now goes to auction, with the proceeds ring-fenced for the Gauteng Department of Health. And it's 5 years after Babita Deokaran was assassinated for blowing the whistle on Tembisa Hospital. The state, as you can see, finally starting to take some of that money back. But what does this mean for the criminal case? Hangwani Maumela himself is not facing any charges yet linked to any of these matters. Does that make sense? We're going to be unpacking that in the next hour. And the Electoral Commission wants to know why South Africans are falling out of love with the ballot box. A seminar starting later this morning asks whether joblessness itself is hollowing out our democracy. We'll speak to the IEC. As always, we'd love to hear from you as the show unfolds. The numbers to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. Rob is standing by with your traffic. Zai has your sport, and Ndauleng has your market update.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, it's time for our chefs to dig deep. Tasked with creating a dish inspired by their own journey, they'll need to balance emotion with exceptional cooking. Featuring guest judge Chef Peter Duncan from the renowned La Petite Colombe, who will tell a story worth remembering. Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Looking to save money on your business insurance? Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Niku from the Gas Mart.
I was my previous insurer for 9 years before switching to OUTsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with my premiums at the moment. I wish we switched sooner to OUTsurance Business Insurance.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 12 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's making headlines on the front pages. So I'll start with the Sowetan Maumela Empire going ellipses ... and gone. Alleged Tembisa Hospital looter suffers a hammer blow as court grants NPA final forfeiture of his 326 million rand assets. Civil groups hail return of recovered funds to Gauteng Health, but call for criminal prosecutions to follow. And you can see the pictures there of some of these assets, right, that have now been taken or are going to be taken from Hangwani Maumela, and the Sowetan describing him as a tender tycoon and saying that his empire crumbled following the granting of that 326 million rand seizure and forfeiture. Now, this was granted by the NPA yesterday, and all of it, the state believes, he accumulated through the 2 billion rand looting frenzy at Tembisa Hospital, which started in 2019. The NPA will also take over the Maumela Family Trust, and proceeds from the auction will be handed to the Gauteng Health Department. The big question, though, is around the criminal matter, right? And what happens when it comes to the criminal case? And that's what the likes of Outer and others are arguing for. They are saying that accountability is not just about getting the funds back, it's also about answering in the courts and being sentenced. And so the questions about where we are with that. So it's incredible, right? When you look at the figures, you look at the assets, right? This is just, it's luxury at the next level. The Star also picking up on the same story, talking about the seizure there. That's on its front page. Also on the front page of the Star, Vusumuzi Kat Matlala and his wife Tsakane Matlala, among 5 accused who appeared in the Johannesburg High Court. All 5 accused pleaded not guilty to 25 counts on the indictment, including attempted murder. So quite a busy day in that courtroom yesterday, and all of them being given the opportunity to make their pleas. Also on the front page of the Star, the SACP condemns U.S.-Israel assault on Iran, citing violations of international law. And that's from the South African Communist Party, vehemently condemning what have been the ongoing U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran, and of course emphasizing the need for international law to kick in and international law to apply. All right, the front page of the Citizen, we dropped the bucket, reads the headline. President Cyril Ramaphosa concedes government mismanagement has worsened South Africa's water crisis, but he places faith in a new state-owned enterprise, the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, which he says will drive reform, repair collapsing systems, and attract investment for sustainable supply. That's what the front page of the Citizen is going with. Also on the front page, netters carry a crate of sardines caught at Scottburg beach south of Durban. So the sardine run occurs from May right through to July when the fish move northwards along the east coast. So this year they are expecting lots of whether it's fishermen, fisherwomen, to literally start lining the shores to watch, to catch, and to sell sardines. And so they've got pictures of those early winners, if I can call it that, on the front page of the Citizen. And in the Business Day, Dawu urges SA Inc. to save arms makers. Thousands of jobs already lost and skills exodus will be hard to reverse, says the minister. And this is in line with the declining defense industry after 3 decades of shrinking procurement, collapsing research funding, and the loss of tens of thousands of jobs and an exodus of skills. The minister is calling for South Africa to now confront this issue. He held a defense industry conference, or he was speaking rather to a defense industry conference in Pretoria yesterday, and said that government must be honest about the downward trajectory that the industry has faced in the last 3 years. And he says it's now time for reinvestment to come back into the arms sector. He also spoke about state arms maker Denel. It's been posting losses for about a decade and has needed nearly 9 billion rand in bailouts, right? And we've all seen the deteriorating state of Denel, but he's also pointing to the global environment and saying that it's changing ways that has made the sector more strategically important, not less. So that's the call there from the minister. There's also a front page on the business day of the World Bank lending South Africa 25 billion rand for infrastructure reforms. And that is a new loan that has been approved by the World Bank. It's 1.5 billion US dollars, and it's to support South Africa's infrastructure modernization drive in a boost that will enable nearly 600,000 jobs. Now, the Treasury previously signaled its preference for concessional loans from institutions such as the World Bank and the New Development Bank. These are much cheaper to service than market rates. And the World Bank now saying that this loan is the fourth in a series of standalone development policy loans to South Africa since 2022, and that it'll help tackle long-standing bottlenecks in electricity, freight transport, and water and sanitation services. The question is, do we see this money in action? Do we see this money in action, and are we able to track? Can we have a tracker of the loans that have been given to South Africa since 2025? If the World Bank is saying it's the fourth loan, right, since 2022. So how much have we now actually loaned from the World Bank, and where have these resources flowed? That's what's making news on your national newspapers.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Taking a look at your weather for this morning, there are no warnings or advisories. In Pretoria, the weather is fine, 3 and 23. The expected UVB sunburn index moderate. In Johannesburg, morning frost in places, otherwise fine, 6 and 21. Vereeniging, morning frost in places, otherwise fine, -1 and 21. Mbombela, fine, 9 and 25. Polokwane, fine, 7 and 24. Mahikeng, fine, 9 and 25. Vryburg, fine, 7 and 26. Bloemfontein, fine, 4 and 21. Kimberley, fine, 7 and 23. Uppington, fine, 11 and 27. In Cape Town, cloudy, becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon. Wind light and variable in the morning, otherwise moderate southerly, 11 and 17. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In George, partly cloudy, wind light and variable, 8 and 17. In Gqeberha, fine, wind light and variable, a minimum of 10 and a high of 20. Kugombo City, fine, wind light and variable, 10 and 20. Taking a look at the weather in Durban, it's fine, wind light to moderate northeasterly to northerly, 13 and 22. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. In Richards Bay, fine, wind light to moderate northeasterly to northerly, 13 and 25. And in Pietermaritzburg, fine, 7 and 23.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
All right, it's 23 after 6 o'clock. Let's get straight into it. We're seeing a diplomatic row between Israel and Australia. It's after the Israeli embassy publicly criticized the Australian Labour Party's draft policy on Palestine before its national conference. Now, when does diplomacy become interference is the question. Joining us this morning, Roland Henwood, political scientist and commentator from the University of Pretoria. Roland, good morning to you. So firstly, how unusual is it for foreign embassy to publicly wade into another country's internal party policy debate? Where does the line come in between lobbying and interference?
Good morning, Kathy. Yes, that's an interesting question and not an easy question to answer. Traditionally, diplomats will not engage at that level, in other words, in the internal policy discussions of a political party. But in the context of what is happening in Israel, I think this is probably something that one must look at. Also, the pressure that the Israeli government is under, and that's increasing pressure. But then also the specific history in Australia, where we've had the recent or fairly recent incident of attacks aimed at people from Israel or people with Jewish links, and also the beach attacks that we've seen where a number of people have been killed. So that indicates the political environment in Australia is a changing environment where the reaction that you see reflects that tension and changes. And in a sense, probably from the position of the embassy, a sense of an opportunity to engage and to preemptively try and influence what is going to happen. Because this is not a one-dimensional and one-directional discussion. There's also a fairly strong debate within the party, as within the Labour Party in Australia, in terms of its focus, its orientation, the values that it's going to purport, and the kind of decision it's going to take. It's not a question of everyone accepting what is on the table. It's a point that is up for debate. And the embassy is trying to influence this debate, probably trying to steer it in a particular direction before the debate actually happens.
What does this tell us about how this war and this conflict is actually influencing how Western democracies talk about Palestine and Gaza?
Well, it's an issue that's been discussed for many, many years, decades. But what we see now is changing approaches, the emphasis is changing, the language is changing, and it is expected that there's going to be much more pressure on Israel going forward, especially in Western democracies or Western-style democracies. We've seen a number of indications from Europe that there are going to be significant changes. Some governments have already made changes, such as, for instance, acknowledging the Palestinian state that does not actually yet exist. But that is the kind of process that seems to be building momentum. And the outcome of that is going to be significant pressure on the Israeli government to change the way in which it engages, to change its policy position, and also in the end change the relationship that exists between Israel and other governments in the world. And Australia is going to be one of those governments that is pushing these changes.
If we move on from that and we take a look at the tragedy off the coast of Guyana, a ferry has capsized with dozens feared dead. The investigators are now saying that the passenger list may not be accurate, right? We've seen the opening of a criminal investigation, but having inaccurate passenger details, what does that tell us about the status of maritime regulation there?
Well, what we see there is something that happens across the world, and that is that the regulations are there on paper and that's it. Operators basically do whatever they think they can get away with. And the objective is, on the one hand, to accommodate as many people as possible, but obviously the bottom line of that is the more people you accommodate, the more money you make. And if you ignore the safety regulations especially, and you get away with it, maybe not so bad, but if you ignore this and something goes wrong, then the tragedy is going to be a big tragedy, and the consequence is massive for people. But the bottom line of this is there's no enforcement of regulations, and the safety standards are not adhered to. And this is not only a maritime issue, it's a general issue that we see in many parts of the world, where operators simply ignore regulations and governments are not invested in applying the regulations for whatever reason. There are many reasons for that. But in the end, it's people that are going to bear the brunt of this and pay the price for this lack of oversight the lack of enforcement, and the lack of a consciousness that says the regulations are there for the safety of all, in the interest of all. You cannot operate such systems if you don't follow the procedures, because at some stage you are going to face the consequences.
Sure. And Roland, Britain, of course, now has a new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. He's walked into Downing Street promising stability after a decade that we've seen at least 7 prime ministers, right, take up that chair. Let's take a look at what his first 100 days are likely to look like.
Well, he walks into a system that is more stable than what his predecessor walked into. But that is no guarantee for stability in the longer run. He faces the same problems. Domestically, lots of pressure, cost of living problems, and related issues that he referred to. And then also in the external environment, a very difficult environment to confront. Of course, a very different reality for the United Kingdom in the context that Prime Minister Starmer worked very hard to develop closer ties to Europe. Because in the end, what we see happening in the UK is still the result of Brexit, of the UK leaving the European Union. And the consequences of that, I think, is only now dawning on people. So not an easy task for him to address domestic challenges, questions of economic growth, economic governance, the social impact of that, and then also the external environment with the war in Ukraine, the war in the Gulf region, and massive pressure on the government, and lots of expectations being created.
All right.
Question is, will he be able to deliver on those expectations?
Roland Henwood, political scientist and commentator from the University of Pretoria, let me thank you for your time. We're also bringing in some of your early voice notes on 0614 104 107. That's the number to use, 0614 104 107. It's now 6:30. Time for latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption Head Advocate Andrea Johnson is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. Johnson, who was due to testify last Monday, was unable to appear after being rushed to hospital ahead of her scheduled testimony. The trial of village criminal kingpin Vuzumuzi Matlala and his 4 co-accused is expected to resume today at the High Court in Johannesburg. And the DA says it will table a private member's bill to Parliament called the Pension Protection Bill, with the aim to make the Public Investment Corporation Board apolitical. The latest governance crisis at the corporation has been triggered by the precautionary suspension of the Chief Executive Officer, Patrick Dlamini. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It certainly is busier this morning. We can see that on the real-time heat maps that we monitor back to school and back to traffic as we remember it. Some of the hotspots, the N12 coming in from Protea, Glen and Lenasia, queues around the Klipspruit Valley Road. We saw that yesterday, seeing it again this morning. If you're on your way to Joburg, that N12 already backing up. The Mike 1 from Gold Reef City up to Empire Road. N3 from Elands through Van Buren, jamming up through there as well. Pretoria coming out of the Mamelodi side, Sullivan Mshlangu. There's some pressure from Mamelodi Gardens heading down towards the Bronkhorstspruit Road junction. On your way to Durban, watch for a breakdown. It's at Cliffdale. In fact, there are 3 stationary vehicles on that section. There are 2 going south and 1 going north. They're all around that Key Ridge, Cliffdale area. So particularly Durban-bound traffic just starting to slow up, as you would imagine, into that obstruction. The Mike 1 Richmond Road is queuing up to the N3 as you come up from the Marion Hill area, and no traffic lights on Quality Street at the M4. Expect a bit of localized congestion there. You can certainly see busier conditions into Cape Town this morning. The N1 from Belleville to Sable Road. N2 is busier than it has been in weeks. From the airport, traffic jam to Mowbray Main. Behind that, the M5 coming through from Kenilworth, Rondebosch, queued up to get into that N2 inbound carriageway. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
You're listening to the National Briefing. Zach Khan, good morning. So the junior Springboks, they received a hero's welcome after yet another historic world title win.
Yeah, Kathy, nothing quite like a hero's welcome home when you're bringing a world title with you. So, yeah, that was the Boks. They arrived at the arrivals and were greeted like rock stars. And the rock stars that they are, because they successfully defended their World Rugby Under-20 Championship title in Georgia. The South Africans beat France 16-5 in the final to become back-to-back world champions, following last year's triumph over New Zealand. SA Rugby President Mark Alexander says the achievement is showing the strength of the country's player pathway, with the Springboks, the Blitzboks and the Junior Boks all reigning world champions in their respective competitions. Now we'll stay with rugby, where the Argentina coach Felipe Contepomi walked out of his press conference after his side's 31-24 Nations Championship defeat to England. The angry Argentina coach accused England of showing a lack of respect after loud celebrations interrupted his media conference. And the match also featured 4 England yellow cards and a dramatic TMO intervention that denied Argentina a late try. From rugby, let's go to soccer news. And the UEFA president, Alexander Ceferin, has boycotted the FIFA World Cup final between Spain and Argentina in protest against FIFA. Ceferin's decision follows FIFA's controversial reversal of United States forward Folarin Balogun's suspension after intervention from US President Donald Trump. UEFA says the move undermined the integrity of the tournament. Ceferin has also criticized FIFA's expanded 64-team World Cup proposal and entertainment-driven innovations, including the Super Bowl-style halftime shows. In the meantime, the Italian Football Federation has reportedly opened talks with Pep Guardiola about becoming the next Azzurri coach. Former captain Paolo Maldini and advisor Leonardo are believed to have met with Guardiola in Barcelona to outline plans to rebuild the national team after Italy failed to qualify for a third straight FIFA World Cup. Football is also mourning the passing of former England captain and manager Kevin Keegan, who has died at the age of 74. The two-time Ballon d'Or winner enjoyed a glittering playing career with Liverpool, Hamburg and Newcastle United before managing both Newcastle and England. And finally, we bring you cycling news. Remco Evenepoel's victory on stage 15 of the Tour de France has ended any uncertainty over Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe's leadership. Teammate Florian Lipowitz says the team will now fully support the Belgian Olympic champion, who starts the final week second overall, 5 minutes behind the race leader Tadej Pogačar. That's your sport. We'll be back in the saddle at the top of the hour. For the National Briefing, I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
A very good morning, Ndauleng. US-Canada trade tensions, those are escalating.
Morning, Kathy. You're absolutely right there. Now, the post-World Cup goodwill appears short-lived, with the US and Canada once again locked in a trade dispute after President Trump announced 50% tariffs on most Canadian imports. Trump says the move is aimed at countering what he calls unfair treatment of US vehicles, alcohol, and dairy products. Now, the tariffs, which take effect in 30 days, could push up prices, disrupt North American supply chains, and add to inflationary pressures, while leaving room for negotiations. Now, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has vowed to keep engaging with Washington as the latest escalation threatens one of the world's largest trading relationships. The move comes after Trump declined to renew the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. Over in company news, days before Alphabet reports earnings, Google is reportedly developing a new AI chip to make its AI tools faster, cheaper, and more efficient. Now, the company hopes the chip will ease growing demand for AI services while lowering the cost of delivering them. The move is significant as tech giants race to expand their AI capabilities and reduce reliance on suppliers such as NVIDIA. According to Reuters, Google is expected to begin using the new chip from 2028. Now, looking at equity markets, sentiment remains cautious after stocks on Wall Street closed lower as oil prices climbed following the latest military exchanges between the US and Iran. Now, Brent is currently trading just below $89 a barrel, with volatility in energy markets also weighing on the JSE. The local bourse ended the previous session in negative territory, with the all-share index shedding 0.6%. Interestingly, though, Asian markets are trading higher this morning despite ongoing tensions, that is, in the Gulf. Moving over to the currency markets, the rand is slightly firmer this morning, but caution persists ahead of the SARB's interest rate decision. The rand trading at 16.49 to the dollar, 22.15 to the pound, and 18.83 to the euro. That's where I leave it. It's back to you, Kathy, with the business tip of the day.
Thanks, Ntauleng. This morning's F&B business tip: the easier it is for customers to pay, the easier it can be to run a business. Modern payment solutions do more than process transactions. They can help business owners keep track of sales, improve record keeping, and gain better visibility into cash flow throughout the day. Having access to real-time transaction information can make it easier to manage stock, plan for upcoming expenses, and make informed business decisions. Accessible banking and payment solutions also reduce the need to carry large amounts of cash, helping businesses operate more securely and efficiently. This week, assess how much time you spend managing payments and cash handling. If those tasks are taking valuable time away from serving customers or growing your business, it may be worth exploring more efficient payment solutions. On Wednesday, we'll discuss how bringing banking and payment services closer to where business operate can help entrepreneurs trade more confidently and grow sustainably.
The F&B Market Brief was brought to you by F&B Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. F&B, help changes everything. F&B Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, F&B Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. F&B, help changes everything.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
A refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula. We start off this morning taking a look at Sierra Leone, and in particular, we've seen there the election of the new chairman of ECOWAS.
That is quite true, Sis Katie. Jumbo Africa, and a refreshing morning to our listeners across the African continent. Basiro Diomaye Faye becomes the chair, taking over from Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone. Interestingly, being at the age of 46, there are challenges. There are breakaway states of ECOWAS. I always say it's ECO East, where you have Mali, Guinea-Bissau, in fact, Guinea-Conakry, and Burkina Faso, who has pulled out. Now he's got challenged to rebuild regional cooperation, advancing the issue of strengthening governance and accountability and youth engagement within the economic community of West Africa. This is one of the oldest economic body, but they are facing challenges. But he is taking over from the president of Sierra Leone, Julius Maada Bio.
So if we come back to something that affects South Africa quite personally, Nigeria and Ghana, they're calling on the AU to address Afrophobic protests in South Africa. What are we seeing? I mean, are we seeing an allegiance here between the two countries firmly against South Africa?
But again, you see what is coming out of ECOWAS, because this meeting of minds between the foreign ministries of Nigeria and Ghana, it was on the sidelines of ECOWAS, where they now, as you know, the ministers of foreign affairs, they have to meet by end of this month in Addis Ababa to prepare for the AU mid-year summit. And that's where I think, last month we have been saying that South Africa will have its counter argument on saying, but the issue of people's movement, is the migration, it's a continental challenge, it's a continental risk that we are having. Despite that, they can come with numbers to say this is how many citizens we have repatriated from South Africa, but that also shows the weakness in our immigration and the migration system. And I think both Abuja and Accra, if they are saying it is all about African unity, solidarity, and regional integration, then why push South Africa to the corner when actually this is a continental, and mostly within even regional economic communities, Katie, you find such problems of migration and as well as how to deal with the domestic challenges.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch how all of this unfolds, hey. And then Sao Tome and Principe, we talked about how they held elections over the weekend. What's the outcome?
The outcome now, we see Carlos Villanova being re-elected with those preliminary results that were announced yesterday at 55%. The opposition just getting 41%. This is a 66-year-old Villanova who took office in 2021. And he came back again now in 2026. I think there will be key challenges to this second-term presidency. How do you deal with challenges of unemployment? It's a very small community, like I've said, population, citizens, but the issue is how do you build Sao Tome and Principe to be known in the African continent? I know not many people, they know that this is a Portuguese colony towards the Gulf of Guinea, so it's very important to always bring it to say what are then challenges post-elections in that country.
All right. And Advocate, very briefly, our historical archive today takes us to the 21st of July, 1967.
It is almost 59 years since the killing of the former president Inkosi Khosi Kumkani, Albert Lithuli, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Katie. We'll play them a short clip when he was accepting the Nobel Peace Prize. Not a good sound, but it's 90 years of SAFM also. It shows how old we are, Katie.
I took the award as an endorsement of our own struggle in South Africa and the manner in which we have tried to carry out that struggle under very difficult circumstances in our country. And the award is a great encouragement to all of us. For I must say, I regarded the award as not just to Albert Lithuli, but to South Africa, particularly to the struggling people of South Africa.
That wasn't the Albert Lithuli case, but remember the High Court judgment that came out. The foundation will make some announcement today in terms of how they will uphold this legacy and correct that historical narrative. Very important, far-reaching implication for our history books and our global monuments. Asante sana, as you are still observing the International Mandela Month and the Lithuli Day.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30th of August. Whether you're chasing a personal best or walking for the vibe, let's turn the city purple along our beautiful coastline. Entries are filling fast. Visit hollywoodathleticsclub.co.za and secure your spot today. If you can't make it to the start line, catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. Brought to you by SABC Sports.
There's a song that goes, "Money can't buy me love." And that's true. But then they told us all you need is love, which anybody with a mortgage will tell you most certainly is not true. Love won't pay your parking tickets or your student loan. it's also needy. It requires effort, availability, constant care, but more importantly, love requires time. And while money can't buy you love, it can certainly free up some of your time. Time to spend on the things you love, with the people you love. And if you're looking, maybe even time to find the one you love. That's why, after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time to do the things you love. And don't you love that about investing? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Pretoria. First up, very slow leaving Attridgeville, WFN Commode past Little Manhattan. If you're just about to leave Attridgeville, make sure you got a ton of time to get through that. That looks really heavy. Same sort of deal coming out of Mamelodi with Solomon Mishangu jammed up from Mamelodi Gardens down through Bronkhorstspruit Road and on towards the M4. Steve Biko through Vanderbilt Pass looking heavy as well. R55 from Blue Hills jammed into the Crowthorne area this morning. And there's a breakdown of Galuli, so the R24 and N12 routes coming in from Ekurhuleni is slow. That N12 leaving Protea Glen still jamming through Klipstrow Valley on towards the Golden Highway exit. Durban, a reminder of some localized congestion around Quality Street in the M4. There's no traffic lights there this morning. N2 is heavier than you might be expecting. You've had a little bit of a gap with school holidays recently, but it's back to the M7 through to Westwood Mall queue for this time of the morning. That is already looking quite heavy. Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg, fine, no problems there. And Cape Town busier this morning on all the highways. M1 inbound from Belleville, N2 from the airport to Mowbray Main, M5 from Kenilworth heading up towards the N2, and still no traffic lights. Marine Drive at Dolphin Beach with queues, big queues coming out that side of Tableview. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I am always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy to understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
Yeah, Casey William in Kuma. Casey, I find it very outlandish that Maumela has not yet been arrested or prosecuted, pending some evidences and so on. Whilst on the other side of the coin, we understand that his goods, his properties are going to be seized, to be taken and sold. So it means when they seize the property, it means also the prosecution must start already. They must go concurrently. Now waiting. I'm smelling a red. Yeah, I'm smelling a red. Thanks to William Kuma.
Good morning, Katie. This thing of Hangwane Maumela, I don't understand. Why do you need more than one Lamborghini? I mean, you'll never understand these criminal minds. If you want a Lamborghini, at least one Lamborghini, then I don't see any need for the second one. And the other car, and then you have this big machine, same cars. No, this really, the stolen money, it works very, very funny. Nobody understands really.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Yeah, and we'll be taking a look at that Maumela story shortly. Before we get to it, though, South Africa's democracy is facing a critical question. Why are fewer people voting? And as unemployment rises, more people outside the formal economy, millions remain excluded from the labour market. The IEC this morning asking whether or not there is a link between work and civic participation. Dr. Thabo Rapo is Manager Research and Knowledge Management at the IEC. Good morning, Thabo. Thanks for your time. So you talk about the disappearing labour theory. What is it, and what is the evidence that joblessness and informality are the ones actually driving people away from the polls?
Morning, Kathy, and your listeners. Thanks very much for hosting us. This is the question that we'd like to pose and discuss this morning, and we have secured Dr. Padile Hota, our former statistician general, to precisely ask this question. This is basically his argument. He argues that as more and more South Africans become unemployed, there's a disconnect that's beginning to appear among those unemployed South Africans, the economically excluded. So those that are economically excluded, inactive, are beginning to disconnect from our structure of political participation. And what he's saying, and I hope that South Africans will be able to listen to this seminar, because we are going to streamline it online. Hopefully it will be covered by some of our news media. His argument is that there's a gradual decrease, the shrinking of the labor market. And in those areas that are developed in South Africa, those areas that are affected by there's a correlation in the decline in labor participation or labor economy, as well as the participation in democratic processes.
Dr. Rapo, thank you for your time. Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there. We do apologize for the poor audio connectivity towards the end of that conversation. We'll then look into what exactly the outcome of this particular work is.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, let's move on to the story now. And we've seen 4 Lamborghinis, a Bentley, mansions in Bantry Bay, Sandhurst and Zimbali, and even a boat, all of it no longer now belonging to Hangwani Maumela, as the High Court in Johannesburg granted the NPA's asset forfeiture unit a final forfeiture order over 326 million rand in assets linked to the businessman. Let me welcome onto the show Chad Thomas, Director of IRS Forensic Investigations. Chad, the fact that the court has granted this order, right, what does it mean for Hangwani Maumela, and in particular his link to the fraud and corruption that was said to be taking place at Tembisa Hospital?
Kathy, good morning to you and the listeners. It's a very good development. It shows that the asset forfeiture unit is showing that it has the necessary expertise as well as the right legal minds in order to convince the courts to take an interim restraint all the way to a full preservation order. What it means for the person whose assets are being seized, that being Maumela and all associated SPVs, agents, proxies, trusts, etc., is that the state believes they have a prima facie case to prove that the assets that he obtained through illicit means. Now, this was all done in terms of the Prevention of Organised Crime Act of 1998, which is loosely based on the American RICO statute, which is about racketeering. So what we may see following this is a criminal case, but one must remember that in terms of POCA, the Prevention of Organised Crime Act, Chapters 5 and Chapter 6 speak to both civil and criminal forfeiture. So there may not necessarily be a criminal case. There may just be the forfeiture because he couldn't prove how he obtained obtain the assets. But we are, of course, exceptionally hopeful that there will be a criminal case so that he can answer for what happened at Tembisa that left hundreds, if not thousands, of people without the necessary medical care that they required.
You're bringing me to the question and the legal test here that I think many listeners will be interested in, right? Because, of course, once the state begins to take your assets, many people will see that as a sign of guilt. And you're saying that not necessarily. So what happens with the criminal matter in this instance? Because that also becomes what many people want to see.
It's much the same as the SIU. You'll see that the SIU often are able to negotiate settlements through their tribunals. They're able to obtain some kind of financial restitution where there's been corruption in government departments, where there could be deferred prosecution. There may not necessarily be prosecution at all. One must remember Section 35 of the Constitution enshrines one's right to innocence, and it has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. However, when it comes to the obtaining of assets, if you have large amounts of money in your bank account, you have properties, you have vehicles, the onus switches to you to show the state how you came into possession of those assets. And therein lies this quandary for the public at large. They seem to think that, well, if everything's been confiscated, it must immediately indicate guilt. And it doesn't necessarily. And that's why we're very hopeful that a criminal case will follow so that those will be held to account that plundered the public purse when it came to the Tembisa hospital contract.
Babita Deokaran paid for this with her life, right? And to date, we are still none the wiser around just how deep the criminal networks linked to these tenders and contract run. What do you think needs to happen next to ensure that that accountability that many South Africans want to see is actually effected?
It's terrible to think that one of the shooters that was convicted in the Babita case has actually become eligible for parole. That's how long it's been. And the fact remains is that none of the people that facilitated that hit and none of the people that benefited from that hit have been held to account. Only the low-hanging fruit that actually pulled the trigger. What we would like to see going forward is when there is asset forfeiture, there's some kind of financial restitution for families. We know that the fiscus gets placed back into the position it should have been in from the monies that were plundered. We know that some of the funds go to the CARA account, which is the criminal asset recovery account, to help fight crime. But we don't see families, and you can never put a price on a life, but we should think very hard about enabling families to benefit from seized assets where they've lost family members or people have lost everything as a result of doing the right thing.
Chad, and it's about what true justice actually looks like. Chad Thomas, Director at IRS Forensic Investigations. Can you believe that? Already eligible for parole? That gave me chills, right? And yet, none of the masterminds have been brought to book. It's just after 7 o'clock, time for your latest news update. And good morning.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, IDAC head set to appear before Madlanga Commission, and Matlala and Kawaku's trial to resume this morning. Good morning. The head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, is expected to take the stand at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. Johnson, who was due to testify last Monday, was unable to appear after being rushed to hospital ahead of a scheduled testimony. She has been implicated by several witnesses who allege she interfered in investigations and defeated the ends of justice in a matter involving suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Major General Feroz Khan. Sibahle Mota reports.
IDAC head Advocate Andrea Johnson is expected to take the hot seat at the Madlanga Commission this morning. She has been accused of sharing sensitive information relating to an alleged assault and intimidation case involving Major General Feroz Khan. It is alleged that Khan assaulted and intimidated a crime intelligence brigadier in 2018. Johnson is also expected to answer questions about a separate matter involving Lieutenant General Dumsani Khumalo and former BMW engineer turned SAPS brigadier Dineo Mukweli.
The trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vusimuzikat Matlala and his 4 co-accused is expected to resume today at the High Court in Johannesburg. Matlala is accused of orchestrating the failed assassinations of his former girlfriend, Tebogo Tobejane, businessman Joe Sibanyoni, and music producer Sienki Mokubong. Matlala and his 4 co-accused face 25 charges in connection with the 3 failed hits between August 2022 and January of 2024. Sasha Naidu reports.
Day 2 of the highly anticipated trial is expected to get underway this morning without any delays. Yesterday, Matlala and his 4 co-accused all pleaded not guilty to the charges against them. They are facing a total of 25 charges, all in relation to the 3 assassination attempts. Amongst the string of charges against them, Matlala is facing charges of conspiracy to commit murder, 11 counts of attempted murder, money laundering and fraud. The other accused are all facing different charges, including conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, and possession of unlicensed firearms and ammunition, as well as fraud and money laundering.
Taxi organisation Santaco Gauteng says the Department of Roads and Transport must respect established taxi industry leadership structures when engaging with operators. This follows statements from Gauteng MEC for Roads and Transport, Kiribone Dialetlabela, that route disputes remain a challenge. She says solutions must be found to address ongoing conflict in the taxi industry. The association says government should follow agreed protocols instead of addressing taxi operators directly. Santaco Provincial Chairperson Madei Mali.
The issues that we have raised as an industry here in Gauteng in regards to the office of the MEC and the MEC is that we want the protocol to be followed accordingly. There is no way in terms of the protocol in the constitution of this country. I have a right as an operator going to an office, go and talk to the people without following a proper protocol. We don't say MEC mustn't talk to the members, but the protocol should be followed. And we should agree as a structure that these are the issues to be addressed. That what are they are going to add value into our sector as an industry.
The DA says it will table a private member's bill to Parliament called the Pension Protection Bill, with the aim to make the Public Investment Corporation Board apolitical. The latest governance crisis at the corporation has been triggered by the precautionary suspension of the Chief Executive Officer, Patrick Dlamini. Recent resignations at the PIC include the board representative for the Public Servants Association and 2 non-executive directors. The PIC manages over 3 trillion rand in public servants' pension funds. The DA spokesperson on finance, Mark Burke.
This bill seeks to take the politics out of the Public Investment Corporation. Under the short and decisive bill, an independent panel, not a politician, will appoint the directors of the PIC. The chairperson will not be a Communist Party deputy minister, but an apolitical person appointed by other apolitical persons.
And finally, the UK's newly elected Prime Minister Andy Burnham has held separate telephone conversations with US President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. During the calls, the Prime Minister reaffirmed the UK's commitment to defence and security. He also extended congratulations to the US for hosting a successful Soccer World Cup. Kylie Kumalo reports.
The UK has experienced a seamless transition from former Prime Minister Keir Starmer to Andy Burnham getting the keys to 10 Downing Street. He has spoken telephonically to 2 world leaders, the US President Trump and Ukraine President Zelensky. Washington, D.C. is an ally of London. Burnham told Trump that the UK is committed to securing the movement of shipping in the Strait of Hormuz to support global supply chains. For Ukraine, the message is clear. London stands with the European country as it faces the conflict with Russia. Meanwhile, Ed Miliband has been appointed as Foreign Secretary in the new cabinet.
Recapping the top story, the head of the investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Your older car may not have a push-to-start ignition, but Outsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 38-year-old Portia pays only 512 Rand a month for her 2015 Kia Picanto and has no upfront access payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Ready to stop paying new car insurance premiums for your older car? Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAFM Sports headlines. Soccer, Bafana's World Cup stars are back with Orlando Pirates as the pre-season preparations step up in Spain. And in cycling, Remco Evenepoel is now Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe's sole Tour de France leader. We'll have details at around 8:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Driving in from Malaysia, Protea Glen, the N12 heading up to Joburg, driving east through Klipsbrand Valley down towards the Golden Highway. Quite a heavy backlog there. Roadworks on the N17 at Rondebolt Road to inbound from Brakpan and Springs. You'll be queuing at that work zone, just a single lane section to get through. Pretoria pretty busy. Steve Biko available and pass is slow. Solomon Mishlangu out of Mamelodi is heavy. Solomon Mishlangu through Pretoria east down towards the Garsfontein Junction. That's quite slow. WFM Como out of Atteridgeville all jammed up on your way to Pretoria as well. Durban, some congestion. Looks like possible truck backlogs around the Rossborough area, M7 towards the Bluff and the South Coast Road between sort of Umbilo and Clarewood, all backed up as well. The N2 currently standing from the M7 through to Westwood Mall. The N3 outbound at Pavilion Mall is quite slow. And the Richmond Road queuing up from Marion Hill on your way towards the N3 highway. Quite a big backlog there for trying to get out of Marion Hill up in towards the Pinetown area. Cape Town, no lights on Marine Drive at Otto du Plessis. That is heavy again out of that side of Tableview. The M1 inbound from Belleville past a couple of breakdowns towards Sable Road's heavy, and the M5 backlogging now from around Ottery all the way through to the N2, and the M3 for the first time in 3 weeks queuing up from Constantia through to Newlands. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A warm welcome if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 a.m. this morning. Coming up in this hour, the Gauteng taxi standoff. We'll hear from both sides. First, the Transport MEC on why she's holding the line on operating licenses, and Santaco Gauteng on their 7-day ultimatum to the Premier and the threat of a province-wide shutdown. And then we'll speak to the Minister of Public Works on why government owns more than 6,000 houses for its own officials and why he wants to start selling them. And we'll get into our reality check with our contributor, Moeletsi Mbeki, this morning, who wants to unpack why a country rich in minerals stays poor. All of that in the next hour. As always, the conversation belongs to you. The numbers to use this morning, 086 000 2032 for our studio line. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30th of August. Whether you're chasing a personal best or walking for the vibe, let's turn the city purple along our beautiful coastline. Entries are filling fast. Visit hollywoodathleticsclub.co.za and secure your spot today. If you can't make it to the start line, catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. Brought to you by SABC Sports.
Your older car may not be a head turner, but Outsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 51-year-old Musa pays only 451 Rand a month for his 2011 Toyota Corolla and gets third-party cover of up to 1 million Rand. Ready to stop paying new car insurance premiums for your older car? Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfmRadio.
The Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport is reaffirming its commitment to working with the taxi industry. This is while tightening governance in the province's operating license system. It comes amid concerns over alleged irregularities in the issuing of operating licenses and ongoing disputes within the sector. The Gauteng Transport MEC Gidibone Diale Tlhabela says route disputes remain a major challenge and has made it clear that government will not tolerate taxi operators intimidating other forms of public transport, including e-hailing services. She joins us on the line. MEC, good morning. Thanks for your time this morning. Firstly, let's just start with this dispute that is ongoing now. What do you think you've said or you've done that has really rubbed Santaco up the wrong way?
Good morning, Casey, and good morning to SAFM listeners. It's not really Santaco alone. It's both Santaco and Gauteng National Taxi Alliance. And what we did is doing our work, Casey, governing as a government. Yes, they are a partner in providing a public transport service in our country. And we have brought them closer to help us resolve the challenges that they were faced with, especially with issuing of licenses here in Gauteng. So what we have done is commitment to eradicating illegal operators as well as ghost members, because that's what basically we are doing. The reason that they want to do a national shutdown that they claim they want to do. There's no broken relationship. I don't want to lie. And I don't understand what do they mean a broken relationship when we have structured meetings with them. We meet them once in a quarter structurally, and I just met them on the 11th of May. What happened is in that meeting, and in their first, because I had to go through their statement, I could not listen because I had other meetings. In one of their first paragraphs, they speak about what is called Gauteng Taxi Industry Trust. So they came to present a report from the trust, and I probed, asked them questions, and they couldn't clarify me in that meeting. So I gave them a task to go back and come back with a proper report. So I'm still waiting for them in that meeting to come give me feedback.
There's an issue of protocol here that has been raised, MEC, that you've engaged individual associations and have not gone through the elected provincial structures. Do you see anything wrong with what you've done or how you've handled the process?
We are not co-governing with the taxi industry. We are government. And an operating license is given to an individual operator who we hardly go back to and get feedback on the service we are providing. We made them aware for almost 2 years that we want to do road shows. First, it was about the disputes that continue, the killings that continue to happen in our province, to say we can't always sit in boardrooms and think we can resolve issues. I want to go on the ground. And they've been wishy-washy about it. On the 11th of May, I told them I'm going to do road shows because you said there's a backlog. I'm arguing that there's no backlog now. And we have started issuing licenses. I want to go on the ground to also get to know the feel of the people on the ground who are the receivers of our service. And they never showed any interest to stop me from doing that. I was shocked when I started doing it. They wrote a letter to the associations themselves that, no, don't receive the MEC. We do not agree with the program. And unfortunately for them, walls are full. Every week I meet 2 associations. I've never met less than 120 to 130 people in a hall at an association where the association operates. The other thing that we are doing, remember, I also chose to start in Ekurhuleni, a no-go area where there's fights over disputes on roads. There's high killings. It's one of the provinces that, one of the areas in the province that has a challenge of taxi killings. And I had said to them, we need to go on the ground and understand better. Yes, law enforcement can come in, but we need to be on the ground so that we assist members with the contradictions that they're faced with. So if they're going to do a shutdown for us providing a service as a government to our citizens, then I don't know. But we have an appointment with them. Hopefully they'll come to the meeting to come and explain themselves what is the shutdown about. But if it's about following protocol, we're not co-governing. We are government. We must service the people. We must also get a feedback from the people.
All right.
And that's what we're doing in this roadshow.
You're also dealing with a situation here where you have uncollected licenses, and you've threatened that by the 14th of August, these licenses are going to be cancelled if not collected. Is that collection process in and of itself flawed? Because that's another thing that they've raised concerns about.
No, it's not, Kathy. Remember, at some point we had and I even said we are establishing a crisis committee, which included them in assisting us to understand what is the problem of backlog. I was told we have a backlog of 2009. And I worked with them. It was so painful in winter having 6 o'clock meetings in the morning, just to understand what is this backlog. We have passed the stage. We are issuing licenses. Now you sit with about 400 licenses not collected. Then the question is, who are the owners of these licenses? And that's why I say to you, we are in the business of eradicating illegal operation and ghost members. So this is what I have done.
Okay,
because
all right.
of the complaint they had that the department is selling, officials in the department are selling the operating licenses that we issue, couple 500 rands. Then I said, okay, I'll do ceremonies, move around, rotate around to the regions in the province to issue licenses to individual operators.
MEC?
Myself as an MEC, they don't want that process. That process has killed a syndicate that was selling licenses. So what is their benefit when people sell licenses?
MEC, we're going to have to leave it there for this morning. The Gauteng MEC for Roads and Transport, Gidiboni Diale Tlabela. Let me welcome Graham Fritz, Provincial Secretary for Santaco in Gauteng. Graham, you are listening in to that conversation. So the MEC, as you've heard, says she's done nothing wrong. If anything, she's been expediting service delivery to the taxi industry. So what are you so upset about?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to all the listeners, and good morning, MEC. Kathy, it's not that there's a big issue around this. And let me firstly appreciate and say thank you to the MEC for taking the extra mile to speak to our operators. One, about the operating licenses that the MEC is issuing out is that the MEC collects them for about 3-4 weeks. She issues it at one venue. Say, for instance, out in Tshwane, there's 2 venues that the MEC is using, Tshwane and in Johannesburg. As we know, Gauteng is divided in 5 regions. So what about those other 3 regions? Yes, the MEC issued once in Ekurhuleni, and thereafter she's just been issuing out at Johannesburg and Tshwane. So what's happening is people are being notified via SMS to collect their operating licenses. And if you are based in Sidibeng, it's a big challenge for you to get to Pretoria, Tshwane. And that is the challenges that we are experiencing.
So, Graham, if these are just simple issues, why not resolve them with the MEC's office? Why then do we have a threat of a 7-day ultimatum and the threat that you've issued to bring transport services to a standstill?
Kathy, we don't want that. Honestly, as a taxi industry, we don't want to have a shutdown, and we are open for discussions. And we are here to say, let's come and talk around it. And also about the MEC going down to the individual associations. We really appreciate that fact, because ever since we've had collaborations with the MEC, violence and killings has really stopped in the industry as such. We are going back now 3-4 years.
If you appreciated everything that you're saying, as the MEC has highlighted, and you genuinely see nothing wrong, why are we sitting with this threat of a shutdown? What is this about?
Yeah, Kathy, what's actually the biggest crisis here at the moment is we would love to accompany the MEC, the provincial and regional leadership wants to accompany the MEC when she goes to these
But she says she invited you.
However, Kathy, we are not invited as the provincial and regional leadership. We are only notified once the associations tell us about this. And that's where we actually told the MEC in the last meeting that she mentioned, I think it was in May, where we actually said, MEC, please don't go alone to these people. Take the elected and mandated leadership with you from the province and the regions so that we can partake and assist in this. That could also result in whereby the associations
does that mean, Graham,
are not...
Does that mean that your threat then is withdrawn? Because it doesn't sound like there's still a threat based on this conversation.
Kathy, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we are open for negotiations and talks. Here the MEC has mentioned about a meeting and appointment. We are unaware of that as the leadership, and we really would love to rectify this whole situation.
Yeah, I don't know. All of it is confusing, Graham. It feels like you're talking right and walking left.
No, Kathy. We really want to assist and help and make the right decisions. However, we just want that all protocol needs to be observed and followed properly. I mean, you can't take your child to a place and then the parent is not there. The parent needs to be there to observe and assist. Am I not right? Hence, we are asking, please take the regional and the provincial leadership with you down when you talk to the associations.
Okay, Graham Fritz, let's leave it there. He's the provincial secretary of SANTACO. I wonder what you make of that, right? Clearly, there's somewhere, somehow, someone is not being forthright about the true state of affairs here.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
While the government is reviewing whether thousands of state-owned homes occupied by public officials continue to serve the public interest, Public Works and Infrastructure Minister Dean McPherson has ordered an investigation into over 6,000 government-owned residential properties, and he wants a strategy on whether these need to be sold or repurposed. He joins us on the line. Minister McPherson, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So it still remains unclear to me, these over 6,000 properties, are they currently occupied by government officials, and what are the reasons for those occupations?
Good morning, Kathy, to you and to your listeners. Yes, they are occupied, and they are occupied by client departments. So that by that I mean different government departments have officials staying in them. The problem is that Public Works has to maintain them and pay for the rates and water and electricity and so on. And just the cost for 108 was 40 million rand per year, and that also includes maintenance. So you can actually imagine that that figure is far, far higher. And our view is that, we as public works and certainly as government shouldn't have a situation where we have all of these residential houses across the country, when in fact those officials are already getting housing allowances as part of their benefit. So those housing allowances would go either towards rent or to a home loan, but that is not the case, or it may be the case that they are paying for a different house, but certainly not the one that we are covering for. And we just believe that it's an unnecessary expense that we have to carry every year.
So, Dean, effectively, you believe that the housing payment then, or the housing benefit is it comes in as double, because there's the housing allowance that is accounted for in the salary, but then these officials still have access to other housing that is free of charge.
Well, that also brings into question whether a fringe benefit tax is being paid for. Ordinary South Africans like you and I, if we received a benefit like that, while we were receiving a structured salary payment for it, would have to pay fringe benefit tax on it. And so there's a whole bunch of questions that arise from it, which we don't necessarily want to get into because that's, not our ambit. But our ambit is to make sure, that our public assets are maintained. Do we need to expend money every month on maintaining these houses when already that is provided for in structured salaries?
Have you looked into the rationale, Minister, for why this exists in the first place? Because what you wouldn't want is a situation where you cancel or you take away the houses, and then departments end up spending money on procuring hotel stays.
Well, as I said, these are residential properties. So, and I have already looked into a number of cases that these are properties that people are living in full time. So this is not to assist, with hotel accommodation. And over 50% of them exist in KZN, by the way, and there's no seat of government in KZN. So it's not for hotels, it's for permanent living. And our view is that, if client departments want to carry those costs, they're welcome to do so on their own. But, we think that there's a better use for 6,000 residential properties, either to be repurposed or if they can be justified by the client department, or alternatively, they can be disposed of. So we can rather use that money to build proper social housing in conjunction with the Department of Human Settlements on some of the inner city land that we are unlocking.
You've given yourselves 30 days, right, to really get to the bottom of this. What happens on day 31?
Well, obviously, I would hope and assume that information is readily available. If we run a proper register, that information will be readily accessible. And then we'll need to assess exactly what the reason is, and then make that decision. I also will be personally on my travels through the country. I will actually start going to visit some of these houses and better understand myself, why it is so. But I think that we have to accept that having 6,000 people living in homes that already receive a housing benefit isn't correct, and the state shouldn't have to carry the tens of millions of rands that we pay every year in maintaining those properties and paying for water and electricity.
Are you going to start with the officials in your own department? Because we know that there are also some officials from Public Works that occupy these properties.
Absolutely. Charity begins at home. And let me tell you, you can ask anyone in my department that anyone who I come across that is doing wrong is going to have some questions to answer. So we will start fairly. We're also not here this is not a witch hunt. This is not a targeting of anyone or anything. This is to understand that the state cannot continue to carry the amount of costs that it does. Well, we're not building the kind of houses we are. We're not investing the money in infrastructure that we should be.
Okay.
And those are the trade-offs that we have to start making as a government.
Dean McPherson, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, will leave it there. Of course, coming up soon, I will also be taking your voice notes and calls. For now, let me hand you over to Anne Musa, who's got the latest headlines. Anne, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the Johannesburg High Court is expected to deliver its judgment in the case of alleged Usindiso building arsonist Sitembiso Mdlalo said today. The head of the investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. And a group of frustrated residents of Umkhuhlu in Bushbuck Ridge are calling for the suspension of the Calcutta Police Station Commander. The residents have accused the station commander and some police officers of working with criminals who have been terrorizing the community. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still coming in from that Lenasia side, all leaving Protea Glen. The N12 just horribly backed up through Cliffstrand Valley Road down towards the Golden Highway exit. The N1 is slow through Bayers Nordia all the way round to Ravonia Road. The rest of Joburg's highways looking fairly standard, as you may well expect. Pretoria very busy coming through Attridgeville, WFM on your way to Pretoria. That's heavy. Little Manhattan is the problem area there. Solomon Musangu down to Bronkhorstspruit Road is slow, and Deep Eco through Valleborn Pass all jammed up as well. Problems on the N1 North going through to Rigel. Looks like an issue there. That's quickly back traffic through towards the R21 interchange. And the backlogs that we have on Solomon Musangu again, queuing down to Garsfontein. It's quite busy getting through that Pretoria East area this morning, driving west. Durban, a lot of congestion around the Rossborough area, probably truck related. South Coast Road, the M7 towards the Bluff and leaving the Bluff all very slow. Wakesley through the M7 on to Bel Air, up through to Rick Turner. That's heavy this morning. Roadworks on the M19 at Reservoir Hills causing delays, and the M13 from Hillcrest, backlogging down to Kloof, down towards the top of Fields Hill. Cape Town, no traffic lights again, day 2, Marine Drive and Dolphin Beach. That's heavy, that side of Tableview. Other motorists jamming up Bloberg Road to the refinery or Malabongwe Drive out to Dunoon as a way to sort of beat that Marine Drive West Coast Road option. And a crash on Delaray Street at 4 Trekker Road, Delaray coming up from Paro Industrial. Very heavy traffic backlogs there. With your updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Oh, Zai Khan, we're already seeing pre-season preparations stepping up in Spain. And Bafana's World Cup stars, they're back with Orlando Pirates.
Yes, Kathy, the holiday is over. Pre-season reality has arrived. So Orlando Pirates, they've got a boost now ahead of their pre-season friendly against Saudi Arabian giants Al Ittihad in Spain, with their Bafana internationals rejoining the squad. Sipochaina is back, as well as Osman Apollos, after helping South Africa reach the FIFA World Cup knockout stages for the first time. Coach Abdusalam Wadu now has a full squad available as preparations continue for the new Betway Premiership season. In the meantime, Belgium manager Rudi Garcia will step down at the end of July after the country's Football Association opted not to extend his contract. The 62-year-old Garcia guided Belgium to the quarterfinals of the 2026 World Cup, where they fell 2-1 to the eventual champions, that was Spain. Rugby news, Rassie Erasmus says the Springboks fixed a recurring issue in their 43-0 victory over Wales in Durban. South Africa had raced into early leads in previous nations tests, only to let opponents back in, but this time their defence held firm as they ran in 7 tries without reply. And finally, motorsport, George Russell says he's being knocked down, but he will get back up after his Belgian Grand Prix heartbreak. Russell's title deficit to Mercedes teammate Kimi Antonelli had to be cut to 25 points after recent reliability issues for the Italian. The Briton blamed the power issues on his Mercedes for leaving him vulnerable. And that's your sport. We'll be back in the fast lane on the National Briefing Sport. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
Ndauleng, good morning. So it seems any hopes the markets had about a fuel price relief have faded. This is as the Middle East tensions continue to drive oil higher.
That's right, Kathy. And according to the most recent data from the Central Energy Fund, motorists could see less relief at the pumps next month as rising oil prices erode earlier expectations of significant fuel price cuts. Now, diesel has swung from a projected decrease to a likely increase after Brent crude climbed about 22% since late June, driven by, of course, renewed conflict in the Gulf and concerns over disruptions through the Strait of Hormuz. Petrol is still expected to become cheaper, but the anticipated reduction has narrowed to around 90 cents a litre. With the review period still underway, oil prices, the rand, and geopolitical developments will determine the final adjustment for August. Now, South Africa has secured a near 25 billion rand loan from the World Bank to accelerate infrastructure upgrades aimed at lifting economic growth and creating jobs. The funding, the fourth development policy loan since 2022, will support reforms in electricity, transport, and water and sanitation. The World Bank estimates the program could create nearly 600,000 jobs by 2032, including 280,000 next year, while helping ease long-standing infrastructure bottlenecks. The lender says reforms have already reduced load shedding, boosted renewable energy investment, and improved freight volumes, with government hoping the momentum will attract more private investment and strengthen growth. Now, tracking equity markets, investors continue to weigh geopolitical tensions and what they could mean for global inflation, with uncertainty keeping sentiment fragile. Stocks have been swinging between gains and losses as Brent crude remains elevated at around $88 a barrel. US futures and Asian markets are trading higher this morning, which could provide some support for the JSE at the open. Locally, of course, attention turns to South Africa's June inflation print due tomorrow, with consumer inflation expected to accelerate to 4.7%. Now, that would keep inflation above the SARB's 3% target, complicating Thursday's interest rate decision. Meanwhile, the rand relatively steady at 16.47 to the dollar, 22.14 to the pound, and 18.80 to the euro. I'll leave it there for now and hand over to Kathy for the business tip of the day.
Let's get into your F&B business tip this Tuesday. The easier it is for customers to pay, the easier it can be to run a business. Modern payment solutions do more than process transactions. They help business owners keep track of sales, improve record keeping, and gain better visibility into cash flow throughout the day. Having access to real-time transaction information can make it easier to manage stock, plan for upcoming expenses, and make informed business decisions. Accessible banking and payment solutions also reduce the need to carry large amounts of cash, helping businesses operate more securely and efficiently. This week, assess how much time you spend managing payments and cash handling. If those tasks are taking valuable time away from serving customers or growing your business, it may be worth exploring more efficient payment solutions. On Wednesday, we'll discuss how bringing banking and payment services closer to where businesses operate can help entrepreneurs trade more confidently and grow sustainably.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
7:41. Let's get into our reality check for this morning on the National Briefing. Our contributor for this week, Moeletsi Mbeki, he's helping us stop, reflect, and think about the state of South Africa. And I think as we head on to the rest of the week, ask ourselves, what is it that we need to be doing to build the South Africa we want? He's the chairman of the South African Institute of International Affairs. Mr. Mbeki, good morning again to you. Thank you so much for your time. So yesterday you laid the foundation, right, tracking back from 1924 and talking about the nationalist parties that have governed South Africa. Certainly not everybody saw it in the way that you analyzed it and painted it for us yesterday, but you certainly gave us something to think about and a starting point. The overall question you're asking, what should be done to overcome South Africa's perennial real unemployment and poverty levels. And today you want to highlight the crisis of the SA economy, which is brought about by the resource curse. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Kathy. Yes, yesterday it was to set out the ground of what is happening of why we are where we are, we have the highest unemployment in the world, and according to the World Bank, we have the highest levels of inequality in the world. How did we get here? And why are we staying here? After more than 30 years into democracy, why do we have the highest unemployment in the world? And why do we still have the highest inequality in the world? So the question of nationalism is really central to this issue. I know that many people, of course, because I'm criticizing their beloved parties like the National Party, the African National Congress, and there are many other nationalist party that may not be in power but are sympathetic to nationalism, like the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, Azanian People's Organization. I can go on and on with that list. And also on the Afrikaner side, you have the Freedom Front Plus. So I'm sure many of their members are very upset with what I said about about the role of nationalism in keeping South Africa in poverty. But, well, that's the way it is. Yes, today I'm going to be doing a presentation on the role of South Africa's rich mineral endowment in perpetuating other social and political ills. Yes, this is what is known as the resource curse. The resource curse, one of the ironies of being a rich mineral country, and this is not just us in South Africa, it applies to the Democratic Republic of Congo, it applies to Zambia, it applies to Angola, it applies to Tanzania, Mozambique, and many other African countries, oil-producing countries like Gabon. This resource curse is a curse that is afflicting South Africa, and it afflicts other African countries with rich resources. It's a very ironic kind of process where you have a continent like Africa, which is very rich in resource endowment, but the people are living in poverty. In the case for the last 150 years, South Africa's elites have been living large by exploiting the mineral resources of the country, as well as the labor of black miners. This life of genteel Riley is rapidly coming to an end. Soon everyone will have to roll up their sleeves and get to work to build the country instead of living off the sweat of others. The 150-year-old South African mining and minerals export economy established by the British is now moribund and therefore cannot grow. And this, to repeat, explains our high unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The rulers who try to keep this moribund economy alive eventually get rejected by the voters. That was what happened to the National Party in 1994, which was rejected by the voters, and it happened to the African National Congress in 2024. So the voters of South Africa understand that both nationalism and the exploitation of the country's rich minerals and exporting them in their raw form, the voters understand that this is not in the interest of the development of the country. But the politicians in South Africa insist on doing it, and and they are now getting punished by the voters. This might incidentally happen to the Democratic Alliance as well in 2029 if it continues as a member of the Government of National Unity, which is pursuing ANC policies. Our country's main minerals are no longer in great demand by the world economy. The phasing out of the internal combustion engine, which uses petrol and diesel, eliminates demand for platinum. South Africa has the richest deposits of platinum, and those who benefit from it have been having a wonderful life benefiting from it. The platinum is used to scrub, that's the official word, to remove the noxious fumes from the exhaust of petrol and cars and diesel cars. This has been is selling at a premium. I think today it's somewhere over $3,000 an ounce. So the people who own the mines of this platinum have been making a huge profit. And as we know from the miners' strike in Maracana, they are not making such a huge profit themselves. However, this demand for platinum is going down because the internal combustion engine is now being replaced by the electric engine, which does not need to scrub exhaust fumes from vehicles, and therefore the platinum is going out of its way. Another huge mineral on which South Africa was built, which is diamonds, is also on its way out. We all had a week or so ago that were the largest mine, the Cullinan mine in South Africa, is being closed down. They say for a period of 2 years, but I won't put my money on that. Why is diamond mines being closed down? And Botswana is another casualty of being diamond rich. Is because modern science has developed what we call synthetic diamonds. These are the diamonds which you cannot distinguish from those that are mined from the ground. They are made in a factory. The price of synthetic diamonds is, however, a fraction of the diamonds that you mine. This is another wealth of South Africa that is becoming worthless. That coal, which is another very important mineral that we have in South Africa, is being phased out by the world because of global warming. Coal, which generates electricity, which is used to generate electricity and is used to make other chemicals. For example, we have a company in South Africa called Sasol, which uses coal to make petrol and diesel. This coal has to be phased out because we have to address the issue of global warming. We are seeing, for example, today in Western Europe, a huge heat wave where lots of people are being killed by the heat wave as a result of global warming. So coal.
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mbeki, I can hear that you're still on a roll, but I'm watching the time. So I'm going to ask you if you can please, for today, draw it closer to an end. I know there's a lot you have to say, but we can always pick it up again tomorrow.
Yeah, so the point that I am making here is that South Africa's so-called mineral wealth, which has been, which the elites in South Africa have been surviving on, is coming to an end. So we need to develop a new economy in South Africa that is based on skills. South Africa today, because of this mineral wealth, is a very low skill society. I will just close then, Kathy, by just giving you the figures of what is called the Human Capital Index, which measures how well a country uses its human resources. These are figures generated by the World Bank. The top 5 countries are Singapore, Hong Kong, Japan, Korea, and Canada. South Africa is number 132 in terms of how we use our human resources. So South Africa is way down in the level of skills in the world. We are actually number 10 in Africa. Number 1 in Africa is Mauritius, and then other countries.
Mr. Mbeki,
over to you.
Thank you for that. We're going to pause it there, but certainly many points of reflection also for us to pick up on tomorrow. Mweletse Mbeki, chairperson of the South African Institute of International Affairs.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Joburg's highways seem to be just getting away with it a little bit. I thought it would have been busier. We're back to school as the new school term begins today, but it's not too bad. Backlogs through Randburg to Fourways, Boysons through to Braamfontein on the Mike 1, and Germiston through to Bedford on the N3. But apart from that, it's not a bad traffic pattern, and that's fairly normal. Even the N1 south through Midrand, it's busy, but it's not as heavy as you might be expecting. Now, there are some problems going north, a crash at Rigel Avenue. If you're on the N1 north heading to Pretoria, that's a backlog almost down to Botha Avenue. WFN Como out of Atteridgeville on your way to Pretoria stays heavy. Vanderbilt Pass, busy but easy. And Solomon Mshlangu around Pretoria East, heavy backlogs down in towards the Garsfontein Junction. Durban, the M13, coming along from Hillcrest to Fields Hill, that's heavy. Hillcrest into Kloof this morning. Really big backlogs on that M13. You're pretty much into it as you come on from the old main road. N2, M7 to Westwood Mall, jam-packed. M4 around the Umhlanga area, quite busy both directions getting through there. And we're just looking at a bit of a backlog now at Ashburton on your way to Pietermaritzburg. That's probably a breakdown. Cape Town, very heavy on some routes that haven't been heavily congested for about 3 weeks, noticeably through the southern suburbs. M3 inbound is bad. The M5 from Ottery, Plumstead, all the way through to the N2, and routes around Newlands and Rondebosch looking quite heavy as well. Strandfontein Road, bad backlogs through Turf Hall as you line up towards Govan and Becky Road, and of course coming out of Tableview, Parklands area, that is heavy. Marine Drive at Dolphin Beach, those lights are still down. That's all heavy. Motorists scrambling to alternative routes, jamming them as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
10 chefs, 1 title, and a life-changing opportunity. This is the Taste Master Professional. Weekly cooking challenges test their skills, teamwork, and ability to run a professional kitchen, all under the critical eye of renowned chef Bertus Besson. With over 800,000 Rand in prizes, including a brand new car to the value of 440,000 Rand, and the chance to lead the new Taste Master Deli and Restaurant in Paarl, who will rise up and claim this exciting new career opportunity. Find out on the Taste Master Professional. Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 and Sundays at 3:30 only on SABC2.
You may be paying more for medical aid this year, but switch to Outsurance and you could actually drop the price of your car insurance premium. You could save big, like what 43-year-old Ilana, who saves an unbelievable 349 Rand a month on her 2022 Suzuki Jimny. There's never been a better time to switch and save with Outsurance. Why wait? Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, you're still listening to the national briefing. I'm going to bring in some of your calls now. Let me start off in Kimberley, Kingston. Good morning. Good morning, Kingston.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. It's the first time call on your phone.
Welcome to the show, Kingston. Welcome to the show. What do you want to talk about?
I just wanted to talk about this issue of Santiago and just wanted to say from our side, I just wanted to say the guys in Gauteng or wherever that they should have been grateful for an official that works so and so committed towards them like that. We wish we could have had that in Kimberley, where we are just having taxis pirating and we're talking to government and our cries are just falling on deaf ears. And what I just want to say to the MEC is big ups and thumbs up MEC, because visiting associations, engaging this taxi industry people, I mean, there's a lot of credit that we have to give to that lady. So I just want to say, we from Kimberley, from Santiago side, we just say thank you so much. We just wish that could happen here in Kimberley,
so Kingston,
where we need.
You think Santiago and Gauteng is creating a storm in a teacup?
For me, exactly. I don't. Leadership, but I just want to say I've been listening to you. I was just as confused as you are as to actually what's the crux of the matter, because I can't understand actually why did we threaten a strike when I don't see the reasons as to why that's what would have resulted into a strike, qualified for a strike. But nonetheless, they told us what they told us. But I just want to say that MEC, wow, she's working very hard, and I just want to say keep up the good work, ma'am.
All right.
And I wish leadership in the transport industry in the Northern Cape can listen to this show, so that we would have listened to that MEC and they can.
All right, Kingston, let me thank you for your time and your contribution this morning. That's Kingston in Kimberley. Solio and Brakpan, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. My little bit of advice to the MEC. I know she's working with the industry, but to go to local taxi association without consulting with our structures, either can be NTA or Santaco, I don't think it's right. She must not run the taxi industry. She must help the provincial and the regional structures to run the taxi industry. Another thing is, she said...
So, Solly, what's wrong with her convening meetings with the associations? Because as she said, they must hand over these licenses to individuals. They must see who these individuals are. What's wrong with that? You and I as motorists, we have to go and collect our own licenses. There isn't a group collection.
Yes, Kathy, I'm coming to that. Is that Santaco and National Tax Alliance are well structured. You don't just go to local tax associations without consulting with. She talk of protocol. She must not break protocol, because those operating licenses she's talking about, members does collect them and they are not signed, and some of them are collecting those operating licenses because they are buying cars, but they can proceed and conclude deals because those permits, it's got no signature. And end of the day, the bank, the dealer, and the operator are stuck without getting a deal concluded. Therefore, she work with us like she used to be before. We will be told by our regional structure the MEC is coming to us.
Okay.
And we will be told, but now if she undermine our leadership and she want to come to us direct, I mean, it's not working like that in the industry.
Okay. Solly, let's leave it there. Solly, we're going to have to leave it there. Solly out in Brakpan. We're going to pause it there with your calls. It's time for your 8 o'clock news update. And good morning.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, judgment for alleged Usindiso building arsonist and Advocate Johnson set to appear before the Matlanga Commission. Good morning. The Johannesburg High Court is today expected to deliver its judgment in the case of alleged Usindiso building arsonist Sitembi Sumdlalose. He faces 76 counts of murder and 12 of attempted murder. The charges stem from the devastating August 2023 blaze at the building, which claimed 76 lives and left multiple people injured. Calvin Ludla reports.
Judgment was postponed last month to allow the state to comply with court directives and to address issues relating to certain post-mortem findings that were previously raised by the court. The state says Mdlalose, a resident at Usindiso building, got into a fight with another person regarding money for drugs. The victim then lost consciousness. The state alleged Mdlalose subsequently purchased petrol, returned to the building, dosed the victim and set him alight in an attempt to conceal evidence of the assault. The fire allegedly spread rapidly through the building, causing the deaths of 76 people.
A 42-year-old man will appear at the Ritabi Magistrates Court today for allegedly raping a 6-year-old girl. Police say the man, who's a neighbor of the child, asked her to accompany him to his residence, where he raped her on Saturday. The child's family found her at the suspect's home. Limpopo police spokesperson Malisela Lidwaba says the child was taken to hospital for medical examination.
The victim was taken to a local hospital for medical examination. Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit members were notified and assisted with the investigation, leading to the suspect's arrest.
The head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, is expected to take the stand at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. Johnson, who was due to testify last Monday, was unable to appear after being rushed to hospital ahead of a scheduled testimony. She has been implicated by several witnesses who allege she interfered in investigations and defeated the ends of justice in a matter involving suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Major General Feroz Khan. Sibahle Mota reports.
IDEC head Advocate Andrea Johnson is expected to take the hot seat at the Madlanga Commission this morning. She has been accused of sharing sensitive information relating to an alleged assault and intimidation case involving Major General Feroz Khan. It is alleged that Khan assaulted and intimidated a crime intelligence brigadier in 2018. Johnson is also expected to answer questions about a separate matter involving Lieutenant General Dumsani Khumalo and former BMW engineer turned SAPS brigadier Dineo Mukweli.
The High Court in Johannesburg has granted a forfeiture order of assets held by the alleged Hangwani Maumela Syndicate. The Maumela Syndicate is one of 3 groups which benefited from irregular tender procurement worth over 2 billion rand from the Tembisa Hospital east of Johannesburg. The order follows a preservation order granted by the court. Sasha Naidu reports.
The investigation into this matter was precipitated by the receipt of a report from the late Babita Deokaran, who was assassinated on the 23rd of August 2021. Her report detailed suspected procurement irregularities within Tembisa Hospital's supply chain management. The applications by the NPA's Asset Forfeiture Unit were premised on forensic investigations by a firm appointed to assist in the investigation concerning allegations of procurement fraud and corruption that took place at the hospital during the period from January 2019 to August 2022. Forensic investigations revealed a multitude of irregularities in the procurement process.
And finally, a group of frustrated residents of Umkhuhlu in Bushbuck Ridge, Mpumalanga, are calling for the suspension of the Calcutta Police Station commander. The residents are accusing the station commander and some police officers of working with criminals who are terrorizing the community. They say several violent cases remain unresolved, including the murders of 37 people since the beginning of the year. This includes the fatal shooting of 4 individuals last week. The chairperson of Umkhuhlu Crisis Committee, Wanda Mhlongo.
Here at Calcutta Police Station, when you come and report a criminal case and it's assigned to these police officers, after a month you'll find that your case has been closed without giving reasons. Why there is an agency in the closing of criminal cases? We demand the immediate suspension or removal of the station commander and the branch commander and the other police officers until an investigation has been concluded.
Recapping the top story, the Johannesburg High Court is expected to deliver its judgment in the case of alleged Usindiso building arsonist Sitembi Somdlalose. He faces 76 counts of murder and 12 of attempted murder. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim, but with Outsurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So switch to Outsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. It's soccer. Banyana's title defense begins as they head to the Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. And more soccer with Spain's World Cup win sparking debate over whether Luis de la Fuente's side has become the new benchmark in international football. Let's find out more at around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Our top traffic stories around the country include the N1 North going up through to Pretoria. Crash at Rigel Avenue. That traffic is heavy. It's all the way back through Boerta Avenue. N1 North under pressure there. Joburg not looking too bad. A little bit of traffic volume in the mix, but nothing that really stands out across the highways or the byways as being really inherently different. Where you normally sit, you are sitting again this morning. The breakdown at Ashburton on your way to Pietermaritzburg is being cleared. M13 Hillcrest down to Kloof. Very heavy as you join from Old Main Road. You're right in the thick of it all the way down to the top of Fields Hill. The M4 Virginia Airport north and southbound very busy, and the N2 north up to Westwood Mall still queuing up. Delays just north of the N7. Cape Town, there's just been a crash on the R300 south between Old Powell Road Bridge and Bottler Ray Road. There's some traffic backlogging into that. Tableview area very heavy again this morning. Marine Drive at Dolphin Beach, those lights are down. A lot of traffic ignoring that and ducking out Malabongwe Drive through to noon, so that's sort of causing a secondary delay. And the highways, well, the M3, we're back to school, so we're back to traffic queuing up from Constantia through to the UCT exit. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're tuned into the National Briefing. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. A warm welcome if you've just tuned in. We're with you until 9 a.m. Coming up this hour, it's Municipal Watch. Today, we focus on Durban's water wars. The eThekwini municipality says taps in the area didn't just fail. They were sabotaged. Nearly 30 roads have been affected and valves, they allege, deliberately shut down. We'll get to the bottom of that. And then we'll, of course, also take your calls. The conversation belongs to you. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. And then we'll wrap it up on Built in Mzansi, looking at a new tool that is set to assist grandmothers, grandparents in particular, the elderly of our society, especially when they need help. We'll tell you more about it towards the end of the show.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, it's time for our chefs to dig deep. Tasked with creating a dish inspired by their own journey, they'll need to balance emotion with exceptional cooking. Featuring guest judge Chef Peter Duncan from the renowned La Petite Colombe, who will tell a story worth remembering. Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
Pedestrians, winter days are shorter. That means more walking in the dark. If drivers can't see you, your life is at risk. Wear bright or reflective clothing, add reflective strips to your school bag, and use a flashlight when walking at night. Walk in groups where possible. Being visible is not just a choice, it's your protection. Be bright, save your life this winter. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Smart business decisions save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. And with help at Out, you get 24/7 access to panic assistance, roadside assistance, and even office assistance just with a tap on the app. For plumbing, electrical, tradesmen services, and all other businesses, why wait? Get a quote now to switch and save. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's, and information online.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
It's 13 after 8 o'clock. Let's get into our municipal watch then. Since Friday, thousands of eThekwini residents have been carrying buckets after water valves were allegedly shut down deliberately across the city. eThekwini says more than 200 pressure reducing valves have been vandalized this year, causing over 50 million rand in damage, and officials suspect political sabotage ahead of the local elections. Residents, meanwhile, are pointing to the so-called water tanker mafia that profits when taps run dry. Joining us is Jabulani Mayise, a senior manager for eThekwini Water Operations. Jabulani, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Also part of this conversation, Debbie Baker, a DA councillor in the Westville area. Debbie, good morning.
Good morning to you.
All right, we're also expecting to be joined by the local Ratepayers Association. So, Debbie, let me begin with you. Perhaps speak from a resident's perspective. What have you been experiencing?
Okay, it's been a bit of a nightmare. This last weekend, at least 30 roads were affected from Friday morning until Sunday evening. The dispute related to the new method of appointing plumbers in the eThekwini municipality. They used to be hired directly by the Auditor General of South Africa and raised concerns as the new direction to how contractors changed under the new watch. The plumbers met with government officials to try and understand the new process, but workers are worried about their job loss. So the sabotage could be linked to the fear of losing their jobs. There are close to 400 plumbers in the city, and qualified plumbers with paperwork should be fined because the water and sanitation sector was to increase the numbers to 700. But the AGSA questions the method used before. It was irregular to have plumbers floating around the city not attached to any companies. The process could be slow and the plumber appointment going forward because some workers are being intimidated. We have to combat the ongoing vandalism of municipal infrastructure. We need law enforcement and intelligence to expose the criminal syndicate.
So Debbie, just to understand then, these 30 roads that are part of where the vandalism has taken place, what exactly was vandalized that has now affected the distribution of water in the municipality?
Okay, so what happened was that all the valves were vandalized. And the supply was interrupted from the Mount Moriah Reservoir, so there was no rest for distribution for 3 days. So what happened is every valve under the excellent area water manager, it was a very labor-intensive operation, as every valve had to be manually inspected on site and turned back on. So this sabotage resulted in a huge interruption of water over at least 30 to 40 roads in Westville.
How long did it take for all of this to happen?
It was over a 3-day period. Friday morning early until Sunday evening. So the roads came on slowly, but it just kept. It was a very, very slow process. As I say, manually inspection on site.
And all of this happened undetected. So I'm just trying to think about the scale of what is said to have happened here and how it is that it could have taken place and nobody noticed.
There was definitely what we've assessed a criminal syndicate was helping in the process. It was completely undetected. There was no camera footage. It obviously happened on the Thursday evening or early hours of Friday morning. And as I say, it's a criminal offence to vandalise infrastructure of the city. And those who did it must be identified and prosecuted. So it's really the residents were just losing their minds.
Let me bring in Jabulani, who manages water operations for eThekwini. Jabulani, how do you explain what happened?
Yes, so the valve that Debbie is talking about, so it will be your isolating valve that's found on the ground in every street of the city. So the area in question obviously is Westville, that gets water. Westville is in the west of the city. It gets water from Manmaraya, the portion that gets water from Manmaraya. So what transpired is that we had an emergency shut to that reservoir. Obviously, there was no water during that emergency shut, so no one could have foreseen that there were valves that were ultimately closed downstream of that reservoir. So upon repairing that, the finishing that major shutdown when the reservoir had water, then we started receiving calls that there are areas that have not received water supply. Then that's when the investigation started to ascertain why they are not receiving water supply. That's when we realized that there are valves that have been actually closed.
So when do you believe all of this happened, Jabulani, and how long do you think it took the syndicates or took the criminals to actually do this?
Well, like I said, the valves are on the road. If someone knows what is doing it, it takes not less than 10 minutes to do that. So we always appeal to residents if you see someone opening the valves that are on the road and they are not wearing marked uniform, and then you can alert the authorities. But it's very difficult to control because, like I said, there's quite a number of valves throughout the city. They are everywhere, in your taxi ranks, in your streets, everywhere. So it's very difficult to monitor who goes in there.
Are there no cameras in eThekwini streets?
There are cameras. Like I said, we've already alerted the authorities, security management, to investigate in that regard. So
and what do you know so far about just this process, right? And how it went undetected? How were they operating? What was the modus operandi?
Well, we can't tell the intention, but obviously someone was doing that. We do not know whether it was someone who was aggrieved, we cannot tell, or someone who just wanted to mess up the system. But like I said, these valves, there's quite a number of them in the city. It's very difficult to monitor all of them. They are, however, secured in a chamber which still covers if they're on the road. And if they're on the side of the road, it's concrete chambers that are on the side of the road, and they are in a lockable cover. But yeah, it's sometimes it's easy to breach them. That's why
is what Debbie is saying a possibility that this could be the work of internal of plumbers that the city has been using that are now aggrieved with the changes that you're bringing in?
Our understanding is that the negotiations between the main contractor, who's the main contractor now, and the current contractors that were used by the city, they are playing the role of subcontractors now. The negotiations between the two parties is still ongoing. So we wouldn't have expected that there are parties that are already aggrieved.
I'm not understanding you clearly, Jabulani. So you would have expected what?
So I'm saying the negotiations between the two parties is already ongoing, though there are some difficulties, there are some challenges between the two regarding the rates and so forth. But the negotiations have not yet been concluded. We started receiving some plumbers that were used previously.
So all of this happens to a system that is already under pressure, right? And an infrastructure that has already been deteriorating. Let's talk about the impact that this has had on residents.
Yes, the impact obviously is the prolonged water outage. I think in some cases it took 3 days, in some cases just 2 days, because we had to identify those wells that were isolated and open them. But the good thing is that water supply has since been resolved as of yesterday.
The concern here is that if you haven't been able to identify the source or the people behind this infrastructure attack effectively, then you don't have guarantees that you're not going to wake up tomorrow and find yourself in the same position.
That's correct. That's why we've alerted our security management department to proactively monitor infrastructure. We are meeting them again this morning, where you mentioned earlier in the opening, where we also experiencing the vandalism and pressure reducing valves in the north of the city. So we are meeting security management to do risk assessment and then give us a report. How can we prevent this from occurring?
What did your risk assessment post the initial vandalism? What has that told you about where this risk may be coming from?
Well, we're using quite a number of teams to service our infrastructure. Like the metro, the infrastructure is wide. So there's quite a lot of people who have got access to infrastructure. So we are trying to, in some cases, have records who access what, like your reservoirs. Even if an employee of the council, they need to provide their details when they're visiting such infrastructure. We're also deploying security to most of our facilities. And we're also looking at employing the use of technology like drones to monitor particularly our aqueducts and so forth.
Debbie, this is a crisis that could bring this municipality to its knees. Those that were behind it already have been able to see, number one, that it's possible and where exactly they would have to hit. Now, when you listen to the plans of the municipality in terms of countering any future risks, are you satisfied with how they've gone about managing and handling and responding to this issue?
No, not really. I think there must be a huge plan rolled out. I think that, as I say, we need more. We need more footage. We need more cameras. We need more mobi crews or people on site and security, because it was the situation was so vulnerable and it really affected so many people that there's got to be a plan going forward. I know there's an agreement in place that they've got to between the municipality and the plumbers, but the accessibility to do this to the infrastructure was just completely not on. And I think we need to have a sit down and actually sort it out properly, because if they could do this to Westfield, they could do it to anywhere else. And I don't think it was water tanker motivated. I don't think it was politically motivated. I think it was purely people fearing for their jobs. But it was very easy for them to do, and it's got to be contained and controlled.
So it seems, judging by what Jabulani has said, the negotiations, right, around the securing of these jobs is now left to the two service providers. The one that is incoming has taken over the services, and the previous one that is now subcontracting to the new contractor. Do you think that the municipality needs to be getting more involved in those negotiations?
100%, definitely. There needs to be absolute transparency and exposure of exactly what's happening, because the ratepayers just can't go through this again. They really can't. It affected businesses, restaurants, We had the Amish over this weekend. There was a lot of B&Bs that had no water. It just affects everything, tourism, hospitality, businesses. It's unacceptable.
Jabulani, you're leaving it to the service providers to work it out amongst themselves, and these negotiations that you say they've entered into, how do you expect that to unfold? Because, of course, the one service provider, they have every right to want to run things the way that they see fit, given the fact that they have been given the work. To what extent does the old service provider, do they have legitimacy in making demands, given they no longer hold the main contract?
Okay, it's not the issue of two service providers, like Debbie highlighted at the beginning. The old arrangement was that there was a council policy through which the city engaged the plumbers. There was an AG finding that this needs to be formalized through a formal contract. So that's where the city is moving towards you. That currently we've appointed the five managing contractors. Obviously, these contractors now will be managing the process, and then they'll be engaging the various plumbers that are qualified to do this work. So
effectively, these five service providers are the one that would have to choose and onboard the plumbers that have been providing services to the city.
That's how the formal construction process works.
Yes, and so there's no guarantee that these plumbers that have been providing the service for however many years are going to form part of the new lists that each service provider is going to be putting together.
Though there are no guarantees, but there are engagements. Like I said, we already started receiving some of the plumbers. The process is already starting to take shape.
But have there been any conditions that you've put in place with the service providers? Are they expected to hire these plumbers?
No, there's nothing compelling them to do that.
So effectively then, that is part of why we're seeing the risk emerge in the way that it has.
Well, yes, it does pose that risk. But like I said, the availability of qualified plumbers, which we're working through the city, they are being engaged because there is a criteria that who must we get to work in our system. So obviously we won't be getting anyone from the street. We will be getting someone who's got experience, and the experience is obtained from the plumbers that have been working in the system.
Do you think that you could have better managed this process, especially also with communicating clearly with the plumbers that have been contracted to the city for so long?
Obviously, this current arrangement will run for a 12-month period, and then the lessons learned from this period, and then we'll be putting out a 3-year contract going forward. So the gaps that are identified will assist us in managing better for the 3-year contract.
All right. In the meantime, of course, you prepare for anything, and we might not be over the worst in as far as what happens next.
Yeah, that's why security management systems are getting involved to ensure that the prior risk assessment is done to prevent this from happening again.
Jabulani Maise, Senior Manager for eThekwini Water Operations. Debbie Baker, Dear Councillor in the Westville area. Yeah, that's absolutely a concerning situation. 8:30, time for your latest news update, and good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the Johannesburg Magistrates Court is this morning expected to deliver judgment in suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi's bail application. Mkwanazi, together with Matlanga Commission's witness K, are in custody for their alleged involvement in the 2023 Precious Stones heist in Johannesburg. The Johannesburg High Court is today expected to deliver judgment in the case of alleged Usindiso building arsonist Sithembiso Mhlalose. He faces 76 counts of murder and 12 of attempted murder. And the UN Security Council has heard that children in Haiti are being jailed for years without ever appearing before a judge. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. The M1 in Pretoria stays sluggish after an earlier crash. N1 North at Rigel Avenue coming up from Centurion into that quite slow. N14 up towards Eupheus Road under a bit of pressure if you're on that route through to Pretoria as well. N1 South queuing down to Winnie Mandela. The Mike 1 from Grayston down to around about Killarney area. Very slow down to about 11th Avenue as you come down through Corlett and Glenhove into that Houghton area. It's very slow on your way to Joburg. Northbound sluggish on your way up to Grayston as well. And a crash on Republic Road at Winnie Mandela causing a backlog leaving the Randburg area this morning. Crown interchange still heavy. Mike 1 from Gold Reef City, M2 from Benrose, Joe Slovo side into Crown, and then all the way up to about Empire Road in the Braamfontein area. Durban, the earlier backlogs that we had on the M13 between Hillcrest and the bottom of Fields Hill starting to ease. It is busy, but it's well better than it was before. M4 around Virginia Airport, pretty sluggish both ways. At Cape Town, there's been a crash on the R300 going south just after Old Powell Road towards the Cales River exit down at Botleray. That's very slow. Traffic lights out, Marine Drive, Dolphin Beach, busy out of Tableview that side. A lot of motorists avoiding that and taking the Kuberg Road down towards Montague Drive, so that's quite slow. And the highways and byways in the Newlands, Claremont area, very slow, including the M3 sitting from Wynberg Hill right through to Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
8:33, Zakan, good morning to you. So we're going to focus on women's football. It's taking center stage. Banyana preparing for the Women's Africa Cup of Nations.
That's right, Kathy. It turns out consistency now is still beating reputation when coach Desiree Ellis picks her national team. And that's the biggest factor in selecting her 26-player squad for next week's Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Coach Ellis says choosing the final squad was one of her toughest decisions, with form and the right balance between youth and experience all playing a role. South Africa opened their Group B campaign against Tanzania, and that's next Monday, with Ivory Coast and Burkina Faso also in their pool. In the meantime, Orlando Pirates have received a boost to their pre-season preparations, with their Bafana World Cup players now back in camp in Spain. Goalkeeper Sipho China, defender Nkosinathi Sibisi, and attackers Tsepang Moremi and Oswin Wapolis have rejoined the squad after a short break following South Africa's historic run to the FIFA World Cup knockout stages. The Buccaneers face Saudi Arabian side Al Ittihad in a friendly later today, as coach Abdusalam Wadu is continuing preparations for the new Betway Premiership season. Now, Spain's World Cup victory has sparked debate over whether La Roja have become the new benchmark in international football, having followed up their European Championship success with a second World Cup title. Coach Luis de la Fuente's side is being praised for combining a clear identity with a new generation of stars led by teenage sensation Lamine Yamal and player of the tournament Rodri. The challenge now will be maintaining those standards, with no men's team having successfully defended the World Cup since Brazil in 1962. Now, while Spain are still celebrating, their defender Pedro Porro says it was the years of hard work that have paid off for the young squad.
Well, personally, I'm very happy, really happy, but also quite overwhelmed because I still can't believe it. I think the first few days will go by and I still won't believe it, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who's been supporting us from the very start. I can't even imagine what Spain must be like right now, and my family who's here. And to my family as well, who are in Extremadura, and honestly, without them this wouldn't have been possible.
There we go. That is the Spanish defender Pedro Porro on the national briefing. And finally, a French judge has approved the controversial overnight anti-doping tests carried out on Tour de France stars Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard. The International Testing Agency says the pre-dawn checks are necessary to protect the integrity of the sport, but riders have criticized the timing, with Pogacar calling the 5 a.m. visit inhumane and several leading cyclists describing the process as disrespectful. That's your sport. We'll be back in the hot seat with John Hediker. More sport around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
You're still tuned into the national briefing, so I'm going to bring in some of your calls. Yeah, what do you make of what's happening in eThekwini, right? And the so-called syndicate that's destroying the water infrastructure there. The sad thing, of course, is that taxpayers are going to have to pay for the repairs, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you're stuck permanently without water. Let me go to Kuruman. Tapelo, good morning.
Morning, Sis KB. Sis KB, listening to the news this morning, there are two massive crimes that caught my attention. And I'm asking myself, why do we give criminals rights in our constitution? Why does criminals have rights, Sis KB? Because when they are committing crimes, they don't see their victims as human beings. For example, the case about the guy who murdered 76 people with fire by setting a building in fire. After that, when he's found guilty, the system sends him to jail, and we pay for him to have 3 meals a day, and then we call that justice. The second case is the guy who raped a 6-year-old child. We send him to jail, give him 3 meals a day. How is that justice, KB? Why are we not changing our law as a country? Because we are accomplices. We take them, give them buildings where they can sleep. We give them meals every day. How is that justice?
Look, Tapelo, I think the good thing is that you've answered your own question, right? Is that if you wanted to change, then you've got to change the law. But this is what we have signed up for. This is what we have agreed to. And remember, we take a more restorative approach towards justice, right? We believe that people can be rehabilitated and, reintegrated back into their communities, regardless of the kind of crime that they may have served. So you're asking the right question, that if we don't like it, then maybe we need to change it. Let me go to David. You're in Pietermaritzburg. Good morning, David.
Thanks, Katie. A quick one. You had McPherson as your guest. Some of us, we don't trust it, especially when it comes to us black people, because I strongly believe they don't have the best interest at heart. In the province of KZN, they advertised a tender for disposing property that belongs to government. It was a number of projects that they advertised. And I would like them to submit a list of beneficiaries of those properties, because I'm afraid of the situation whereby white people and Indians will be considered when it comes to that. Secondly, on that issue that we were discussing with him, on the properties that are occupied by employees, again, when they're disposing those properties, they need to submit a list of beneficiaries, because I don't trust that, Katie. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that contribution, David. I guess they also have to make it public, right? How much are those properties selling for? Are they going to be selling them at related market rates? And if it's a sort of a consolidated sale, how are they going to make sure that there's public participation across the board? Nkipiteni, you're calling from Kempton Park. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy and the fellow listeners. Appreciate your time. My comment is with regard to the Minister of Public Works. We really appreciate the action he has taken to address the issue of double dipping. However, and also maybe just to say the time frame which he has given himself, 30 days. And then, however, I would like to know, in terms of, ministerial, houses in Cape Town and in Durban, how much are we spending? And on that issue again, what plans are in place to make sure that they don't have accommodation in Cape Town and in Durban? What can be done to address in Cape Town and in Pretoria? What can be done to address that? Because it's sort of double dipping again for the ministers. Thank you, Kathy.
All right, that's quite an important point you're raising there, Nkipiteni. Thomas, you're in Newcastle. Good morning, Thomas.
Morning, Kathy.
Yes, sir.
I probably might be a bit late now because I wanted to respond on the interview about the whole taxi industry and the MEC.
Go
the beef
ahead.
that they seem to have. You know, because my concern is, as South Africa, we've got to notice that people that are having links with the politicians are always going to resist the law. There is somebody in the taxi association who's been influencing the whole thing because he is, or she is, I don't know, in the governance of sorts. Now, because of Madlanga, I would like to believe that cabal seems to be dying. The minister now can work without fear and without any undue pressure. And the taxi people are being exposed because really there's nothing they were complaining about to the point of saying the relationship is at the place where it cannot be recuperated. There's nothing.
Yeah.
The guy you were interviewing there didn't give us anything, Kathy.
Yeah, Thomas, that was my sense as well. But I don't know whether it's a case of wanting to downplay the situation so that as things escalate, they mustn't be the one to be blamed. I'm still trying to make sense of it too.
But then if that be the case, I mean, I didn't look at it like that. And if that be the case, then let's have a situation where the taxi guys are taken to task. Because we can't, as South Africa, be constantly afraid of people like the taxi guys, now with the construction mafias. So we are slowly becoming a country that is run by external forces and not the people we vote for. And this is why we don't want to vote.
Okay.
So maybe the government must just seriously look at this.
All right. Thomas, thanks for that contribution. Thomas out in Newcastle. And that's where the big issue is. So you have a grievance. Why not resolve the grievance? Why must it always come down to threats? We will not work. We will shut down. And we all know what taxi-associated shutdowns have come with. So why resort to the threat when you haven't even given yourself an opportunity to fully go through the process, to exhaust the process? Solomon, you're in Limpopo. Good morning.
Yeah, firstly, I appreciate what you have said right now. You are very, very right. Negotiation, dialogue is very much important than to kill each other. Well, for me, the quicker one, it's a tormenting one because I made an application on the 24/06/2027. If the MEC she's listening, she should phone there at Toyando, Wembe, Maubane. You know, Kathy, I appreciate what you're doing. There is a board in all offices, Batupili. Now, Batupili, people first, why it took so 2 years, one application for pastors community concern to approve it up to date? I could give somebody, a lady, rather the deputy. That lady, I've been with her yesterday. She said today, we have to resolve your matter. We like that kind of tendency than to put in a board but to appeal. Now, I'm inviting the MEC from Pretoria. Somebody spoke here and says all over. She must come here at Makado municipality, failing to fill 3 forms, only 3 papers, and the people they are called in the managers. Why? How did you put that people to that position? It's very, very tormenting.
So Solomon, are you saying that you want your local MEC to do the same as the Gauteng Transport MEC?
Exactly. Okay. She needed to come to Makado because I've been there, even there to the office.
So she must come to Makado to teach them how it's done.
No, there are people who have gotten grievances. You know what you spoke now and says people say to shout down why they are not having a dialogue. You are very, very, I'm giving you 95%. You are right. The MEC Pulukwani, she must come here to Makado municipality and we talk. I will prove to her 2 years. What does that mean? That paper says Batupili, it does not make sense.
Okay, I understand completely what you're saying now, Solomon. Solomon, I think he's making the same call that we had from Kimberley, that other MECs can also learn. They can follow suit from what Gauteng is doing. Excuse me. Let me bring in. Thank you, Solomon. Let me bring in some of the WhatsApp voice notes that you've sent through.
Morning, SAFM listeners. I'm Tommy from KZN at Claremont under the Durban municipality. Yo, hey, that municipality, it's dead. I'm telling you, the sewage, it's a mess up. All over the corners, there's a smelling. The drainage, switch drainage are leaking. That Chablana, he's a liar. He's lying. Hey, I think people now they must vote to check out the ANC. The ANC they are corrupt. Hey, we are tired of them. They give us always empty promises. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not angry. But hey, yo, the Ben is dead.
Good morning, Sis Kev and the SAFM family. Sis Kev, 326 million, that is a lot of money. I can't even count to 326 if I were to start from zero. I want to know, where are those officials who actually awarded that tender? Those that were sitting on the tender board, those who evaluated that file and whatnot. Where are those officials? What's going to happen to them? And how many other tenders did they award?
Good morning, Oskiti. I want to comment on this water tank mafias. You know, it is very ironic and it doesn't really make sense at all that the municipality hire the trucks. These people, they go into the water hydrant that is managed by the municipality, take free water from those water hydrants, and then they go and sell it back to the municipality. And municipality give them a contract, and so much money is being spent in this. All these mafias, they have new trucks now for nothing, just for free. You just go, they give you a contract, you go, you take water from the municipality, you resell it to them, and then you give it to the community. That's all the water tanker is all about. So it doesn't make sense, and they know all this mafia. So why don't they stop it? Because it's the same people over and over, and the contract is only them. Like really, Oskiti. Thanks.
Yeah, and all of those are valid questions, right? Why does the municipality allow these people to take water from the municipal infrastructure system? Surely if they're paying for the procurement of water, that water should be coming from a different source. Maxwell, you're in Pretoria. Good morning.
Your help, Ausiketi, in this matter. It's a very, very difficult matter that happened at Ward 28 at Bushbuck Ridge Argent Court in Lowveld, Katie. That community, even the political parties are not talking anything. There is a serial killer who's on the loose in that part of the land, as Ausiketi, who Mala Magistrate Court released this serial killer after killing 2 young women. Katie, same modus operandi. This serial killer is always getting out of the murderers because he kills you today, Tuesday, Katie. He lock you inside. After 7 days, he called his family to go and open and found Katie dead there. When your body is almost in a state of decomposing,
sure.
Then that's when he calls
Maxwell, tell us, what's the name of the area?
It's a Bushbuck Ridge Argent Court, Ward 28. The name of the serial killer is Derek Kosa, who has been released on Friday to walk and kill other community members.
Well, was he arrested for murder, Maxwell?
It's a murder. 2 young kids dead. It's a GBV, but it's getting bail. It's walking each and every time that he kills those innocent people.
Okay. Yeah, Maxwell, I think I remember the story. Is this the story where one of the grandmothers was initially arrested?
Exactly, Auskit. One murder, he did it in 2020 in Tembisa. You can Google Lona Eshivambu Auskit. You will see he killed that lady, ran away to Bushbuck Ridge and killed a young lady. It's out last week, Friday. Okay. Last Friday, he was acquitted. No charges, no nothing.
Okay, all right, Maxwell, we're going to have to look into it. Thanks for calling in and raising raising with it. I think you're rightfully upset about what we're seeing. And that's why we'll have calls, right, for a different justice system. Why? Somebody's accused of a crime. They go to jail over the weekend. By Monday afternoon, they're back in the same street, back in the community. So a lot more needs to be done to be securing convictions, especially with serious crime.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning earlier crash on Joburg's Mike 1 southbound by 11th Avenue is causing a slowdown from Santon area. It's pretty sluggish all the way. Once you sort of come off the N1 and get onto the Mike 1, it would mean through Santon all the way down into that Houghton Estate area. Mike 1 going north stays heavy, Gold Reef City through to Empire Road. Crash on Republic Road heading out of Randburg to Winnie Mandela, still holding things up. And a crash on the M1 south going down to Winnie Mandela. That very quickly building a queue back as far as Rivonia Road. Still a bit of traffic on the N1 north this morning. The earlier crash at Rigel's being cleared, but there is a broken down vehicle, so that run from Borta Avenue up through the R21 just remains a bit of a problem. And there's just been a crash on the N1 South at the ramp to Olifants Fontaine Road, so coming through from Samran, that traffic starting to backlog again this morning. Durban side, not a bad run, things easing up quite quickly. The N2 Spaghetti Junction, Umgeta Road looking clear. There is a crash on the Southern Freeway near Quality Street, M4 North, heading into Durban on the Southern Freeway. That's probably the heaviest of the highways. As we saw yesterday, M13 coming out of Pinetown towards the N3 Paradise Valley remains slow as well. Cape Town, still a lot of pressure out of Tableview, Bloberg Road to Kuberg Road, Kuberg to Montague Drive, and Marine Drive heading out through towards Sunset Beach. Those routes are busy. Also, the highway is very slow, particularly the M3 this morning from Weinberg Hill up to UCT. M5 still jamming from Kenilworth through to a very busy N2 inbound to Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
You're still listening to the National Briefing, so whenever you hear that particular sting, you know we're getting ready to get out of here. Our Built in Mzansi guest today is Tembelihle Patience Mtembu. She's the founder and director of Asivile. Asivile now works specifically with tracking. They work with equipped with GSM technology and emergency buttons, right? And this particularly links the elderly users directly to live counselors 24 hours a day. So, Tembelihle, I can be a bit slow, especially this time of the morning. So, help us understand, what exactly do you guys do?
Oh, yes, Kathy. As you have mentioned, we are dealing with... actually, I'm actually a founder of SAvmRadio Pty Ltd and a creator of Kusi, who focuses on dignity, technology, and care for our South African elderly.
And how do you do that?
Actually, it is a device that is actually inspired. It's inspired by our by the elders in my own community in Escourt, in a very, very popular a place called Wembezi and surroundings. I saw a gap, and we said, you know what? There are lonely and lonely and forgotten gogos and nkulus who actually feel isolated, and especially after the COVID-19, where we had to isolate ourselves from our loved ones. The gap it was actually simple. Technology today needs smartphones and data, but most of our elders don't have that, which results in chronic loneliness and isolation from the environment. So that is when we came out and said, let us build Kusi, which is a device of 300 Rand, with one big button where you press and speak to a real person 24/7. It requires no data, no stress. We built it to restore dignity and also lessen our social isolation from our elderly people.
So who's the other person on the other line? Who are they speaking to? I mean, look, this sounds like a device many of us could use, just when you need to have a neutral, judgment-free conversation.
We have qualified counselors who are always on standby. Remember, we are creating we also creating job opportunities, whereby we have a lot of students who come out from university and they don't seem to get a job. So we have qualified people who are actually couldn't get a job. So we got those people, and they are there to 24/7 for counseling.
So these, I imagine, are qualified counselors who are able to help them navigate through whatever issue of life they might be calling in for.
Yes. Also, we also looking for, we're extending it in the future. We're introducing the device for psychology patients who suffer from depression, people who often get suicidal thoughts. But the gap is to fill in in the future. But for now, our main focus is for elderly people.
Let's talk about what you are seeing already with the initial rollout of this project. What has been the response, and what do you find that elderly people want to speak about? Is there a hot topic that the counsellors have identified?
At one point, you know that in rural areas and township, data is very expensive, right? So at one point, I was actually in a queue at the Popular Bank, and to my surprise, because I did not even notice the date, so it was elder people stay for pension. So they were coming in and out. They were going in and out to the bank, and not being able to be assisted because they had to have these smartphones, and they were actually very confused. So that is why we actually came up with such a solution.
All right. Well, it sounds absolutely fantastic. Tembelihle Patience Mtembu, founder and director of SAvile, and they, of course, have developed the assistive device Kusi to help elder people stay safe and also stay connected. I can think about different numbers of communities that could use a device like that, right? Especially given the fact that it doesn't rely on data, it doesn't require a smartphone. So it means that, in many ways, you're not isolated completely from whatever else may be happening in the world or even just where you live. That's where we'll leave it with Tembelihle on Built in Mzansi for today. Of course, we've also come to the end of the show, the national briefing for this Tuesday morning. We're back with you tomorrow between 6 and 9 a.m. Have yourselves a wonderful day. Up next is the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
In our top stories, magistrate to rule on Mkhwanazi and witness case bail application, and a suspected livestock thief killed. Good morning. The Johannesburg Magistrates Court is this morning expected to make a ruling in suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi's bail application. Mkhwanazi, together with Madlanga Commission's witness K, are in custody for their alleged involvement in the 2023 precious stones heist in Johannesburg. The state, represented by prosecutor Zwelethu Mata, told the court it was not opposing bail.
It appears that as we stand, there is no indication that the applicants before this court are flightless. There is no indication that they will not cooperate or they will evade their trial. And for that reason, we then submit to the Honorable Court that the state has no basis to oppose bail.
The Johannesburg High Court is today expected to deliver its judgment in the case of alleged Usindiso building arsonist Sithembiso Mdlalose. He faces 76 counts of murder and 12 of attempted murder. The charges stem from the devastating August 2023 blaze at the building, which claimed 76 lives and left multiple people injured. Calvin Ludla reports.
Judgment was postponed last month to allow the state to comply with court directives and to address issues relating to certain post-mortem findings that were previously raised by the court. The state says Mdlalose, a resident at Usindiso building, got into a fight with another person regarding money for drugs. The victim then lost consciousness. The state alleged Mdlalose subsequently purchased petrol, returned to the building, dosed the victim and set him alight in an attempt to conceal evidence of the assault. The fire allegedly spread rapidly through the building, causing the deaths of 76 people.
A suspected livestock thief has been assaulted and killed by a mob at a village in the Sekhukhune district in Limpopo. Police spokesperson Brigadier Hlulani Mashaba says the victim sustained injuries after being assaulted at a sports ground. Mashaba says the victim was taken to hospital but succumbed to his injuries.
Preliminary investigations revealed that the deceased was allegedly accused of livestock theft before he met his untimely death. A case of murder has been opened and a manhunt for the unknown suspects is currently underway. No person may take the law into their own hands or assault and kill a person suspected of committing a crime.
The non-profit organization Dignity South Africa has taken a landmark step to challenge laws that criminalize assisted dying in South Africa. The case, now before the North Gauteng High Court, could reshape how the country approaches end-of-life care and personal choice. It also comes as July 30 for 30 campaign reflects on justice, dignity and protection under the law. Lee Minat is the operations manager of Dignity SA.
Well, in fact, the courts determined almost 10 years ago that there is indeed a discrepancy between our common law and our constitution, and we're talking 30 for 30 here. So we believe that the common law prohibition against medical assistance in dying is actually at odds with our constitution, and that's why we're bringing the case to say constitutionally, in line with constitutional rights to bodily autonomy, dignity, equality, quality of life, we believe that this is a right that all South Africans who want it should have access to.
And finally, the UN Security Council has heard that children in Haiti are being jailed for years without ever appearing before a judge. The UN Special Representative for Children, Vanessa Frazier, says she's seen youngsters incarcerated for up to 8 years without charge. She called 4 children associated with gangs in Haiti to be treated as victims first.
The situation of children in Haiti is amongst the most alarming anywhere in the world. Children are being killed, maimed, abducted, recruited and used by armed gangs, displaced from their homes, denied access to education and deprived of basic protection and legal identity. The violence they face is not incidental to the crisis. It is central to it.
Recapping the top story, the Johannesburg Magistrates Court is this morning expected to make a ruling in suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi's bail application. Mkwanazi, together with Madlanga Commission's witness K, are in custody for their alleged involvement in the 2023 Precious Stones heist in Johannesburg. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm 105 FM in Mokopane.
Drivers, winter fatigue creeps in faster than you think. That heater may keep you warm, but it can also make you drowsy. Crack a window. Take your rest breaks seriously. Stay fresh, stay focused, because when you're behind the wheel of a heavy vehicle, fatigue doesn't just risk your life, it risks everyone's. So stay alert, stay visible, and stay safe. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings.
For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Heading for 7 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to our Tuesday edition. Great to be with you. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is with you, Kinewe and Melissa, producing the show and taking your calls. Mark on sound. Dumisani is behind the camera today. Now remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website and listen live there. In addition, you can go to the SABC Plus app if you prefer and have a listen there. We're also video streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. Good morning if you're joining us from outside the country. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. Now remember, we start with an open line. Our studio line number 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes short, sharp and audible, please. I always say audible because some of them don't come through that clearly. And so if you're very soft, we struggle to hear you. And sometimes we can't take some of your voice notes because they're not audible enough. So just make sure that without shouting, that you just make your voice heard in a very clear way. All right. Some of the stuff that we are covering on the show today is, I hope it's going to be of interest to you. We're talking about commemorating the death of the Nobel laureate and the wonderful and important historical figure in this country, Luthuli, Chief Albert Luthuli. And of course, 59 years since his death. And I think the important thing that we need to know about this is that in the last year, the truth of how he actually died has been uncovered, right? And this is what his family is trying to do this year. I mean, year in, year out, they would commemorate his death, but they never had answers as to how he actually died. You know, it was always attributed to a train accident, not to an attack on his person that ended up in injuries that caused his death. And so for the first time, the Luthuli family is thinking about how they are going to reclaim his legacy while revising history. And also remembering his contribution to this country. So we'll have that conversation with his grandson just after 9:35. And then one of you asked about the El Nino phenomenon, because of course we're coming out of La Nina and we're moving into El Nino, presumably for the next year and a half or so. So we're going to bring on Simon Gear. And we're going to follow that up with Wandile Sihlobo, the presidential envoy on agriculture and land. He's an agricultural economist. He can talk us through some of the crop yields, like the maize yields that we're enjoying right now. But he'll also throw forward to what the weather patterns are going to look like and how those will influence agriculture in the next few months. And then after 10 o'clock, I don't know if you have your child at an independent school or a private school. The city of Joburg has done something very strange with them. They have created a situation where they have reclassified private schools or independent schools not as schools, but as public enterprises, and consequently they're charging them for their municipal services in ways that they would charge businesses, essentially. And it's a very worrying thing indeed. Some of the schools cannot afford to pay these bills. Most of them can't. Many of them are not-for-profits, meaning whatever they make is not actually a profit. It goes back into the running of the school, right? So they are running into serious problems with this, and it seems that if they don't pay these exorbitant bills, that they just cut power to them. They cut electricity to them. So we're going to have that conversation. We can't get the city of Joburg on. We offered them the opportunity to come onto the program. They say it's in court, and so they don't want to speak about it now. But we will speak to the Independent Schools Association to find out what's going on there. And then later on, we're also speaking about illegal mining in South Africa and what it is costing the economy. It's running into billions of rands, actually tens of billions, I should say. And we're going to talk about what it'll take to clamp down on this and ensure that the illegal mining industry is eradicated in this country, so we can formalize these businesses, make sure that artisanal mining takes hold, that small-scale miners have the opportunity to build their businesses, and then we'll have large miners and small miners in the country if we are able to pull that off. We'll speak to the Benchmarks Foundation about that. We're also, after 11 o'clock, looking at this issue of the seizing of assets worth 326 million rand, just about, from a syndicate that is linked to Hangwani Morgan Maumela. And of course, that is linked to the 2 billion rand that was stolen from Tembisa, all indications are, based on that wonderful investigation that the very talented Jeff Wicks did. And of course, that was what led to the death of Babita Deokaran, right? She was the person who flagged that. She was the accountant who flagged it as being problematic, and died as a result of it. And her family is still, after a few years, reeling from her death. I was listening to Kathy's show this morning, and she reminded us, of course, that one of the people who pulled the trigger there is almost eligible for parole. That's how much time has passed in that case. And I think it's a wonderful thing that the National Prosecuting Authorities, as its forfeiture unit, has made progress in getting its hands on this money again. So we're going to find out exactly what becomes of that, of the proceeds of alleged crime. All right, 12 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Let's take a call from Lourdes in Alberton. Lourdes, good morning. You want to talk about Andrea Johnson?
Good morning, JJ. Yes, my sister. You know, I'm a staunch proponent of women empowerment. Thus, I was proud of Advocate Johnson leading the IDEC, which is a corruption-busting body or unit within the NPA. You know, but fast forward to this day, Advocate Johnson has made me to eat a humble pie. If it can be thoroughly probed and ventilated that indeed Advocate Johnson has compromised herself by meddling in Major General Khan's assault case. Oh, the president has to do the right thing. He must remove her and appoint a credible advocate who can oversee that critical body. Because as a country, we need a body such as that one. And then my last point, my dear sister, you know, corruption has become so deeply pervasive within the Republic. And to that effect, hands should be always on deck to can fight that scourge. And IDEC should be utilized to fight, and should not be utilized, rather, to fight or settle the functional battles within the SAPS and the crime intelligence. So that's my point this morning. So we'll be watching the probing of the advocate, what is going to happen, and the president has to take the right decision thereafter. That is my point this morning. But I remain a very proponent of women empowerment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Lourdes. And I think we definitely need more male allies in this in our ability to ensure equality in the system. But you're right, and I mean, of course, we don't attribute this alleged misbehavior to the fact that she is a woman. But Lourdes, I take your point about your disappointment. I felt exactly the same way. You know, we were first exposed to Andrea Johnson as the media when she was involved in the Oscar Pistorius case. She was working very closely with Gerry Nel on that case. And, you know, she remained very much in the background. But he made it a point of saying, you know, that she played a huge role in getting a conviction in that case, because she was really good at what she did at some stage. And she was on a wonderful trajectory, I think, given the work that she had done. She's clearly a very smart woman. But imagine if this were true, if it were true that she allowed this to happen to Dineo Mukwele, that this would be awful. Because, I mean, this would essentially, if it's found to be true, derail her career entirely. And she's therefore implicated in a crime now. I think it's awful, really, when someone starts off so well and you have so much hope. Here's a powerful woman in the system who knows what she's doing. And, you know, if they squander that opportunity, it really, really is so disappointing. Bashimane in Limpopo is on the line to us. Bashimane, good morning.
Morning to your listeners as well.
Yes, go ahead, Bashimani. What's on your mind?
Yeah, remember, I called some time back regarding traditional leadership and land. So we spoke to a professor that asked us to contact some lawyers.
Yes, yes.
So there's two issues here, my sister. We spoke to a couple of lawyers. We even spoke to legal aid, which is, I think, is free. But they said they couldn't assist us because we don't have documents to show the ownership of the land, despite the fact that we are one of the first peoples to be there. So then the other issue, with regards to the community still feels, or they still need someone from government to come and explain the document, because they feel, because with the other lawyers, they need to donate money which they feel or they don't have, and why would they donate money for something that they know is theirs, they own, and the law protects them. So they feel, or at least someone from government should come and explain how can they assist them, because the document says they are protected in law. So it's becoming a problem, because some of the members feel if they cannot get assistance, they'll have to defend their land physically. So we don't want to take it to that extent.
Yes,
we are appealing to you guys, if you can get someone from government or anyone who can assist us in terms of law to deal with this problem. Because it's becoming something...
Yeah, no, we'll try. We'll try. And as I said, it's very tricky. My honest opinion, and I could be completely wrong about this, and I'm prepared to be shown up to be wrong if this is true. But my suspicion is that you're not going to get someone from government out there now. I'll tell you why. They don't want to upset traditional leaders before an election. And
okay.
That's my suspicion. Bashibane. I could be wrong, but I think
my
it's going
sister,
to be.
If it's the law, because even with the immigration thing, people have been already complaining about migration, and the government was ignorant until look what's happening now.
Yeah, but you got a critical mass. That's the thing. You got a critical mass of people going out onto the streets, right? And that's what made government take notice. It's difficult with small communities like yours.
But again, my sister, you're saying that, like the other guy said, and even the professor says, this thing is happening all over the country. So you understand?
I see.
So we don't want to wait until it becomes like the immigration issue, when there's government must interfere, because there's law that protects the citizens from this kind of traditional leadership behavior. If they cannot stick to their documents because they are afraid of the elections, what does that mean to us as citizens?
Yeah. Okay, Bashimani, hang on there. Let's see if we can try and get hold of someone, one of the, maybe even the South African Human Rights Commission, and see if they can't assist you with this, because that may be the only way of resolving this. But we won't abandon you. We'll try to find an avenue that we can give you, and maybe the Human Rights Commission or one of these other organizations that does legal work pro bono can assist with this. All right, we'll take a short break and I'll take your calls when we come back.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
If there's one thing we've got to learn as humanity from Madiba, it is how he never allows any trappings, any status, any sense of importance to get between him and that very fundamental place of being a boy from Kum.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy, reflect, remember, and continue the conversation only on SAfm.
The Road Traffic Infringement Authority is now implementing Phase 2 of the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act. ATO is now being rolled out in 62 municipalities, including the following municipal areas: the City of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality, Mfuleni Local Municipality, the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality, the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality. ATO is a national road safety intervention aimed to improve the behaviour of the road users. As the RTIA, we are here to help you resolve the adjudication of your infringements quickly and easily. Don't wait until it's too late. For any ATO-related inquiries, call 0861 227 861 or visit https://online.auto.gov.za. ATO compliance for safer driving.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Just gone 9:22 here on the Daily Discourse. One of you says on the WhatsApp line, "Hi Joanne, I totally understand people begrudging looking after criminals in prison. Unfortunately, they have to be fed or they will die. However, I don't see why all prisoners are not subjected to free labour for communities that are battling with services. You get your meals, but you work for it by serving society. How fulfilling it would be to see an ex-minister digging trenches for the same communities they stole from. Would be a magnificent thing. Everyone will be happy this way, and a massive deterrent to lazy criminals looking for shortcuts in life," says Naveen in Durban. Naveen, I think we'd all like to see that. We really would. I'm not sure if the laws on forced labour allow for it, though. I know that the current Correctional Services Minister, Peter Groenewald, had spoken about it, but I'm not sure whether it is actually legally possible. So that may put a spoke in the, or put a spanner in the works. This is one of your voice notes on money being recovered, although people are not being held accountable.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Matebola. Yeah, I would like to thank the SIU for recovering those lot of money which was looted at Tembisa Hospital. But you ask yourself, where are those people who were giving tenders to Abu Mahumela and Abu Ket Matlale and Abu Mkwanas and everything that is happening from the municipality level to the national level? Where are those people who were authorizing those tenders? You know, this country, this country got a lot of money, but we still go to the MIF Bank, World Bank, to borrow money so that these people who are connected, they will loot again. No, man, it is painful. Good morning, this is Matebola.
Thank you so much for that. And you're so right. The kingpins never drop, right? It's always the fall guy at the bottom, the low-hanging fruit. It's easy to catch those people and convict them, but the people who've set everything in motion and who benefit the most from it are rarely caught and convicted. Bonakele in Khayelitsha is on the line to us. You want to speak about a whistleblower's family. Bonakele, good morning.
A very good morning, JJ. Yes, first thing that I would like to ask about family members who lose their family, who happens to be a whistleblower. Do they get compensation after his or her death?
Currently not, Bonakele. Yeah, that's not a thing yet, unfortunately.
And the other thing I was thinking, you know, everybody complains about corruption in this country, and people complain, and in fact, a rate of unemployment is very high. So why this government of national unity? I'm saying this government of national, I'm not going to say ANC government, because I know, for me, I know for a fact it's a government of national unity. Whether someone who listens right now and say, no, Bonagel is talking nonsense, it's a government of the ANC, there's no such thing. ANC didn't get enough votes so as to lead and become the government of. It is the government of national unity.
Yes.
Why they don't create jobs for more whistleblowers? They pay them and telling. In fact, even when someone applies and get a job for a whistleblower, knowing fully aware if you get caught, you are risking your life, or whether, because it's something that we need to fight. Everybody complains about corruption. So that people can, I can do that, but knowing fully aware once you are employed, you're taking this job under your risk, under the risk of perhaps you might lose your life or whatever. You understand?
But Bonakela, do you know where I think the problem is? I mean, if you look at all the efforts there is whistleblowing legislation, it's moving at a snail's pace right now. I think the problem is whistleblowers are a problem for a lot of people in government right now, because they're the guys who are exposing the corruption, right? So it's not in the interests of people currently in government and formerly in government and belonging to particular political parties. It's not in any of their interests to look after the whistleblowers. Why would you? If they are putting your looting at risk.
I absolutely agree with you. But why they don't create and say, look, we're employing whoever wants to do a whistleblower job. Come forward.
It's not a profession as such. The way it works is that people in particular positions in companies are sometimes able to get access to information that leads them to believe that something untoward is going on. And so in that position, in whatever position they are, Babita Deokran's probably a good example. As an accountant, she would have looked at the books and she would have said, oh, hang on, something weird is going on here. And she would have flagged that. So whistleblowing is not a profession. It's people who are in positions who turn whistleblowers because they've uncovered some sort of information that is useful in pointing out alleged corruption.
No, I fully understand. No, it's okay. No, anyway, have a nice one. Great.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you, Bonakele. Bye-bye. Dudu Mieni is on the line to us from Soweto. Good morning, Dudu. Hi. Dudu, are you with us?
To your team.
Hi.
I want you to help me about the land claim in KZN. Their head office is in Pietermaritzburg. I started applying for this claim in 1995, but till today we have never been compensated. Instead, what they did, they compensated the people who never used to stay in that area. Otherwise, I'm in Joburg, but the land is for my parents, my late parents.
Okay.
It is in Limit Hill. So I thought maybe I can phone you to help me and find out from those authorities in Pietermaritzburg where the head office of the land claim is.
Okay. Dudu, what area in particular were your parents forcibly removed from?
In Limit Hill, in Ladysmith, in KZN.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is put you back to Genewe. Please will you give her the details of where the land was, who was the owners of the land, whether your parents were alive when the claim was made, and so forth, and the closest office, I think you said, was Pietermaritzburg, and we will try and follow up on that for you. Thank you for flagging that with us. All right, one of you on the WhatsApp line talking about money, talking about Andrea Johnson actually at the Madlanga Commission.
Says Joey, hi, are you well? This is JCK Kaunda from Musina. Says Joey, D-Day today for Miss Andrea Johnson. It's do or die. Andrea Johnson has no leg to stand. She's a person of interest. She was used by politicians and top cops. She's found wanting when it comes to leaking of information, sitting on the panel of interview where her husband was being interviewed for the job, and at the end the husband was given job, which means the husband scored maximum points. Oh, I feel sorry and shame for Miss Andrea Johnson. Let me rest my case for now. JCK, Kaunda from Sina.
Thank you, JCK, for that. You're a very nice person to feel sorry for people whom I think should answer for what it is they are alleged to have done. And there she is, JCK, good timing. Andrea Johnson, the Madlanga Commission, the commissioners have just sat down, and there's Andrea Johnson in her red dress, and she is looking much better than we assumed she was last week, and is all ready to testify. So her testimony is beginning as we speak right now at the Madlanga Commission. 9:30 on the Daily Discourse. Let's connect with Anne Musa for your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the National Prosecuting Authority says alleged Tembisa Hospital looting kingpin Hangwani Maumela will face criminal charges linked to tender fraud allegations. This comes after the High Court granted a forfeiture order for assets worth about 326 million rand, allegedly acquired through proceeds from contracts at Tembisa Hospital. The Johannesburg Magistrates Court is this morning expected to make a ruling in suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi's bail application. Mkwanazi, together with Madlanga Commission's witness K, are in custody for their alleged involvement in the 2023 Precious Stones heist in Johannesburg. And the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen has vowed to respond firmly to any move to disrupt the maritime traffic through the Bab al-Mandab Strait, the southern gateway to the Red Sea. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9:31 on the Daily Discourse, and we're taking your calls as well as your voice notes at this hour. One of you says on the WhatsApp line, I wonder how many other municipality accountants decided not to whistleblow after seeing what happened to Babita, says Jen in Cape Town. So true, Jen. I mean, if a clear message such as that doesn't put the fear of God into you about what could happen, I don't know what will. But we were marveling before we actually came on air about people actually killing someone for the purpose of something like a car or a property. And it's very hard to get your head around that you think that somebody should die so you can have not just one fancy car, but a fleet of them and a whole bunch of properties around the world, around the country, in some of the most expensive areas that you can't occupy all at the same time. I mean, it blows your mind that people would do this for greed, doesn't it? One of you says, good morning, Joanne, and the issue regarding Maumela is a circus, as boy is being treated special. And look, even now we are talking about a network or a group of thugs that are linked to him, but surprisingly he is roaming the streets as Sodi is out there without knowing about his trial. Again, Karim is out there despite being part of the syndicate with Hangwani, but this one is out, and also the car dealers must be held accountable as they sell to these criminals without following proper procedures. And the IDAC has also failed to make arrests because it is linked to the criminals, says TG. HTG, sometimes it makes your head spin, doesn't it? Everything that is, when you look at it, at the aggregated information and what it points to. It just goes to show what level of work is going to be needed to weed out all the corruption. It is a sickness in our country. It really is. Charlie in Koffiefontein is on the line to us. Charlie, hi. What's on your mind this morning? Oh, Charlie, we've got a bad line to you. Let me come back to you and let's take a call from Neil on corruption at the Buffalo municipality. Neil, good morning.
Yes, morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to make my central point is that the running of municipalities there can't be politicians involved. I mean, it's going to kill us what's happening. We know what's happening in Port Elizabeth. And in East London, it's just chaos. Let me just give you a quick snippet into what's happening in the Buffalo municipality. This is something that's gone on for decades, and it's full public knowledge. And you can ask anyone, and I've spoken to two guys when I was on a recent business trip that personally paid bribes to have their electricity and water accounts adjusted. So they're running two scams there, and there can't be many people involved, and it's so well known. So you can get your debt written off. It costs you X amount. I can give you phone numbers of people now that will organize it for you, number one. Gosh. Number two, the most insidious, though, is they've got this scam going, right? You suddenly get a shock bill. Let's say it's 20 grand. In the meantime, what's happened is they've adjusted the meter, the account to show huge. Now you go to, 20 grand, we must... You go in there, you negotiate. They settle for 10. In the meantime, they balloon the amount, so it's fictitious. But you come along and settle your 20 grand, you pay in 10. They take that 10 and just pocket it. And that's how, Joanne, you will not understand the level of public knowledge in this. I spent a week in East London, and we did a lot of entertaining, so there's a lot of loose talk with alcohol.
Yeah.
Story after story. Then they tell you about the guys that try and whistleblow that have been killed over the years, and they just name them, one after the other.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't tell me where a municipality is run by the ANC that is not public knowledge within the leadership. They don't know exactly what's going on. But it's part of the mafia and this thing that's got people, and as soon as you try and raise your voice, you're going to die. And the people get told it. I've been told personally by people who've been threatened to want to whistleblow. They just keep their mouths shut because they know you're going to die if you open up your mouth in that municipality. So I say, to hell with all of those people that are crooked in that Bafokeng municipality. And guys, please, let's stand up. Let's get rid of these guys in the municipality. It's so corrupt because they protect each other. And then you're sitting in a situation where your leadership, run by the ANC, is participating in this gangsterism. So from the top down, you've got this whole, and it's all part of the patronage system. Remember, allowing corruption to happen is part of paying people. You allow them to get away with it,
yes,
so that you buy their patronage and their goodwill.
Yeah.
And so you corrupt the whole system from the top down.
Neil, it is such a worrying thing. And you know, at the number of calls we get, I can't tell you how many complaints we get from our listeners about what's going on in Buffalo municipality. I feel like there just needs to be a critical mass of people who will... who will take that municipality on and say, we want to remove you. And there's got to be an investigation into that municipality.
There's no will, Joanne. That's a problem. There's no will.
Yeah, I guess so. But also the lines of patronage are such that people are benefiting from it at higher levels. And consequently, they have no interest in unraveling the corruption in that municipality. Thank you, Neil, for flagging
the running
that
of those
with us.
municipalities so
No,
that
definitely.
they're run by non-politicians.
Well, technocrats, exactly. That's what we need in all the municipalities. But, whether or not we're going to see that in the near future, I very much doubt it, Neil, unfortunately.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Dr. K.M. Khosa Online Medical Services recognizes the importance of your time. Instead of waiting in doctor's offices or traveling, you can now take advantage of telephonic consultation, prescribed medication, and sick note right from the comfort of your home. Starting from just 330, access prompt and expect advice convincingly from your phone. Our team of qualified nurses, doctors, and medical health professionals available 24/7. Contact us at 063-838-1495.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings, and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Heading for 20 minutes to 10 on the Daily Discourse, and 59 years since the tragic death of Chief Albert Luthuli, the Luthuli Foundation is calling for history to be revisited and rewritten. The official commemoration of Luthuli's death is being conceived differently this year to include a Nobel Foundation call for the memory of the late President General of the African National Congress to be remembered. He was murdered in 1967. Family spokesperson and grandson of Chief Luthuli, Sandile Luthuli, joins us to explain further. Good morning, Mr. Luthuli, and welcome to the Daily Discourse. Your grandfather is a historical, political and cultural figure, yet until last year, the actual cause of his death was incorrectly recorded. What has it meant to you to have the facts of your grandfather's death revisited through the Pietermaritzburg High Court case last year?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the listeners. For us as a family and the broader South African society and his organization, the African National Congress,
it was a vindication of what we had known for decades, that the whole story about him having been killed by in a train accident was propaganda, at the hands of the apartheid government. And therefore, the judgment of Judge Nompumelelo Radebe came as much relief for us as a family. Yes, Joanne.
Yes. I mean, just remind us of what the findings of that case were. And I know it's difficult to speak about, but please just remind us of what the judge's actual findings were in that case.
So the key findings in that judgment were that he died of cerebral fracture and hemorrhage as a result of assault. So it became very clear that there was no train, but it was a deliberately perpetrated assault. The second key aspect of the finding was that there were certain state actors who directly perpetrated this act, and those belonged to the South African Railway at the time. So the judgment identifies the key departments and the persons who were directly involved in the commission of this murder. The third aspect of the judgment then goes on to identify actors who became complicit in the subsequent cover-up. Those being the people in the hospital, the Department of Health, those being people in the Justice Department, chief of whom was the magistrate who presided over that inquest in 1967, as well as the police, who did a very, very shoddy job of actually investigating the circumstances around the murder of Chief Luthuli.
I mean, nonetheless, there are dozens of sources that continue to list Chief Luthuli's death as occurring from a train accident. How do you feel about that, Mr. Luthuli?
Well, this is exactly what today is all about. You know, the judgment it was a very, very important injunction brought about by Judge Radebe. The work that confronts us now and the work that we are embarking upon or have even begun embarking upon is to then rewrite that history to correctly reflect that last chapter in Chief Albert Luthuli's life. You know, the issue of the train accident still lives in school curricula, history curricula. That history, you will still find it in museums around the country and some even globally. That incorrect narration of the cause of his death, you still find very much in online platforms. It only takes a Google search for you to still come across it. And today, together with partners, we are identifying or have identified all of these areas that we are committing ourselves to saying we need to correct all of these things.
How will you go about doing that, Mr. Luthuli? Given that there are financial implications, there are implications around the rewriting of books potentially, the restocking of libraries. It sounds like quite a mammoth task.
No, it is a massive task. So there are certain key stakeholders that we have identified. I will just take you through a few of them. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, from a museum point of view, they become a key ally in terms of, doing those changes, albeit in a phased manner. The Department of Basic Education, there is little that one can do about, books that have already been written and are out there circulating. A recall would not serve much purpose. However, new editions that are going to be printed need to correctly reflect the judgment of October 2025.
Yes.
People like GCIS will be brought on board.
All right.
And at a global level, this is where people like the Nobel Foundation become critically important for us. They have a far greater reach than we do,
Yes,
So it's about strategically identifying the partners you want to achieve in the process.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. That is Sandile Luthuli, the family spokesperson and grandson of Chief Albert Luthuli, working with the Nobel Foundation and other partners to try and revisit the memory of his grandfather's death and have history essentially revised to reflect the truth that came through in that finding.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Well, one of you called into the show last week to say he was really worried about the effects of El Nino on the country. He asked us to look into it and its effects on our climate and environment. And we thought we should add to that the issue of our agriculture during periods when El Nino becomes the dominant weather phenomenon. So we've asked two experts to join us. Climatologist Simon Gear will set the scene while agricultural economist Wandile Sihlobo explains the implications for our maize crops, given that maize is a staple in this country. Let me start with you, Simon Gear. Good morning and welcome. I understand we've just emerged from La Nina. What exactly is El Nino?
So El Nino is the other... good morning, Joe. Lovely to chat to you again.
Thank you.
El Nino is the opposite side of La Nina. La Nina is a cooling of temperatures in the Pacific, and that has a knock-on effect, which generally means better rainfall for Southern Africa. El Nino is a warming and a weakening of the winds over the Pacific, and that knock-on effect sets the scene for drier summer rainfall over Southern Africa, but it only accounts for about 30% of our variability. So there's still some uncertainty, but it definitely tips the scale towards a drier season.
And when do we expect El Nino to kick in?
So it's beginning to move into an El Nino phase now, and then we typically expect it we're expecting it to strengthen through the course of the rest of the year and into the new year. These things tend to run on a sort of 2 to 3.5 year cycle.
Okay, interesting indeed. Simon Gear, stay with us, please. I'm going to bring Wandile Sihlobo, the Presidential Envoy on Agriculture and Land, into the conversation. Mr. Sihlobo, hi there, welcome. How concerned are you about the supply of maize in this country with El Nino's entry into the fray?
John, I think this time around is different than some of the harsh El Nino seasons we've had. You will remember yourself and Simon that in recent memory, probably the 2015-16 was one of the harshest one, which of course the implications for agriculture were devastating. We had to be importing grain from Mexico. Livestock was also very bad. Animals were dying and all of that situation. This time around, though, I think there are two major factors that make the environment slightly better. One being that we are ending a La Nina season, which has had a much more prolonged rainy period, all the way through to mid-May. And you'll appreciate that typically summer rains in South Africa end somewhere around about March, beginning of April. So this means that soil moisture and water levels in dams are in better condition and grazing fields are not as bad. So that's the first part of this. And of course, those water levels are important for irrigating our fruit and vegetables that are all 100% under irrigation. The second aspect is that we are now at a period where South Africa is having a record grain harvest. In fact, in maize that you're asking about, Joanne, we are having a record maize harvest of about 17.3 million tons. And we need, as a country, about 12 million tons. And on top of that, there were also some stocks that we carried over from a previous season. That doesn't mean we won't be impacted, but it does place us at a position where at least we have some nice cushion going into next year. Depending then, as Simon was explaining, on how severe that El Nino will be, then we will be watching what the impact of that will be on the agricultural season, which starts from about mid-October. But I think these two factors, better soil moisture, higher dam levels, as well as the grain supplies that we have, place us in a better position to an extent that, Joanne, we think that for household levels, even food price inflation won't be in those 2016 level where it was over 10%. We think that food prices will probably be increasing at a much more moderate pace compared to back then.
Well, that really is good news. Is there a way to better prepare for the start of El Nino?
I mean, and as best as we can tell on our end is that we as a country, long term, we have to be investing a lot on seed breeding, making sure that we have certain cultivars that can withstand harsher climatic conditions, because amongst many aspects that I think Simon and the colleagues that look at these things closely, they're knowledgeable about. I think us, who are the agricultural sector, we have to be thinking about how do we lean on technological advancements as a way of adapting to these harsher climatic conditions. It's El Nino now that we're talking about, but it will be another disaster at some point. And I think that technology to allow us to adapt better, building more dams in general as a country and improving our water management is one of those systems. But I would say that investment on better cultivars that withstand harsher climatic conditions is a medium to long-term thing that as a country we have to be focusing on it very seriously, government and private sector.
So, Wandile Sihlobo, we're going to leave it with you there because I know you have to rush off. Thank you for making the time to speak to us this morning. Simon Gear, let me bring you back into the conversation. What effect does El Nino have on our weather patterns, particularly where rainfall is concerned?
Yeah, so what it does is it elevates temperatures, and it's so that's a very, very strong signal, and we're already in a period now over the last 10 to 20 years where temperatures have been consistently above the average, and the reference we use for that is from the 1960s to 1990 is the benchmark, and we've been above that, for pretty much as long as I've been a professional climatologist. So we're definitely in a warmer temperature period, and El Nino further elevates that. So we've got that problem, plus we've got this tendency of drier conditions in El Nino years, and certainly most of our severe droughts in South Africa over the eastern parts of the country, and which is all the grain-growing areas, have tended to happen in El Nino periods. So there's definitely that much, much higher risk.
And how long can El Nino last?
So it's a cycle that goes in total 7 years from El Nino to La Nina, but typically about 2 to 3 years for the El Nino cycle. So it is enough that you could probably, if you've got a grain farm that is marginal, it's long enough that it could put those people under.
I mean, that is a really worrying thing because we're a water-scarce country as it is. When there's a potential drought on the cards, it often means very, very hard times for businesses and households alike. Is there a way we can mitigate against this as ordinary citizens?
I mean, what Wandile said was largely true, that the way we mitigate against El Nino and against climate change is by strengthening processes, making sure technology is used appropriately, and the one thing that I think he might have been a little bit too optimistic on is the idea of building more dams. All our rivers are pretty much as dammed as they can be. You can't just continue to build dams in a river, because obviously you're taking that water out of the system, because the reason you build a dam is to be able to extract the water and then use it elsewhere. And so you reach a point below which you can't build further dams, because then you'll dry out the river downstream. And they're not too many opportunities in South Africa to build further large dams that could be used for agriculture. So it is very, very good that we're thinking about this in the medium term, how to deal with an El Nino, and all of the programs and processes that we'd put in place to protect us from El Nino are the same as the ones that will protect us from climate change.
So interesting. I guess water conservation will have to become even more important in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I mean it's tricky if you're growing maize in an area where you can't rely on rainfall. You can't really conserve water more than you're currently using. Essentially, you can do sensible things like watering only at night and so on. Using a lot of the more water conservatory mechanisms. Certainly, the Israelis are very, very good at that. But it would also shift agriculture maybe away from crops like maize, which require an enormous acreage, to more high-value crops, certainly on the individual farmer level, where they can be more selective about the way that they water.
Very interesting indeed, and I think we need to have a longer conversation about this. Very good chatting to you after all this time. Simon Gear, he is a climatologist. All right, 4 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Listening into some of your voice notes at this hour. One of you is speaking about the COGTA minister commenting on initiation.
Hi, Johan and the SAfmRadio. Now, Johan, I think that position of the president of IFP here in the government, the misappointed him. He's supposed not to be on that position because in Zulu culture, they don't go into the mountain, they don't go into the circumcision school. So they should have giving to a person from maybe Xhosa land or from the Pedi land, because are those people who they are the dealers of that, going to the mountain of the circumcision school. Things will be fine, by the way.
Thank you very much for that. Charlie in Koffiefontein is on the line to us. Charlie, sorry about that bad line earlier. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right. I want to talk about a lawyer by the name of Stephanie Saudi Dabani. She has been appointed by Leon Schreiber to sit on the Immigration Advisory Board.
Mm-hmm.
So basically means that she advises the Department of Home Affairs regarding the immigration policy and issues like this.
Okay.
Now, the same woman who sits on the Department of Home Affairs is now suing the same Department of Home Affairs because why? She's representing Chidima, who's now the Miss Nigeria contestant. Now, I want to find out if there's not a conflict of interest. You are serving one party, you have been appointed by one government department, but in the same breath, you are suing the same government that you say you're working for as a lawyer, because she's exclusively only deals in immigration issues. So I would really appreciate it if we can get the Minister of Home Affairs, Leon Schreiber, on your show and ask her, is that allowed in our country that she has appointed someone to his advisory board of immigration, then the same person who's supposed to advise the department on immigration issues now goes around and defends the Nigeria, Chidima, and then sues the Department of Home Affairs, the department which is supposed to be employed by and advice on.
All right. Thank you for flagging that with us, Charlie. Look, we can try to get the Home Affairs Minister on. I must be very honest with you. It's been impossible. We've been trying to get him onto this show since I started on the 7th of April. We send multiple emails. We communicate with his department. Both Kenewe and Melissa communicate with different people in his department. To date, we've not been able to get Leon Schreiber onto the program. The irony is the former Home Affairs Minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, is more likely to phone in and respond of his own accord when we talk about issues involving home affairs. But we cannot get the current minister on, and his communications people just seem to be refusing to bring him onto the program for some reason. I don't know whether there's a concern that he's going to face difficult questions on this program, because, as you know, everyone who comes here is questioned with the same level of interest and tenacity. But, for some some reason, Minister Leon Schreiber does not want to be on this program. All indications are that every opportunity he has been offered to be on this program, every opportunity has been declined. So I don't know what the fear is about coming on to the Daily Discourse. I'd like to put it out there to Minister Schreiber's people again. Is there a reason that you will not bring him on to this program? Please bring him on for an hour. Let us have an important conversation with him. Our listeners, who are also citizens and voters in this country, would like to hear from him, and we'd love to offer him this platform to be able to speak to us about his work in the country. So let's put it out there that way at this time, Charlie, and let's hope we get some sort of result from the Home Affairs Ministry. 10 o'clock on the Daily Discourse, and Musa has your latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, Ishmael Dawood hands himself over at Hillbrow Police Station and Advocate Johnson appears before the Matlanga Commission. Good morning. Senior Crime Intelligence Officer Ishmael Dawood, who faces assault and extortion charges, has handed himself over at the Hillbrow Police Station in Johannesburg this morning. He was immediately detained and is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court soon. Police raided Dawood's home in Sandhurst on Friday as part of the extortion and assault investigation. Dawood reportedly stated the case is not linked to his police job, but a civil matter that was already resolved years ago. The head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has taken the stand at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. The start of a testimony is, however, stalled by administrative issues relating to Johnson's failure to provide subpoenaed documents relating to intelligence head Dumisani Khumalo. Johnson has told the Commission that she does not have the documents and those in charge of the required documents don't report to her. Advocate Apla Botlani is the legal representative for IDAC and Johnson.
My instructions are the documents concerning the arrest and prosecutions relating to General Khumalo and others are no longer in the possession of Ms. Johnson, nor is she responsible for them. What I understand, Chair, is that since the 18th of June or thereabout, Ms. Johnson asked that she be relieved of the responsibility to deal with those matters given what was said at some point even about her personally. She felt that she is conflicted and therefore should not be the one leading those processes.
The National Prosecuting Authority says alleged Tembisa Hospital looting kingpin Hangwani Maumela will face criminal charges linked to tender fraud allegations. This comes after the High Court granted a forfeiture order for assets worth about 326 million rand, allegedly acquired through proceeds from contracts at Tembisa Hospital. Over 2 billion rand was looted during the COVID-19 pandemic, allegedly by 3 syndicates, including the Maumela Syndicate. The investigation was launched after whistleblower Babita Dukaran, who worked for the Gauteng Health Department, was killed in August 2021. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago says law enforcement agencies are working to bring the case to court.
Definitely he will. It doesn't matter that the Hawks are busy investigating because it takes a higher level of information and evidence to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Therefore, there's a unit in the NPA called the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit that is busy working, guiding the investigation with the Hawks. And once all of that is done and they are ready, they will then do the criminal side. We wanted to deal with the forfeiture because sometimes we have a situation where these people use the same money that they would have taken from government to fight government.
The Johannesburg Magistrates Court is this morning expected to make a ruling in suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi's bail application. Mkwanazi, together with Madlanga Commission's witness K, are in custody for their alleged involvement in the 2023 precious stones heist in Johannesburg. The state, represented by prosecutor Zweletu Mata, told the court it was not opposing bail.
It appears that as we stand, there is no indication that the applicants before this court are flightless. There is no indication that they will not cooperate or they will evade their trial. And for that reason, we then submit to the Honorable Court that the state has no basis to oppose bail.
And finally, the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen has vowed to respond firmly to any move to disrupt maritime traffic through the Bab al-Mandab Strait, the southern gateway to the Red Sea. The announcement follows the declaration by the Houthi movement that it would impose a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia. The BBC's Kashayar Junaidi has the details.
Is a very important strait, equal to Strait of Hormuz maybe, and Houthis, who are considered to be Iranian proxies, they are trying to put pressure on the export of oil from Saudi Arabia. What these Houthis are trying to do is putting pressure on the Saudi oil exports, further increasing pressure on the Americans because they believe that this will help jack up energy prices in the global market.
Recapping the top stories, Senior Crime Intelligence Officer Ismail Dawood, who faces assault and extortion charges, has handed himself over at the Hillbrow Police Station in Johannesburg this morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
10:07 here on the Daily Discourse. Welcome to the second hour of our show. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you, and we're having some fascinating conversations. We are talking in this hour about the issue of independent schools being built by the city of Joburg, allegedly overbuilt, because they've been reclassified as public enterprises. We'll be speaking to them in just a short while. And then we'll also be talking about the issue of illegal mining and what that is costing the country. And it seems like it may be a more complex issue that we think of on the face of it. So we're going to try and get a sense of why it's so difficult for small-scale miners to establish businesses and become profitable in this country. But we were also having a conversation off air a moment ago about the issue of gold that is smuggled out of South Africa and the kind of gold price distortions that occur in the destinations to which it's smuggled. And of course, then that has international implications as well for a country like South Africa that is not keeping a good hold on where its gold is going. All right, I'll listen to some of your voice notes first.
Good morning, Joanne, and your listeners. Joanne, you know what makes me so sad in South Africa? It's to see how criminals are connected. You have to know somebody, you have to be relate to somebody to commit crime. When you look at the people that have been voting for the ANC, putting them in the top, but today they look down at them as if they don't even know them. Thanks, Lucy in Gauteng.
Good morning, Joanne. Joanne, just a quick one on this issue of this traffic regulation that is being put in place. What do ordinary citizens have, or the powers that ordinary citizens have? Because looking at the conditions of our roads, those roads are not even car-worthy. But then yes, on the other hand, the government is so hard on motorists. What powers do we have on the conditions of the road? Thank you.
Morning, Joanne, SAFM listeners, Prince in Durban. Joanne, this system, this tender procurement system, this system of outsourcing our basic services to private contractors. Why does it seem like the government is forcing this system into the public, even though it has shown itself and continue to show itself beyond reasonable doubt that it's just not working? It has too much side effects to the public. So why is it still operational up until now? The Teguini water issue right now is a very good example of what I'm saying.
I suppose on the face of it, you need experts. You need to bring in experts who specialize in particular areas. The problem is that people in government have got fingers in those private pies as well. And that, I think, is where things are going wrong. As to the state of our roads, government is a law unto itself in certain ways. It doesn't matter whether we pay our taxes and we pay for those roads to be in a particular condition. They can bring in any laws and they can apply their laws. It makes it more difficult for us as citizens to be able to ensure that our rights are respected. Having said that, look at the civil disobedience campaign in regard to e-tolling and the effect that had. They've had to scrap it in the end. And so I think in certain cases, civil disobedience can be an answer. 11 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse, and a few weeks ago one of our loyal listeners alerted me to a situation where independent schools in Johannesburg are being charged the same property rates as public enterprises. Our listener shared a court order with me in which the schools challenged the city over the rates and won the case, but it seems the city of Johannesburg is pushing on with its initial manner of billing. This has left many private schools seriously out of pocket. Just so you're aware, we invited the city onto the programme to give us their side of the story, but we just received a short note back to say the matter's still in court, so they won't be participating. Let's get to the bottom of this with Executive Director at the Independent Schools Association of South Africa, Lebogang Montjane. Mr. Montjane, good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse. Please explain to me how the city has been invoicing independent schools for property taxes.
Good morning, Joanne. I'm really, as your listeners, I am actually not surprised that this city's administration is not interested in serving the people of the city. And what I mean by that is that we wrote to the mayor before we started this litigation, highlighting the city's duty of care for the children of the city and that they have a constitutional obligation to protect the right to a basic education. And what happened, Joanne, is this. So effectively, no not-for-profit schools are being classified as businesses by the city. We've pleaded with the city many times to ask them not to treat not-for-profit companies as businesses. They insist on doing so. They have lost their case in the Johannesburg High Court that we brought against the city on behalf of SAfmRadio member schools and other independent schools. And then they did what we had anticipated, is that they appealed to the Supreme Court of Appeal. Now, Joanne, then what they started doing is shutting off schools. For example, we've got a member school called Salvation Christian School in Brixton. Their fees, Joanne, for a full year is 380 rands per year. That's 280 rand a month. Most of those children are coming from informal settlements, and the city and its lawyer were proud to say that they switched off the electricity of that school for 2 weeks in the middle of winter.
I mean, this is really quite horrifying. I, of course, cannot ask you to comment on the city's behalf, but do you have any idea, even based on the City of Joburg's court papers, as to why they would perceive schools that are not-for-profit organizations as businesses?
Joanne, I think I'm still bemused by that. I grew up under apartheid, and I used to think about a Freedom Charter, which has found expression in the South African Constitution, which basically says the importance of education. Our dream was going to have a government that supports and gives quality education. Now, in Johannesburg, if you go downtown, downtown is now a residential area. All the schools down there are independent schools. Government has not built one public school in downtown Joburg. And then also in Joburg, as you know, we've got a net influx of people every year. So our public schools are at bursting points. So what has happened? Independent schools, which are not for profit, are opening up to provide a basic education. So you've got a school like City Kids in downtown Johannesburg, which is a not-for-profit. And even it was ironic that coming out of the hearing, you walk outside and you see children in school uniforms coming out of high-rise buildings. So I don't understand why the city insists that these are businesses when actually these schools are helping the government provide a basic education under law. But what really breaks my heart, Joanne, is that when you go to Salvazione, like a public school, it does a feeding scheme because, as you can see, the fees, these are very poor families. They feed those children 2 meals a day, a lunch, breakfast, and a snack in the afternoon, actually 3. And so when you switch off the electricity, what are those children going to eat? And those are most of the food that those children are going to get for that day. But it really is interesting to me because under Mayor Parks Dawu, who's now the Minister of Trade and Industry, he came to us and supported all schools, including independent schools. But this ANC-led mayor and government are determined to say children in the city do not deserve a good education, and only the very, very rich will do so. Because if they continue treating not-for-profit schools as businesses, they will simply close because they can't afford to operate.
So not-for-profit, the definition of that is quite important, Mr. Montjane, because many people listening to this would say, well, the not-for-profit schools I know of are very affluent schools in Johannesburg, right? How does the not-for-profit model work? What makes it a model that is not a commercial enterprise?
Effectively, what is important about a not-for-profit, Joanne, is that every fee that is paid, be it an affluent school or a low-fee school, is that all the money goes to the quality of education being given to the children. No money is being taken by private individuals as shareholders. So effectively, it is saying we prize education, we invest in education, and we will not take money for our individual selves as shareholders do in a for-profit company. So really that is, for example, Salvazione is supported by 3 schools that are affluent in the city. So they are helped with food, paying salaries and fees by 3 schools, St. Catherine's, Auckland Park Preparatory School, and the Ridge School. They help Salvazione with its operations. And those 3 are also not-for-profit schools. So they raise money from their parents. So really, education is thriving in the city. It is about making our future children better educated, and people are committed to make that investment. But this administration is determined to shut these schools and take money away from basic education. By the way, they have an obligation in terms of the South African Constitution not to limit the right to a basic education, and they hire lawyers who clearly do not understand the city's constitutional obligation, and I don't even understand why their lawyers are not telling the city that they are breaking their law. They have lost in the Johannesburg High Court. eThekwini tried to do a similar thing. They lost in the Supreme Court of Appeal, and I can tell you, I would be very surprised if the city doesn't lose in the Supreme Court of Appeal. And the worst thing about it, Joanne, when they lost a Section 18A application, which said, until they finish their appeals, they cannot charge schools commercial business rates. They appealed the judgment within several hours. They hadn't even considered the judgment, so they are determined to fight poor children in our city seeking a basic education.
All right, we're going to take a short break right now, Mr. Montjane. I'm going to ask you to stay with us, please, because we need to drill down a little more deeply into this matter. 18 minutes past 10, we'll bring you more in a moment.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's My Way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month. My Way insurance? Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to My Way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way. Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way. Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
SAfm. Why do we have a police protection? When I took the initiative, therefore, to say, what about communicating with the then Minister of Bantu Education to say, can you explain, what are you trying to achieve? But he decides to send the police to come and arrest me.
South Africa carries the weight of history and the power of possibility. In every township, village, city, in every skyline, in every anthem, there is resilience. South Africa, diverse, powerful, enduring.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
20 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. We're speaking to Lebogang Montjane, Executive Director of the Independent Schools Association of South Africa, about the city of Johannesburg having reclassified independent schools of all kinds as businesses and consequently increasing their municipal taxes. So we're continuing this conversation at this hour. And Mr. Montjane, let me start with this from a practical point of view. How much more are independent schools paying on average compared to what they were previously paying?
So, Joanne, unfortunately, I don't know that equation off the top of my head. But what I will say is this. So schools were paying 25% of the residential rate. So now they're now paying the business rate at 100. It's now at 100%. So really, but also here's something else which is very ironic, Joanne. So the Provincial Department of Education, the Gauteng Department of Education, provides a subsidy to independent schools. So about 19% of ISASA member schools are subsidized schools. And so what they do, Joanne, is that they say you're a not-for-profit, and also what is important is this. You cannot be a for-profit school to get a state subsidy in order for you to be able to be eligible for a state subsidy. So Salvation gets a state subsidy from the government that says you're a not-for-profit, and therefore we thank you for providing a basic education. Then the city of Joburg comes with its lawyers and says, no, even though we, the state, are subsidizing you, you're a business, I'm going to charge you what we will charge Pick and Pay, Woolworths, all other commercial entities, ShopRite, Checkers. You're paying a business like you're a business person, taking huge profits and giving it to shareholders. So that, I think, for us, is a great irony about the city of Johannesburg persistence on treating not-for-profit schools as for-profit.
So in other words, different tiers of government treat these schools differently.
Exactly.
Right. So let me ask you this. This case, as you said, went to court. It went to the Johannesburg High Court. You won that case, right, when the judgment was handed down. It's now gone to the Supreme Court of Appeal, as I understand it, for government to appeal the finding. Am I correct in saying that?
That is correct.
So explain to me, if this has now gone to the Supreme Court of Appeal, surely it suspends the city of Joburg's efforts to increase your rates at this hour, at this point, or do you simply have to keep on paying the commercial rates until the Supreme Court of Appeal decision has been reached?
Actually, that is a good point, Joanne. So effectively what it is this. So once a judgment, you lose a judgment. Once a judgment is appealed, its application and order is suspended, which means it doesn't apply. So then the city could go to could charge our schools commercial rates. But here's the question. Then we went in terms of Section 18.3 of the Supreme Court, Superior Court Act, and went basically to the court and said, no, the judgment must have application until the appeals go through. Then what happened? They lost that case, as we had anticipated they would, and within hours, they then put it on appeal. So now we're waiting for an urgent court hearing in the High Court for a 3-court panel to force the city not to implement the full cost of the full commercial rates onto our schools. So that is actually the battle that we're fighting now. We're hoping to get a hearing this week at the earliest, but effectively we're saying to the city, do not shut children's water and electricity off, especially during winter, because it impairs the ability of children to go to school. And the worst thing about it is, Joanne, it is the poor schools in Isasa and us in the city that cannot afford to pay the business rates. As you indicated, there's a perception that all schools are rich schools, but what for me really rankers is this. You can't say that the only schools that can exist in the city are for the super rich, and then those are the only ones that can pay business rates. But even then, that's going to increase fees. So you as a parent trying to struggle to give your children a good education, and those schools helping the state to provide a basic education will have to shut down, or only the very rich are going to be able to be independent schools. And I think that really makes me very angry when we're thinking that we've got a progressive constitution and we're supposed to be serving the poor in our country and the working poor. And as I told you about the example of our member school, 280 rands for everything included, 3 meals a day is a great price to pay, and many working parents can afford it. So now the city says those kinds of schools have no place. Let's only have the very rich schools that people can afford, and then we shut those schools down because they're not businesses anyway.
Interesting indeed. I want to listen to 2 of our voice notes from listeners, and I'd like you to respond to them, please, Mr. Montjane.
Thank you.
Good morning. Firstly, yes, private schools, they are a business. And you can see even the prices that they charge, that they are a business. It's only unfortunate that they are not paying their teachers like government pays them. Secondly, yes, when something has been appealed, then it means that judgment doesn't apply. So I think these private businesses or private schools, they should wait for the appeal before they start dancing up and down.
Morning, Joanne, and all listeners. Younger in Vanderbilt Park. Yeah, Joanne, no, I agree. Look, private schools must be treated as businesses because they are businesses and big businesses for that matter. And when you introduce the topic, I heard you saying they don't even make profit. I mean, that's incorrect. I'm not sure where did you take that information. They make millions of rands, these private schools. So they are businesses and they must be treated as such. Thank you.
So Mr. Montjane, how do you respond to those 2 listeners' voice notes?
Joanne, I think that for me is that hopefully this interview will enlighten our listeners. For example, as I indicated, Salvazione is an independent school, 280 rands per month. What I'm trying to say to you, and this is a clear example, that school charges lower fees than public schools. It charges lower fees. Please go to a quintile 5 or 4 school and find out if the fees are as low as 280 rands per month. You will not find that school. So the idea that every independent school is a business is an incorrect, factually incorrect position. What I will admit, though, is that there are some schools that are for profit, and those schools are clearly state that they are for profit. But also, ironically, it does show that these schools are not profiteering because they're not able to take, as the first listener indicated, they're not able to pay. Some of these schools are not able to pay the fees that they cannot pay their teachers the salaries that government is able to provide. But also, I think that this is an opportunity for a learning for your listeners. South Africa has 2 forms of education. It has public schools and independent schools. But we often think that they are separate, but it's not true. So what happens is there are some independent schools that are not for profit and get a subsidy. Public schools are divided into 5 quintiles. Quintile 1 to 3 are no-fee schools. Quintile 4 and 5 are fee-paying schools. The government pays everything in quintile 1 to 3 and actually quite little in quintile 4 to 5. There's a public school that is in quintile 5 where the government effectively pays for one teacher. The rest is paid for fees. So the division that we have in our minds that we have two systems is not true. We have one system serving South Africa's basic the rights of children, the basic education for South Africa's children. Interestingly enough, that is why Minister Mateka said every child in a basic education school is a school that she's responsible for, be it in public or independent, because that child is a South African child. So I think that we must not divide ourselves up in these notions that no, the rich are in private, the poor are in public. No, there are rich parents in both public and independent, and there are poor parents in both public and independent.
All right, thank you very much for explaining that to us, Lebogang Montjane. He's the Executive Director of the Independent Schools Association of South Africa. 10:30 here on the Daily Discourse. On Delambana standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the news headlines, Senior Crime Intelligence Officer Ismail Dawood, who faces assault and extortion charges, has handed himself over to the Hillbrow Police Station in Johannesburg this morning. Matlanga Commission Evidence Leader Advocate Mahlape Silo says the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption was required yesterday to produce documents relating to the arrest of Crime Intelligence Head Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo, and the NPA says alleged Tembisa Hospital looting kingpin Hangwani Maumela will face criminal charges over tender fraud allegations. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:31 on the Daily Discourse. Thanks very much for your messages and keep them coming as we continue our conversations on the Daily Discourse. Here's a voice note about the Home Affairs Minister.
Good morning, good day, Joanne and SAFM listeners. Evan, we have not found. I remember a few weeks back you were looking for Minister of Home Affairs to come there and account. They are the ones who were blaming the ANC for not being accountable when they were in the opposition bench. Now they're in government. When we want them to come forward to account, they don't want to come. It's so I'm so shocked. You've been looking for him for the past 4 or 5 weeks there, back there. He has not come forward as yet. What is wrong with the DA now? Now they're in government, they no longer care. It's true, politicians are the same, man. They are the same. Shame on the DA. Good morning, Smarumo and Maike.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we were speaking about actually in terms of communications. You know, particular parties, political parties handle their communications in particular ways. And we have found it more difficult to get hold of DA ministers since they've entered the cabinet. There are no two ways about it. Some of their communications staff are very, very good about getting back to you and setting up interviews, but we have been having trouble reaching a few DA ministers, and that has been a bit of an uphill battle for us, going to be quite honest with you there. All right, one of you speaking about the safety of whistleblowers.
Hi, Joanne, Willie in Kuma. Joanne, I don't encourage whistleblowing at all because really there's no guarantee that you're going to be safe. And then our country failed completely to protect the whistleblowers. At each and every institution, there should be supervision, management. It's them who must do the whistleblowing, actually. Thanks. Willie and Kuma.
Willie, hi. You know, we need the brave people, right? In some cases, there are many whistleblowers who've suffered a lot, but have managed to bring things out into the public domain. I think Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi is a very good example of a whistleblower who decided to use his position to come out. I think, fortunately, he was not affected in the same way most other whistleblowers have been, because he came out, he did it very publicly, he had the kind of position where he could come out and hold a media briefing and have the whole country listen to him, and he hid in plain sight, right? So his safety probably emanates from that. But for many other whistleblowers, you're right. I wouldn't recommend it either, but it's something that we need in the country. I've got a couple of close friends who've been through this and who nearly died consequently as a result of it, and who just made a decision one day that if they kept quiet or if they decided to leave the country or whatever and not do their duty as whistleblowers, that we wouldn't be living in a country where there was, at least a decent constitution and a constitutional democracy and at least freedom on paper, if the anti-apartheid stalwarts didn't do what they did, and they felt that in this generation this is what whistleblowers are called upon to do, and so they made a decision as a matter of conscience to stay even though their lives were on the line, and it was a good thing that they did, because they're in a particular area where the information they gave is slowly leading to the crumbling of criminality in that particular sector. So it's a tough thing to ask anyone to do, but there are people of conscience who are doing it. All right, that brings us to 10:35 on the Daily Discourse. We're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, we're going to have a conversation about illegal mining in South Africa.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
10:37 on the Daily Discourse, and the Daily Investor has quoted Frans Cronje private clients as saying government is losing tens of billions of rand due to illegal mining. The news website says apart from the money lost, thousands of jobs are also lost and the lives of citizens are being endangered by the practice. Let's speak to lead researcher at the Benchmarks Foundation and mining analyst David van Wyk, who joins us on the line now. David, good morning to you and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. What is the extent of illegal mining taking place in South Africa?
Well, I think it is massive and it's growing. As large-scale industrial mining is in steep decline, and mine shafts and so on get abandoned everywhere, and that's an act of illegality in itself. A company is not supposed to abandon a mine shaft, and then these mine shafts then gets taken over by criminal syndicates. Very often the criminal syndicates might even be involved with the management of the particular company, but also security companies, labor brokers, subcontractors, scrap metal dealers, a whole range of people, the police themselves and so on are involved in these syndicates. And the syndicates then take labor out of Lesotho, they take labor out of southern Mozambique, they take labor out of rural areas in South Africa. Very often they create the impression that these workers are coming to work as legal migrant workers. When these workers get to the operation, they find that they're actually in an illegal operation. and that they are under arms. In other words, there are people with guns making sure that they go down and they work, and if they don't, they can get killed. The guys who go underground generally get about 50% of the wages that a normal unionized regular legal worker gets. They have no pensions, they have no medical aid, and they can stay underground for months at a time under the most horrendous conditions. And so we see the various operations that the police and the army have launched, and they take these people out from underground and so on. But really, they're not solving the problem. The problem is, A, why are mines being abandoned, and B, why are mines not being properly rehabilitated or repurposed or re-engineered for other purposes that would create jobs and that would solve the problem, that would not allow there to be 6,200 abandoned mines in the country.
Yes.
So these are the things that need to be dealt with, and they are not being dealt with.
So that was a question I was going to ask you. Why are mining shafts merely being abandoned by companies that no longer wish to mine there? Shouldn't they be rehabilitating this land before they leave, or ensuring that there's some kind of closure to ensure that that it's either sold to a small-scale miner, or something happens in the form of closure that prevents the mine shaft from simply being abandoned?
Oh, yes, the legislation is quite clear. The Minerals Petroleum Resource Development Act clearly states how a mine should be closed, and that also states that funds should be set aside from the start of the operation right to the end of the operation for the purpose of mine closure. And we believe that there's a 50 billion rand fund for mine closure available, which is not sufficient to deal with the problem because the problem is growing larger and larger all the time. The reason why the problem is happening is because large-scale industrial mines can no longer profitably mine many of these mines, and so they leave them.
Oh dear, we have lost our line to David van Wyk, I believe. Apologies for that. We're going to try and get him up on another line. And while we do that, I will take your calls and your voice notes on this issue, the issue of illegal mining. What he's saying here is very, very interesting. So essentially, we've got over 6,200 mine shafts being abandoned, right? And I think we know this already. This information has been out in the public domain. You've got these large-scale miners. They are only mining for a particular level of profit, right? So they often reach the point where it's simply not possible for them to continue mining. It's not profitable. So they say, okay, we've taken out of this mine, we've extracted everything that we can. We no longer have a business interest in this mine. Let's move on to a different operation. But the closure of these mines, the fact that the mines are just left abandoned, means that all sorts of illegal operations can then actually take root in those mines. So David van Wyk, thank you for your patience with us. I believe we have you back on the line now. You were talking about the rehabilitation of these mines and what ought to happen to them after a large miner has left.
Well, yes, the mine is supposed to have a mine closure plan, and it's supposed to have a rehabilitation plan, and the rehabilitation is supposed to happen concurrently with the mining. So as the mine progresses, it should be rehabilitating where it's finished working. So you'll find, for example, a mining company has 4 or 5 different shafts. One shaft is no longer profitable, and it should then close that shaft and rehabilitate that shaft while it continues with the other shafts. But they don't do that, unfortunately, and this poses serious problems for the country. Those shafts fill up with water, they cause sinkholes, they cause all kinds of problems, and they, of course, open up to illegal mining to take place within them. And very often we find that the people who are involved in that illegal mining are very often associated with that mine itself. It might be security companies, it might be labor brokers, subcontractors, and so on, who know that that shaft is abandoned, so they can actually invade that shaft with ghost workers and operate in that shaft alongside, parallel to the other shafts, which are still normal shafts. So the mine closure legal problem is that the mine is expected to close when the total operation is finished, and so they abandon shaft by shaft by shaft.
and say that we are going to close and rehabilitate sometime in the future. One company told me, oh, they're only going to close down in 99 years' time when all their operations on a particular area is finished. Now, that's nonsense because they have left other areas unrehabilitated, and those areas then get invaded by illegal miners. The Department of Mineral Resources, frankly speaking, is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It is supposed to be regulating, it's supposed to be monitoring, it is supposed to, impose sanctions. It's supposed to bring cases against people who abandon mines. And also, I think that we also need to look at the labor regime in mining, because the Department of Labor really should take control of what happens in labor in mines, so that we control what happens on the borders, people coming into the country, being brought into the country by the busload and so on, to come and mine, thinking that they're coming to mine in legal mines when in fact they're operating illegally. So that the Department of Labor is also not doing its work in terms of ensuring that the labor relations within this country are properly regulated. And then, of course, we talk about border control and things like that, which is also not happening. And the reason why things are not happening is because everyone is on the take. People get bribed. They get bribed at the borders. They get bribed in the Department of Labor. They get bribed in the Department of Minerals and Energy. Even the Department of Environment should be involved, because there are huge environmental implications in abandoning a mine. And a lot of our environmental water and dust and air quality problems relate to the fact that we've got so many abandoned mines.
Is illegal mining in this country something that individual miners take up, or are these organized, syndicated illegal operations?
Most of them are organized, syndicated illegal operations. So Sarel Selu from Lesotho ran a lot of the mines on the West Rand. He's a syndicate boss that even financed political parties in Lesotho to stand for elections and so on. And he's a very well-known figure, and has appeared in the media and things like that. There are other well-known figures as well that are prominent in this country. And if you speak to the Zamas themselves, the guys who go underground and so on, they will tell you how it is that the gold flows from that operation to, let's say, a guest house in Vereniging where the gold is exchanged for money and so on, and how it eventually gets through the border at Eswatini. If we look at the export figures for Eswatini, they export far more gold than what they produce, meaning that a lot of the illegal gold from South Africa goes through that avenue. But there are also other minerals involved in illegal mining, such as chrome and so on. And we see chrome trucks lining up on the border with Mozambique to go and deliver chrome, or in the Maputo harbor and so on. And no one is actually checking the validity of the loads that are moving between, let's say, Bapo in the Northwest Province and the Mozambican border, or between Sekukuni land in the Mozambican border and so on. And people are openly plundering on a large scale. If you look at chrome mining, it involves trucks, it involves graders. It's not like the gold mining operations where you have these dusty guys that are thousands of meters underground. They do it above ground. They do it in the middle of a village, in the middle of the daylight. They come and scoop up the land in between houses and so on, and they load it onto trucks, and the trucks drive off, and the trucks get processed through the harbors and borders. So you can't tell me that roadblocks can't stop these trucks and find out who hired the truck, where is the truck coming from, does this all have a mining license where it's coming from, and so on. The laws are all there. We've got all the laws in place in this country to actually regulate mining properly, but we don't have seemingly the administrative and political will to actually do so.
How much do you estimate is being lost to the economy through illegal mining?
It's very difficult to estimate, but one can speak about anything between 50 billion and 100 billion a year, maybe even more. So because it is difficult to determine, because no one is actually looking at the flows, at the value chains from the mine to the border and out, or from the mine into the legal processing plant, because we know that there are some smelters and so on that do take illegal gold as well, that need to be investigated properly as well. But again, it's a very difficult issue, because in your previous session you spoke about whistleblowers. Yes. People who blow whistle and so on can get killed, because this is a multi-billion rands operation. So people who speak out can get killed.
I want to ask you about, we spoke about the issue of rehabilitating mines once large companies are done with particular mining shafts. But I mean, I want to talk about a possible avenue for creating small businesses and building part of the economy that perhaps we haven't paid much attention to. Franz Krunier Private Clients believes that government's laws like the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Act make it impossible for legal small-scale miners to enter the industry, which then creates that opening for illegal miners. Does your research confirm that?
Well, yes, we work with the National Association of Artisanal Miners and Mining, and we made submissions to the Department of Mineral Resources in terms of legislation and so on for small-scale mining. But you know, the bureaucracy involved in getting a license for a mine, you cannot apply the same standards that you apply to large-scale companies that have got lots of money and lawyers and all kinds of things to make the application to someone who's sitting in a township somewhere who wants to do mining and he wants to do mining legally.
Oh dear, I think Mr. Van Wyk has dropped off again. Let's try and get him back on the line. But I'm going to listen to one or two of your voice notes at this hour as well, and this pertains to the issue of mines.
Good morning, Joanne. I hope you're well. Enoch here. Simple question to the mines. Why don't we as government subpoena that mine and then fine that mine, and then they must close it by full of force, and then we fine that mine millions? Why don't we do that?
Okay, good question. While Ginewe and Melissa get Mr. Van Wyk back, I mean, I think there's a very interesting question that you're raising around why the law is not being applied, and I think we need to ask our government this, right? This is a question that government needs to be asked. You've heard Mr. Van Wyk talk about the issue of the environmental ministry, about the mineral and petroleum resources ministry. All of these are monitoring bodies as well, and the laws exist for them to act, but it seems that they just don't seem to be able to, or don't have the will to, perhaps. Mr. Van Wyk, apologies for the gremlins that have got in today, but you were answering that important question about creating the space for legal small-scale miners to enter the industry.
Well, yes. Like I said, we work with the National Association of Artisanal Miners, and it's very difficult for one to get a license and to comply with all the regulations and so on that are required of large-scale companies. You know, on a small scale, your impact on the environment is much smaller than large-scale mining operations. Therefore, you should have a different regulatory regime for you to operate. Obviously, your costs and so on are very different as well, and therefore you should have specific legislation focusing on small-scale mining, which the department has tried to do. But the problem is that with the syndicates and so on that are operating, it's very difficult for the police and the army to distinguish between a small-scale miner that is legal and someone that is not, and someone that is illegal. And so the legal guys, the small-scale guys that have obtained licenses and so on, very often find themselves at the wrong end of the stick when the police and the army clamp down in a particular area, because they don't distinguish between Group A, which is legal, and Group B, which is not legal. And so that confusion there needs to be sorted out. But the confusion can only be sorted out if you actually deal with the syndicates on the surface, rather than going for the guys underground. If you take the head of the snake off, then you can actually stop the thing from operating. Because at the moment, we don't see the arrests of the kingpins. When I talk about a kingpin, it's not someone who's there at the operation. It's someone who's living in Sandton. It's someone who's living in a wealthy suburb somewhere. Someone who's controlling the flow of weapons, the flow of gold, the flow of transport operations, the logistics and things like that of these operations. Not the guys who are sitting and breaking rock underground. It doesn't help that you arrest them, because you actually never get to the top. And what surprises me is that when these people are arrested, the police don't follow through on the value chain from, I've arrested you, who brought you here? And this person will say, well, such and such a person brought me here. You go and arrest that person, and you find out who's above you and who's above you. Follow the whole value chain up, follow the money to where it ends up in Sandton or wherever people are making the money, and then begin to arrest from the top down rather than from the bottom up.
Interesting indeed. Mr. Van Wyk, I want to listen to some of the voice notes that our listeners are sending in. Let's listen to this one on unions in the mining sector.
The abandoned mines. People are mining there without union representation, without exorbitant fees and salary hikes, and the people are employed. That's my point. Unions are part of the big problems of
I'm not
Africa's
hearing the
having.
voice note.
People are in denial. We can be in denial, but the employment rate, unemployment rate will just rise and rise and rise. Get rid of the unions.
Do you hear the voice note now, Mr. Van
I
Wyk?
I did not hear the voice note
Okay.
at all.
All right, we're going to go back to the beginning of this voice note and let's try and take it again so that you are able to hear.
Illegal mining.
Can we go back to the beginning of this voice note and see if we are able to have Mr. Van Wyk listen to it? No, we have a bit of a technical problem here, Mr. Van Wyk. I unfortunately will not be able to take those voice notes because if you're not able to hear them, there's unfortunately no point in taking them. But we do have a call from Nhlanhla in KZN on the issue of mining. And Nhlanhla, won't you please put your question to David Van Wyk? Good morning.
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to your guests and the listeners. And firstly, I would like to compliment SAfmRadio for bringing up this topic because you are actually bringing up the issue of mining charter, the report of mining charter of 2009, which gets to articulate what your guest is exactly saying, and also what is governmentation.
Oh dear, we don't have a very good line to you, Nhlanhla. We're losing you. Won't you state that again, please, the question that you want to ask?
Yes, on the issue of Kotemantashe. Where is Kotemantashe to come and account on these issues? Because he had once told South Africans that they don't send out CVs to seek for employment, yet he's failing to hold his department responsible. So, where is he?
Yes, a good question, Nhlanhla. I mean, we haven't invited him to the program, but I think we should give him right of reply on this. David, would you agree that this needs to be done, that the energy minister does actually need to respond, to give us a sense of what is being done to cut back on illegal mining?
Well, I think yes. I think that the government is approaching the matter as a policing and military matter, and not as a matter of governance and regulation. And that is where there is a problem, because we never see the Minister of Mining actually speaking about the issue, which is for me problematic, because there are allegations made by people, including Zamazamas themselves, that people in the Department of Mineral Resources are also involved. You know, the syndicates have infiltrated the judiciary, the police force, as we can see from the Matlanga Commission now. They've got tentacles basically everywhere, and one wonders about the silence of the minister. The minister needs to come out, and the minister needs to speak about this issue, including the fact that mines are being abandoned. Mines should not be abandoned. Mining companies should be held accountable. They should be, in American law, a company can be prosecuted 100 years after abandoning a mine if they find the owners. And it's not difficult to find the owners. We only have to look at the stock exchange, and we can look at the deeds officers in Pretoria and so on to find out who the owners of these mines were, and then actually prosecute them. And that's what needs to happen, because so long as you can get away with abandoning a mine without closing it, then you will do it, because it's very expensive to close a mine, and so you want to maintain your relationships with your shareholders and so on, and so you abandon the mine because that is a cost-cutting strategy.
Very interesting indeed. I'm going to take a question here from one of our listeners, Mr. Van Wyk. What is the Artisanal Mining Association? Is it illegal miners trying to be legitimate, or just illegals? Are they regulated? And what is their take on Zamazamas, says Soviet?
Okay. See, the National Association of Artisanal Miners are a legal entity. They work with the Department of Mineral Resources. They try to work with mining companies as well to see if they could set up a collaboration between artisanal miners and formal mining. So they are mostly South Africans. They are present in all the provinces in South Africa. They meet very regularly and they engage with the government and with departments all the time. You know, artisanal mining in South Africa is a very old thing. It was here before colonialism. If we look at the old diaries and so on of missionaries and traders and adventurers and so on, and I've got many of those in my library here at home, we find that there was mining on the Witwatersrand already long before formal industrial mining started. There was mining in the Northwest Province, there was mining in Limpopo and so on as well. And all kinds of minerals were mined on a very small scale, on an artisanal scale, where the minerals mined were being mined for their use value rather than for their exchange value. They were not mining for profit, they were mining to make tools and things like that.
Very interesting indeed. And thank you for a half hour in which you've broken this down so well for us. David van Wyk, lead researcher at the Benchmarks Foundation. He's a mining analyst as well. And I certainly take the point of one of our listeners in Nhlanhla that we should perhaps invite the mining minister, Gwede Mantashe, onto the program to give us a sense of why government is not acting as it should, using the law to clamp down on illegal mining. That brings us to 11 o'clock on the Daily Discourse. Ondela Mbana standing by with your latest news bulletin.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, Ishmael Dawood hands himself over to Hillbrow police and Trump announces 50% tariffs on Canadian goods. For SAFM News, I'm Ondela and a very good morning. Senior Crime Intelligence Officer Ishmael Dawood, who faces assault and extortion charges, has handed himself over to the Hillbrow police station in Johannesburg this morning. He was immediately detained and is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court soon. Police raided Dawood's home in Sandhurst on Friday as part of the extortion and assault investigation. Dawood reportedly stated that the case is not linked to his police job, but a civil matter that was already resolved years ago. Madlanga Commission evidence leader advocate Mahlape Silo says the investigative directorate against corruption was required yesterday to produce documents relating to the arrest of Crime Intelligence Head Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo. IDEG head Andrea Johnson has taken the stand before the commission to testify on allegations against her, including claims linked to the arrest of Khumalo and 6 other crime intelligence officers. However, IDEG's legal counsel advocate Abla Bodlani told the commission that Johnson is not in possession of the requested documents. Bodlani said the documents are now under the control of Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, Nicolette Bell, and requested that a formal subpoena be issued.
As far as we are aware, she is no longer ill. There's no indication of that. And so I think you can expect that, and certainly, of course, the Commission needs to and wants to hear from her as soon as possible, hear her testimony and her responses to a whole range of serious issues. So you can expect an update on that in, I would say, the next few days. I can't really say much more than that.
The NPA says alleged Tembisa Hospital looting kingpin Hangwani Maumela will face criminal charges over 10 fraud allegations. This follows a High Court order to forfeit around 326 million rand in assets, which include properties in Gauteng, Cape Town and KwaZulu-Natal, and luxury vehicles allegedly bought with proceeds from Tembisa Hospital contracts. Over 2 billion rand for PPE and hospital services was looted during the COVID-19 pandemic, allegedly by 3 syndicates, including the Maumela Syndicate. The investigation was launched after whistleblower Babita Diokaran, who worked for the Gauteng Health Department, was killed in August 2021. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago says law enforcement agencies are working to bring the case to court.
Definitely he will. It doesn't matter that the Hawks are busy investigating, because
it takes a higher level of information and evidence to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Therefore, there's a unit in the NPA called the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit that is busy working to guiding the investigation with the Hawks. And once all of that is done and they are ready, they will then do the criminal side. We wanted to deal with the forfeiture because sometimes we have a situation where these people use the same money that they would have taken from government to fight government.
The Gauteng Department of Health says it has passed the halfway mark of its 2026 Mandela Month Surgical Marathon, completing more than 600 surgeries and clinical procedures in just over a week. Gauteng Health Department spokesperson Steve Mabona says the campaign demonstrates the growing capacity of 5 participating hospitals, which includes Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic, Kalafong Provincial Tertiary, Steve Biko Academic and Charlotte Maxeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital to reduce surgical waiting lists. He says the surgical marathon will run until 31 July.
To date, ophthalmology has recorded the highest number of completed procedures with 273, followed by obstetric and gynecology with 88. General surgeries recorded just over 73 surgeries. So all other disciplines, they also account for a number of surgeries which contribute to the figure which has been recorded up to so far.
U.S. President Donald Trump has announced 50% tariffs on a range of Canadian goods from cement to hockey sticks. The White House said the measures, which come into force in 30 days, were in retaliation for what it called discrimination against U.S. cars, dairy and alcohol. The BBC's Peter Bowes has the details.
It's prompted an immediate response posted on X by Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, who says, in part, Canada believes in the benefits of free and fair trade, as evidenced by, he says, our new government signing more than 20 new economic and security partnerships. He goes on, this trade dispute has raised costs for families, particularly in the US. He says Canada stands ready to engage intensively to address outstanding issues with the US to the mutual benefit of our citizens.
Recapping the top story, senior crime intelligence officer Ishmael Dawood, who faces assault and extortion charges, has handed himself over to the Hillbrow police station in Johannesburg this morning. I'm on Dilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAfm. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11:07 on the Daily Discourse. We're into the final hour of our show. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joanne Joseph. We're having some fascinating conversations about all manner of things. We spoke about illegal mining in the last half hour, and I think it's wonderful to have these analysts on who can unpack for us what the background is to the story, what the nitty-gritties are that prevent us from actually succeeding, you know, as a country when it comes to clamping down on illegal mining. And so I'm really thrilled to be able to have these conversations with both our analysts and you, and to have your questions put forward. In this hour, we're going to be talking about the issue of the NPA securing that final forfeiture order for the Maumela syndicate assets worth 326 million rand. You know that they swooped on all those assets, and these are all linked to the Tembisa Hospital scandal. 2 billion rand stolen from the Tembisa Hospital. One person, Babita Diekran, killed. for the purpose of this looting. And so we're going to speak to Kaiser Kganyago from the NPA in just a moment. But I want to take one of your calls on the issue that we dwelt on in the last half hour, and that was illegal mining, as I mentioned. Braken in Braamfontein is on the line to us. Braken, good morning.
Good morning, Ma. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Go for it.
All right. Yeah, just a question regarding the illegal mining. It's an interesting conversation or topic. But now, why our government doesn't adopt or adapt these mines and run them?
I mean, it's a good question. I wonder how capable our government is of running mines. I mean, Alex Core was one such example. As I recall, and I don't have the figures in front of me, but they didn't do particularly well at that, did they?
But we do have capable people who they can employ to run these mines. And we know that the current state of unemployment is really, really rife, especially for the youth. So I do think they have the capability, but they don't want to, especially given the fact that we also have one of the political parties which in its mandate has or speaks about mines. Why don't they push it in nationalism? Why don't they push and seize the opportunity of these illegal mining and do something with it? I don't think the push from the government is there.
No, it's not there. It's definitely not there, Braken. And it's not even there in the monitoring of private mines, right? Privately owned mines. But that also raises the question, if government can't even monitor privately owned mines with existing laws that it already has in place to do that, what makes us think they're capable of running a mine? You know, again, it comes down to competence. But thank you for raising that. I mean, if capable people were put in place, if it were a meritocracy in terms of the way people were employed at state-owned entities, then yes, we could certainly make them work. But it also depends on who is employed at these entities. If people are employing using nepotism as a tool, then that business doesn't have a very good prognosis. All right, that brings us to 11 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse, and Justice Minister Mamoloko Kubai says she welcomes the court's decision to give the Asset Forfeiture Unit an order to seize assets linked to the Hangwani Morgan Maumela case. The assets are valued at almost 326 million rand, and of course these have to do with the issue of the Tembisa Hospital. It's believed that 2 billion rand was looted from the Tembisa Hospital, and Babita Diokran, an accountant who worked there, who actually flagged the theft, ended up being killed as a consequence of this. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Kganyago joins us with the details of what has happened now. Mr. Kganyago, good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse. Please talk us through the assets that were seized.
Good morning and good morning to your listeners. There were a number of assets that were seized. I think it's about 6 properties and it's about 5 cars plus a trailer and a boat. All of that to the value of 326 million rand. And there are different luxury houses in Bantry Bay, Hartbeespoort Sports, Sandton, Balito, Cape Town, and all over. Yeah.
What sort of arguments did you have to put forward to secure this order?
No, we have to. This thing didn't start now. It started last year when we did the freezing order in August, the 14th of August 2025, where we did an expatriate, which is we went there without the Maumela to indicate that we have got a proof to show that these assets were as a result of unlawful activities. And that is why we're given that order. Then now we came back and we said, now we have to inform him to say, now we want to take them, to forfeit them finally. And then you have got an opportunity to now defend yourself, which they opted not to defend. And then that's when we went to court and got this order.
So you were able to reach Mr. Maumela or his representatives in order to ask for some kind of communication as to whether he was going to oppose this order or not?
Yes, not necessarily us. We serve him as per our intention, and then they will decide as their lawyers to whether they want to oppose or not. And then if they don't file the opposition, therefore, then the matter is granted. If they file opposition, then the matter will then be heard, and both sides will be heard, and then a decision will be made. But in this case, it didn't happen that way.
All right. What sort of precedent has been set by this kind of seizure, Mr. Kganyago?
No, it is sending a strong message that we really have to recover all the proceeds that we believe are proceeds of a criminal activity, but also it sends a message that says we do not want, we've got an asset forfeiture unit which we can use as a tool to disarm them, the people who to get money from government, because sometimes they get all of this money and then they use it to get lawyers to fight the state with the money that they got from the state. If we remove this from them, it means they will then have to fight, if they fight us, with the money that comes from their own pocket.
I mean, that's a very important development indeed. Now tell me, what happens to this 326 million rand or the equivalent thereof?
Because now it is still in property, both movable and immovable. We then have to take them to an auction. We then have to contract an auctioneer who will then auction them, because we don't need to be keeping those assets. It's not for us to keep assets. What will we do with a 88 million rand house? And then we'll start having issues with people staying in those houses. Now we want them in money term, and that money is now going to be, after the auctions, will be taken to the Kara Fund, which is where the money coming out of criminality go. But in this case, we've said we go into then ring-fence them in Kara for the use by the Department of Health in Gauteng. But then what they need to do is to then apply to Kara to say, we are applying for so much money out of our ring-fence money. This is what we are going to do with it. This is the business plan around it. And then Kara will look at it. Once they have approved it, the Kara committee will monitor that the money is being used for what it was intended for.
All right. That's very important indeed, what you've just mentioned. Let me ask you, because, I mean, we speak about the Morgan Maumela syndicate, but I understand there were other syndicates at work that also benefited from the Tembisa Hospital proceeds. What's become of those other syndicates? Are you pursuing them as well?
No, we are. There are two other big syndicates, which is the Mazubuko syndicate. We are looking at it. I think we're almost at the point where we will do the same, but I think they want to defend. Then we'll take it that way. And if they defend, the matter will be different from this one, in that we will then have to go and listen to both sides in court. And then we still have the Govan Raji syndicate that we're also looking at. Therefore, none of those people are off the hook.
Something that our listeners asked us about, Mr. Kganyago, is the issue of compensation for the family. I mean, here we have one whistleblower whom we know of, Babita Deokaran, who lost her life as a result of trying to hold the line against this corruption at the Tembisa Hospital. Is this something that legal entities should be, or government entities like Kara and others should be considering in view of taking some sort of or holding some sort of consciousness of the toll of human life that has been lost in the process of theft?
Yeah, that is something that is basically above us. People colloquially just say it's above our pay grade. Okay. As the NPA. It's a matter that has been handled by the Minister of Justice. And therefore, if you remember, there were calls around legislation that needs to be put in place, or the protection, firstly, of whistleblowers. Because at the moment, what we are responsible for is the protection of witnesses when there are cases. Therefore, that whistleblowers sometimes don't necessarily become witnesses. Therefore, at the moment, they are protected under the witness protection, which is different. But then there's a legislation, I'm told, that is being handled at the Department of Justice to look at all of those things that you're talking about. To say, how do we deal with this issue? and not necessarily when the person has died, but also if the person has given us information, how do we then compensate and all of that. I think those things will be in the work. But also be mindful that sometimes you are not necessarily a whistleblower because it was just a responsibility to do it in terms of the law because of the work that you do. Therefore, all of those things will be put into the legislation that is being prepared.
All right. I would like to take a call from one of our listeners. Ngonde in Cape Town is on the line to us. Ngonde, what is your question for Mr. Kaiser Kganyago?
JJ, I want clarity. First of all, Maupela is not the nephew of Ramaphosa, but Ramaphosa was once married, to his first wife, and he's the nephew of that first wife, not Ramaphosa. Now, Maumela and Katie Molife, Matana, all of them, and even Mazibuko that Kanyas has just mentioned, they seem to have an ostentatious view of themselves. In simple English, they've got this inflated view of who they really are. That's what I'm going to say.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Ngonde. Churchill in Mdata, do you have a question for Mr. Kganyago? All right. We've just momentarily lost him. Let's take a question on our WhatsApp line.
Morning, Joanne. Please ask your guest there, what about the officials who were working at Baragwanath Hospital, Anonymous?
All right. Mr. Kganyago, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. You want me to respond?
Yes, please.
Yes, with the first one, obviously, all we can say is when we do our work, we don't care who you are related to. We just follow the money, and we are able to follow the money from where it happened and where it went to and what it bought. And that's why we are where we are. In terms of the officials, you would the caller would know that there were officials that were found to have done something. We made the referral to the hospital to discipline them, and then some of the officials were arrested. For example, some resigned, some were arrested. There's one who, because the matter has been investigated criminally by the Hawks, and one of the people even brought back about, if I remember, 14 million rand was brought to the SIU at the time when I was there. And then that same person wanted to bribe a Hawks official and he was arrested. Therefore, there are also the things that are done. Here we're just talking about the bigger syndicates.
All right, thank you for that. We'll take that call from Churchill in Data now. Churchill, I think we've got you back on the line. What's your question for Mr. Kganyago?
Good morning, my sister. Yes, man. Look, let me first commend Mr. Kganyago for the job that they're doing, despite the comments. It's out of frustration, they must understand, from the public. I would love to know, when are we likely to see the likes of Hangwani Maumela being charged and prosecuted? I understand maybe that's a different competency, but I would understand that these are arms of government that are complementing each other, working hand in hand. I'm asking on the side of prosecution, basically. I understand that now they are attaching the assets, but now would love to see people being charged and processed through the criminal justice system at the end of all this. Is he able to answer me in as far as that is concerned?
Okay, Churchill, let's ask
Yes.
Mr. Kganyago, do you have an answer about the arrest of Hangwani Maumela and others?
Yes, I do. The matter is being handled by the Hawks, and they are being assisted by a unit of the NPA called the Specialized Commissioners Crimes Unit, which is helping them with what we call prosecutor-guided investigation. They are still doing their final, because in that case they've got to prove criminality, and therefore they are still gathering information, and when they are ready they will have to do it. I always want to caution the public, in as much as we are wanting to have these things done quickly, sometimes it is not always the good answer, because you would end up making mistakes. And with prosecution, if you arrest people and take them to court and you don't have enough evidence and they are acquitted, you can't try them again. Therefore, you've got to have your ducks in a row.
All right, I think we can leave it there. Thank you so much for that. Let me just see. No, we don't have any more questions for you right now. Thank you very much for joining us. Kaiser Khanyago, the NPA spokesperson, speaking about this order that they received. And they're essentially what they've managed to do is seize the equivalent of 326 million rand in assets, which will now make their way to the Kara Fund. And the Kara Fund will essentially ensure that that is ring-fenced for the health department, for the Gauteng Health Department. The Gauteng Health Department, in turn, will then have to apply for money and show how it actually plans to spend that money. And then that, of course, will also be monitored in terms of expenditure. So a very interesting process that it follows indeed. I'll listen to some of your voice notes on this issue. One of you says, also says, "Hi, JJ. I think callers must name the government ministers and deputy ministers that are responsible for the different issues mentioned. By saying government, we fail to identify the relevant minister responsible. Some ministers are doing really good work in government." Says, thank you for that, AK. And then one of you is talking also about the Maumela charges.
Good morning, JJ. Finally, Morgan Maumela is facing criminal charges. This breaking news made my day. Thank you, JJ.
Thank you for that. And one on whistleblowers.
Good morning, Joanne. Joanne Mataboge. Joanne, I just want to take a bite from Bonagele's issue of whistleblowers. If money is going to be introduced for whistleblowers, anyone will try hard to get money out of that by lying about certain individuals or lying by implicating people in things that are not going to assist. You know, money is always evil. And this will lead to unnecessary disputes, litigations, because if you lie about me, I won't just leave it lying. I'm going to act. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Remember, the whistleblowing laws that they are looking at introducing are going to actually deal with the kind of legal processes. They're going to include the kind of legal processes that will require investigators to put these cases under the microscope. So I won't simply be able to report you because I dislike you. Right. If I go to whichever organization is in charge of that, and I say, I'm having a go at Mataboge because I believe he's stolen money from the company. If there isn't any proof, if it seems as though I've done that out of pure vindictiveness, for argument's sake, they will be able to take action against me because it's a form of defeating the ends of justice. Right. So that's one issue. But I think we also need to bear in mind the financial cost to whistleblowers. I know of whistleblowers in an organization who have been discredited, have been unfairly tried on trumped-up charges, lost their jobs, had the person who actually set in motion the corruption calling other people in the industry and making sure that that person was unemployable. So consequently, you often have whistleblowers just sitting at home for years and years, no income, no ability to pay their bills, no ability to keep that roof over their heads, buy food for their children, send them to school. And if there is no financial support for them, I mean, they'd end up homeless, right? They'd end up on the streets, quite literally. And so there needs to be some sort of protection for them that also involves at least affording them a stipend to be able to live on because of the sacrifice that they have made for the company or for the country, as the case may be. All right, one of you speaking about why assets are seized, but people are not arrested.
Hi, Joanna. Yes, it's confusing me, this excitement of your SIU, whatever. They go around attaching these properties of these people who stole money from government. But funny enough, they don't arrest them. Why? Edwin Sodi was never arrested. Instead, they put his house on auction, and guess who? He's the one who bought it back. Same will apply with Maumel. They don't arrest him. They take his things and they're going to put them on auction. Who's going to buy them? It's the same Maumel.
So here's an interesting thing. I mean, Kaiser Kganyago says they're in the process. The Hawks is in the process of investigating this, and they want to make sure that they build an airtight case. So part of me wants to give them the benefit of the doubt, because these cases do take a long time to build, and if you don't do that painstakingly, they can get to court and they can get away with what they're alleged to have done. So I think that part of it is important. Having said that, it's also important to take away the proceeds of crime so they're not able to use that in their defense, because that money doesn't belong to them in the first place, right? So it limits their options in terms of the of really what they can afford, what defense they can afford to mount with what appears to be ill-gotten gain. Julius Mkwanazi, one of you speaking about him. Let's listen to this.
Good morning, Sisiteki Mbongo Sondisa Mbuyisa here. I think Julius Mkwanazi will have to resign from EMPD, because I don't see how is he gonna manage to pay the lawyers, because it seems as if his cases are piling up, and then his arrest each and every weekend doesn't seem to come to an end. So I think he's resigning, then he gets like his pension payout will definitely assist you.
All right, Mbonga, thank you very much for that. Keep those messages coming. We're going to take more of your calls and your voice notes after 11:30 here on the Daily Discourse, and we'll continue the conversations that we've had over the course of the morning. Right now, it's time to connect with Ondela Mbana for your latest news headlines. It is 11:30.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, National Treasury has signed a $1.5 billion development policy loan agreement with the World Bank. Senior crime intelligence officer Ishmael Dawood, who faces assault, intimidation and extortion charges, is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. And Human Rights Watch has urged the Indian authorities to investigate alleged police excesses in Delhi after officers forcibly dispersed thousands of protesters who were trying to march towards Parliament. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
11:30 on the Daily Discourse. We'll take some of your calls at this hour. Our studio line number 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line number where you can send us a text or a voice note 0614 104 107. One of you says, "Good morning, Joanne. My name is Isaac Konto from Nekerkshoop in the Northern Cape. Here in Nekerkshoop, there are Chinese who are mining tiger eye and are exploiting people by not registering them, paying 200 Rand without PPE, employing foreign nationals and working long hours. Can you maybe please speak to the Labour Department in De Aar? We've been trying to speak to the Labour Department, but they seem to be having difficulties coming, and we don't know why." And Isaac, this is a nationwide problem. I mean, if you heard this interview with David van Wyk, you would have realised that it's not that government doesn't know what's going on. It is perfectly apprised of the situation, but the willingness to act is a problem. And I don't know whether they're turning a blind eye due to incompetence, whether they're turning a blind eye because, as David van Wyk says, many of them are on the take. This is the reality. Many people are running illegal businesses in this country in all sorts of areas, doing very different things, and conducting this illegal business as though they were legitimate, because they've got police on the take and they've got labour inspectors on the take reportedly, and consequently there is just no there's no questioning what people are doing there, because as much as you try your best to get this out into the public domain, to speak to the Labour Department about this, you're just not having any joy. And it's because there is dishonesty involved. And I don't know what to advise you to do. I really don't, because the very authorities to whom you are supposed to report this are the people who are on the take. One of you is asking why existing mines are not being closed and fined.
Good morning, Joanne. I hope you're well. Enoch here. Simple question to the mines. Why don't we as government subpoena that mine and then fine that mine? And then they must close it by full of force, and then we find that mine. Millions. Why don't we do that?
I mean, spot on. And presumably we have the legislation to do that. But again, is the interest there? One of you is also asking about Maumela's arrest.
Good morning, Sis Joanne. Sis Joanne, I heard now the SIU and they are going to forfeit, the court is going to forfeit that Maumela's assets, which is, I've been asking, why is this Morgan Maumela is not in court, not arrested, or not even in front of Madlanga? And now I hear now that his assets are going to be forfeited and being sold out. Is it not case enough to arrest the member? That's my question again. I thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so presumably the Hawks are building a case, but I also wonder if you can go so far as to seize someone's assets, you must have had enough evidence to present to a court to convince a judge that that he could hand down this order for seizure. So, or she could. So presumably there's enough evidence to start building a case there and to effect an arrest.
Good morning, Joanne. Good morning to your guest. I would like to know from him, what does he think of state owning all the mines instead, nationalizing the mines? Wouldn't this curb this problem of zamazamas? I don't know. I'm just laying it out to your guest. What would you think nationalizing the mines would do to help this zamazama problem? Soviet King William Star.
Soviet, thanks for that. And I think we took one of your other questions as well on the WhatsApp line, but we had that question being put to me, because David van Wyk had rung off by then. But I again raised the same questions. If government is not in a position to monitor, how does it run mines? Is it capable of doing that effectively? Mike in Middelburg is on the line to us. Mike, you want to talk about something completely different. Andy Burnham, the new British Prime Minister.
Yes, John. Thanks for taking my call. The new British Premier picks up a call. He calls the U.S. President, whose behavior has proved beyond doubt that he's not mentally well. And he expresses support for what he's doing. His position in the Middle East, Trump is on record that they are also bombing for fun in Iraq, killing innocent schoolgirls. And then this new premier is brave enough to pick up a call to express support. How do you beat that one, Joanne? How do you beat that one? Remember, Joanne, we are talking about prices that will continue to skyrocket to affect the entire universe because of this man who cannot calculate. And then you are new in the office. We still want to see how you perform. The first thing you do, you pick up a call. You call the man who's not mentally well to express support. That is really so unbecoming. I'm asking myself the question, is he a real Labour Party premier, or has Labour Party been infiltrated by conservatives?
You're asking an important question, Mike, but I'm so over this in the sense that it's almost a foregone conclusion that whoever takes up the role of Prime Minister is going to have a bromance with whomever's in the White House. It doesn't matter who that person is. It doesn't matter whether they are legitimately invading a country or not, whether they have reasons to or not. Either way, this is a fraternity that sticks together, Mike, don't you think?
Yeah, it's so disappointing, it's so disappointing. But yeah, the late great Peter Tosh saw it coming. Remember the song titled Vampire? It is actually that era, and it is coming through Trump.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne.
Yeah, Mike, thank you for that. I think we need to lower our expectations. Whether we're going to have people of conscience coming into the White House and looking at into 10 Downing Street and looking at all these issues objectively, and saying, how do we as a country feel about this or that? They also toe the party line, right? Everybody who comes in there toes the party line, or they don't get selected for the position. And they generally think the same way. It's a brotherhood, essentially, of the global north, and that's how they operate. I have lowered my expectations in regard to this. I don't know how you feel as observers. Perhaps I'm being too negative and too pessimistic about this, but I don't expect an outlier to come into 10 Downing Street, or for the moment into many countries in the global north, where the thinking is entirely the same, and it's not really about ethics and issues like that. It's about who we have alliances with, and how far back these alliances go, and our worldview, and our socioeconomic systems, and all the other issues that are attached to that, and how we relate to each other, because we are culturally, racially the same. So that is the culture, it appears, in that part of the world. Tell me, please criticize me if you think what I'm saying is doesn't add up or is inaccurate. I'd be happy to hear from you. Heading towards 20 minutes to 12 on the Daily Discourse, that is. Let's take a short break.
Business leaders like to talk about jobs and economic growth. They are parents too, yet they often don't talk about children.
That's funny, because their future bottom line depends on how well we grow. Hold our hands. It's time to talk about real growth. Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
In case you missed it.
This is what I think is happening here. And I think Ramaphosa himself, who I know fairly well, to be honest with you, you talk about political implications and ramifications. It was Gwedi Mantashe. Cyril, I worked with him in COSATU, who was going to resign. Let me tell you, when he looked at that report, he was going to resign. It's Mantashe. It's Mantashe, they come from Num together, they're very close. That's why Mantashe, Minister of Mineral, etc. That's how they work. Persuaded him not to resign.
Dr. Ibrahim Harvey.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
We want to see that Baba Mandela leaves us with a legacy that we shall forever treasure. He's already got that stature which really charms anyone, and I think it charms the ladies even more.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy, reflect, remember, and continue the conversation. Only on SAfm.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
11:41 on the Daily Discourse, and listening to more of your messages. Many of you responded to the issue of mining. Let's listen to some of those voice notes now.
Good morning, Joanne and the listeners. And now the abandoned mines. People are mining there without union representation, without exorbitant fees and salary hikes, and the people are employed. That's my point. Unions are part of the big problem South Africa is having. And people are in denial. We can be in denial, but the unemployment rate will just rise and rise and rise. Get rid of the unions and let's build this country. You cannot sit and... where are all those people that have been employed in those shafts? They're sitting at home and maybe are part of the illegal mining syndicates. Thanks for the great show.
Thank you very much for that. And sorry we couldn't play that one earlier.
Hey, Mr. Van Veck. Good morning, Joanne. Sorry. No, I just want to answer the guy who was asking why the government is not finding the mines that are left abandoned. It's simple. In South Africa, the government is corrupt. So there's no way the corrupt can find, even if they find them, that money will never go to rehabilitate the mines, the abandoned mines. That money will go for some people's pockets. Thank you. This is Clantley.
Thank you for that, Clantley. One of you speaking about leadership being the problem.
Hi, JJ. It's Washington from Durban. I think South Africa has the best resources. We have the best healthcare. We have the best minings. We have the best resources that we can find. But it's just the people that we put in to run these institutions that give us a problem. If we can find a solution on how we can get the correct people to the correct job, doesn't matter their color, race, or creed, we will have a beautiful South Africa.
Good day again, Joanne. Let me also add on top of what this listener is saying. I think some sort of nationalization within regards to mines would be a solution. Not wholly nationalize all mines. I mean, think about it. Get some brains together, employ some people, have some ideas. I think some kind of nationalization within the mining industry would be a step forward. But the liberals, the neoliberals will never allow that. Parties like DA and others will never allow it. Soviet again, keep them down sharp.
Thanks for that, Soviet. All right. Do we have? No, we don't. We don't have another caller on the line yet. I mean, there's some interesting solutions that have been offered to the illegal mining issue. I wonder why all those mining shafts need to be shut down in the first place. We've got this artisanal mining association. Can the mines themselves, as members of the private sector, not get hold of this artisanal mining organization and say, look, this is a service that we will do to the country. We are abandoning perhaps one or two shafts. Let's bring the artisanal miners in there. Let them work on our property. They could even rent the property or part of the property, the mine shafts that are being used, and that would be a form of income. But let's start doing this. So then, when we leave, this is part of the rehabilitation. Certainly, we certainly need the mining companies that are leaving the country or leaving the mines behind to be adhering to the law in terms of their responsibility.
Good morning, Joanne. It's you in Cape Town. Joanne, about the mining, because illegal mining happening there, meaning there's some value on it. So for me, I think like government can just allow people to mine these things and pay tax. It's going to make more money from the government. So people must mine this, go there and mine legally and pay tax so that we don't have any problem of illegal mining here in Cape Town.
Absolutely. And the moment we bring people into the formal economy, we've got a solution, right? Because all the people in the formal economy are paying tax. And that is why it is in government's interest to make sure that these industries are formalized and to create the space for small scale miners to be able to make a living and to essentially contribute to the economy in that way, right? Let's listen to this voice note on Zamazamas.
Morning, Joanne. You're speaking to Samuel here. These things of Zamazamas, we won't get it right because I know now there's a big mine that is working under the, I can say they are Zamazamas, big Zamazamas, and they are working with those of top officials and the works and the police near this Krugersdorp. So it's a big mess in South Africa. And they know. They know who is eating there. So it's just a big mess.
It is indeed. I haven't lost hope that this is something that could be brought back from the brink, but the will has got to be there from a political point of view as well. That brings us to exactly 11:47 on the show, and that is where we wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for your interesting communications over the course of the day. We'll do it all again tomorrow between 9 and 12 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you to the team for their hard work on this. And of course, we are going to head over to the book reading next, The Shadow of the Spring I Saw, by author Barbara Adair, and that'll be followed by the brilliant Sakina Kamwendo, who will join you at 1 o'clock, or rather 12 o'clock, for your update at noon. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Adair, read by Fiona Ramsey. This is a radio broadcast edit. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
I think Nadine Gordimer had left Springs by the time that picture was taken. She didn't stay there too long, lived with her parents until the big city of Johannesburg started fascinating her. There she stayed with her sister, who lived somewhere in Joburg suburbs. Springs was a time of her youth. Anyway, the reason why I thought about you and your Springs interest was here. Look, this magazine has a Springs feature, an article about Nadine Gordimer and one on James Phillips, or his alter ego, Bernardus Niemand. Oh, what does that Bernardus Niemand mean? It means no one. Bernardus is a name, and then the surname, so it means Bernardus no one. Read this. It's a fan letter. I just wanted to chaff you, O's, about this lacquer CD that I scored the other day. It's called Vias Bernardus Niemand and is by an O called Bernardus Niemand. The tunes on this are like really cool, and it says on the box that the O lives in Springs because it gives him perspiration. It starts with a tune about him on the border and wanting to hug his corporal. Now, I'm not really into this whole Homo sapien thing, but yeah, sometimes out there you just want to hug someone, so I can relate. The next song is like a weird one, with old Bernardus like telling about going into a bar in Springs, looking for a jawl, but it's like all in poetry, and there's this like jazz-type music playing. Sings about his broken heart and sings to his cherry that he loves for eternally. The O at the shop also said that the O singing on the CD was really James Phillips, who died, but I chaffed him he was wrong because it says Bernardus Niemand on the CD, and James Phillips would not have done like those Milli Vanilli O's. He had a lot of fans, James did, but I can't relate. Never found him that interesting. Yes, you don't like that kind of music, but also you don't like the unkempt, and he did look dirty. I suppose he did think metaphorically. Niemand, the vacuity of white life, the violence and the need for human touch. Are you saying that? This makes him interesting? No, I just liked his music. You should say like. He might be dead, but his music isn't. How about another coffee? Yes, please. They are both dead now. Nadine was 90. I think she died in her sleep, peacefully, as they always say, but I wonder how peaceful dying is. And James, he died young. A car accident. Apparently he was fine afterwards, but then he left the hospital and just died. Must have had some kind of internal injuries. They lived such contrasting lives, didn't they? I suppose both of them, in their different ways, experienced the violence of apartheid. But Nadine, I don't think experienced it directly, whereas James, he was in the army, and there was a war, civil and outside the country then. I don't think he fought at the border, but he had some experience of army life, maybe in the townships, and he always wrote about loneliness, the loneliness of the soldier who didn't know what he was fighting for. It is interesting that you should say that in all Nadine's books, maybe I should say most of them, not all, her white characters are bourgeois and beautiful. In fact, she says it, look here, she acknowledges that she's a white colonial woman and that she knows her characters only through herself. But she did know Mandela and spent a lot of time with anti-apartheid activists. She was the white saviour? Did you know she helped him, Mandela, to write and edit the speech that he gave from the dock at the treason trial? I am prepared to die. No, I didn't, but it was more than moving. It was stirring. And his performance there. Many young boys left the country because of that speech. And in movies that are made of him, it is always used, the great orator speaking from the dock. Didn't the one movie have Morgan Freeman in it? I think so. She was a writer, a creator. She created through her imagination, and she created human beings with human failings. But at the same time, she did acknowledge that in a society so polarized as South Africa is, That people, writers included, always fall back into playing roles, and so her characters act out preconceived roles. This is what she almost forced on them, as it is the only frame of reference available. I do think that you don't have to experience something to know it. I suppose some will say that those who live in nice white houses with nice white gardens and nice white dogs were desensitized to apartheid violence. And yes, I think that they are able to know it in their creativeness. If you are a person of ideas, if you know and mix with people who have ideas, then you can get to know them as equals, and then you can experience their pain and their good times alongside your own. Possibly. Some say that James Phillips made his art and contributed to his death because he experienced this violence, and as a response he lived rough, drank, smoked, did drugs, and made great music. The army, the psychosis of violence, which became drunken, dacha-filled, late night, no sleep, driving while drunk. So what are you saying? Those that have nice lives live for a long time. No, those that have nice lives will always say, wake up and take responsibility for what you do. Nadine, she had a nice life, peaceful. I remember in an interview, she told the interviewer that in response to a young writer who said that he didn't read as books were so expensive, that he should use the Central Library. She said this with words like, my God, and for heaven's sake, so it was clear that she was horrified. A writer who did not read? It was very easy for her to say, take responsibility. Very easy. So I think she only knew the violence of apartheid from her home in Parktown, and, of course, her imagination. So you saying that James, irresponsible though he was, he knew this violence as he watched it all around him, was part of it. Maybe when he died, he was tired of life. Could he imagine anything except the army and the defiance? Maybe that's what gave him meaning. And then, when it was gone, he died, just after the first democratic elections. There was nothing left for him to fight against. Did you know that Nadine was the first South African who won the Nobel Literature Prize? Nah. But tell me more about James. He was born in Springs. He was a friend of mine's boyfriend. He used to describe, or she did, how he made the white trash of the East Rand his brand, his white working-class trash brand. He loved Springs, or so I am told, the bars and the insalubrious white society who lived there. Yes, listen to this. It's in this article. He describes a bar in the centre of Springs. It is next to a beautiful Art Deco building called Manitoba House. Look here. Here is a picture of it then, in the 80s, with James standing smoking outside it. Didn't you go there the other day? Yes, I did. But here in this picture it doesn't have the red painted balconies as it does now. Look, they are pinkish, kind of pink and orange peach. Listen to this. It is a quote, apparently. James said it. The building was the colour of a rotting peach, soft, because even as it was magnificent on the outside, what was inside were the heads of rotten people living in it and walking by. It stank. That picture was taken in the 80s, Springs. That building must have been filled with politics then, the politics of the violence that was inside people, men, boys, husbands, and women. Well, it's the men that they picture here. I am sure they were all playing a role, a campy theatre role, where they were brothers held together by their testosterone, their artifice, like the artfulness of the Art Deco buildings. Yes, I know the building. It is quite beautiful. I like to compare the Art Deco buildings to music, but not James Phillips' music. He was more Afrikaner rock. No, Art Deco is romance, opulence, Mozart and Maria Callas. That bar where he is standing in this picture, I don't think Maria Callas' voice was heard there. It's the real Springs, rough boys mostly, Afrikaans and all of them, I imagine, talking about their experiences on the border or in the townships, the sounds of the wheels of the Caspers going over people, that squishing, hissy sound of blood and breath leaving a body, tears a head snapping off a neck. And of course, they must also have talked of women. That is where the women came in. I'm thinking about realness. Real. What is the real Springs? My Springs, Nadine's, James's. The real of then was that the only way those in the bar knew intimacy, knew touch, was through sex and violence. That's the human contact they had. That's the only human contact they knew. I could write a whole story on this, but it's been done before so many times. The terrors and traumas of the young white South African boys. It is annoying. It almost makes these boys or men into something we should feel pity for, and I don't really want to feel pity because they repel me. It is like feeling pity for a soldier in the German army in 1939. But back to James. Maybe this is where his Bernaldus Niemand songs came from. The bars, the Springs boys, the misery of the times. No, I'll write something else.
That was another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Ade, read by Fiona Ramsey. The book is available online and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Badala, technical production Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.
It's 12 o'clock on Tuesday, the 21st of July, 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
The truth is that IDEC was investigating Lieutenant General Khumalo in his capacity as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence for alleged unlawful conduct.
INEC head advocate Andrea Johnson says that Lieutenant General Khumalo's arrest was unrelated to his role as the convener of the political killings task team, and the trial of Vusmuzi Kat Matlala and co-accused has resumed. And please share your views with us, 41391. That's our SMS line number. You can also write to us via X at SABC News_radio, or send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Tuesday edition of Updated Noon. First, though, the latest news with Onde Lambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, National Treasury signs a loan agreement with the World Bank, and Ishmael Dawood expected to appear in court today. For SAFM News, I'm Onde Lambana, and a very good day. National Treasury has signed a $1.5 billion development policy loan agreement with the World Bank. This to help support South Africa's efforts to achieve inclusive growth by tackling infrastructure constraints, the primary barrier to job creation. In a statement released by Treasury today, the fourth development policy loan marks a significant step towards addressing South Africa's pressing economic challenges of low growth and high unemployment. Notando Magudulela reports.
Treasury says the financing terms of the loan are in line with its borrowing strategy that aims to ensure long-term debt sustainability and affordability by raising funding at the lowest cost. It adds that the loan offers both a favorable interest rate and flexible repayment terms, contributing to minimizing the rise in debt service costs.
Senior crime intelligence officer Ishmael Dawood, who faces assault, intimidation and extortion charges, is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. He handed himself over to the Hillbrow police station this morning and was immediately detained. Police raided Dawood's home in Sandhurst on Friday as part of their extortion and assault investigation. He reportedly stated that the case is not linked to his police job but a civil matter that was already resolved years ago. Gauteng Police spokesperson Brigadier Brenda Muridili.
Gauteng Police confirmed that Colonel Ishmael Dawood handed himself over to the police at SAPS Hillbrow today. He is expected to appear before the Johannesburg Magistrate Court today. Dawood is facing charges of assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm, intimidation and extortion. The charges follow allegations that he confronted a complainant at a business premises in Johannesburg, demanded money and threatened and assaulted the complainant. A warrant for his arrest was issued on 15 July 2026. The matter was investigated by the Anti-Corruption Unit.
The first witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Ketmatlala and his 4 co-accused has told the High Court in Johannesburg that he witnessed 2 suspects fire several shots at businessman Joe Sibanyoni and his entourage in Centurion 2022. Matlala is accused of orchestrating the failed assassinations of Sibanyoni, his former girlfriend Tebogo Tobejane, and music producer Sienki Mokubong, popularly known as DJ Vetis. The security officer at the Gulf Estate where Sibanyoni was shot at, Bethwal Tele, says he was also shot at by the gunman.
And then immediately when it was by the robot, it made a U-turn. Then it came and parked at the car park where there was a Ferrari and a Golf 7. And then 2 men alighted from that motor vehicle. When they alighted, they drew out their AK-47s. Then they saw that I spotted them, and then I was missed by the first bullet.
The head of the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has told the Madlanga Commission that the arrest of crime intelligence head Dumisani Khumalo was not as dramatic as claimed. She has been testifying before the Commission following a postponement of her appearance due to ill health. Johnson, who is currently going through her statement, described Khumalo's arrest.
Upon finding him at Otia, the 2 investigators explained who they were, why they were there, why he was sought, and what his rights were. They then asked Lieutenant General S.D. Khumalo to accompany them to Brooklyn Police Station in Pretoria. He cooperated and was taken there. There was nothing dramatic about it.
Human Rights Watch has urged the Indian authorities to investigate alleged police excesses in Delhi after officers forcibly dispersed thousands of protesters who were trying to march towards Parliament. Police have not commented on the claim but said their personnel also suffered injuries. The BBC's Arunade Mukherjee has the details.
Violent scenes played out on the streets of Delhi as the police used canes and tear gas to disperse the crowd. Social media is flooded with videos of protesters showing their injuries. Under pressure, a senior minister met representatives of the protest movement but gave no assurances. The march came after weeks of peaceful protests over exam paper leaks and problems with India's education system. The sheer number of people on Delhi streets on Monday has been the most visible expression of public dissent against 3-time Prime Minister Narendra Modi in recent years.
Recapping the top story, National Treasury has signed a $1.5 billion development policy loan agreement with the World Bank. This is to help support South Africa's efforts to achieve inclusive growth by tackling infrastructure constraints, the primary barrier to job creation. I'm Ondela Mbana for SAFM News Headlines at 12:30.
Add to cards. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
A very good afternoon, everyone. It's 8 minutes after 12. Thanks so much for joining us here on Update at Noon. Well, the much anticipated testimony of the head of IDEC, Andrea Johnson, is currently underway at the Madlanga Commission. It's day 144 of these proceedings. And as we started out, the commission obviously went through some housekeeping issues. Andrea Johnson apparently had submitted since October of last year until this morning 3 statements, and of course they had to consolidate and find out which one then they would be working off. And she's been reading through her statement and of course leading the commission in through that on some of the aspects that they no doubt will quiz further, such as the reasons for some of the arrests that were effected against someone like General Khumalo, also the appointment of Brigadier Mokwele, and she is speaking currently or did a short while ago about being accosted at her home. So Andrea Johnson is currently testifying. We'll take you there in a short while, but also just to let you know that there are, of course, other stories and other cases, among them that trial that started yesterday involving the alleged underworld kingpin Vusmuzi Kat Matlala and 4 others. Well, they face charges linked to the attempted murders of several prominent people, and that is, of course, underway as well. But with that said, let's take you now to the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Pretoria for day 144 of the Madlanga Commission. And giving testimony today is the head of IDEC, Advocate Andrea Johnson, and the evidence being led by Advocate Matlapi Sillo.
September 2025. 5.2. Whether criminal syndicates, organized criminal groups, politically connected persons, or other unlawful actors have infiltrated, captured, exerted undue influence over, or otherwise compromised the South African Police Service, SAPS, the NPA, the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, Crime Intelligence, IPID, or any other component of the criminal justice system. 5.3. The nature, extent, and consequence of such alleged infiltration, capture, corruption, or undue influence. 5.4. The identity of the individuals, officials, office bearers, intermediaries, entities, and organizations alleged to have been involved in, facilitated, benefited from, concealed, or enabled such conduct. And 5.5, the factual and evidentiary basis for any allegations attributed to me in relation to the alleged capture, corruption, and criminalization of the components of the criminal justice system. Paragraph 6. The subpoena further requires me to give evidence on the following matters under investigation. 6.1. Allegations that IDEC operates outside of its mandate in terms of the prescribed legal prescripts, namely Section 71A of the NPA Act as amended. 6.2. That IDEC has allegedly pursued a criminal case against Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo and other officials at Crime Intelligence in the furtherance of ongoing political interference in SAPS. 6.3. Allegations concerning my role in interference in criminal investigations and prosecutions. 6.4. The effect of such conduct on the functioning, integrity, and independence of the criminal justice system. 6.5. Allegations concerning the existence of a Khan-IDEC cabal in SAPS and your role pursuant thereto as made by Mr. Tulani Shongwe during his evidence at the Commission on the 30th of June 2026. 6.6. My relationship with Major General Khan and allegations that you disclosed to General Khan a sub-docket relating to an ongoing criminal investigation against him. And 6.7. Any matter falling within the terms of reference of the Commission.
Okay. Then you respond to all these issues listed above from your paragraph 6.1 to 6.7. You start at paragraph 8. Chair, if I might just confirm whether it's ready to be flighted. I don't know if the witness was provided with a copy. She was supposed to have one before.
No were we.
No were you, Chair.
Aren't there hard copies to be shared? I should be addressing you instead of the attorneys directly.
No, it transpires that I understand it should be coming soon.
Let's continue
on the screen.
Yes.
I do apologize, and I will read it
I'm
out.
able to look at the screen for now.
And I will read out each before we deal with your response there just to make sure that you've seen everything. What we have on the screen for the record is a subpoena addressed to you at page 2. And you will see that, unlike with the one we referenced before, this is addressed specifically to you. Why is it not projecting? And hence you deal with the issues raised therein in your statement. At the first issue you were invited to speak to.
This has disappeared now.
I know, Chair.
Is it quick to resolve? I know you are not the technical person.
It should be, Chair. I'm not sure I understand what the challenge is. And when it comes up on the screen, I suggest going forward, we don't switch off the feed. We'll scroll through the feed and deal with all these questions. Just when I find a solution. Chair, the copies of please give to the commissioners and to the witness. We will retain what we have on the screen for the purpose of the public.
Just drop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for that. Ms. Johnson, Advocate Johnson, to confirm, this is the subpoena you reference at your paragraph 6. It's dated, if you go to page 4 of that, it's a 4-page document, it's dated the 3rd of July, 2026. And you said it was served on you on the 4th of July, 2026.
Correct.
You confirm that's the correct subpoena?
Yes.
The first, under paragraph 2, you were requested at paragraph 2.1 to give evidence as regards allegations, and I read from the subpoena, quote, allegations that IDEC operates outside of its mandate in terms of the prescribed legal prescripts, namely Section 7, Sub 1, Sub A of the NPA Act as amended. Your response is at paragraph 8 of your statement, starting at page 4. I think it will take you to paragraphs 8 to 10, if you could then give your response to that issue. Thank you.
Paragraph 8 would then respond to paragraph 2.1, states as follows. The IDAC operates strictly within its mandate. That mandate is set out in section 7(1) capital A of the NPA Act as amended. Paragraph 9, it also considers matters referred to it and arising from the state capture, the commissions that were colloquially known as the Justice and Party and Justice Nugent commissions, and any other matter referred to it by the National Director of Public Prosecutions. 10, IDAC has not dealt with matters outside its mandate. That is in relation, Commissioners, to 2.1.
Thank you. If then we could turn to paragraph 2.2 of the subpoena, which states that, and I quote, IDAC has allegedly pursued a criminal case against Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo and other officials at Crime Intelligence in the furtherance of ongoing political interference at SAPS, end of quote. Your response to that starts at paragraph 11. It's paragraph 11 and its subparagraphs. If you could deal then with what you state at your paragraph 11. Thank you.
The response then at paragraph 2.2. At paragraph 11, I deny these allegations. I expand on this denial as follows hereunder. 11.1. IDAC has a prima facie criminal case against Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo and other officials at Crime Intelligence. That matter was not pursued for any political purpose at the instance of any political actor or to advance any form of political interference within SAPS. 11.2. The investigation and prosecution have at all material times been dealt with through the ordinary prosecutorial processes applicable within IDAC and the NPA. The matter is presently before a court of law. In those circumstances, and because representations submitted by the accused are under consideration by the prosecution team, it would be inappropriate for me in this affidavit to address the merits of the prosecution, the strength or content of the evidence, the contents of any docket, or any matter that may properly fall for determination by the court or the prosecution team. 11.3.
Before you move on, just to clarify, where you refer to consideration by the prosecution team, what is the prosecution team? Maybe, because I don't work in this space, my impression was representations are made to the National Director of Public Prosecutions.
If I could take Commissioner Balo a step back. So when the prosecutions are instituted, one of the legal remedies is once certain documents have been disclosed, accused persons can make representations based on what is disclosed to them in terms of the docket plus the charge sheet. Step one is that those representations are first made through the prosecutors for the consideration either by DPP, in our instance, by the ID. If their representations are unsuccessful, they then have the further recourse to make representations to the Office of the National Director.
So here you're still at that first step?
We're still at the first step.
Thank you.
With their representations having been received.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Balo. You may proceed.
Thank you. 11.3. I say what is stated in the preceding subparagraph, not so as to avoid assisting the Commission, but to protect the integrity of pending proceedings, the independence of the prosecution function, and the rights of the accused persons. I emphasize, however, that I have not been directed, encouraged, permitted, or participated in any politically motivated prosecution or investigation against Lieutenant General Khumalo or any crime intelligence official. And 11.4, prosecutors independently evaluate the evidence and make prosecution decisions. I perform an oversight function and am not involved in adjudicating the evidence in this and other matters. I have no insight into the dockets or the evidence contained therein.
Before we leave the question and the response, just to clarify two issues for me. Paragraph 11.2, I'm trying to appreciate what you are communicating there. And line 3, you say the matter is presently before a court of law. That's a criminal trial. Then you say, in those circumstances, and because representations submitted by the accused are under consideration by the prosecution team, it would be inappropriate for me in this affidavit to address the merits. My question is, it should have been at your instruction. Are we back to the invocation of the sub judice principle here, and which is an application that had been made at the start of this stream, but which has been determined by agreement between the evidence leaders and your legal representatives and communicated to the commission, the commissioners, the effect of which is that IDEC won't be invoking the sub judice rule. So I'm trying to place your response here in its proper context, because it would sound like it purports to revive the invocation of that rule. Am I misreading? And if I'm misreading it, please set me straight. Thanks.
Because there are already representations and they are made to the prosecution team, the prosecution team is adjudicating those representations based on the docket and the charge sheet. I don't know what the representations purport to allege. This process is still ongoing, and what had happened in the interim, and I would have to make, Chair, you did ask earlier about this issue of the ID being removed from matters. What governed that, or where is that? I will send the email from the National Director to myself.
Yeah, removed, not from office.
Not from office, but from the matter.
Removed in relation to or in respect of specific matters.
Yes, so I did find that email. I just have to make it available to Advocate Sello, where the NDPP then adds bits to that email. And it is on that basis, there's the representations that are being dealt with by someone. The National Director in the email also says, Advocate Sello, that there's a review to be held. And so my having asked to be removed and being released, when I don't want to talk about it, it's not about just the sub judice per se, but I do not want to have anything that might unduly influence those matters, given I asked to be removed because of the controversies around myself in dealing with these matters. I'm not sure if I make sense, except for that is how I...
But Ms. Sildo's question relates to your testimony here.
Yes.
And not to your quote-unquote removal in respect of the matters you refer to. So the issue is more about your attitude with regard to testifying insofar as those matters are concerned. And the direct question is, in respect of those matters, are you raising the sub judice rule, the effect of which would be that you will not be testifying in respect of those matters? That's the question. I'm not sure that you've answered it.
I think it's not the not wanting to testify, if I could please be clear about that. It is I don't want that it is later on that what I have said has adversely influenced those matters given their current status. I would have to wait for the questions, I assume, which might be a more logical stance to take. Because these are out of my hands. I say something, they might, and maybe it's to put it simply, I do not want that later on there's an allegation that that which I said at the commission either influenced the outcome of the representations and or the review process. That was the only thing. It is I do not want to be seen to influence, not that I don't want to answer your questions.
I would assume that yes, we will ask you questions that relate to current issues. For example, what your attitude is with regard to statutory prescripts. So that's current. I'm not saying our questions with regard to the present will be limited to that. I'm just making the point that yes, there will be questions that relate to the present, but I would imagine that most of the questions will be historical in nature. Why did you take that decision? Just by way of one example. So I do not see how questions like those are affected by the fact that now those cases are handled by other people without your involvement. So I do not see how any of that is relevant to you testifying with regard to those aspects. It should not matter that you have, pursuant to your request, been divested of the power to deal with those matters. I do not see how.
Chair,
am I making sense?
In the manner that you've broken it down, yes, you do make sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
There's just one issue I need to clarify. Advocate Johnson, in relation to the same paragraph, 11.2, my understanding is that you testified in the ad hoc committee sometime late last year?
That is correct, sir.
Yes, and you testified in relation to the same issues?
Yes.
What was IDEC's attitude to the sub-judicial rule in the ad hoc committee? Did you adopt the same attitude, or were you comfortable to testify about the same issues?
I must go back into my record, but I seem to think I did raise it, but had to still answer it. I just speak under correction. I don't have that exact, did we raise the sub judice and it was overruled, or I answered the question?
Because I would find it unusual that before that committee you would be comfortable to answer the same questions, but when you come to this commission, which is established in terms of obviously the president's powers under the Constitution, followed by the terms of reference and the regulations, then the attitude to the same questions would change. I would find that strange, because the same risk that would arise if you answer these questions would have arisen if you answered them before the ad hoc committee.
That is correct, and that is, I say, I think in the manner in which the chair explained made more sense, and I am alive to that which I must answer, which might invariably be more of the historical than what happens now that there's a representation or that there's a review.
Because facts are facts. Facts don't change because they are representations. If we are looking at what happened in 2024, those are facts.
Correct.
If somebody speaks to the facts and say, on the 15th of July 2024, this is what happened, this is what did not happen, that does not change depending on whether there are representations or there's a matter in court, because those facts remain unless somebody changes them as they go along. But if they are what they are, and they have always been what they are, that should not be an issue.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Just to clarify that I understand your position correctly, you're not invoking the sub judice shield. You're not saying
no, ma'am.
You won't answer because of that.
No.
You
you expressing a difficulty that now that you're no longer seized with these matters, you should not speak in a way that may appear to influence a decision that will eventually be made, either by the court or whoever makes decisions on these representations.
Correct, Commissioner Baloyi.
Okay, thank you.
And then, if I understand your response correctly, to your response to Commissioner Baloyi, that paragraph 11.2 deals with two issues. The first, at line 3, is the matter being presently before court of law. The second is regards representations. You testified that those representations submitted by the accused are under consideration by the prosecution team, and that they are based on disclosed documents. So the representations are done, and they are under consideration. How exactly do you anticipate your testimony before the commission may potentially influence the outcome of those representations? Are you suggesting that the decision maker will take on board what you state in this commission and go beyond the bounds of what is contained in that file pertaining to the representations? If my assumption is correct, representations are made by the accused, and the prosecution team has an opportunity to respond thereto, and the decision maker makes his or her decision. Where exactly do you see the testimony you provide here today fitting into that process, and do you fear the decision maker will take that into consideration? Because the response, as I take it, is formal. It's by the prosecuting team, and it will not be influenced by the views of anyone else. Is that your understanding as well? So if you agree with me, how would your testimony here impact that process regarding the representations made by the accused? Thanks.
The representations are still under consideration. The reason for what I said is on Friday, the Friday that passed, the accused, Brigadier Mokwele, did submit in writing for the attention of the National Director, as well as Advocate Bell, who now oversees these matters, an additional document wherein her legal team alludes to the evidence of Mr. Padiachi, especially in relation to aspects elicited during the examination at the Commission on the Section 27, and makes it clear that these cannot be ignored for purposes of completing the representations. I was copied in. I think they forgot that I'm not involved, and that's the basis on which I saw it. So the fact that there was a referral to what was said and the intimation that what was said is critical, NPA, you cannot ignore what was said as you continue to adjudicate over my representations. That was the basis of my contention.
Okay, as I understand it, and this is what we engaged Colonel Padiachi on, the Section 27 referral was not part of the docket. The entire docket has been disclosed to the accused, but the Section 27 referral is not a part of that docket. It was only dealt with here and was submitted to this commission. So it's not particularly surprising that if a new document that is relevant to representations the accused would make surfaces, that they supplement their representations. So it's not so much as, from what you're saying, what Colonel Padiachi testified to, but it's the Section 27 docket as affidavit itself. So even there, I don't see. I just want us to perhaps be clear so that we are not confronted with whatever you are putting forward at 11.2 each time we have to deal with issues.
Understood.
My last one then is at your paragraph 11.14. You suggest there.
11.4, you mean?
It's 11.4. Thank you, Chair. 11.4. Paragraph 11.4 at your page 5. Your last statement there. Well, you talk about prosecutors independently evaluating the evidence and making prosecutorial decisions. You say, I have no insight into the dockets or the evidence contained in them. You see that?
Yes.
Just help me. How does that tally with what you state at your paragraph 24, your first statement? At your first statement, you say, following upon receipts of the dockets, the information contained therein was analyzed. Thereafter, an investigation was undertaken. The investigation unearthed sufficient evidence to conclude, 1, that there was reasonable and probable cause for the prosecution, and 2, formulation of the charges against Lieutenant Khumalo and his co-accused. Then you say the charges were contained. So that's you speaking. You seem to be satisfied insofar as the evidence is concerned and the following investigations. And that would seem to be inconsistent with what you're now suggesting at the end of your paragraph 11.4, that you have had no insight into the dockets or the evidence contained in them. Read that again with paragraph 30 of your statement, first statement, which reads, I quote, once the investigation was concluded, I was briefed by the team that had conducted the investigation on behalf of IDEC. IDEC then applied for warrants of arrest against all the accused. I then prepared a prosecution memorandum and you submitted it. Now, in light of your 24 and 30, I don't know if your statement at paragraph 11.4 is entirely correct, that you cannot speak to any evidence or issues in that docket. And unless I misunderstood either the two paragraphs or this one. And I'm happy to take a correction. Thank you.
The paragraph 24, the following upon receipt of the dockets, the information contained therein was analyzed. That is all the activities by the investigators and prosecutors. It's not me who does following upon receipt of the dockets and the information contained therein. Thereafter, an investigation was undertaken. It is me giving you the feedback of what happened in that process.
Yes. And then you continue to say the investigation unearthed sufficient evidence to establish the two factors. So my reading of your affidavit then is by the time you get to paragraph 30, and then you prepare a prosecution memorandum and a draft charge sheet and a request for the enrollment of the matter, there is you are at a level where you are satisfied that the investigations have unearthed sufficient evidence to sustain that charge sheet.
Correct.
I expect to find that in your prosecution memorandum. Otherwise, it suggests that you wrote this prosecution memorandum completely oblivious to the investigations and the evidence unearthed by the investigations, and that can be. It must be a very informed memorandum.
Yes, and it is informed through the team to myself here in 24 that there is sufficient information, sufficient evidence. Then there's, it's an engagement. And then that takes me into the compilation of the prosecution memorandum.
Which then would give you some level of insight into the
level of insight,
the evidence?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not so rigid.
No, I'm not saying I'm oblivious.
Yes.
But there may be details I miss, but it is a lot of it is it's in dockets, it's in documents. I get briefings, we have an engagement, and from there I'm able to take it forward.
What's the best thing to do in the circumstances? Is it to delete the last sentence altogether? Because with the insight that you accept to actually get to have, then that sentence does not make sense whatsoever. Don't we just delete that sentence?
On paragraph 11.4.
11.4, yes. The briefings, the sessions that you have with the investigators, that leads to you having an insight as you've just accepted as Ms. Sildo is engaging you.
Yes,
The effect of that is that the last sentence must go.
yes, because the insight does not per se mean I was reading through the dockets. In the way that I am informed or briefed, I therefore have insight into the evidence.
Yes.
That is correct, Chair.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Advocate Johnson, it goes further than that. Remember that letter I referred you to from the DPP, where they say they concur with your decision to prosecute. What they seem to be saying is that you made the decision to prosecute, they agree with you. So this paragraph, you can't read it with that letter and they mean the same thing. So when you say they make prosecution decisions, that's not what that letter says. That letter said you made a decision, they concur with your decision. So which is which?
I think it's in the nature of how that communication is. As the ID, I sent the memorandum. We captured the essence of the charges, who is to be charged, where the matter is to be enrolled, and what it is. The document comes from me. So when they respond, Chair, they respond to me and my decision, because as the head of office, I communicate the decision.
Yes.
And to communicate that decision, Commissioner Khumalo, I must have reconciled myself with that decision.
But you must also, because you see, there are two ways of looking at it. One is to say, we have investigated this case. These are all the facts. Please look at all the facts and decide whether this person should be prosecuted or not. That's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is that you say, we have conducted an investigation, we've prepared a charge sheet, I'm satisfied that there's a prima facie case, I have made a decision to prosecute, and all they have to do is to say, I agree or I don't agree. So is it the first one or the second one?
The second one being from the DPP office.
From you, do you convey to the DPP that you've made a decision to prosecute, that this case should be prosecuted? Yes. Is that the decision you make?
Yes.
And that is what you communicate?
That is what is communicated. Okay. I would just need to check the wording. Do I say I made the decision to prosecute, or there's a decision to prosecute by the team? I would just need to check those words. Not to abdicate any responsibilities, but I should be clear about how I wrote it in there.
Maybe let's look at the letter. It will help you.
Whilst we look, I was about to say, surely the decision must be yours. When you communicate with the DPP, it's your decision. Yes, what you may have been told is relevant to you then deciding.
File 6, Advocate Johnson, File 6, 2438.
Commissioner Khumalo,
2438.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, look at the last part of paragraph 3.
And I concur with your decision to charge them on the offences set out in the charge sheet.
Yes. So what the DPP is concurring with is your decision to charge them.
As communicated in the prosecution memo.
So that presupposes that you had made a decision to charge.
That is correct, sir.
Yes. So what is stated in 11.4 of your statement is not correct then, or at least needs to be qualified.
Let's go to 11.4. prosecutors independently evaluate the evidence and make prosecution decisions. I perform an oversight function. And adjudicating the evidence in this and other matters.
So, Advocate Johnson, so as not to put words in your mouth, what we are trying to fix for now is paragraph 11.4 of your statement to make sure that it is as accurate as possible. So in your own words, how do you want 11.4 to be recorded? Now that you've seen this letter, hopefully it has jogged your memory.
So prosecutors independently evaluate the evidence and make prosecution decisions.
Are these internal IDEC prosecutors?
Internal IDEC prosecutors.
So,
in terms of that oversight function, they then present the evidence to me.
To you, I'm sorry. I'm thinking aloud, sorry.
As long as it makes sense. They then present the evidence to me.
Yes.
Once they have presented the evidence, commissioners, more often than not, it is an oral briefing. They will then put together a draft prosecution memo. I then have to go through that memo, see if I agree with what is in there, and therefore endorse the prosecution decision, which then becomes my decision, which is conveyed. It is therefore where I say I compiled the prosecution memo, because in order for me to do that, I need a lot of the information and the evidence put together in a specific way so that I'm able to apply my mind to that prosecution decision and the conveyance thereof to the office of the DPP.
So your decision is then conveyed to the office of the DPP?
That is correct.
And then paragraph 3 of that letter is correct?
It is correct.
Thank you.
Because the DPP commissioner receives the prosecution memo from myself and therefore responds to myself.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before we leave your response to paragraph 2.2, an issue arose, I think, in your in the engagement Commissioner Baloyi had with you regarding what you specifically, whether or not you invoked the sub judice rule before ad hoc. When we break for tea, you might want to consider, for the record, CJC 375, Exhibit CJC 375. That is the transcript of your testimony before the ad hoc committee. Just make a note of the exhibit number. We will assist you to
and
locate
the file? It's CJC 375.
CJC 375.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, CJC 375, please take note. It's file 3, I'm told. The most important thing is the exhibit number. That is your transcript, the transcript of your testimony before ad hoc. So I suggest over the course of lunch, you cast your eye there to see whether or not, to the question posed, whether you did raise the sub judice rule before ad hoc.
I will do that.
Thank you. If we go over, leave then on your statement, we're at page 6 of your statement, you deal with questions or issues raised in paragraphs 2.3 and 2.4 of the subpoena. You give a singular response, I think, to that. So I will read both 2.3 and 2.4. 2.3 reads thus, quote, allegations concerning your role in interference in criminal investigations and prosecutions, close quote. Sub 2.4, the effect, open quote, the effect of such conduct on the functioning, integrity, and independence of the criminal justice system, close quote. You respond to both of those from your paragraph 12 at page 6 of your supplementary statement. If you could then turn to deal with that. Thank you.
At paragraph 12, Commissioners, at paragraphs 2.3 and 2.4, I deny any allegation that I interfered in criminal investigations or prosecutions. This allegation is, in any event, vague and unsupported by particulars. I expand on this denial as follows hereunder. I say that the allegations is vague because it does not identify the investigation or prosecution allegedly interfered with, the date or period of the alleged interference, the person allegedly influenced, the decision allegedly affected, or the manner in which the alleged interference occurred. In paragraph 13, IDAC operates on a prosecution-led investigative methodology that I head. Investigators conduct investigations and present evidence to prosecutors in their teams. Prosecutors then evaluate the facts and evidence and decide whether to prosecute. That decision is confirmed by the DDPP, is the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions Commissioners in the group. Matters, paragraph 14, matters are presented to the investigating director and senior managers before arrest as part of the oversight function. I have not instructed, pressured, induced, prevented, delayed, or otherwise influenced any investigator or prosecutor to act other than in accordance with the evidence, the law, and the applicable prosecutorial policy.
Thank you. Thank you. I take it reference at paragraph 14 to the investigating director is reference to yourself. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And you say matters are presented to you then and senior managers before arrest as part of the oversight function. Can you briefly tell the commissioners what your oversight function entails?
When teams are ready to execute arrests, it becomes important to determine that they have done, they have all the necessary documents, that they have fulfilled the evidential burden, and what operational and or resource support they might require. So when they make this presentation to the ID and senior managers, their commissioners could include senior investigators, other senior prosecutors, etc. And what happens is the team that is preparing to conduct an operation must prepare to people that are not present to people that are not in their team. So it would invariably be other managers of equal ranks of other persons also from that team. And when they present, they would make a PowerPoint presentation. Sometimes some of them, them being the lawyers they would want to speak off the cuff, but they would give you a briefing of the evidence, how persons are linked to the allegations, which persons are linked to the allegations, a brief summary of what evidence they rely on, and then to indicate who it is they intend to arrest. Do they intend to search? Do they have arrest warrants? Do they have search warrants? Are they going to be just, and forgive my language, ordinary searches, or are they going to be cyber searches? Where these are going to take place? And that is the general gist of that kind of briefing. And once myself and the other senior managers have left, that team gets together with other officials to plan the logistics of who goes where, what resources are required, and so on. But it is just in order to understand that their matter is ready.
Thank you. Then just to clarify lastly on that particular paragraph, on paragraph 14, you say you have not instructed or otherwise influenced any investigator or prosecutor to act other than in accordance with the evidence, the law, the applicable prosecutorial policy. I appreciate what you are communicating here to be that there was no undue influence from you on. My question is, did you, in the course of being briefed and having the presentations made to you, and in the exercise of your oversight function, do you have scope to instruct, advise, influence investigations? And I say so, you doing so in accordance with the law. I'm not imputing any undue, unlawful influence, but are you, as the investigating director, able to influence the direction, outcome, disagree with what is presented to you, and therefore influence the eventual outcome of the investigation, or you have no scope at all in that regard?
It is not to seek to influence. In those presentations, myself and whomever the other managers are that are present are allowed to engage with the presentation. Sometimes it may not be as clear how a person is linked. There might be questions around a witness. Why do you have a 204 witness? What do you have that corroborates? It's almost like a moot court without the presiding officers, but it is an engagement of the matter. So everyone can ask questions, make suggestions. There has been, over the years, a time or two where the teams have had to go back because they thought they were ready, and other managers in the office took issue with perhaps how things were incomplete.
And that is where we are going to leave it, and I trust that the Commission will follow suit as they generally take their lunch break at 1 p.m. So Advocate Andrea Johnson, the head of IDAC, being taken through her statement there by Advocate Mahlapi Sillo, and you can expect after the lunch adjournment that things will intensify as she will then be quizzed about some of the other evidence that has been deposed before the Commission, and of course the role that she is alleged to have played. You would have heard from various testimonies from people who are affiliated to IDAC who came before the Commission that she no doubt will be quizzed about some of those allegations of interference and also obstructing, the course of justice in doing just that. But that's where we're going to leave it. Thanks to the production team. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We'll do it again tomorrow. Right now, it's 1 o'clock. Here's on Nelambana with your latest news.
Thank you, Sakina and the team. On the top stories, National Treasury signs a loan agreement with the World Bank and no replacement yet for Western Cape Department of Education Minister. For SAfm News, I am Ondilambana, and a very good day. National Treasury has signed a $1.5 billion development policy loan agreement with the World Bank. This to help support South Africa's efforts to achieve inclusive growth by tackling infrastructure constraint, the primary barrier to job creation. In a statement released by Treasury today, the fourth development policy loan marks a significant step towards addressing South Africa's pressing economic challenges of low growth and high unemployment. Nothando Magudulela reports.
Treasury says the financing terms of the loan are in line with its borrowing strategy that aims to ensure long-term debt sustainability and affordability by raising funding at the lowest cost. It adds that the loan offers both a favorable interest rate and flexible repayment terms, contributing to minimizing the rise in debt service costs.
IDAC head advocate Andrea Johnson has dismissed allegations that Crime Intelligence Chief Dumisani Khumalo was arrested because he was the coordinator of the political killing stars team. Johnson is testifying before the Madlanga Commission. She told the Commission that Khumalo and his 6 co-accused face charges under the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, fraud and other related offences. Johnson further testified that IDAC investigated Khumalo in his capacity as Divisional Commissioner of of Crime Intelligence over allegations of unlawful conduct.
The fact that Lieutenant General Khumalo also held another portfolio in relation to the PKTT was not within our knowledge. At no stage was I, as the head of IDEC, aware that Lieutenant General Khumalo had anything to do with the PKTT, let alone being its convener. In any event, even had I been aware of same, such would have been irrelevant because of the reasons for his arrest.
Officials from the Northern Cape Consumer Protection Authority are leading raids at a number of businesses around Kimberley today, checking compliance and the quality of food items on their shelves. The NCPA says the multi-agency compliance operation is meant to protect consumers from exploitation and to ensure that illicit goods are removed from the market. NCPA Chief Director Advocate Prince Oliver elaborates.
Protect consumers against exploitation and to make sure that we remove all illicit goods from the shelves, so that also look at the prices so that consumers can make informed decisions whether we want to buy the product or not. But our main focus is to make sure that we remove the illicit goods from the shelves.
Western Cape education officials say they have not yet been informed on who will replace David Mainir as the provincial education minister or when. Mainir has taken up a national cabinet post after a request by the DA to the president for a change in its GNU representation. Department spokesperson Bruna Hamond says despite this, the third term of schooling has started off smoothly this morning.
Yes, it's quite a big term for us, especially for our grade 12s, because this is when they do their mock and trial examinations, and that helps them to prepare for the National Senior Certificate examinations, which is happening in October this year. They'll get those papers back, see where they need to, make improvements, what subject areas that they need to focus on. Important for the teachers as well as those learners, and then as we go into our spring schools, then they can actually focus on those areas.
The U.S. Central Command says its forces have carried out a 10th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. It says the attacks targeted Iranian command centers, maritime assets, missile and drone launch sites, as well as air defense systems. Bunolo Maribe reports.
U.S. Central Command has said that its strikes are aimed at degrading Iranian military capabilities that have been used to attack commercial vessels and civilian mariners in the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps said that it had targeted and immobilized 2 oil tankers, and now maritime security officials have confirmed that there is 1 vessel that is currently adrift.
Recapping the top story, National Treasury has signed a $1.5 billion development policy loan agreement with the World Bank. This to help support South Africa's efforts to achieve inclusive growth by tackling infrastructure constraints, the primary barrier to job creation. I'm Wandilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, and it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM. You are listening to The Full Circle.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. I can't quite decide from our corner of the country where we are at whether or not it's time for us to slowly start packing away the winter woolies and the winter boots. Although a large number of people on social media keep saying, including some of my team, keep saying that winter missed us this year. I mean, no doubt we know the effects of global warming, right? I think they're saying that on average, global temperatures are rising by 0.0 or 0.1 degree. I forget the exact mathematical calculation, but it's significant enough that winters are slowly but surely starting to winter less and less and less. But yeah, I don't know about you though, so I'm feeling a little confused with the weather where I'm at. I don't know where you are, what the weather is doing. But hey, it's a beautiful day nonetheless, and we've got a jam-packed show. We're going to be catching up with SAFmRadio, our SABC News reporter, who's coming to us live from the Madlanga Commission. It's day 144 today, and because we are seeing that investigating directorate against corruption, IDEX head Andrea Johnson has been giving her testimony to the commission since this morning. We also are going to be catching up with Dr. Mhlophe, who's a legendary storyteller, author and playwright. And we're going to be talking about Funda Wonders, who are partnering with Dr. Mhlophe to lead Mandela Month Reading Revolution in the rural Eastern Cape. And then on the other side of 2 o'clock, we are having a conversation around beyond policy, the real access to sexual and reproductive health. So that conversation is coming up. And here's something that they want me to ask you. And this is informed by what we've been seeing happening at the Madlanga Commission, right? You don't have to share your name. You don't have to share the organization, any identifying details. You can keep it to yourself. This is the one time you can fully and wholly lean into being anonymous. Have you ever handed in a fake medical certificate? Have you ever taken the day off, taken the day of leave for whatever reasonings, and then handed in a fake medical certificate into the office, into your place of employment, claiming that, you had whatever you had? Because we're going to have that conversation as we wrap up the show. What actually gives a sick note its legal and professional credibility? That's coming up towards the tail end. So we just wanted to know if you've ever handed in a sick note, and I can tell you now that at least 2 or 3 of you have definitely done it. It's 1:15 o'clock. A quick pause, and then we'll come back with SAFmRadio.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, SAFmRadio is joining us from Madlanga Commission Day 144. And SAFmRadio, I'm not going to ask you if you've ever handed in a sick note, even though you weren't sick. We'll leave that to the mysteries of SAFmRadio. How are you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me, Bridget.
Let's round up day 144 because, Andrea submitted a sick note that got chastised by Justice Madlanga for lacking any information, for being an empty sick note. I forget his exact descriptive. But was it useless, as they whisper in my ears in chorus? But she is at the Madlanga Commission today.
Yes, definitely. I think a lot of us were sort of, wondering if she'll actually pitch again today to just give her testimony before the Madlanga Commission. But she walked in, I think, 5 minutes before the proceedings actually started, and we saw her, and a lot of us were quite relieved that finally we could get to hear her side of the story. But in the matter of this sick note, I think Advocate Mahlapesilo did mention the fact that they have been given a more detailed sick note, and it's something that they're not gonna get into. So she shot straight ahead to Johnson's testimony. And, I mean, so far she's answered things or responded to allegations that were made by General Ntahla Mkhwanazi that, General Dumsani Khumalo was arrested in a Hollywood style. And the fact that Mkhwanazi had also alleged that Dumsani Khumalo was arrested because he was a member or the coordinator of the PKTT. So she has responded to those allegations, but now she's also getting into the allegations of Major General Feroz Khan and the fact that she may have, or there are allegations that she handed him a very sensitive document pertaining to a complaint that involves Feroz Khan. So I think, as you know, this is still the first half where she's just delivering her side of the story, but the juice always comes out during cross-examination.
Oh, absolutely. Don't we know it? Because the commissioners and the evidence leaders always so polite when you're giving your testimony and until the tail end. There have been calls for President Ramaphosa to suspend Advocate Johnson, and seemingly these are growing. I mean, what do we make of this from her testimony thus far? And I know thus far no holes have been poked into her testimony, but is there anything telling perhaps of misconduct, perhaps a lack of judgment where she's concerned? Because the one thing we definitely do know that I caught in the morning, she is definitely qualified for, academically qualified for the seat that she's holding. But is there anything that you've caught a wind of that you think when that cross-examination comes, it's going to land her up in hot water?
No, definitely. I think, what we saw with Brian Padayachi's evidence last week, who's the lead investigator in this Dumsani Khumalo, investigation and other crime intelligence officials, there's definitely a lot that she, as the head and somebody who oversees some processes within the IDEC, will have to answer for. But interestingly enough, she, Advocate Mahlapi Sello had subpoenaed the IDEC to say Andrea Johnson must present documents pertaining to General Dumsani Khumalo's testimony, but she had somehow, said that she does not want to self-implicate. So what we are seeing is her reluctance to answer questions pertaining to the General Dumsani Khumalo, which obviously raises questions as to why she may not want to self-implicate in that matter and why all of a sudden has she distanced herself in that regard and not being involved in that investigation, but handed it over to her deputy. So, I mean, there were a lot of alarm bells that were going off. So I think her testimony, together with what Padayachi had said about their investigation and how she may have been the one who had called for the investigation into Dumsani Khumalo, I mean, it's definitely going to land her in a lot of hot water, but we'll have to obviously wait for that and see what sort of cross-examination, Advocate Mahlapi Sello, who's the evidence leader, sort of brings about regarding her. But there's definitely a lot of holes that will be poked during her testimony at the commission.
Well, we can't wait. We hold our breath to see what happens in the second half of the day. We'll leave it there with you for today. It's Batlamoto. Thank you so much for your time, as always, SABC News reporter. And if you want to track the commission, you can do so on SAFM Connect via the SABC Plus app. It's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. A quick pause and then we come back and we catch up with legendary South African storyteller, author and playwright, Dr. Gcina Mhlophe.
Do you know what our problem is?
We have a problem?
You're a little clingy.
Clingy?
Every time I start getting somewhere, you want me.
But I need you.
You can't have all of me. I need a little room to grow.
So what are you saying?
Put me in a Nedbank 32-day notice account. Give me some time. I'll come back better. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and bank your money this July savings month. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We are licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
SAFM. After 132 years of colonial rule, Algeria fought a brutal war for freedom. Independence came at a cost: lives, land, and legacy. But from that struggle came strength. Today, Algeria stands sovereign, steady, and self-defined.
I was with Hector Peterson when he was shot. The boy was in that picture where a boy was carrying. He was the first student I saw going down. I saw him being shot on the head and he fell down.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle.
So Funda Wande is partnering with award-winning literary legend Dr. Gcina Mhlophe to open reading corners in every classroom at Mhlaka Senior Primary School and Ngamakwe in the Eastern Cape. And this is as a direct response to South Africa's reading crisis. We know that around 81% of grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning. So we thought we'd catch up with Dr. Gcina Mhlophe this afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, Ms. Masinga.
Ngiyaphila, Mamzo. Thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it.
Are you still good looking this week, or you've changed your mind? Are you still good looking, or am I wasting my time talking to a lady who used to be?
I'm still good looking, my love.
All right.
I mean, let's talk about this partnership because, you've always been one who's been at the forefront of this conversation around literature, access to learning, access to books, particularly as it pertains to young people in the country. So talk to us about Ufunda Wande and partnering up with this particular primary school out in the Eastern Cape.
In Paga, yes. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And Funda Wande is doing lovely work, especially with these reading corners and classrooms. I've partnered with them in the past, and this year we're going to Ngamakwe. I'm thinking, sure, I've traveled the world, New York, and about Tokyo. We've been to Buenos Aires. Now we're going to Ngamakwe. Yeah, we understand. We're going places. I'm looking forward to go to the Eastern Cape, to go to Ngamakwe, and to visit this particular part of South Africa, wherever young people need encouragement and celebration for their efforts, and teachers who work hard against all odds. Because in some places we are mangala. How do teachers even have the drive to wake up to go to school when they're so little? And so when there are people who care enough to say we can support, we can assist, we can create a reading corner in that particular school, in some of the schools that hardly anybody talks about, like they don't exist, you understand? So I'm grateful to be in a place where we can go and do that. And we can't say we are judging children who have got problems with reading for meaning and what when we do nothing.
Absolutely.
I see people repeating, oh, but they can't read for meaning. They can't read. Like, what have you done lately? Have you even visited a school near the school where your children go to or your grandchildren go to? And have you thought of donating some of the books that your children used to read, and they are grown up now, they don't read them anymore? What do you do with them? They are in good shape. They are sitting in a box somewhere or in a shelf or in the garage. Do something about it. So for me, it's not even about being rich in order to make a difference in other people's lives. And that is one of the reasons why I started Nozincwadi Literacy Campaign in 2001. I mean, this year we're celebrating 25 years of the Nozincwadi Literacy Campaign. What a fabulous way to celebrate the 25 years by partnering with soldiers like Funda Wande, because they're soldiers. They're soldiering on and saying we are going to work together to create a reading nation.
Absolutely, and I think that is the essence, of the spirit of Nelson Mandela, is coming together and working together for the greater good. Let's talk a little bit as well about Mamgcina, about the Reading Corner initiatives, right, and the impact that you've seen them make, specifically so for these younger learners in grade R all the way to grade 7, in fostering that culture of reading. Because if you don't see your parents read, you're not going to read as a kid.
No. You know what I find is that when we go to these reading corners, last year we were in the Cape Flats, Kapalo Dumo, and we went there, and the teachers were so excited, and the learners were preparing for this big day, and they were wanting to read to us. I mean, by the time I performed, it was just by the way, she's famous, whatever. We can read over here. They were reading for us, and for me, my heart was doing somersaults to watch the children wanting to read to us and all the other guests. Befunda, some of them were reading in Afrikaans, some of them were reading in isiXhosa, others reading in English. And I really encourage people to read in their mother tongues wherever we go. Because when people say our children cannot read for meaning, very often it's they cannot read for meaning in English. Try an English first language speaker. Uthi awubambi Setswana lapha. Here's a book in Setswana. What can you do? Yo, bazophela inkamos. And you say try to vendor. But no, it's not fair. It's like asking a fish to climb a tree. We understand. So I encourage African languages. One's mother tongue is the thing to start with. And our parents, our neighbors, or even pensioners, when they've got time to be able to read in the spaces nearby where there's a school, or especially ECD centers. You know, some of these ECD centers, the mothers are very young these days. They don't even know what gogo. They hardly have grandmothers. Gogo are very young. They are in the early 40s.
Yeah.
You understand? Who wants to sit down and feeding the chickens and telling stories and watching the sun across the sky? They don't have time for that. But busy, but they are still having their lives. And so that leaves these little people without that grandmother element that we were blessed with. And so I'm thinking even pensioners can play their role. It doesn't cost a cent to be kind to a little person, to read a book to a little person, or to tell a story for that matter.
Absolutely.
Even if it's a story about your own life, because they're curious. They think you happen to be a grandmother forever and ever and ever. Nobody was old forever and ever and ever. They used to be young. And
Absolutely.
so I think when we're thinking about these reading corners, it's a beautiful space where a young person, even before the classes begin, they say, I can get in. Let me go and get the nice book over there. I've never opened that one. And some of the books are colorful, gorgeous illustrations. And they're looking at the illustrations. And then finally the teacher says, let's read this one. How awesome is that? You see their eyes light up. So reading corners are a very important part of our journey towards building this reading nation. And without education, we are doomed.
Absolutely. Mamgcina, let's just pause there for a second as we take the headline news. We'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation with legendary storyteller, author, playwright. And of course, it is Mamgcina Mhlope joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Bridget, and a very good day. On the news headlines, a case referred to IDEC by Member of Parliament Fadil Adams points to the alleged capture of systems and processes within crime intelligence for private gain by its head Dumisani Khumalo and other senior officials. And the National Treasury has signed a $1.5 billion development policy loan agreement with the World Bank. Workers at the Venetia mine in Old Days, Limpopo, say they are shocked by mining company's decision to suspend production for 2 years. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, and it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we're in conversation with legend herself. Mamgcina Mhlope is joining us, founder of Gcina Masiko Arts and Heritage Trust, and of course, legendary storyteller, advocate for literature, author and playwright. And we're just talking ahead of this activation and partnership with Mxaka Senior Primary School out in Nqamakwe, Eastern Cape. And this comes as a direct response to South Africa's reading crisis. We know that it's often cited to us that a vast majority of grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning. And so over and above just activating the reading corners in the Eastern Cape and countrywide, also just having a snapshot conversation with someone who's literally on the ground about this crisis that I think affects us all. Mamgcina, I love what sort of your call to action, and I think you put it out as a challenge. to a lot of our older listeners, and we have listeners in every generation on the show, because if you, I see it with some of my aunts who've taken retirement from teaching, in the last 2 years or so, still very vibrant, still very active, still wanting to contribute. And looking for a way that also utilizes their training and professional skilling. And I think going out to the ECDs, even if it's 1 day or 2 days a week, and going out there to share this literature moment with children and exchange in storytelling and conversation. And surely it does something for what we're always talking about, cognitive development and socializing and all these other themes we always speak of.
Absolutely, you're right. And also, not only do young people feel this warmth from the older professionals, I'll call them professionals who just retired, early 60s. Oh my goodness, vibrant, like you won't believe. And they also feel, valued. When you're sitting there doing nothing, thinking, okay, I've retired now, so what do I do with this mind that's full of this knowledge, that's full of these experiences and all of that? It's a win-win situation. Because when people are looking forward to your arrival, to whatever you are bringing to them, it's amazing. It's amazing. I know a lady who was a mathematics specialist. She's called all over the place because she loves teaching mathematics. She's in her early 80s. How amazing is that? She is so beautiful. She's so strong physically. And I love that she is willing to just share what she still has, because the mathematics lives in her DNA. So whatever subject you are good at, I was talking recently to some colleagues. I was doing a job in Pretoria, and I said, can we just, I keep repeating this, can we just make sure that we get financial literacy into the schools? Senior primary school is the place to begin. Not by the time they figure university, you say you're going to teach them how to understand money and what. Senior primary school, let's talk about cash.
Absolutely.
Talk about understanding the money. Talk about saving a little bit, 10 rands there, 20 rands there. And it's like magic when money grows interest. And meantime, the magic is in you, in that intention. So the same thing with reading then, because when people say you must do your research about this and that, and you don't know how to read, how are you going to do your research? How are you going to consult grandmother Google? They want to ask grandmother Google. Grandmother Google speaks English and needs for you to read. Hello.
We got a message here on WhatsApp. And I don't know, it came from Anonymous. They didn't sign off. They said, saw my pops read newspapers religiously when I was a kid, and I ended up reading the entire Harry Potter series back in primary school. We also have a voice note. Let's go to that WhatsApp.
Hi, Bridget. Please greet to Mamuti Namshope. This is John Milolo. She used to come to our school, Sibonile School for the Blind. And I just wanted to ask her if she's still willing to assist learners with disabilities in her reading corner. Thank you.
Mom Tina?
Sibonile School for the Blind is one of my favorite schools. Woo! Last time I went to Sibonile School for the Blind, I was launching my book, Nozincwadi, when it had been published in Braille, and I went to launch it there. And the learners were asking me, so you were here 20 years ago, but how old are you? You must be 100 years old. And I said, yes, I'm 100 years old, definitely. They were very pleased to have a 100-year-old gogo coming to visit them. So Sibonile School for the Blind, we're still going to see you. My book that I'm working on now, we're also going to have it in Braille. We're also coming to Sibonile. Hello, you're my children, whether you can see me or not. I know you can feel me.
Oh, absolutely. I love it. I love it. Whilst we're still on this conversation, because it really is an important one, let's talk about parents out there. You, even if you don't have a culture of reading in the family, how do you begin to create it in a way that doesn't seem overwhelming for you as well, and that doesn't seem like it's demanding too much of your time, but the little tricks and nitbits that you can give it as advice for any of our listeners to say, you know what, starting this weekend, let's have change behavior.
let's change behavior. Abantwana babuya ne-homework esikoleni. And they come back with a book as well. Teacher said we must read this book. No, I don't know what to do. While they are panicking, and what you say, let's just go into the bedroom, or let's go to the veranda, wherever we are sitting, and just a little quiet corner. Let's read 2 paragraphs together. You know, the sound of the voice of a person who cares about you stays with you for the rest of your life. Whether it's a father or it's a mother or an uncle or a grandparent, it doesn't matter who does it. Just make it your business. Even if it's twice a week, you do that. Utinje, what book were you reading at school? Even if it's a book about biology, it doesn't matter what subject they are reading. Uti, can I read it? You know, I also know how to read. The sound of the voice of a person who cares about you, I repeat, it stays with you for the rest of your life. So please make sure that you love them enough, not only to pay school fees, not only to buy school uniforms. Let them know your voice. Your voice when you are nourishing, not when you say, don't run, you're going to fall down. When you are too loud, and you are talking too slowly, you are talking too softly. And we always criticizing, and we change our story. We say they eat too much and then they don't eat enough. They are running and then they are walking too slowly, all the things we say. But can we just say something positive to our children? And say it in our voice, a voice that is nourishing, not a voice that is reprimanding.
I like that a lot. Also, I understand why you have been called to do what you do by way of being a formidable children's book author, amongst other things, and being a storyteller. There's something about Mamkina when she expresses. You feel all the emotions and everything. We got a message here that says, "Hi Bridget, Mamkina is an inspiration. My kiddie's first book was Stories of Africa, which was amazing and made one proud to be an African. Problem was I stopped reading to them and started reading it for myself." Stay blessed, Mama. This is Naveen out in Durban. Mamkina, we're going to have to leave it there. But for anybody who wants to maybe track, support some of your initiatives, support this partnership, with the Eastern Cape, fundawande.org is where they can go.
Yes, fundawande.org. Definitely you can go to that. And also on our side, we're celebrating 25 years of Nozincwadi Literacy Campaign this year. And the big festival, the big celebration is in September, the same week as the Heritage Day. And so, and we're going to be having dance, we're going to have storytelling, we're going to have seminars, we're going to have Prophet Wangui are coming from different countries, and England, Gobani, Bayeza. And the amazing thing is that Nozincwadi has been translated into all South African languages and Braille, and done into a signed language video. And now we've got it coming out in Kikuyu, in Kiswahili, in Shona, in Chichewa. And so we're having several languages, and some of them will be launched here in Durban in September on the last day of the festival. So, Azishe, let's speak our African languages and not talk about the concept of Ubuntu. Let's just be Abantu, that's all.
I love it. We'll definitely touch base closer to that 20th celebration in September. That was Dr. Gcina Mhlophe joining us this afternoon. Fundawande.org is where you can go to track all of her activities. 22 2 o'clock. A quick pause, and then we're still staying on stages, pages, screens, and more. It's the UJ Choir, which presents Voices of Tomorrow. It's a choir kaleidoscope, and we're going to be in conversation with choir master of the UJ Choir in just a moment.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today and live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
So I was one of quite a large group of, of police officers, men and women, black and white, who were assigned to protect Madiba, and that's what we did. And we were one of the members of that unit, loved him and would have done anything for him, and we took our job and our responsibility very seriously.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy, reflect, remember, and continue the conversation. Only on SAfm.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You may not be able to drop the price of your child's school fees, but switch to Outsurance and you could drop your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 36-year-old Jill, who saves a jaw, dropping 471 Rand a month on her 2025 Hyundai i20. Don't pay more than you need to, so get a quote from Outsurance to switch and save today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Never say we don't bring the arts directly to you wherever you are this afternoon. Also, I'm looking at the visual of this particular performance, and I don't think we were able to stream it up for you on our live streaming this afternoon, but you needed to have been in the room. We're joined by choir master of the UJ Choir, Sizwe Mondlane, joins us now. And of course, at the University of Johannesburg, it's a division of the UJ Arts and Culture and the Faculty of Arts, Design and Architecture. And they are presenting Voices of Tomorrow on Saturday, the 1st of August at UJ Arts Center. How are you doing, Sizwe?
How are you, babe?
I'm fantastic. I mean, come on. So you lead that?
Yep, those are my children.
He says those are my children, and he himself looks like he's a children. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming through. We appreciate it. Mark, are we on? It says was mic on. I'm not hearing him coming out of this mic. So we're just trying to see, Uti, what is happening.
Am I here?
There
we go.
Not just the ghost in the room.
Not just the voice in the room.
You know what I mean? Let's talk about being a choir master firstly, let's talk about the UJ choir. Okay. I was saying to Caesar, I had FOMO just before I went on maternity. He says about 2 years ago, so just before I got pregnant. I went on social media the one day and I saw some of my friends were out at UJ, and it was just a spectacular 2 nights celebrating the 50th year of the UJ choir.
Correct. So it comes from a long line of heritage from when it started off as Rao, actually. And then when UJ became UJ from the merger of Rao Chorale, and they became UJ Choir.
Yeah.
So from that inception, we actually celebrated the legacy from when it was still Rao into the UJ Turner, and now we're here. That's when we celebrated 50 years of the choir.
What a wow.
So we brought singers who used to be in the choir from 1976 and all the way through the 2000s into 2024 when we had the celebration. It was really spectacular.
It looked spectacular. It looked like such an incredible evening. And the legacy of this choir, right? I know institutions, organizations will have choirs. SABC has a choir. I know. But I was so blown away by it because firstly, just the size and the sheer magnitude of it. And then the vocal talent of this choir.
Yeah, it's... People just think singing is just opening your mouth and singing. I realized this when I joined the choir and the singing space, that this is a lot of work before you get to enjoy the harmonies. So the legacy started from musical integrity and teachings that just were passed on through these different generations. And to have different generations, different races, different backgrounds meet and just be part of one legacy was incredibly special.
Yeah. How do you find yourself as the choir master? Because as we're talking, I can still hear the melody that we came into the conversation with. How do you find yourself as the choir? You yourself look like you're still a student at UJ.
I am quite young, I would like to think. But yes, I actually started at the university studying accounting. And I was just planning to be an accountant. And I joined the university choir. And as the years grew, I just couldn't get that space out of me or me out of that space. And then I proceeded and I studied business management at the university. And I got very involved with the choir, first as an administrator, and then I became the assistant to the conductor who retired in 2023. In 2023. After she retired, I kind of held that space a little bit interim. And when the position opened up, I applied. And lo and behold, I made it.
What a wow. Okay, listen, not a bad move from accountant to choir master.
Absolutely not. I agree. It's not. Passion. Because I was really passionate about accounting. But music just had my heart. And in this space, I got to grow. I got to be creative. I got to learn so much. And now I get to lead other people and have that light that was shone upon me, shine upon them. And that choral spark stay alive.
Yeah. And I believe no degree is wasted, because your accounting degree and your experience in administration definitely comes into the benefit of the choir as well, as you march them on to different eras. And let me talk also and I know we're going to touch on Voices of Tomorrow, which is happening on Saturday the 1st of August. But because I'm so fixated with this choir now, I, by the way, sent the lead to my producers, so they mustn't take all the credit about this particular one. Because I'm so fixated on this choir, I've not seen it perform live. I'm going to come on the 1st of August to see the Voices of Tomorrow. What becomes the vision and the evolution for what is essentially an institution within an institution?
Oof. You know what? I think one of the fascinating things about the university choir is that UJ does not offer any performative art as a qualification.
Oh.
So everybody who's in the choir is studying something totally unrelated.
I did not know this.
Absolutely. And none of them can read music. They just get there and they just are toe to toe with the world's best. So for us to be able to build a brand like that of people who are studying law, accounting, business management, all these qualifications, and bring them to one vision, I think is also propelled by us wanting to create members of society that are holistic, that are able to take part in different things other than their work, where they can actually have an outlet for emotion and talent.
Absolutely.
So I think that's definitely been the vision, being world class in everything that you do.
Oh, I like that. World class in everything that you do. So talk to me about Voices of Tomorrow. So this is happening on Saturday the 1st. Is this now new inductees? What's the vibe? What's the situation?
So Voices of Tomorrow is us reaching out to young singers in Johannesburg.
Okay.
Because I firmly believe that without primary schools, without high school choirs, without all these developing stages choirs, there are no university choirs, because these same people or students that are singing in the primary school choirs have to go on to sing into the primary school, into the university choirs.
Absolutely.
So I remember there was a time back when choir singing was so popular in schools, and then it fell off for a little bit, and now it's coming back. And with it coming back, it's able to feed the university with students that have experience in choral singing. So Voices of Tomorrow is a concert where we invite young choirs in Johannesburg, and when they come in, we share the stage with them.
Okay.
We stay on a big platform, they perform their repertoire, and then the UG choir performs, and then we bring it all together and everyone is on stage at the same time to perform, just to kind of, give them that inspiration and that hope, give them that involvement with high institutions and good choral singing, and on amazing platforms like the UG Arts Center.
So interesting, because then I'm wondering, and I went to an all-girls school in Durban and we had a choir, and then in that choir there wasn't a sub-choir, I forget what they were called, but they were like 8 members.
Ooh, they love chamber choirs in schools. I know that.
And when they sang Gadiamus Igitu, like, ooh, you got goosebumps all over.
Absolutely.
But is sort of the choral choir culture, and you say there was a time when it really just was thriving, it was nourished and all the rest of it. But how do we bring it back to its glory days? And I'm a believer, like you say, in having sort of a streamlined system that feeds into every single level, because you don't want people to lose interest somewhere along the line. You'll never get them back.
Exactly, we won't. So I think over the years, now obviously social media has helped greatly, where people get to see these different choirs, are exposed to everyone. But as a South African people, as a nation, we love singing. At our core, if you were to date to an era in history, go back to the music, it'll tell you what was going on in that specific era in music. So choir, I think, has been ever present, and it was a form of storytelling and encapsulating some memories and feelings for us. So I think as a people, revisiting that through choral music is very important, and it ignites that thing. It reminds us where we come from. It reminds us who we are. So I think this, through the different eras, is really good for us. And now with the platforms, social media platforms, choirs are booming, music is spreading. We are becoming one long street with the world, where South African culture, stories and music is just actually taking over the world. So it's really lovely to be part of that journey.
Absolutely. And one of the things I've always appreciated about Americans, the good singers, the great singers.
Yeah.
And then you're like, ooh, where did that person, the more you hear their story, they sang in school, they sang in church, they sang as part of the choir, and then they were looking forward to being in the lead, and then became a conductor like you. And then so there's that natural progression through music until they find themselves in circular music and, spiritual, whichever genre they go into. But the system works to get them there.
Absolutely. I think collective singing specifically is so important, because if you are someone who's maybe nervous to speak on their own or to stand on stage on your own, singing in the choir kind of gives you that security before you can as you find yourself, before you can step out. So I think being in a as you said, a progressive state where you start somewhere and this opens a door to this and you open a door to that, is because of the discipline of choral music. It teaches you to listen to other people. There's so many skills that you get from being in a choir, because beyond the politics, beyond the race and the languages, the first thing that we do in choir is just listen to each other. So before I have to sing or I have to teach you something, you have to be attentive and listen to me. And you do that without actually realizing, but now you're actually more aware of the people around you, of the goal that you have together. So I really, if I could, I would encourage every human being to be part of a choir.
You don't want me as part of your choir.
I mean,
people go, what is that? Where is that coming from? And I'll be singing with the greatest of confidence.
Absolutely.
People be like, aye, we just got a message here. Someone said, good afternoon. Thumbs up to the conductor. It's really difficult to amalgamate singers who cannot read music. And this is from Buyeli Dingan out in the Eastern Cape. I just think a lot of people follow your culture, your choir from every corner of the country, and they really appreciate what you guys do. So by way of, as we wrap up in our final minute, Voices of Tomorrow, Saturday, 1st of August, at 3 p.m. What else do we need to know?
So Voices of Tomorrow is going to be a very heartwarming experience for audiences because of the young choirs that will be sharing with the University of Johannesburg Choir. It's one of our leading up concerts to our farewell concert because the UJ Choir is taking part in Macau at the World Choral Symposium. So it's going to be really big. So we'll be giving a glimpse of the program in that to show and inspire the young singers of actually there's more things that you can do with choir music.
Wonderful.
At every level.
Where do we get our tickets in our final 10 seconds?
Tickets are available on Quicket. Just go there, UJ Choir, Quicket, Voices of Tomorrow, and it will all pop up.
Wonderful stuff. Well, I know what I'll be doing Saturday, the 1st of August at 3 p.m. Sizwe, thank you so much for the time. That was Sizwe Mondlane, who is the choir master at the UJ Choir. Quicket is where you can go to get your tickets for that performance coming up on the 1st of August for Voices of Tomorrow. And it's going to see the choir off as they go and flex their talents on international stages. Tickets are available for 120 Rand for adults and 100 Rand for children. Come one, come all. Let's have a great afternoon. Ondelambana is standing by with the top of the hour news, and then we'll come back on the other side of 2 o'clock. I still want to know, have you ever submitted a fake medical certificate? Of course, this is on the back of what we've been seeing trending at the Madlanga Commission with all those certificates being handed in to the commissioners, and sometimes words such as useless being used by Commissioner Madlanga to describe some of those doctor's notes. You don't have to tell us who you are when you handed it. It's okay. Keep that information to yourself. But we are interested in the juicy, salacious gossip around the circumstances that led to you handing in that fake medical certificate. Hondelambana is standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Mkwanazi and co-accused granted bail, and Venetia mine workers react to the suspension of production. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. We'll start with news just in. Suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and his co-accused, the Madlanga Commission's witness K, have been granted 5,000 Rand bail each by the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. They both face charges of conspiracy to commit robbery with aggravated circumstances, and fraud. This relates to the 2023 theft of precious stones worth close to 15 million Rand at a Johannesburg property. A case referred to IDEC by Member of Parliament Fadil Adams points to the alleged capture of systems and processes within crime intelligence for private gain by its head Dumisani Khumalo and other senior officials. This is according to IDEC head advocate Andrea Johnson, who is testifying before the Madlanga Commission today. She's giving evidence on the investigation that led to Khumalo and 6 co-accused being charged with fraud, corruption and related offences. This was over the appointment of former BMW engineer turned crime intelligence Brigadier Dineo Mokwele. Johnson explains.
The picture that has emerged is that the appointment and installation of certain persons in certain positions within the Crime Intelligence Unit, CIU, by Lieutenant General Kumalo and his co-accused persons helped them strategically to access funding without following proper processes. This is because their token appointments would not stop them from their unlawful acts.
National Treasury has signed a $1.5 billion development policy loan agreement with the World Bank. This to support South Africa's efforts to achieve inclusive growth by tackling infrastructure constraints, the primary barrier to job creation. In a statement released by Treasury today, the fourth development policy loan marks a significant step towards addressing South Africa's pressing economic challenges of low growth and high unemployment. Nothando Magudulela reports.
Treasury says the financing terms of the loan are in line with its borrowing strategy that aims to ensure long-term debt sustainability and affordability by raising funding at the lowest cost. It adds that the loan offers both a favorable interest rate and flexible repayment terms, contributing to minimizing the rise in debt service costs.
Workers at Venetia Mine in All Days, Limpopo, say they are shocked by mining company's decision to suspend production for 2 years. The move has placed more than 1,200 jobs at risk at the country's largest diamond mine. Some workers say they have already received Section 189A notices, which could lead to retrenchments. Venetia Mine contributes more than 40% of South Africa's diamond production. The mine, owned by De Beers, employs more than 3,500 contract workers. Some of these workers say losing their jobs will impact their livelihoods.
It really affected me a lot, especially because this is the work, or I would say the job, we're relying on for our families and our community members at large.
I've worked here for 14 years, and the thought of losing my job is frightening. I don't know where I'll go if I'm retrenched. I also employ a nanny, and if I lose my income, she will lose her job too. This affects not only my family, but hers as well.
Recapping the top story, suspended Guruleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and his co-accused, the Madlanga Commission's witness K, have been granted 5,000 rand bail each by the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. I'm on Lambana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
In case you missed it.
Discussing food loss and waste. Let's ground this now by understanding what cultural practices can do in embracing and reducing food waste.
It's a societal challenge. Yes, you have to look at it throughout the value chain from farm to fork.
One kitchen at a time.
It spreads across the retail sector, the food value chain. I mean, from the storage facilities to transportation and all of that. Food is a symbol of love. In the African philosophy of Ubuntu, hence we say, Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. As a community, we always share food.
Gelo Madondo, PhD candidate.
Quantum on SAfm. Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another. Hey wena, hey wena, hey wena, hey wena nawe sofika nini la siyakona la siyakona.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Puma nankosi ndiyaphuma ndifihle kwingozi nentsha nayo yonke imimoya thatha indawo njengosomandla sindisa impilo yami kwababantu abalunganga kuba namhlanje ndibonile uba silwe nenyama silwa nemimoya namhlanje ndibonile thina silwa nemimoya asilwi nabantu thina asilwi nabantu thina silwa nemimoya asilwi nabantu thina asilwi nabantu thina silwa nemimoya 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 ezinye izinto azilungi nobungazama zibanjwe emoyeni ezimfazwe sizibonileyo aziqali namhlanje ziqale emoyeni ngoba emoyeni kuyaliwa emoyeni 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 kuyaliwa asilwi nabantu asilwi nabantu silwa nemimoya asilwi nabantu asilwi nabantu silwa nemimoya 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 silwa nemimoya.
All right, it's 10 past 2 o'clock. That was Nati with Imimoya. Wonderful track, beautifully performed. One of my favorite songs. You know, this next conversation has got a rather tricky medical word. and I'm trying to... It's lenacapavir, you'll say. Okay, artist one. So it's health and wellness. It's Tuesday. We're talking lenacapavir and real access to sexual and reproductive health services. They say the introduction of lenacapavir marks an important milestone in South Africa's HIV prevention response. And I know a lot of people have been waiting with bated breath to get their jabs. So we're going to find out from the doctors everything that we need to know about lenacapavir, as well as whether or not we pronounce it correctly. Celine Coleman joins us now, research and project officer at the Rural Health Advocacy Project, and Dr. Zoe Dube, who is a socio-behavioral public health researcher and qualitative social scientist. And Dr. Zoe will be making a contribution via WhatsApp. How are you doing, Celine?
Hi, I'm good. Thanks, and you. Thank you for having me today.
I'm great. Thank you so much for making the time. We appreciate it. Okay, a lot of us, whenever we hear big medical terms or, weighted medical names, we kind of switch off from the conversation because if we can't commit the name to our minds, then we filter the conversation out. Let's talk about lenacapavir, and this is how we pronounce it, right?
You got it.
Okay, give us the context and the backdrop behind this, because it's set to be an important milestone in our HIV prevention response. But a lot of us still not sure when we talk lenacapavir, what are we talking about before we even get to perhaps some of the things that speak to symptoms, that speak to adherence to treatment, etc.
So basically, it's a HIV preventative injection that is administered twice a year, and very similar to what we know PrEP to be, which was a oral administration.
So this one is an injectable preventative measure.
That's correct.
All right. And injectable, you say twice a year?
Twice a year, so every 6 months.
Mm-hmm. Every 6 months, twice a year. All right. Let's talk about also where this brings us by way of the conversation into HIV and AIDS prevention in the country. Because we did have one of the most robust treatment plans and treatment policies, I think, that have ever been seen globally. And we've made some kind of headway in terms of the conversation around prevention. But are we seeing maybe a rollback in behaviors that have also fast-tracked this introduction of lenacapavir?
So we definitely have good HIV programs, but we also have lessons to learn from these previous HIV programs. So some of them may not have been as effective, but it's definitely the social constructs that have impacted this. So things like poor communication, stigma, but also like limited availability have definitely impacted our daily realities. And whether people have actually been using the type of preventative programs that have been available to them. So with this rollout of lenacapavir, for example, it's really important for us to look at these sociological aspects and making sure that people are actually informed about what this is, what information needs to be communicated to them so that these type of barriers are not there again. So that this actually does work as a really good program. And also just choice is always really important, and that not everyone may want the injection. So that doesn't get rid of the daily pill that is still available. It's about options. It's about knowing that these options exist and how to get a hold of them.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in Dr. Zoe Duby's voice note here. We had invited her to be a part of the conversation, but I think a more pressing priority cropped up in terms of her profession. But let's just hear the voice note, because she does speak more broadly also around the medical context of lenacapavir.
Hi, well, thanks for inviting me to be on your show. My name is Zoe Duby, and I am a senior specialist scientist at the Health Systems Research Unit at the South African Medical Research Council. My work focuses around sexual and reproductive health, and particularly the social health system factors and behavioral factors that shape decision-making related to sexual and reproductive health, access to healthcare, and focusing in on HIV prevention behaviors, and all the social dynamics that surround those decision-making practices. Our work has mostly focused on adolescent girls and young women, and more recently on pregnant and breastfeeding women attending antenatal care facilities. So lenacapavir is intended for anyone who is HIV negative and is considered to be at risk of contracting HIV, and who also want a long-acting prevention option. So anyone who might struggle to take an oral daily tablet may prefer this injectable. So this could be useful again, particularly for adolescents and young people who might struggle to take a daily prevention pill. So it's not for people who already have HIV. They need to take HIV treatment in the form of antiretrovirals, but it's specifically a prevention technology. So it's for people who are testing HIV negative. So lenacapavir is what we call a long-acting HIV prevention technology. It's an injectable technology, so it's different to, we've had oral daily PrEP pills people might be familiar with, which is a daily tablet which people take to prevent HIV. So lenacapavir is in an injectable format. So it stops HIV, as these HIV prevention technologies, it stops HIV infection before it becomes established in the body. So one of the biggest advantages or differences about lenacapavir, because it's injectable, it can be given twice a year instead of asking the user to take a daily prevention pill, which really makes a difference because, as our research has shown and other evidence in the sector, is that many people, and particularly as we've found amongst adolescent girls and young women, really struggle with taking a pill a day. And a lot of issues around that. It's easy to forget. There is stigma attached to pill taking, trying to hide the pills or not being able to disclose that they're taking PrEP, having to go back to the clinic regularly to get pill refills, etc. So lenacapavir being a twice yearly injectable really has the potential to overcome some of these challenges.
All right, let's actually take a pause right here and then we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation with Celine Coleman. We're talking lenacapavir and, of course, how it will provide real access to sexual and reproductive health. We'll come back and we'll jump on some points on the other side of the break.
Drivers, that smoke ahead is not just smoke. It's a wall, thick, blinding and deadly. Never drive into felt fire smoke crossing the highway. You won't see stopped vehicles until it's too late. Pull over, turn on your hazards, wait it out. One decision can save lives, including yours. See and be seen this winter. Brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30th of August. Whether you're chasing a personal best or walking for the vibe, let's turn the city purple along our beautiful coastline. Entries are filling fast. Visit hollywoodathleticsclub.co.za and secure your spot today. If you can't make it to the start line, catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. Brought to you by SABC Sports.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, Celine Coleman joins us, Research and Project Officer at the Rural Health Advocacy Project, as we get into a conversation around lenacapavir. And I think already from Dr. Zoe's voice note, what we've assessed, Celine, is that there are far more questions than we as the general public have answers for, because just from that voice note giving us context, we've already received a handful of voice notes from folks with follow-up questions. Let's talk, as the Rural Health Advocacy Project, for instance, you state that the success of lenacapavir is going to depend highly on other factors and not just its availability. Talk to us about what are those other critical elements that you highlight.
Okay, perfect. So for us at the Rural Health Advocacy Project, just because something is available doesn't mean that it's accessible. So availability tells us that medicine is in the country, but that doesn't mean that people can actually get it and actually receive it and benefit from it, particularly those people living in rural communities. So for us, in order for people to actually have access to these type of products, we need to make sure that they have access to their facilities, first of all, And we need to ensure that clinics are properly staffed and they're able to distribute this lenacapavir. So we need to make sure that the basics also, like HIV tests, are available, because in order to take the injection, you actually need to do an HIV test. So the worst thing would be getting there, wanting the injection, and then there isn't an HIV test available. And unfortunately, these are the realities of our rural communities. So far beyond just physical access, we also need to ensure that communities have clear information about what this injection is. What does it mean for them? How can it help them? But also for communities to understand, is it going to work for them as an individual? And when do they need to return for their next injection? Because it's not a once-off thing, and they need to be well aware of that. It's also important for people to know that the rollout should be able to recognize who's not really at risk. So, for example, we leave out heterosexual men in this conversation. So it's really important for us to bring them in to ensure that this is equitable, to ensure that everyone needs to have access to it. Otherwise, it's just something that's available in our country rather than something that's actually accessible.
Yeah. And I know we jump into this conversation missing a large part of it by way of Dr. Zoe, because she would directly be able to speak even to some of the concerns that you raise as the Rural Health Advocacy Project around, for instance, answering, in layman's terms, what is this injection? How does it fundamentally work once you've injected it? And allay even maybe some of the fears that people might have and the apprehensions that folks might have, because that speaks in part directly to what you've just said about how do we begin to make all of that information simple and accessible to folks so that they have all of that data in hand when they make the decisions whether to or not to proceed with lenacapavir.
Well, tomorrow we're having a webinar and Dr. Dubi will be there. So please check us out tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. You can get our webinar link on our socials. So, for example, we're on X at Rap News, and there's a QR code there, and you can totally join our webinar and ask these types of questions that are very, very medical-based, and she'll be there along with a bunch of other medical practitioners, and we can get to the bottom of it.
You bring up the issue of infrastructure, right? So is South Africa's health system then equipped to ensure equitable access to such, particularly so in rural communities where already we know there is a challenge in accessing health facilities, and often a challenge in also making sure that those facilities are well equipped to meet the needs of community?
So South Africa does have the systems and experience to deliver a program like this, but there are a couple of weaknesses that we face, and this could affect our rural access, particularly if they're left behind once again. So as a country as a whole, we have a large public HIV program and basically like a network of primary healthcare facilities that run this core. However, rural communities do continue to face shortage of staff, long traveling distances, transport costs, which are incredibly expensive to even get to the clinic. There's medicine shortages, which we've seen a lot in the past few years, but also limited clinic hours. So a lot of people go to work from 7 in the morning until 5, 6 you return at home. So you actually don't have time to even get to the clinic. So it's basics like that do impact our access once again. So basically, despite that the injection is now only twice a year, which is great, which means that you don't have to get to the facility as often, reality is at some point you still need to reach that facility. And that's the important conversation that we need to have, which also means that we can't just rely on some places having lenacapavir, because currently the rollout is only to certain places, but we kind of need it to be everywhere, so that whether you're at work or whether you're home, if you need your injection, you're able to access it, whether in a rural area, whether in an urban area. And that's when we talk about access and not just accessibility.
That's when we talk about access, but that's also when we talk about behavioral patterns, right? Because as you say, though one needs it, and this was where we jump in the good doctor, because though you need it twice a year, we also know how we have a culture of defaulting on chronic treatments in the country. So that behavioral change to say, and one would then wonder what becomes the risk factors if you miss a date for any reason, whether you can't get to a clinic, you can't get to a hospital, or perhaps the stock is delayed or the stock has run out. What becomes the consequence for the person who is committed to taking the treatment if there is a delay or interruption in the system. But that will become part of our follow-up questions and conversations down the line. For now, maybe let's reflect also on what might speak to that, the lessons that we've taken away from previous HIV prevention programs and other programs that speak to chronic disease management in the country.
So previously, we've seen that we do actually have good HIV preventative options. This is not the first one of its kind, but the previous ones were definitely affected by like poor communication, by stigma, by not even having access to it in your clinic, And this happened because they were not designed for the realities of people who actually need to use them. So, for example, if I'm at work the whole day and I don't have access to it, then is that product even designed for me? So with that being said, we do actually need to involve communities in making the stuff more accessible. So what works for them, it's really important to bring that ground root level.
Absolutely. Well, we'll leave it there for this afternoon, and hopefully in our next conversations we'll have just a broader conversation around lenacapavir, just from a medical perspective as well. But just before we go, just a reminder of that Zoom session that's happening tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, and you can catch our QR code on our X page, and it is at Rap News. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Fantastic. So at Rap News on X is where you'll find them, and that is the Rural Health Advocacy Project. Why is my the English is just gone now? Not Rap News. That seminar is the word I was looking for. The seminar is happening at 10 a.m. tomorrow on Wednesday, so you don't want to miss it. You can find them on social media. Rural Health Advocacy Project, that's RHAP, would be their handles if you want to be a part of that conversation. Perhaps extract some more knowledge from some of the panelists, medical doctors and the likes that are going to be a part of it. 2:30 on Delambana is standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and his co-accused, the Madlanga Commission's witness K, have been granted 5,000 rand bail each by the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. A case referred to IDEG by Member of Parliament Fadil Adams points to the alleged capture of systems and processes within crime intelligence for private gain by its head Dumisani Khumalo and other senior officials, and government says it will spend more than 150 million rand to repair 2 roads damaged by floods earlier this year in Hoedspruit, Limpopo. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Tuesday. It's time for Kids Corner. Welcome back to school. Today we're talking about handwriting and why it's still an important skill to learn. Do you enjoy handwriting or do you prefer typing on a computer or tablet? Why do you think it's important to write neatly and clearly? What do you do to make your handwriting neat and easy to read? Do you think practicing your handwriting can help you do better at school? And if someone couldn't read your handwriting, how would that make you feel? All right, friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share answers with the people next to you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Karabo, and I do enjoy handwriting because I prefer actually thinking about what I'm going to write when I'm actually like writing, and also so that it. I feel like writing helps me know my mistakes, and then you can research words to see if you spelled the word correct. But I feel like handwriting is way more productive for me. Why I think it's important to write neatly and clearly is because some people may have difficulties reading different types of handwriting. So when your handwriting is neat and when it's put together correctly, it's easier for people to read what you have to say, whether it's in an exam or in an essay or anything. What I do to make sure my handwriting is neat and easy to read is I take my time. I do not rush when writing because once I rush, my writing seems to be scribbled. I think handwriting can help you do better at school because at some point at work, some people do say that you use electronics at work, but some people actually have to take care of actual handwriting, signing documents, and all those things. So it's very important that we get used to handwriting now, then struggle once we're older and we have jobs. If someone couldn't read my handwriting, how would that make me feel? Personally, it would make me feel, I don't know, offended because it's like, well, people do know how to read my handwriting, so I don't really stress about that. But like, if I was in that situation, I don't know how I would feel. Well, thank you for listening. Bye.
Good day. My name is Renee Angel Nangavera. I enjoy both handwriting and typing, but I prefer typing on a computer or tablet because it is much faster and easier to correct mistakes. However, I still think handwriting is important. When I write by hand, it feels more personal and it helps me to remember information better. For example, if I'm taking notes in class by hand, I tend to understand and recall the work more easily than when I just type it. It is important to write neatly and clearly because writing is a way of communicating with others. If my handwriting is messy, the other person reading it may not understand my ideas, and that can cause problems, especially in school. To make my handwriting neat and easy to read, I try to slow down, hold my pen correctly, and keep consistent spacing between words and lines. I also practice the letters that I find difficult so that my handwriting looks better over time. So I believe that practicing handwriting can help me do better at school because if a teacher cannot read my answers in a test or exam, I might lose marks even if I know the work. Because neat handwriting also helps me to organize my thoughts better when I'm studying. If someone could not read my handwriting, I would feel frustrated and a little embarrassed because it would mean that I was not able to share my ideas clearly. And that is why I think it is worth taking the time to improve my handwriting. Thank you and have a lovely day.
My name is Katron Onyanen. I don't have handwriting lessons at school or at home. What I think about my handwriting is that it's honestly decent. It's not bad and it's not that good. It doesn't really bother me at the same time it does bother me. But I think my handwriting is only bad when I'm writing on plain white paper. But when it's lined paper, I honestly don't mind my handwriting. It's very neat. I don't do any exercises to improve my handwriting because I don't find a use in it. As long as the teacher can see my handwriting, read what I wrote, and if it's in between the lines, then I honestly don't mind how my handwriting looks.
Hello, my name is Demba Ramadem. No, I don't have handwriting lessons at home or at school. I think that my handwriting is neat, and I am happy about it. The thing I do to improve my handwriting is I just keep writing. For the kids out there, to improve your handwriting is just practice, 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 or just keep writing at home.
Hi there. My name is Duretang Nlo. No, I do not have any handwriting lessons at school or at home. I write with print and cursive, but I only like my cursive because it is easier. It doesn't bother me though, because it is not something I can change at the moment. No, I do not do any exercise to improve my handwriting. I think, as kids, we can try and change the posture of how we hold our pens to change our handwriting.
My name is Kavika Zimayana. Today, I'll be talking about ways to improve your handwriting. No, I don't have handwriting lessons at school or at home. And I've gotten many comments on how nice my handwriting is and that it looks beautiful. And I do agree that my handwriting looks nice. My handwriting doesn't bother me, and I'm happy with the way it looks, and I'm happy with the way I write. I don't do any exercises to improve my handwriting because I like it the way it is. Ways to improve your handwriting as kids are: write at the right speed, use a good pen or pencil that isn't too thick or too thin. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you have a great day further on. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Danakur. I do not have handwriting lessons at home or school. I think my handwriting is very messy, but can sometimes be neat. My handwriting bothers me sometimes because of how untidy it is. I don't have any exercise to try to improve my handwriting because I think I've just learned to deal with it over the years. I think that as kids we can improve our handwriting by not rushing whenever we write, and by practicing writing in different ways and fonts and trying to get used to it to improve our handwriting.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. We live in a world where computers, tablets, and cell phones are used almost every day. Typing is a useful skill, but handwriting is still very important. At school, we write classwork, tests, exams, and homework by hand, so learning to write neatly is a skill that will help us throughout our lives. Writing neatly and clearly makes it easy for our teachers, classmates, and even ourselves to read our work. If our handwriting is difficult to read, the teacher might not understand our answers, even if they are correct. Neat handwriting also shows that we have taken pride and care in our work. Good handwriting doesn't happen overnight. It takes practice. We can improve our handwriting by sitting up straight, holding our pencil correctly, writing slowly instead of rushing, leaving enough space between words, and forming our letters carefully. The more we practice, the neater and faster our handwriting becomes. Practicing handwriting can also help us do better at school. When we write clearly, it's easier to revise our notes, complete our assignments, and communicate our ideas. Handwriting also helps improve concentration, spelling, and fine motor skills, which are important for learning. Imagine spending a long time writing a wonderful story or answering a test, only for someone to struggle to read your handwriting. That would feel frustrating or disappointing. That's why it's worth taking a little extra time to write as neatly as you can. Friends, you should remember that neat handwriting is not about having perfect writing. It's about making sure that others can understand what we've written. Every time we pick up a pencil or a pen, we have an opportunity to improve. So keep practicing, be patient with yourself, and always do your best. Clear handwriting helps us communicate, build confidence, and is a skill that will benefit us for many years to come. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. Do good while having fun at Jazz for Young People, brought to you by the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Bring your family and friends to this exciting family-friendly concert curated by the young for the young. Enjoy live performances curated by Msaki, the NSA band featuring Msaki. Join us on the 25th of July 2026 at the National School of the Arts in Braamfontein. Tickets are selling fast on Quicket with prices starting from just 50 Rand for children. Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, jazz for young people. Be there.
In case you missed it.
Now that this matter has been heard, and we know that by the time we get to the end of next week, we would have a result.
There's no doubt, you can see the anti-immigrant crisis, what has happened, our relations. There's problems, there's tensions between the ANC and Ramaphosa on this matter. You'd be foolish to think there isn't. There's deep issues. There's lots of ANC members, even the NSC was two-minded, and it's a whole lot of big ferment and debate is going on in the ANC right now about what. And you heard former President Becky saying this is not an ANC matter. This is him. He must, face the music, etc. And it is an ANC matter. He's president of the ANC and the country.
Dr. Ibrahim Harvey.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. SAfm.
You all know that image, Hector Peterson being carried in, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, to see such bravery, such courage in the face of danger.
From Algiers to the desert sands, culture lives. Rai music, Amazigh heritage, tradition and identity, standing tall. Algeria does not bend, it stands.
In every grain of sand, in every voice, there is resilience. Algeria, the giant of the Sahara.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
If we were live streaming during the break and you could see what I was doing, you judge me forever and a day. We're back on The Full Circle, wrapping up our conversation, and we wanted to know what gives a sick note its legal and professional credibility. And then we asked, and I note how a lot of you are scared to send the voice note, because I get the feeling if we were talking between you and I at the water cooler, at least almost everybody would say that at some point they've handed in a sick note that wasn't quite a real. It's real in the sense it came from a doctor, but it's fake in the sense that you weren't really sick. Or, your sickness was not that severe that it warranted you being off, So we have like one brave soul who shared on voice note. Lufuno Ngomani, how are you doing, director at Ngomani Attorneys? Are you good today?
I'm good, thanks. And how are you, Bridget?
I'm fantastic indeed. I mean, we make light, but in essence, it is a serious thing and a serious offense to be handing in a not so legitimate sick note.
It is very, very serious. I thought maybe you will give us a scenario where you have submitted, illegitimate sick note.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Thankfully for me, Lufuno, I'm regarded as an independent contractor.
Oh.
So I can
work, no pay.
Yeah, so I can just take the day off, and I don't even have to qualify for why I'm taking the day off. I can just take the day off. But
That's good.
But for folks who have, what firstly, maybe let's start here. Is there a way of ascertaining whether or not a medical certificate is actually valid and legitimate? Because we've seen at the commission, it almost seems like you have to take it at face value of what the doctor says.
Yes. Now, there are instances why do people need to submit these sick notes or medical certificates? The reasons why people need to submit the medical certificates or sick notes are, for example, when one is employed, you are employed on the basis that you will be at work from 8 until 4:30, Monday to Friday. And then come next week, Monday, you are not at work. So in terms of our labor relations, you are paid for what you worked for. It's called no work, no pay. Unless you are indisposed, you are sick. You cannot be expected to work when you are sick. Now, for you to be paid when you are sick, the employer needs to satisfy him or herself as to whether this person, the employee, is sick or not. Then the employee goes to the doctor and the doctor writes a sick note to say this person is ill to come to work. Now, as the employer, you'll have to interrogate the sick note. Then the sick note must contain the details of the practitioner.
Mm-hmm.
That practitioner must be registered with the relevant authorities. In South Africa, we have the Health Professions Council. That particular sick note must also include the details of the patient whom the doctor alleges to have examined. And it must also state the date and time on which this particular employee or patient was examined. And what I've seen in courts, at work, as well as recently in the Commission of Inquiry, the sick note will just come and then will state that, because it has to state a diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
So the doctor will just write medical condition, full stop. And by doing that, the doctors or the person to whom the medical certificate is issued, they're trying to hide behind that privilege of doctor-patient confidentiality.
Yeah.
Which means the doctor is not supposed to disclose what this patient or this employee suffers from. So he just writes medical condition.
May I interject here? Because, and I think this is probably why you've seen the irritation of the commissioners saying, you know, these medical sick notes are useless. Because I'm wondering, and we've been wondering aloud as South Africans, pardon me, if the sick note just says medical condition, is that also a way, if we are to be, be the devil in this scenario, if that certificate says medical condition, as a way of the doctor hiding behind that privilege, would it not to some degree also raise an eyebrow that perhaps you are dancing on the line of fibbing? Because a lot of us have very personal relationships with our doctors, and so you reach out and say, I need a medical certificate, or there's a doctor in the family, I need a medical certificate. Because once they commit to something, once they say, Bridget was out of work because she suffered from XYZ. If we are to take that further in interrogating whether or not this was a legitimate medical certificate based on a real legitimate, leave of absence, and then we find out that actually, no, you were fibbing from the beginning. What they must be then a legal recourse, right? Consequence for the medical practitioner as well as the quote unquote patient.
Yes, first of all, you asked about, it's two prongs. You asked about the medical practitioner, and secondly, what will be the consequences of the person to whom the medical certificate was issued? In this case, would be the employee, or if we are talking in terms of court cases where someone is supposed to attend court and then produces that medical certificate, or in a commission of inquiry where someone is supposed to attend, then there are implications. Number one, the employer has the right to interrogate that medical certificate. And if the employer is not satisfied with the medical certificate, the onus now shifts on the employee to prove that indeed the medical certificate is legit. How is the employee going to prove that the medical certificate is legit? Number one, the medical practitioner who issued that medical certificate must confirm under oath that he indeed examined this person. That means the medical practitioner or the doctor must then depose to an affidavit where he states under oath that I have indeed examined this person and these are the diagnoses. Secondly, the employer, whether after receiving that particular affidavit from the medical practitioner or even before receiving it, may appoint his or her own experts, medical practitioners, to examine the employee, to confirm if indeed this person was sick. And in most of the cases where you would find that the medical condition was not there, the person was not sick, the diagnosis would be such that when the employee comes to work, then the condition is healed, which may, in some instances, make it difficult for the expert or the medical practitioner that will be appointed by the employer to ascertain as to whether last week Monday was the employee really sick of, let's say, for example, headache. He had severe headache last week Monday, and then now he comes to work, and then the employer says, no, I'm subjecting you to medical examination by an independent medical practitioner. Is the medical practitioner going to diagnose whatever that was troubling the employee last week Monday? So they make it in such a way that it will be a bit difficult to prove or disprove whatever that was stated in the medical certificate.
And then tell me this, Lufuno, the scenario that you've just painted, right, about the employer working within their observed law to be able to follow up. What does that say then about patients' privacy on keeping their health conditions confidential and protected? Or once you engage in the giving of a medical certificate, you kind of void that right to privacy?
Well, at this point, then you have a situation where there is lack of trust already between an employee and employer. So it is going to be a balance of the right to privacy and the right of the employer to pay the employee who was not at work due to sickness. So it will have to be a balancing act. Either you refuse to be subjected to medical examination by an independent medical practitioner. And what would the consequences be? Because the employer is not satisfied and the employer does not trust your medical certificate. And in an employment environment, it is based on trust.
Yeah.
So once that trust is eroded, what should happen? So also as an employee, you have to make a decision as to, do I still need to be at this institution where they don't trust? When I'm sick, they don't trust that I'm sick. But if indeed you are sick, would you refuse to be subjected to medical examination by an independent practitioner? Would you refuse that?
And I mean, I guess also that would be the extreme of the scenario, right? And maybe that will be then an indicator to the fact that you have had repeated behaviors. Similarly with what we're seeing at the commission in the case of businessman Suleiman Karim, where people are saying, well, at every turn when he's meant to appear at the commission, he is then alleged sick. So then what becomes the recourse of the commissioners? Would it then be to engage in that seeking independent assessment of said patient?
Yes, that's the option that they have at the moment, to subject him to independent medical examination. But also, remember, the medical certificate, in terms of our law, we have what we call hearsay evidence. So in terms of Evidence Amendment Act, that medical certificate constitutes what we call hearsay evidence. And what hearsay evidence is required before it can be admitted in court is if, like for example, if now I heard you saying something and I go and testify in court that I heard you saying something, that evidence that I'm giving to court that I heard you saying something, it's gonna be what we call it provisionally admissible. If you, after I testified, you come and testify to the veracity of whatever that I was saying about you. So now the medical certificate comes with an employee. It says the doctor says I was sick. So that is a hearsay evidence. Even at Madlanga, at the commissions or at court, it is hearsay evidence. It is not readily admissible.
Yeah.
The only time that it will be admissible is if that person that did that medical certificate comes and personally testify in court or at the commission.
I got you.
It can either be orally or in the form of an affidavit. Then it will be, because when this doctor comes to testify, they will have to cross-examine him, subject him to questions and say, what was the symptom? When did this thing start? What test did you do? And all those things. So it's then that after weighing all the prevailing circumstances, then that particular medical certificate may be admissible in the court of law or at the commissions or at the workplace, wherever that is supposed to go. It still constitutes a hearsay evidence. It will be admissible, but it is not readily admitted.
Yeah. In the last 2 minutes, Lufuno, I just want to give it over to WhatsApp. We'll come back and wrap up in 30 seconds.
An ex-colleague of mine was a party animal and he would always stay out on a Monday. So one day the doctor became aware of him. So what the doctor did, he asked his receptionist to write the ailment that he's got, and it was in this medical terms, but if you translate it, he was just being lazy. So he got caught out like that.
Good afternoon. This is Lala from Bologan. With regard to the issue of the medical condition, I've experienced this thing with many employees who end up being in trouble because, according to the doctor, they were not fit to go to work, but because they like their work, they said to the doctor, no, you can just give me the medication, I'll go to work. But when they are at work, after consuming the medication that has been provided to them, some of them they fell asleep or they do not perform to the par. As a result of that, the employer ends up charging them or even dismissing them because of that. So sometimes this thing is a catch-22 situation that when you are sick, you better be off sick than to go to work and end up in trouble or even to cause an accident. Thank you.
Absolutely. It can be a catch-22. Lufuno Ngomane, unfortunately, we do have to leave it there for this afternoon, but I appreciate the time, Director at Ngomane Attorneys. That's all the time that we have for today. Ashraf is coming through with his team for the National Pulse. From myself and my team, we'll see you tomorrow. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. Mkwanazi and co-accused granted bail, and DRC Congo's Ebola outbreak spreads to new health zone. For SAfm News, I am Ondalambana, and a very good afternoon. The Johannesburg Magistrate Court has granted 5,000 rand bail each to suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and Witness K, who testified at the Madlanga Commission. They were arrested following Witness K's testimony that they were allegedly involved in the theft of precious stones valued at just under 15 million rand at a house in Killarney, Johannesburg in 2023. Witness K was a JMPD officer and Mkwanazi's former girlfriend. She testified that she and Mkwanazi plotted the theft. Magistrate Anelisa Hlapi handed down the judgment.
The court have considered to grant bail at amount of 5,000 rand, each of them same as the applicants that are already being released on bail. Bail conditions are as follows. not to communicate with the witnesses directly or indirectly, and not to interfere with the witnesses or to intimidate. You have to report to respective police station.
IDEC head advocate Andrea Johnson has detailed threats made against her life while testifying before the Madlanga Commission. Johnson told the commission that she received the threats in June last year, days before the arrest of crime intelligence head Dumisani Khumalo and 6 co-accused. Johnson also described an encounter with a stranger outside her home a few days before receiving the threats.
But what had happened is someone accosted my daughter and I at our gate. And we had lived there for almost 20 years. And this had happened for the first time 4 days before. And I think the only reason it alarmed me was when the person walked up to the gate, he spoke to me immediately in Zulu. I mean, I'm not sure on the basis of what, except for you would have had to know who I am. And the words that followed sort of just gave it away. And when I got this message later in the week, it did make sense.
Government says it will spend more than 150 million rand to repair 2 roads damaged by floods earlier this year in Hoedspruit, Limpopo. Transport Minister Barbara Creasy has visited the area to monitor the repair work of roads and bridges damaged by floods. The repairs are aimed at restoring critical transport infrastructure and improving access to affected communities. Creasy says road repairs will also revive tourism in Hoedspruit.
Altogether, I think it's over 100 million on the R40, and I think it's about 54 million on the R531. So we do have budget for that. But of course, that budget comes from what we call our non-toll budget. We also raised money. We raised about 800 million from National Treasury through the disaster relief money for Limpopo province overall to do repair work because, as I've indicated, the impact of the flood damage was very, very extensive.
Several parts of Sebokeng in the Vala without electricity. Residents say they've been experiencing power outages for the past 4 weeks following a fire at one of Eskom's substations. Patients, including the elderly who went for their medical checkups at Sebokeng Zone 7 clinic, waited for hours while some left without being attended to due to the power outage. Gauteng Eskom spokesperson Amanda Kriti says they've dispatched a technical team to investigate the case of the outage.
Following the restoration of the electricity supply to customers in Sebokeng, we have received reports that customers in zones 3, 6, 7, 10, 11 and 12 are currently without electricity. We have dispatched a technical team to investigate the cause of the outage. Further updates will be provided as more information becomes available. We apologize for the inconvenience this causes to our customers.
Health officials in the Democratic Republic of Congo say the Ebola outbreak is spreading further after a new affected health zone was confirmed in Ituri province. The addition brings to a total to 47 health zones. The BBC's Richard Kagowe has the details.
A total of 5 provinces in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, where rebel violence is rampant, have now been affected by the Ebola outbreak. Insecurity has hampered the work of health teams in some of the worst hit areas. Officials say there are more than 2,400 confirmed cases, including 967 deaths. Ituri province accounts for more than 80% of infections and fatalities, followed by neighboring North Kivu. More than 700 patients are in hospital or isolation, while 469 have recovered and been discharged. Surveillance and contact tracing have been stepped up to contain the outbreak.
Recapping the top story, the Johannesburg Magistrate Court has granted 5,000 rand bail each to suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and witness K, who testified at the Madlanga Commission. I'm Ondolambana for SAFM News headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, rugby's Club World Cup now targeted for 2029. Banyana gearing up for Women's Africa Cup of Nations, and Cummins, Hazelwood and Leon back for Bangladesh Test Series. More details at 3:30.
SAFM 104.6 FM in Tshwane. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
You know, I've been thinking about this because it's part of a conversation I had with others too, right? Which is, when it comes to service delivery, there's not a person that I know who doesn't have a service delivery or a non-service delivery issue to talk about. Whether you live in a big city like Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, or the smaller towns, or the dorpies, or the villages, everyone has a story about the absence of service delivery. And it's got me thinking, which is this. When did we as a people, as South Africans, decide that we will accept mediocrity as a standard, as a way of life? When did we switch off and say, mediocrity, it's okay? Think about that. My name is Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse. Welcome to the show. Let's talk about service delivery as the theme. I mean, you can answer that question too. Yeah, when did we switch off and say, it's okay? It's okay to be mediocre. It's okay at all levels of service delivery in our country, and just accept it. 1 day, 1 month, 1 year, 10 years, a decade, longer, a lifetime. Right, engage me, 086 000 2032 by calling in live when we open the lines, and to WhatsApp it's 0614 104 107. You can also tweet on the X platform, hashtag the National Pulse, tag SAfmRadio, and do tag me. Lots to talk about. We'll have some key highlights from the Madlanga Commission just now. We'll also have an update on the ongoing battle in the Middle East between Iran and the USA specifically. And when we talk about poverty, let's look at the numbers, the sheer raw numbers around poverty. But that's not all. There's so much more to come. It's 3 hours of the National Pulse. First things first, Kopanam, Africa, against xenophobia, have written an open letter to the acting Minister of Police, Firoz Kachalia. Let's find out about that after this.
Attention all shoppers. Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
Smart business moves save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Stephen from the Villa Rosa.
I was with my previous insurer for 8 years and then I switched to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with the premiums and switching was the best decision we ever made.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Right, so let's talk about that first. So let's get some context. I mean, there's been this ongoing development in the last few years, but it's certainly gained serious momentum recently around the issues of foreign nationals, undocumented foreign nationals, as a threat to other people from South Africa getting jobs. So those who are undocumented need not be here. They shouldn't be here. They need to leave. And then those who are South Africans need to get jobs. That's the simple linear conversation. But beyond that, there's been examples, and there have been many, where people have been openly xenophobic in terms of saying, we don't want you here as a foreign national. And they've taken steps and they've taken action and they've gone into businesses, they've gone into homes, they've literally done their own, door-to-door knocking and urging people, if not physically removing them, urging them to make it so unpleasant for them that they pack up and go. Now, it is in that context that Kopanang, Africa Against Xenophobia, have written an open letter to the acting Minister of Police, Firoz Kachalia. They firstly have welcomed affirmation from the minister that immigration enforcement is exclusively a function of the state and not the public, and clearly their rejection of vigilantism as they see it. But let's do this. Let's find out more from Sharon Ekambaram, lawyer for human rights manager for the Refugee and Migrant Rights Program and a member of the Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia. Sharon, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. And just to clarify, I'm not a lawyer. But I do work at Lawyers for Human Rights.
I understand. Okay, got that. Let's then talk about, I see that it says Lawyers for Human Rights, okay? As opposed to Lawyer for Human Rights. Thanks for that correction. Okay, let's get on to the other issue, the reasons for your open letter. First of all, we'll talk about the content just now, but the why. What's the why?
Well, I think the points you're raising are really important, that the government, the acting minister himself, Professor Feroz Kachalia, has in publicly and with the media rejected vigilantism, and they've made it very, very clear that immigration enforcement is exclusively a function of the state. And so in our open letter, we're merely saying, where is your plan to operationalize this public stance, which is important? We have laws and we have policies that have been formulated which are consistent with and in compliance with our constitution about issues of people who are undocumented, what processes need to be going through with respect for people's human rights and respect for their dignity as human beings in carrying out your role in enforcing laws. But what we are seeing on the ground is that there's the continued parallel process of individuals who claim to be community representatives, claiming to be addressing, the fact that we have a problem holding the government to account around the issue of having people who are here undocumented. But in practice, what are they doing? They're doing what should be done by law enforcement with the proper oversight. That's demanding people produce their IDs or their documentation, going into places and areas of work and closing it down if it's seen to be owned by a foreign national, establishing roadblocks and checkpoints and searching homes and businesses. So it's in that context that we are asking the minister to give us his plan to ensure that every law enforcement officer on the ground is aware of this and that they are taking action, because it's a criminal offense to do all what I have just listed by an ordinary citizen or a person, yes.
But let's just so we understand it, do you see a difference between protest groups, activists who've taken to the streets to protest against what they see as government inaction for years, if not for decades, in allowing the doors to our country opened, without any check? I mean, talking about porous borders on the one hand. Do you see a difference between that and their legitimate right to raise concerns against what they see as an illegal act anyway? That means, people who are undocumented in the country versus those who feel that it's their citizens' right to now knock on doors in the absence of government doing its job?
It's firstly, the point of evidence-based law is important, right? We've heard these allegations of it's shocking. Some of these anti-rights groups claim that there's 30 million undocumented people in our country, or whether that's 30 million foreign nationals in our country, Black African people, which is what they probably mean. And I'm not going to argue about this, because I think that there is a serious problem with the way in which the Department of Home Affairs functions or fails to function, and that results in people struggling to get documented. And you can't blame the foreign national, the migrant, the refugee, the asylum seeker for not having regularized their stay in this country because the system has failed them. So I want to make that point clear. But yes, I want to say that doesn't mean, if we're holding the state to account, it doesn't mean we take the law into our own hands. We have one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. We, as CAX, Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia, and Lawyers for Human Rights, having exhausted every possible engagement with the state, have used the final resort of going to courts. And we've had incredible judgments being handed down. So that's how we function in a constitutional democracy. There's no place for individuals to take the law into their own hand and to have kangaroo courts and guessing who's a foreign national and who is not based on racial profiling. If someone's got a dark skin, or if they don't speak a particular language, or if they don't know words for that's xenophobia right there. So, and it's racism.
All right, let's understand this. When you say that's xenophobia, so who's committing the acts of xenophobia? Is it an organization? Is it people? Is it government? Is it everybody? Who's being xenophobic?
Well, I'll start by saying that from the experience of Lawyers for Human Rights and the work we're doing running walk-in law clinics where we assist indigent populations, whether they're South African, whether they're foreign national, the nationality does not matter, and we provide access to justice and legal recourse. And with respect, particularly with the issue of documentation, our experience is that there is institutionalized xenophobia in the way that the Department of Home Affairs is engaging with people who are coming to this country, whether they're coming to seek protection as refugees or whether they come as migrants coming from neighboring countries, and the struggles they have to maintain their documentation status and their regularization. And from the side of civil society, I think there's small groupings of what I would call anti-rights groups, people who do not want South Africa to have foreign nationals, and particularly targeting people from the African continent, our brothers and sisters from African countries that are in South Africa. And so you're having this, what's happening at the moment is whether you're documented or not, whether you have refugee status protection or whether you have asylum seeker protection, there is a generalization that if you're a foreign national, then you're a criminal because you're undocumented. And that has been the framing of many of the anti-rights groups. And yes, it's March and March, it's Operation Dudula, and it's unfortunately many political parties like Herman Mashaba's Action SA and Gayton McKenzie's Patriotic Alliance who opportunistically are scapegoating migrants for failures that they have not addressed being in the government of national unity.
Let's leave it at that. Time is against us. Just maybe a quick yes/no answer. That's all I want. Do you think government's response has been adequate? Yes, no?
No.
Okay. Perhaps a broader conversation should come up next. Much appreciate your time on this issue, Sharon Akam Baram from the Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia. And I'm expecting, responses. We always do. Let's get your reaction on the National Pulse.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Young people have always had the power to shape society. For my generation, it's not only about remembering the students of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change.
Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt, cities rising, a future reclaimed.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, let's get a reaction from you. And by the way, you can comment directly to the chat that I had with the representative from the Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia, suggesting that in her experience that we have institutionalized xenophobia in this country and government response to what has happened, has it been adequate? The answer, according to her, is no. Your response to that and my general conversation, when did we get to a level where mediocre service delivery or non-service delivery became the norm? When did we say, it's okay? William Kuma, hi.
Yes, Ashraf. Look, Ashraf, we are sick and tired of being labeled And so it's illegal to label someone, to judge him, to say you are maybe a grass, whilst I'm not a grass. You see, I find it very nonsense.
Willie, you there? Oh, I think we've just lost Willie. Okay, not too sure. I sort of get what you were trying to say. Apology, I'm not too sure why that line dropped. But I think you're saying it's sickening to just label people, label people. I think that was the gist of what you were saying.
Ashraf, the issue of illegal immigrants and immigrants in general, most of the people who come here are black people, and they go to black communities. So black people in this country are the ones who are affected most by illegal immigrants. So we can say whatever we want to say and provide any statistics as the ladies presented there, but black people in this country are the ones who are mostly affected. We can say whatever we want to say. Thank you.
Well, look, I tend to agree with you. That is why when people say, why are they not being, there are no marches in sort of big cities or big suburbs, because the impact is felt at township level. I don't think you're wrong about that. Zola in Bloemfontein, hello.
Good day, sir.
Yes, sir. Go for it, Zola.
Yeah, number one, the lady whom you spoke to, your guest.
Yeah.
They don't speak about the crime committed by these people. Not all of them, but the criminal activities. Look at the mines, the Zamazamas. Look at the people who were killed in Garciso. They don't say anything about it. We are not xenophobic. If we never wanted these people in our country, we would not have allowed them in. We've been staying with them for years and years. But now, because of some of them, their activities, we have to stand up to protect our country. When they are documented, it's well and good. Okay. But she does not speak of criminals.
Well, I think she doesn't, because I didn't ask her. There's just not enough time. And the fact is, I don't think that was the basis of the letter. They're not denying. Nobody said criminal activity is okay. It's about dealing, as you said, not all of them, some of them. So if it's not all, why then do some people regard it as all of them? Thanks for that call. Let's get to more comments. In fact, we'll get to more comments later on. Now, it's a day of huge drama at the Madlanga Commission. So let's get to that. Remember Andrea Johnson was going to come, then she was ill, then people were saying, oh, that's just one big story. Well, the reality is, in fact, she did appear before the Madlanga Commission today, and that we're referring to is the head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, IDAC, Advocate Andrea Johnson. So what did she say today, right? Lots was spoken about. First of all, the IDAC head started by reading her supplementary statement before the inquiry. Listen to this.
In October 2025, I deposed to a statement submitted to the Commission in response to a Rule 3 notice. That notice required me to deal with the following issues on which Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi had testified. 4.1, that IDAC allegedly and unlawfully operates outside its mandate in terms of Section 7(1)(a) of the NPA Act as amended, and 4.2, that IDAC allegedly pursued a criminal case against Lieutenant General Khumalo and other officials at Crime Intelligence in the furtherance of ongoing political interference in SAPS. Paragraph 5. On 4 July 2026, I was served with a subpoena in terms of Section 3(2) of the Commissions Act 8 of 1947, requiring me to appear personally before the Commission on Monday, 13 July 2026, to give evidence and to be questioned about the following. 5.1. Matters arising from the evidence of Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi before the Commission on 17, 18, and 19 September 2025. 5.2. Whether criminal syndicates, organized criminal groups, politically connected persons, or other unlawful actors have infiltrated, captured, exerted undue influence over, or otherwise compromised the South African Police Service, SAPS, the NPA, the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, Crime Intelligence, IPID, or any other component of the criminal justice system.
Okay, that was the opening remarks from Andrea Johnson. There's more on that. She then disputed allegations by the KZN Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, that IDEC was involved with syndicates in Gauteng province.
Other issues raised by Mkhwanazi. 33. Mkhwanazi also testified, that is General Mkhwanazi, also testified IDEC sought to get involved in matters involving syndicates in Gauteng. He is incorrect on the submission. 34. He alleges that he doesn't understand why IDEC was getting involved in the matters of Molefe and Matlala, as this was dealt with by the PKTT and Gauteng organized crime. 35. IDEC is not involved in any investigation relating to Molefe. With regards Vusi Mose, in inverted commas, Cat Matlala, Matlala in brackets, IDEC's only interest arose out of a Section 27 referral from SAPS with regards the unlawful awarding of a tender to his company, Medicare 24, and allegations of collusion and corruption with Matlala and some SAPS officials. IDEC did get cyber search warrants for the cell phones and electronic devices of Matlala. These were presented to IDEC by a Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo. The data was downloaded in his presence and he left with the devices. The information is sought in relation to the tender matter.
And there's more. Andrea Johnson then continues saying IDEC has a prima facie criminal case against Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo and other crime intelligence officials. Listen to this.
The response then at paragraph 2.2. At paragraph 11, I deny these allegations. I expand on this denial as follows hereunder. 11.1. IDEC has a prima facie criminal case against Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo and other officials at Crime Intelligence. That matter was not pursued for any political purpose at the instance of any political actor or to advance any form of political interference within SAPS. 11.2. The investigation and prosecution have at all material times been dealt with through the ordinary prosecutorial processes applicable within IDEC and the NPA. The matter is presently before a court of law. In those circumstances, and because representations submitted by the accused are under consideration by the prosecution team, it would be inappropriate for me in this affidavit to address the merits of the prosecution, the strength or content of the evidence, the contents of any docket, or any matter that may properly fall for determination by the court or the prosecution team. 11.3.
Before you move on, just to clarify, where you refer to consideration by the prosecution team, what is the prosecution team? Maybe because I don't work in this space, my impression was representations are made to the National Director of Public Prosecutions.
If I could take Commissioner Balo a step back. So when the prosecutions are instituted, one of the legal remedies is once certain documents have been disclosed, accused persons can make representations based on what is disclosed to them in terms of the docket plus the charge sheet. Step one is that those representations are first made through the prosecutors for the consideration either by DPP, in our instance, by the ID. If their representations are unsuccessful, they then have the further recourse to make representations to the Office of the National Director.
Okay, there we are. Evidence from Andrea Johnson, the IDEC head. And I expect, as always, you will react, won't you? I said 5:30? No, 3:30. Here's the news headlines.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Western Cape High Court is expected to give its judgment on Friday on whether or not President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent bid to hold the work of Parliament's impeachment committee was successful. Investigative Directorate Against Corruption head advocate Andrea Johnson has testified at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria that she began distancing herself from suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence head Feroz Khan after allegations linking him to the murder of Clut Murray and his son Thomas emerged. And more than 8,000 people have signed an online petition in support of a Turkish governor who was dismissed after pictures of him in cycling tights spread across social media. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Kapele.
Right, to me as always, our very own Minister of Sport. What's top?
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. We start things off with rugby this hour, where plans for rugby's first 16-team Club World Cup have been postponed until June 2029. Now, organisers still hope to play the final before the British and Irish Lions begin their tour of New Zealand. That tournament was originally scheduled for 2028, but it was delayed after a meeting of the EPCR because of concerns about a crowded rugby calendar and the cost of travel. If a 16-team competition cannot be organized, a smaller tournament is being considered. And this version would feature only the champions of the United Rugby Championship, Super Rugby, the Premiership, and the top 14. In football, Banyana coach Desiree Ellis says that she's pleased with the team's preparations ahead of the Women's Africa Cup of Nations, adding that the squad is exactly where it needs to be going into the tournament. Ellis also believes that South Africa's 1-0 victory over Japan in their final international friendly in Osaka has given the players a major confidence boost and improve their ability to compete against world-class oppositions.
Based on qualification for the World Cup, that was already preparing for the World Cup. But it also taught us something. Are we going to get a team like Japan? No. But can we play like Japan? Maybe yes. But do we maybe need that strategy where, say, you're leading a game and, you're running with tired legs, or you're in the game and you're leading 2-1 and it's either the final, the quarterfinal, the first game, the second game, and now you have to change your strategy because defensively we were well organized, especially in the second game. So who knows, we might be able to use that because it doesn't matter who we play, we can always take something out of that and use it. Yes, African football is different, but there's a lot of foreign players, a lot of international players that come from all over the world, and they might come with something similar, and then we are ready for every eventuality.
Elsewhere, UK authorities seized around over £18 million, around 397 million rand worth of fake football shirts during the World Cup, warning of serious safety risks. More than 220,000 counterfeit items were recovered under Operation Bloxworks, including replicas of stars like Kylian Mbappe and Erling Haaland. One Birmingham raid alone uncovered 1,618 fake trips. Police and the fire service cautioned that counterfeit kits are highly flammable, contain harmful dyes, and pose dangers, especially to children. And ending things off with cricket, Australia have named Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, and Nathan Lyon in the Test squad to face Bangladesh next month, with all three returning from long injury layoffs. The 13-man squad for the two-match series in Darwin and Mackay start the 13th of August. It sees Scott Boland included as the fourth seamer, with Michael Nessa missing out. Australia will manage the trio carefully ahead of a packed schedule that could include 21 tests in 12 months if they reach the World Test Championship final. And with Usman Khawaja retired, a vacancy opens at the top of the order alongside Travis Head, with Jake Weatherald tipped to step in, and Cameron Green or Marnus Labaskachny likely to be number 3. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour. Ashraf, I don't know if you heard that story of the counterfeit jerseys in the UK that were seized, but I think for me what caught my eye with regards to that is that these counterfeit kits are highly flammable, contain harmful dyes, and pose dangers, especially for children. And I guess this is a message also for those that like to buy counterfeit items, even in our country, South Africa.
Oh my goodness, I did not hear about it, but I mean, I get to your point. I mean, and the big issue is not just the counterfeit, but in this case here, whoever's manufactured them, the absolute threat to life. I mean, it's a huge issue, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Lesson learned. Got that.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Well, you know, your older car may not have adaptive cruise control, but OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 68-year-old John pays only 391 Rand a month for his 2014 Chevrolet Sonic. Gets claims paid in cash and chooses his own panel beater. Don't pay more than you need to insure your older car. Get OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 rands. You're interested? SMS CAR 43185. That's CAR 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information available online.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Right, let's get to some of your comments, because you're the Pulse community, aren't you?
Yes, Ashraf, this is Banele in PE. Man, firstly, I totally disagree with this nonsensical statement that we have the most progressive constitution in the world. The South African constitution doesn't serve the poor. It only focuses to those who have money. And number two, there's no vigilantism when we demand our country back to us because police are failing because of politicians. Dango.
Okay, that's an interesting point. Is that true? South Africa's constitution doesn't serve the poor. Effectively, it only serves those people who have the money. But in that case, which constitution in the world does serve the poor? I'm not saying that it should not. I want to learn something here.
Hi, SFM and the listeners. Just on the topic with your guest there, I disagree with her. I think she's part of the problem. The organization, the NPOs are part of the problem, and we've heard it before. I think they're defending the Constitution, which needs amending. Thanks.
The Constitution needs amending. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SAFM listeners. Marumo here in Mahiki. It is good. The last question you asked her, the lady from Kopanang, Africa or what, whether the government has been acting appropriately, she said no. So it is clear that these people went to the street because the government for years failed. The issue of March and March doesn't start now. It has been there for a very long time. They've just seen it now. And Durula was there maybe 5-7 years before March and March. You understand? So she mustn't come here and tell us about brothers and sisters. Good afternoon, Maroon.
Maru, I mean, she can say what she feels, and I asked her a question, and she gave her opinion. So I don't want to sort of thwart conversation because you have your opinion, and she has hers, and that's exactly the point. Right, let's get to Global Watch.
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
Right, let's focus on the developments with between Iran and the USA. You know, there was a period a few weeks ago, it's all going to be fine, there's going to be a ceasefire, everything's fine, price of petrol will come down, price of oil is down, so we're all very happy. And in the midst of the World Cup again, things just changed. And I suppose this is a different sort of World Cup, but just far more serious, isn't it? Who's winning, who's losing? What are the implications for all of us? We understand that the Iranians continued retaliatory attacks across the Middle East after a 10th consecutive night of U.S. bombing. The Revolutionary Guard, there's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, said that it had targeted U.S. assets, around the Middle East, not in the USA per se, but we're talking about Jordan, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Let's find out more about it and what this really means with Dr. Benjamin Spatz, who's a senior lecturer at the Graduate School of Business at the University of Cape Town. Dr. Spatz, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much.
Right. What do you make, firstly, about what has happened between that so-called ceasefire of a few weeks ago to where we are right now?
Yeah, that's a great place to start. And I think that you really almost answered the question in your question by saying so-called ceasefire, because there was so much hope around a memorandum of understanding and a ceasefire, especially given the casualties, not to mention the economic damage globally. But the truth is that for those who are really looking deeply at the interests between the two parties, Iran and the United States, and how those diverged so widely, and also the content itself of the MOU, it really never seemed likely that this was going to stick. And indeed it didn't. I mean, since the MOU was signed, that was a 14-point memorandum of understanding signed on June 17. Since then, a scant month ago, there's been more than 60 attacks. That's mostly the United States, but also Iran as well. So this tit for tat back and forth. So there was very little hope of this really sticking in any case. And indeed it hasn't. It's in fact escalating, as you say. We're going now into the 10th day of pretty intense attacks.
So let's understand this. I mean, whether it's perfect or imperfect, the stories that the US brokered this MOU, which would lead to a full-on ceasefire, and of course then Donald Trump will claim all the credit, as he often does anyway, right? But in the midst of all of that, then you say there are 60 attacks, mainly by the USA against Iran. So why would the USA then attack the Iranians after they broker an MOU leading to a ceasefire? I mean, what would that achieve? Clearly, it can only achieve the breaking down of a ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, I think there would be some disagreement between the two sides and whether there was who actually fired first among those 60. But the point really is about the fact that the MOU that was ultimately signed greatly benefited and favored Iran versus the United States. And so that was always going to be the problem in this case. And in fact, those 14 points were nothing that really the United States was really could agree to ultimately. And so that's how these things began to break down. And then they started escalating because this is the logic of war. It's very easy to start a war, very, very hard to control them. So Donald Trump famously likes to keep things nice and simple and easy, as in his mind at least. But as soon as a U.S. service member, for example, is killed, that sets in motion its own logic. And he consistently tweets or, on his platform, Truth Social, that from one small incident, where an individual might be a U.S. service member is killed, obviously not small at all for that individual, their family, but then he would retaliate 100 times over. So that's why you see it's this disproportionate move. The logic behind it really is the fact that Iran has more leverage, economically in particular, and the United States and Donald Trump can only retaliate militarily and disproportionately, but it can't achieve its aims using that tool.
Well, here we are. What would the aims, and I think your initial point about the 14-point MOU greatly favoring Iran over USA, I think is very telling, right? So having said that, and you talk about a tit-for-tat spat that's ongoing, but therefore what would be the aims, the end goal aim of the USA? What would be the end goal aim of Iran?
Well, that's a great question as well. And it's a lot easier to understand the end goal of Iran than it is for the United States in a sense, because this war was started by President Trump under what can only be assumed as really some hazy logic. And, I think that he was under the impression that there could be an easy victory, an easy bit of regime change of the Iranian government. And that very clearly wasn't the case. And now there's really no good end state for the United States, which is why many analysts saw that MOU that was signed as a capitulation of the United States. So it's hard to see what ending it would look like in unfavorable terms. I mean, I think at this point, really, it's just about getting the Strait of Hormuz open again and not disrupting the global economy, which is where the real pain is for the United States.
And I mean, that last part is where most of us jump in. It's like, even if people don't care too much about the ideological war between countries, like, does it affect our pocket? So what's the current situation regarding the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Strait of Hormuz, depending on who you listen to, is opened. It's closed. It's open. It's closed again. There's going to be a toll. There's not going to be a toll. And so what does that mean for ships? Ships work in the private sector. They have to be insured by folks who are thinking about the day-to-day logic. They need to plan. So whether Trump or Iran say or don't say that the strait is open, these companies don't want to take that risk. And so they are increasingly moving shipping in other channels. And that's going to continue to be the case insofar as, every so often, and this is what's happening over these last 10 days, Iran has attacked one ship, just targeted one. That's all it takes for the strait to, quote unquote, close. And the United States, or really anyone else, has no ability to, quote unquote, open it again, because that very minor threat, that threat is enough to keep ships moving in other directions. And that's going to damage everyone.
Yeah,
every economy in the world.
On the everyone, I mean, even now as we talk, and I mentioned, the Iranians bombing Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait. Those who don't know, it's like, why would they do that? It's not their business. And then we find out, in fact, they house U.S. military bases, and that really is the issue, right? So with that in mind, what about the other countries in the Middle East around that region? And then what about, of course, Israel? What about Lebanon? I mean, where do you see all of them fitting in terms of, potentially finding a solution where there's been no solution found so far?
Absolutely. This is a very complicated puzzle, and there's a reason that many past, different presidents in the United States and also different leadership in Iran, they didn't want this to get to be a hot war because they knew it could get out of control, and indeed it has. So what's happening with all of the other countries in the Middle East? Well, Iran has been striking Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan, just recently, previously Qatar, Dubai, others. And so the reason for that is, and it's not just attacking only U.S. assets in those countries, it's also attacking oil infrastructure there as well. The logic behind it is to say, look, we're able to drive a wedge between the United States and its Gulf allies. We can prove that the United States cannot be trusted to secure your assets. They are not a trustworthy ally. And we're going to increase the cost on everyone so that they have an interest in trying to pressure the United States to end this war favorably towards Iran. That's the logic there. Now, Israel, of course, has a very different calculus, and that calculus is more closely aligned with Trump, but it certainly is not a one-to-one there either. And of course, they have very different interests altogether.
Let's leave it at that, because it's to pick up from your name, it's far more than just a small spat, as you would understand. Dr. Benjamin Spatz, Senior Lecturer, Graduate School of Business at the University of Cape Town. I much appreciate your insights here on the National Pulse. And there you are, people listening in. Of course, you have a view on what's happening in the Middle East. There's just absolutely no way you can ignore it, because it is the classic situation. If they sneeze, we genuinely catch a cold, but a big cold, but more than even what was used between the USA and the rest of the world at that time. This is the National Pulse.
Do good while having fun at Jazz for Young People, brought to you by the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Bring your family and friends to this exciting family-friendly concert curated by the young for the young. Enjoy live performances curated by Msaki, the NSA band featuring Msaki. Join us on the 25th of July 2026 at the National School of the Arts in Braamfontein. Tickets are selling fast on Quicket, with prices starting from just 50 Rand for children. Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Jazz for young people. Be there.
Some voices fill a room. Others echo across generations.
If there's one thing we've got to learn as humanity from Madiba, it is how he never allows any trappings, any status, any sense of importance to get between him and that very fundamental place of being a boy from Kunu.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy. Reflect, remember, and continue the conversation. Only on SAfm.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
So every week we pick up a big issue, and today or this week it's been about poverty, just understanding the poverty and food insecurity. But one thing is the ideological conversation, the other is the actual numbers. What does the data say when we say poverty? What does poverty mean? How many people are affected? How are they affected? One who's poverty stricken versus another who's not. Where are the differences? So let's get the thoughts of Solly Molai, who was the acting DDG for Population and Social Stats at Stats SA. Solly, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad that you've got the time to share with us, because we felt that the basis of even talking about other things on poverty is we need to know the numbers. So first of all, what does the numbers say? What is, when we say somebody is poverty stricken, what does that mean in terms of numbers?
Okay, thanks for that question, because this is a question that we always get from many users. So in South Africa, there's three measures that we're using to measure poverty. One is what we call it the money matrix poverty measure, where we're looking at the income and the consumption within the household. The second one is what we call it a multidimensional poverty measure, where you're taking other dimensions besides income, where you look at education, service delivery, and other indicators. The last one is what we call it the subjective poverty measure, where you're asking solely, and then you give solely a rate, and then you ask solely to rate himself in terms of the poverty status where he is. So today we're going to speak about the money matrix, where we're saying if you are food poor, what we mean by that, and then we have the three lines that we are aware of, which is a part of our NDP, the food poverty line, the lower bound, and the upper bound. So depending where you are in those lines, then we will classify either you are food poor if you are below that line, which is 885 rand per month per person. And then the lower bound is sitting around 1,415 rand per month per person. So depending where you are, and then we will be classifying you accordingly.
All right, so that's the one thing. Then what does your data say about people who are poverty stricken? What sort of lives do they lead versus someone who is not poverty stricken?
So if we're using the three line, then we start with the food poverty line. So those who are below the food poverty line, we are talking about 17.6% of the people, which if you're translating into actual numbers, we're talking about 10.8 million people. And this is where now, when you look at the profile, you see that mostly are in the rural areas. In terms of race, it's mostly black, and also we are seeing that most of them are young people, especially children. So when you talk about food poverty line, those are the profiles that we're referring to. Then if you go to the lower bound poverty line, and the lower bound poverty line is when now the household have to decide whether they have money to buy food vis-a-vis non-food. And we are talking about now 23.2 million people in that poverty line. Then again, we start seeing a similar pattern where in terms of provinces, your KZN, your Northwest, Eastern Cape, including Limpopo, they are having the heaviest burden when coming to the lower bound poverty line, if you use the poverty line. And that also translates into the other aspect of food insecurity that you already mentioned, that we are also seeing from those particular indicators that when you come into household in terms of food insecurity, it has already increased from 15.8% in 2019, and it's now sitting at around 19.7% when you look at the latest numbers. So it's already giving you a sense that the households have a little bit of pressure, and they have to decide whether to buy food or to buy non-food, especially if you have little ones in the household.
What else? I mean, those same numbers. I mean, let's take to the other one. Demographics. It sounds pretty obvious, but for the record, what do the demographics say in terms of who is poverty stricken versus who's not?
Yes, and in this case, I'm taking food poverty line, and it's clear that most of those who are below this food poverty line, they are largely in the rural areas, and as I already mentioned. But then you also see that about 53% of them are females, and we have seen from our numbers that if you look at the profile in the household, the females, they will most likely stay with the children rather than the males. So if the household is a female-headed household, and it is part of the food poverty, it means it's not just about that head house as a female, but it's also about the young ones. Hence, we are seeing that children are also the ones that are most likely to be affected by the food poverty line. And to sum up this discussion also, it's also the issues around race, where we're seeing that the Black Africans are most likely to also be falling in that particular line.
So then to extend that conversation to food insecurity, so it's a phrase we use often, food security, food insecurity. What does that mean?
So in our case, we are looking at access to food, and we are using three aspects here. It's either you have adequate food or inadequate food, or we are sitting at what we call in severe inadequate. And we have seen that those who are falling into the severe inadequate is increasing over time. We were sitting about 6.4% of the household who said they're actually going hungry, if we just put it in a simple English. And now we're sitting about 9% of those households. So you can see that there's almost about 3% increase over time when you compare to the data point that we collected in 2019. So it shows that we're having more and more households, especially those households that are already profiled, your households that are led by females. Those households, again, what we are seeing is that they are also they don't have anyone in the household who are working. Because we also have a data that shows that those households, they don't have anyone who are working. And then we're also seeing that they also have other members of household, either who are getting social grant, which probably coming from the old grant, or they're having what we call the child support grant also.
And then linked to that, right, is the impact of a person, again, who's a victim in this case of food insecurity. So when I say that, when we look at a person over a 20-year period who's lived a life of food insecurity versus another who's lived a life where he's got food security, how does that play out? When we look at, and I'm putting this in commodity form because it helps us understand it better, how do we see the finished article of the two different people?
Actually, I'll put it differently. If you take a child who's coming from a household where there's challenges in terms of food, and also there's challenges in terms of providing, or they are classified under whether food poverty or lower bound, simply what it means is that that particular child will have challenges in terms of school, and that then is only to translate in terms of they don't have enough energy to concentrate at school. And I think you could understand what will happen in terms of the performance of the child. Vis-a-vis a child who's coming from the other side of the town where they are not part of the food poverty and they're not part of the food insecurity. They have much more opportunities as a young one who's be able to have energy to go and able to participate and also be able to perform at school.
So, and here's the last question. In terms of this ongoing battle against this crime of poverty, right, is there anything from government side, from business, from civil society that tells you that they're on the right track to be able to thwart poverty and move to a position of meaningful growth and great success? I mean, you've got about 30 seconds to answer that question.
I'll answer it much more quicker. I think we need an economy that needs to grow. The economy is growing below 1%. We have high unemployment rate, which also become a challenge for most of households. The prices from the CPI is quite clear in terms of food prices. They are also having a pressure for the household. And we are also seeing that there's issues around service delivery within our household and also within our community is still a challenge. So collectively as business, as government, and also as community leaders, we really need to work together to ensure that we are able to meet the 2030 targets that we have put ourselves under the NDP.
Okay, well, thanks for those for those stats, and they're sobering, and they are concerning, and they frighten, as they should frighten all of us, because if we're unable to break that tide, then the problems in our country just continues. Solly Molayi, the acting DDG for population and social stats at Stats SA. Another round of the big issue on poverty comes up tomorrow. Right now it's time for the news. It's 4 o'clock. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, High Court to rule on Ramaphosa impeachment's bid, and IDEC head distances herself from Khan. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. The Western Cape High Court is expected to give its judgment on Friday on whether or not President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent bid to halt the work of Parliament's impeachment committee was successful. Ramaphosa wants the committee to pause pending his application to review the Section 89 independent panel's report that found he has a case to answer for the Phala theft. The matter was heard by a full bench of the court last week. Meanwhile, the committee will meet tomorrow to discuss the appointment of an evidence leader and its terms of reference. Investigative Directorate Against Corruption head advocate Andrea Johnson, IDEX, had testified at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria that she began distancing herself from suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence head Feroz Khan after allegations linking him to the murder of Clut Murray and his son Thomas emerged. This was after a meeting with a young man from the Murray family who had lost both his father and brother. Prominent insolvency practitioner Clut Murray and his son Thomas were shot and killed in 2023. Johnson was responding to questions from evidence leader advocate Matlape Silo about Johnson's relationship with Khan following allegations that she had disclosed information from a docket relating to an assault and intimidation complaint filed against him.
Then I understand, just to wrap up, that your relationship with General Khan was adversely influenced by the allegations made to you as regards his alleged involvement by Mr. Murray. That's what altered the course of your relationship.
Yes.
Okay.
Because he was explicit about where he felt Mr. Khan was involved and persons he was involved with. It's names I'm prepared to write, but he made very pertinent referrals.
Yes.
The Johannesburg Magistrate Court has granted 5,000 rand bail each to suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and Witness K, who testified at the Madlanga Commission. They were arrested following Witness K's testimony that they were allegedly involved in the theft of precious stones valued at just under 15 million rand at a house in Killarney, Johannesburg in 2023. Witness K was a JMPD officer and Mkhwanazi's former girlfriend. She testified that she and Mkhwanazi plotted the theft. Magistrate Annelisa Tlhapi handed down the judgment.
The court have considered to grant bail at the amount of 5,000 rand, each of them same as the applicants that are already being released on bail. Bail conditions are as follows: not to communicate with the witnesses directly or indirectly, and not to interfere with the witnesses or to intimidate. You have to report to respective police station.
The Senzo murder trial at the High Court in Pretoria has been postponed to Monday. The matter remains in the defence phase of the trial involving the 5 accused charged with the 2014 murder of the Bafana captain. All 5 have pleaded not guilty to charges including murder, attempted murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances and possession of firearms and ammunition. More than 8,000 people have signed an online petition in support of a Turkish governor who was dismissed after pictures of him in cycling tights spread across social media. The governor of the northeastern Adana province, Mehmet Fatih Sikleki, was removed by presidential decree on Friday. The BBC's Joanna Keane has the details.
An official reason for the governor's dismissal hasn't been given, but the trouble began when images of him in tight cycling gear sparked criticism and mockery. There was then a heated debate in Parliament, with an opposition politician calling for him to be dismissed. The online petition argues that Mr Chichekli has boosted cycling tourism and engaged young people in the sport, and he should remain in his post. As for the sacked governor, he said he was doing sport in sports clothes and would keep peddling.
Recapping the top story, the Western Cape High Court is expected to give its judgment on Friday on whether or not President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent bid to halt the work of Parliament's impeachment committee was successful. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Chawani excited ahead of third Commonwealth Games, and athletics SA legend declares Team South Africa ready for the Games. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start in Pretoria with some delays heading down the N1 South. It looks like a breakdown or maybe a crash just after Rigel Avenue. Traffic quite heavy across all lanes back as far as Atterbury Road. Also a crash on the N14. This is going up into Jean Avenue. There is some pressure there north of Brockfontein Interchange on your way towards Pretoria this afternoon. Durban, well, Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg to be precise. Major delay alerts. Crashes both the directions. Southbound there's a crash by Market Road. Very heavy coming off that Pietermaritzburg bypass this afternoon, and also a crash further down just before you get to Ashburton. So 2 queues going south, and then a major backlog going north from Ashburton up into a crash scene before you get to Market Road. Heavy pressure, but particularly on the Durban-bound carriageway coming out of Pietermaritzburg towards those scenes. Heading out of Durban side, there's the queues towards Pavilion on the N3 and queues at Reservoir Hills on the M19 because of the roadworks, which are still in place this afternoon. Cape Town, busier than it has been for a while. Queuing traffic on the N1 out to Plattekloof Hill. And get this, the lights are still down. Marine Drive and Dolphin Beach Hotel. Queues already back to Sunset Beach. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAfm 106.6 FM in Bloemfontein. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, I wonder what's your thoughts on some of the issues we've spoken about before, and they're all very important. I mean, first things first, the point I raised to say, when did we become tolerant to mediocre service delivery or to non-service delivery? When did we as a people, say, thumbs up, it's okay. No service delivery, continuous problems, it's okay. We'll live with it, under the spirit of Ubuntu or something along that line. I don't know. It's just a question I'm asking. I have no real reason for asking it, excepting there's not a day that you don't see, acute service delivery problems or service or non-service delivery issues in our country, right? So when did we become okay to it? Mute, put it that way. Then I thought the conversation we had around Iran and USA very, very significant, and you may want to add your thoughts to that. And of course, the Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia open letter to the Minister of Police, Feroz Kachalia, around the issues of what they perceive as xenophobia. And then the IDEC conversations from Andrea Johnson. We played those soundbites, very important too. And then just lastly, we had that chat around poverty, and those numbers are frightening, and we seem to be unable to turn that corner. It's perpetuated year after year after year. So I welcome your thoughts on that. We'll also talk later on about demerit points regarding road trauma and whether demerit points will actually work. But that comes up just now. First things first, however, what about illegal mining, an issue we touched on before? How much of a security and national security threat is it?
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. In case you missed it.
This is what I think is happening here, and I think Ramaphosa himself, who I know fairly well, to be honest with you, you talk about political implications and ramifications. It was Gwedi Mantashe. Cyril, I worked with him in COSATU, who was going to resign. Let me tell you, when he looked at that report, he was going to resign. It's Mantashe. It's Montage, they come from Noom together, they're very close, that's why Montage, Minister of Mineral, etc. That's how they work. Persuaded him not to resign.
Dr. Ibrahim Harvey.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, let's get to the important issue of illegal mining. So important, in fact, that we spoke about it all of last week around our big issue about illegal mining and the different implications thereof. Interestingly enough, the ATM party and their leader, of the parliamentary leader, that is at ATM, Vuyo Zungula, felt so strongly about it that, in fact, he's written a letter to Parliament talking about just that is illegal mining a national security threat. So I'm not too sure how much of it is actual answers in that question or just rhetoric. Anyway, let's find out from Vuyo Zungula what does Vuyo mean. Appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much, and greetings to you and everyone joining in.
Thank you. You know, the normal story is they say when you ask a question, you often know the answer anyway. So in asking that question that you put to Parliament, is illegal mining a national security threat? What's your answer?
It's definitely a national security threat risk, because we have seen the reports of the illegal miners, the amount of weapons they carry, and how those weapons are coming or smuggled from other countries. Even the explosives that are used in the illegal activities are actually trafficked or smuggled from other countries. Therefore, the amount of danger it poses to communities closer to those illegal mining sites, it is so devastating to an extent that you'll recall even this year, there was a community in the West End that actually fled from their homes, from the entire community, and they went to a refugee hall, in town as a result of illegal mining. The issue here, Ashraf, is that our government only works or does work when there's sustained pressure. Now, the crisis that we have is that once South Africans move on, from example, illegal mining into the aspects of illegal immigration, then the government puts, brakes on dealing with illegal mining, because now the focus is on illegal immigration. And if they move on, for example, from illegal immigration to what's exposed in Madlanga, they move towards that. Hence, we wrote to the Portfolio Committee of Police to say in the new term that starts in August, one of the meetings that should be had is to call upon SANDF, SAFs, and all of the respective institutions to account, to advise what is the status of illegal mining and whether the deployment that was made by the president on the soldiers, is it bearing results and what should be done? Because if we don't hold them accountable and we don't shine spotlight on what's happening in that space, chances are there's not going to be real work to be done.
I mean, you've been quoted, and let me just repeat it, saying illegal mining has evolved far beyond isolated criminal activity. It has become a sophisticated and highly organized criminal enterprise involving heavily armed syndicates, illicit financial networks, cross-border criminal organizations, environmental destruction, infrastructure damage, tax evasion, corruption, and the exploitation of vulnerable communities. Now, I repeated that because that does talk exactly that. It talks about a highly sophisticated network. If that's the case, they're not going to let it go if they see reward in it.
Yeah, definitely. Because if you can ask yourself a question, I sit in the Minerals Portfolio Committee. We once received presentation on the illegal miners, like their profile. You find that there's a 12-year-old boy coming from Mozambique or Lesotho or Zimbabwe, and they are actually use those small boys because they can easily reach some of the tight areas there. But the reality is that these small boys that are working there, or some of the operatives that are working there, do not know how to smuggle the gold outside of the country. Now, it raises questions, how does the product that's illegally mined actually go outside of the country? Who is involved in terms of SARS, in terms of customs? Who is involved in terms of the police as well? Because we saw how one guy was arrested, one of the illegal miners. He could not even make it to the police station. He bribed his way out and then he was let loose. So hence, from our side, we want to actually deal with the entire syndicates, because you can arrest one or two minors that the soldiers will be dealing with. But a full-blown investigation or inquiry to look at the syndicates at the top level, that is the way to best solve the problem. Because if the syndicates are still there, then it means after the one or two illegal miners are arrested, they'll easily replace them. But once you arrest the enablers of illegal mining, which the syndicates, which will include politicians, international gurus in the mining sector, even the mines themselves, then would have put an effective stop to illegal mining.
I mean, you say these syndicates include politicians. That's interesting. I mean, who would they be?
Yeah, because there's no way a crime can be committed in our country, a highly sophisticated crime which requires some level of government inaction. That way there's no politician. Because if you think about it, had there been political will to actually solve illegal mining, it would have been dealt with a long time ago. We're sitting now in 2026. This problem became strife early 2018 or 2019. Ask yourself, if the government was able to deploy the amount of resources towards fixing or dealing with the protests of against illegal immigration on the 30th of June, why hasn't there been equally the same level of political will to deal with this particular problem? It is because politicians are involved. So that is why we want a full-blown investigation to look at the entire value chain to understand the players that are involved, so that we deal with the problem at a top level instead of dealing with one or two people get arrested. Maybe they'll be released after 1 or 2 weeks and go back to the trade because the enablers, the drivers, which is the syndicates, are still there.
All right, let me end with this. I mean, you talk about a full-blown investigation, and that's fine, right? But I mean, clearly that would just be the beginning and not the end, right? So we've seen now with the huge problems we've had around our mismanagement of home affairs in terms of foreign nationals. We've seen that with the Madlanga Commission and what it's done around policing. What gives you the confidence that, investigation or not, we would be able to stamp out illegal mining permanently?
Once you work as Parliament or like a commission of inquiry, which will be done in public and there's some level of independence, you are most likely, and it is done in public to ensure that the public is well aware of what is currently happening, you are most likely to get the job done. Unlike a case whereby investigations happen in the dark, in the sense that even if a person gets bribed to look the other way, there is no exposure that will come their way. So by utilizing Parliament, fortunately Parliament comprises of different political parties. You can't buy all 400 members of Parliament to look the other way, especially once there is a public inquiry that will enable citizens to know whether the views of Party A has changed, because this is what they would have said previously about illegal mining. So that is why from our side we view that a parliament inquiry in this regard is needed. While we are not government yet, we may not be able to have the powers to say to the president, he must institute a full-blown commission of inquiry. But for now, we want to exhaust the mechanisms that are available to us in Parliament.
Okay, that's it. You've put it on the agenda. Thank you for your time. Vuyo Zungula, the ATM parliamentary leader, writing, in fact, to the Portfolio Committee around this broad question: is illegal mining a national security threat? So what do you make of it? Is it a national security threat? And if so, how? I mean, what does it threaten to bring down, for example, in terms of our security? Or is that a question we ask far too often? Like everything is a national security threat. I'll tell you what's a security threat is road accidents. I think it is. Think about it differently. What about the demerit system? Is that going to change all of that? We'll talk about that next.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another. Hey,
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation. Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
I mean, you know the story. If you have a traffic offence, you don't want to pay a fine, do you? So when people say, hey, we'll have a demerit system, you may say, that's fantastic, I don't have to pay a fine. But what happens if the demerit system reaches a level where you actually lose your license, not permanently, but even suspended? And it could even be losing your license permanently, I suppose, if that continues, right? Well, look, those are the questions to ask, because when we speak about a national security threat, and we spoke about that earlier on illegal mining, why wouldn't we bring it to roads? What I mean by that, security as in we're losing vital citizens in our country, key people, every single day because of shocking driving on our roads across the board, in the cities, in the villages, on the main roads, on national roads, it happens. So the next phase of what is called, ARTO, the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences, their demerit system, I understand is going to kick in soon, and this therefore would look at the issues of demerits and whether that will in fact change things at all. With me is Kirsty Haslam, partner at DSC Attorneys. Kirsty, I appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Hi, good to be with you.
Thank you. So give me your thoughts. I mean, if we're saying, will demerits reduce negligence on our roads and therefore lead to accidents and often to death, right? What would be your thoughts based upon what you've seen?
Well, this system is only really going to be effective if it does indeed change driver behavior. As you alluded to in your introduction now, we have terrible driving habits, unfortunately, in our country, which directly translates to us having one of the worst road fatality rates internationally. So driver behavior will have to change, and perhaps with the demerit system, which impacts you severely. If you lose your license, it impacts on your ability to get your place of work and to socialize, etc. It disrupts your life hugely. So that will be the way that it actually has an impact.
Okay, but having said all of that, maybe just talk us through what would it mean in practice when we talk about the demerit system. So I think I know what it is, but best you tell us.
So what it introduces is demerit points for certain types of offences, and that will range from 1 to 6 points depending on the severity of the offence. And you only have a maximum of 15 points to lose. If you get to 15 points and more, your license is automatically suspended for up to 3 months. And each demerit point over that threshold of 15 results in an additional 3 month suspension. So by way of example, if you accrue 19 points, you lose your license for a year.
If your thoughts, if the premise is that demerit points alone won't solve the problem, then what will?
Well, it needs to be a multifaceted approach. This is a laudable effort to get drivers to change their behavior, but we need to couple it with things like visible policing, better road infrastructure, safer vehicles, effective public education, and we need to create a culture where traffic laws are respected.
Just and lastly, in terms of demerits and the system being used, I take it there are many other countries who have similar systems. What's happened to those countries, and how has that played out?
Well, where there's better traffic law enforcement overall, be it by way of a demerit system or not, it has a remarkable impact on the accident rate and the road fatality rate. But the countries, interestingly, in the world which have the best, if I can call it that, road accident statistics, actually employ a system known as the SAFE system, which is a multifaceted approach whereby the focus is on safe road design, safe speeds, safe vehicles, and safe road users. And that strategy seems to be the most comprehensively effective.
Okay. Is there any other insight you'd like to share in terms of what we should be, questioning and looking forward to, if I can, regarding the demerit system?
Well, I think the focus really should be on that we should move away from this culture of disregarding traffic laws. I have a long drive to work and home every day, and multiple instances of through red robots, through stop signs, dangerous overtaking. That culture needs to change, and motorists must learn to slow down, put your phones away, don't drive under the influence of alcohol, and don't incur those demerits in the first place, and we'll all be safer on the roads.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Lots to consider regarding the demerits or the merits of the demerit system. With me then, Kirsty Haslam. Thanks for your time, partner at DSC Attorneys. And I expect you listening in could be on the roads even now. Well, when you get a chance, hands-free, you could call in, or when you park the car, or wherever you are sitting right now. If you're just too scared to be on the roads because you're scared about the high numbers of accidents we have. Either way, tell me about demerits of the roads and the issue of illegal mining being a national security threat.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
By the way, when you do listen to the show, where do you listen most of the time? I mean, are you at work? Are you at home? Are you in the car? Are you sitting, in your office? Are you doing it when you're walking on the street and you've got headphones on? Where do you do it? For me, when I'm not here, I'm in my home office. And I listen on streaming live. So I listen via the SABC Plus app. I can tell you that probably 90% of the time. So where do you listen to SAfm from, and what's your vehicle? Is it traditionally radio, live streaming, YouTube, the app? Which one is it?
Afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Sweden Watemegurulini. The people of South Africa should capitulate and admit that Ramaphosa is trying his best to fight corruption within the government of South Africa. Some of us came to know entities such as SIU under his leadership, as we could only dream of a government that's investigating itself for corruption under his predecessor. People today are applauding the Madlanga Commission as if it fell from the sky, of which he wasn't even obliged to establish it. Hence, there were some political cults that even went to court in a bid to stop it not to be established. Ramaphosa is not a saint himself, but he tries his best, and we should give credit where it's due. If that's not a new dawn, I don't know what it is. Thank you.
It's a new dawn. That phrase is old, man.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. If we allow illegal foreigners in our country, we might as well allow drugs, guns that are coming from outside, murder, rape, anything else. The law is the law. We must follow the law. If the law says a person that is in the country must have documentation, and if they don't, they are illegal, then they are illegal. We can't change that. It's the constitution. If you are in the country without papers, you are illegal. By law, you must be arrested and deported. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're right about that. And, my view has been more philosophical. I'm not suggesting, just so that you know, because sometimes people misquote me on this show. I am not suggesting at all that turn something illegal into something okay. If it's illegal, it's illegal, I get you. But we have such a problem around the issues of undocumented foreign nationals. My thought has always been there needs to be a phased-in moratorium around it, or even an amnesty to a large degree, considering many people believe that the mess was caused by Home Affairs not doing its job when they were here, and they applied for renewal and it was not done, and they applied for renewal, it's not done, and they had no choice but to stay here because they were starving if they went back home. So I'm suggesting deal with the problem, be very tough in terms of the new intakes, but with the existing people living in the country for years, try and work a system that's humane, that's practical, and therefore a phased-in moratorium for now until we get to a situation of normality. So, but of course, those that want to voluntarily go home, they can go home immediately. But deal with it in a more humane way, as opposed to a 1 week deadline. Because, for example, we spoke about illegal mining. It's illegal, but it perpetuates. It's ongoing. We haven't solved that problem either.
Hi, Ashraf. On the issue of illegal immigrants, I heard you raising a question about why we are not dealing specifically with those that are criminals. How are you going to deal with them when you don't know who they are? Remember, they are illegal. We don't know them. We don't know who is the criminal and who is not. So if you are illegal, we should just deal with all of you. That's my view. All of you, we deal with you all at the same time, the same way, because we can't identify the actual person who was wrong if all of you came illegally. So that's just my opinion.
I hear you. Look, I mean, the one part you're right. If you are illegal and you have no documentation and there's no trace for you, then if you are fleeing from the police, for example, they're unable to track you down. And I agree with you, that's a problem. But if we're suggesting that if they have documentation, that then somebody, even a foreign national, will not commit crime, that's also being foolhardy, because people do commit crime wherever they are in the world. Now, it also means that if we had documentation and people don't commit crime, then how come so many South Africans who are documented also commit crime? Think about that. So it's an important crime fighting mechanism, but it doesn't actually put a stop to crime. 4:30, here's the news headlines with Thonjala Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the CRL Rights Commission says 43 youngsters died in various provinces across the country during this year's winter initiation season. Mpumalanga recorded the highest fatalities at 18, followed by the Eastern Cape with 14. The case against senior crime intelligence officer Ishmael Dawood, who's facing assault, intimidation and extortion charges, has been postponed to this Friday for a formal bail application. And US President Donald Trump is meeting Lebanon's President Joseph Aoun shortly to discuss the implementation of a framework agreement to end the Israeli conflict with the Lebanese group Hezbollah. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A very good afternoon. The N1 South coming out of Pretoria stays really heavy. There was a breakdown. It looks like it's become a crash now between Rigel and the R21. Traffic heavy. It's all the way parking back towards Linwood Road. N14 on your way to Pretoria. Crash at Jean Avenue. Heavy from the N1 Bruckfontein interchange side. And it's going into four ways this afternoon. William Mandela Drive. The crash near Leslie Avenue. So from Bryanston across the bridge on the highway into four ways heavy. The N1 South from just after Buccleuch backlogging down towards that William Mandela off-ramp. It's all very heavy getting through there. Also a crash on the northbound Mike 1 at Crown to worry about if you're coming in from Boysons. That is quite slow. Now, a major delay alert for anybody coming through Pietermaritzburg on your way to Durban. This is the N3 southbound. So there's a breakdown before Market Road, a crash at Market Road, and then a crash down by Ashburton. So you've got a major backlog that extends almost back as far as Chotamotala, certainly back through New England, back through Orton, and working back towards that old Church Street exit. Very heavy delays. And then if you're heading up into Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton through Market Road is heavy with the onlooking factor as well. Queues on the N3 from Sherwood to Pavilion, on the M19 at Reservoir Hills. That's very slow. Those roadworks are still there. And Cape Town, well, bad news. Same deal as yesterday. No traffic lights. Marine Drive at Dolphin Beach. Traffic already parking back heavily to Milnerton side. That's your second queue, because you'll queue up on Marine Drive through Pardon Island to Milnerton, and then from Milnerton High School through to Tableview. It'll probably get worse, I think, as we go through the afternoon. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, to me, let's talk now. No football, nothing about the World Cup, but the other ball, netball.
Netball, because the countdown has begun to the Commonwealth Games, and Team South Africa netball captain Khanyisa Chawani says that she's very excited to lead the side at her third Commonwealth Games. Chawani made her Games debut back in 2018 before helping South Africa secure a fourth place finish at the 2022 edition. She now takes on the captaincy band as the Proteas prepare for this year's tournament in Glasgow. The 30-year-old has also welcomed the return of a veteran Free State Crinums defender Carla Pretorius, saying that her experience and leadership will make the captaincy role much easier.
No, it was very different and difficult. I mean, coming into the captaincy role from just being a player and just being led by seniors, you know. But I think I got a hang of it, being able to work with everybody and everyone respecting me and knowing that the captain of the team, and also just taking up the responsibility. I think it's much more, it's much better now that I've done a few test series, a few games, and I've kind of gotten a hang of it. So it's I love leading the girls, and I think I love working with them. And Carla coming in as well, she's always been my senior, whether we were in varsity, whether we were in this space of the Spar Proteas as she was the vice captain. She's led me before. So very easy to work with, and looking forward to continue working with these girls because I just love it.
In football, South African winger Elias Mukwana is set to leave Esperance Sportif, which, with his move expected to be finalized. The 26-year-old impressed on loan at Al Hazem in Saudi Arabia last season, adding a goal and 3 assists in 26 games after a strong campaign in Tunisia. MC Alger and JS Kabylie have tabled official offers, while clubs in the UAE, Egypt and Morocco's Botola Pro are also interested. Mukwana capped 11 times for Bafana and is very keen to regain top form ahead of the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations. In terms of athletics South Africa High Performance Manager Ezekiel Sipeng says that Team South Africa's track and field athletes are fully prepared for the Commonwealth Games, which get underway in Glasgow on Thursday. The athletics squad consists of 25 athletes and forms part of Team South Africa's 114-member contingent. The team blends youth with experience and will be led by some of the country's biggest stars, including sprint ace Akani Simbini, Olympic silver medalist Joanne du Plessis in the javelin, while world-class 800-meter runner Prudence Sokodiso will also be in the lineup with the likes of informed sprinters Gift Luatlela. And Sipeng believes that the team has prepared well and is confident that they will make South Africa proud by contributing to the country's medal tally alongside the swimmers. Then reigning African Coach of the Year Thabo Matibedi, better known as Coach T in athletics circle, has explained why he accepted a lucrative offer to become Malaysia's head coach of sprint after more than 20 years of coaching. Matibedi says that he feels unappreciated, undervalued and overlooked in South Africa, despite producing some of the country's top sprinters. Those frustrations, together with years of financial struggles, convinced him to take up opportunity abroad. His departure leaves some of South Africa's biggest sprint stars, including Bayanda Walaza, Gift Luatlela and Sinesipho Dambile, without their coach just days before the Commonwealth Games begin this Thursday. Ending things off with motorsport, former world champion Fabio Quartararo will join Honda on a 2-year deal next season. The 27-year-old is set to leave Yamaha after 8 seasons. He won the MotoGP title in 2021 and finished runner-up the following year, but has struggled to maintain that level in recent seasons. With that said, it is a wrap from our side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Thanks for that, Tumi. Yeah, by the way, there's still been lots of debate about, and maybe here's a big question from a South African perspective. We've just seen the Spaniards in their glory winning a World Cup. And here's a question, Tumi, you can think about it too, but I certainly want the audience to do so. What would it take for South Africa to win the FIFA World Cup? And I know it means win the final, that I know, but more than that, what would it take to set a goal and a vision for South Africa to win a World Cup in the way that we won the Rugby World Cup and in the way that we've been pretty close with the cricket, right? Pretty close. What would it take for us to win the FIFA World Cup? It can't happen in a week, but what would be the plan?
In case you missed it,
March and March is mourning the death of its regional leader, Andile Somgara. He was shot dead on the 4th of July. He'd been in charge of the Ekurhuleni region in Gauteng.
So we suspect that there's a ripple effect of the work that we do. Our campaign is mainly on illegal foreign nationals. Obviously, the ripple effect on it will be the township economy will be affected, your extortionist by extension, and will be frustrated with the work that we do because as you remove an illegal foreign national, it's a person that thrives on extortion and thrives on sourcing illegal finance from these people. So that's the essence what is going on here.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, there's news about interim results from Kumba Iron Ore. With all the details, here's Makwe Masilela.
Yes, Ashraf, Kumba Iron Ore interim update. The resilient performance that's despite challenging operating conditions, mainly from heavy rainfall. Hence, production was down 3%, sales volumes down 1%, and that was largely due to the two planned Transnet maintenance shutdown. And the overall financial performance as EBITDA is lower, negatively impacted by the rand strengthening 11%, and also from lower, prices, that is iron ore prices. Noting that in the previous period, the guys got a once-off settlement from Transnet, and hence EBITDA is down 35%. And it's not surprising that profit is headline earnings per share down 43%. And Ashraf, markets are torn between conflicting Middle East signals as hostilities in the region stoked renewed fears over energy supplies, while hopes for a ceasefire offered some relief. And the general market sentiment was lifted by a rebound in chip makers, and also China mounting that a state-sponsored rescue program that is for their tech shares, and oil prices edged higher as traders awaited reports of mediation efforts that's against fresh attacks exchanged between the US and Iran, as well as threats of that naval blockade of Saudi Arabia by Yemen Houthis. Brent crude up 3% at $81 a barrel, and gold traders are reading the new diplomatic efforts differently from oil traders, as the guys hope that the efforts will de-escalate the Middle East tension, then lower oil prices, meaning inflationary worries will ease and interest rates might not have to be raised. And we see gold is up 1.4% at 4,065, platinum up 2% at 1,628. Global markets are cautiously up, with the JSE up a mere 0.1%, as resources are doing the heavy lifting, up 2%. Rand firmed 0.3% against the dollar, 1647, 2206 against the pound, and 1881 against the euro.
Well, there we are. Thank you for that. Lots to consider. And of course, there'll be more details on that coming up with Jimmy Moyaha, 6 to 7 on the SAfm Market Update.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm. SAfm.
You know, I've often used this phrase about transformation, and I've said, how do we know a place or a country is fully transformed? And I've said that when a township resembles a suburb. How far down the line are we that? I don't mean one or two places like Vilagazi Street in Soweto. I'm talking about across the nation. How is it that 3 decades into democracy, our townships still by and large look like townships and our suburbs are suburbs? So how do we move that move? Because in that crossover, you then have the reality of the people and the lives they lead. Right, let's get to calls. Polokwane is where we go to first up. Lala, hi.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, I heard your guest from Lawyers for Human Rights in the beginning of your show. And I have a very serious question. Ashraf, indeed, I believe that our country is using a constitutional democracy. But I don't think what she said it justifies why we have to have too many illegal immigrants. Let me take you, for example, Ashraf. If we have FNB, there is a match between Kaizer Chiefs and Pirates, and the officials only issued 40,000 tickets, and other people who did not manage to get to that 40,000 tickets which are available, if they force entry into the stadium, is that legal? So it will never be legal. It will never be lawful. But that woman wants to justify the reason why people came into our country illegally. At the same time, she forgets that the people in the country who are marching now, who are demanding that these people must also go, they are also exercising their democracy because they look at the law enforcement are not doing enough We report to them that here are the people, they need to be arrested and be deported, but they are not doing anything. That's why now we are going out, and we are doing it by ourselves because we don't have trust anymore to the law officials. I don't know, maybe she's lacking something. She just needs to be in our shoes. And the most important that one needs to ask, who is finding them? Who is finding them so that we can be victims in our own country, but the illegal immigrants be relaxed and be comfortable in the country. Thank you, Ajay.
All right, Lala's made a point. Lala wanted to get it off his chest, and he's done just that, right? Right, let's get to another. In fact, we can get to some voice notes right now. There's a range of comments from you. Here we are. Thank you for calling in, actually.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. There is no record where a mass program of deportation of so-called illegal immigrants resulting in a positive outcome for the so-called citizenry. So all these parties that are weaponizing the anti-immigrant sentiment in South Africa, what else do they have to offer South Africa besides this Abahambe? What else do they have to offer, Ashraf? Nothing. And some of them are even undemocratic, like Herman Mashaba. No conference. He's a dictator there at Action SA. Thank you. This is Kechi from Ekurhuleni.
Well, I mean, I think dictator is a strong word, to just use. But I mean, I take your point in general that what you want is not just the parties you mentioned. What you want is all the political parties to come up forward and offer a solution to South Africa's immigration crisis. Although some may say don't even call it a crisis, but whichever. What are their solutions? Each one as a political party. Sipo in Durban, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. I just want to talk about the current immigration crisis that we're having and say that, talk specifically about the people of Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini or Swaziland, that they should be exempted because these people are specifically and expressly mentioned in the Freedom Charter. And if we assume that our constitution is based on the Freedom Charter, then we should accept that these people are expressly mentioned in Clause 9 of the Freedom Charter. And it says that the people of Botswana, Lesotho, and Swaziland shall be free to choose where they want to stay.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So you're saying our neighbors must be treated differently in this case here.
Yeah, because these people were represented at the Congress of the People in 1956, and I know specifically the people of Swaziland or the monarchy of Swaziland was heavily involved in the formation of the African National Congress, and Pixley Isababasene actually worked for the King of Swaziland as a day job, and only did his ANC activities after hours.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, many people, let's move on. Many people agree with you. Many people say, well, we can't forget that. Others are saying like, hey, they did it. We told them it's okay. That story is long over. We can't worry about them because then we must include Zambia and Algeria and who I think provided some training for the ANC at the time. And we can go to every other country and we owe them a favor. I'm not suggesting they're right and wrong. I'm saying your point is an interestingly important one. For others who feel they are jobless, they're like, so what does it do to me? Churchill in the Eastern Cape. Hi.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, I think, I think we're misleading this debate. We need to be very clear. There's never been a political will in dealing with the issue of our borders, porous borders, as well as enforcing the laws when people are in the country. Because at the end of the day, we can never allow a situation where it's not that we hate our foreign brothers and sisters. We love them, but they must come to the country legally so that they are known. Remember here, Ashraf, when you're running a country, there are issues of budgeting. Because we're in a democracy, and our democracy was founded on the Bill of Rights to say, these people, when they are in this country, they are also entitled to the very resources that are not enough even for South Africans.
That's true.
You look at our public sector, you look at the health system, you look at the education system. Now, these are the issues. They can go back, come to the country legally and be known. You look at the crime. Our people in Soweto, Alexandra, they're facing the crimes, violent crimes, with people that are not traceable. That's
look, I hear you, and
here.
that is why. Look, your point is can't be dismissed. Which is, once we've allowed people in, I mean, you're not supposed to allow them in illegally. We've allowed them illegally because of shoddy work from our side. Then our constitution allows that fact that once people are here, they're entitled to all sorts of services, including education. Right? Then all the more government had to do its job properly, which they haven't. I mean, let's
and to add on, Ashraf. They've taken advantage of our corrupt, weak systems. You talk about home affairs. You talk about police who have not been enforcing the laws. Now, these are the challenges that we're facing as a country. And now, when you're blaming the people, organizations like March and March, who have brought this to the attention of government, you cannot blame them because they've never been trained to enforce the law, but they feel that they are on their own. I don't care who finds them.
All right, let me move on. We're out of time. The one part that I may differ, with is the to rectify the error doesn't take a week, and unfortunately, government is under pressure because of those people who are protesting, and they're wanting to fix up what they couldn't fix in 20 years in 1 week. And you know what? That causes even more chaos, and I think we may well experience that even now. So thank you for that call. But again, on the agenda, got us thinking about that too. Right, more to come on the National Pulse later on. We will chat about other pressing issues that affects us as a country, and I look forward to connecting with you, including this issue on the news that you may have heard about the CRL Rights Commission addressing challenges that impact the initiation practice, and therefore they've launched an investigative mechanism around that. We'll get a response to that just now, but we have our winning feature coming up next.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today and live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, it's time for our chefs to dig deep. Tasked with creating a dish inspired by their own journey, they'll need to balance emotion with exceptional cooking. Featuring guest judge Chef Peter Duncan from the renowned La Petite Colombe, who will tell a story worth remembering. Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Now, for winning stories on the National Pulse.
Absolutely. Who's winning? And I'd certainly love to promote those who are winning and, talk about them, in fact. Well, here's one. In fact, a winning person is Annelie Sienekal. Actually, let's get Annelie on the line first up. Good to connect with you, and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Thank
I'm
you.
very excited to talk to you.
And we're
today.
talking to you because we think you're a bit of a winner, because you've been appointed the not just a curator, the first female curator at the Stellenbosch University Botanical Garden. So that's a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I'm quite excited to be part of this long line of curators that is part of this historical garden. So yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about this historical garden. I mean, where is it? Where is it?
So it's the Stellenbosch University Botanical Garden. So it's based in Stellenbosch, in the middle of the Cape Winelands, which is one of the most diverse places on earth, but also there's lots of threatened species here. So there's a lot of work for us to do.
And is it on the campus proper or outside the campus?
It is on campus. It's basically 200 meters from main campus. It's open to all students and staff. So yeah, we're right in the middle of.
I'm bound to come there in a month's time, and I'll make a point of saying I need a tour of those botanical gardens. Absolutely right. Let's then talk about your career. How did you get the nod? I mean, there had to be a journey here to undertake. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so I started as an intern at this garden in 2020. So it's been about 5 years, or 5.5 years now that I've been here. And I had the privilege of being mentored for those 5 years by our previous curator, Dr. Donovan Kirkwood, who was just an incredible botanist and ecologist. And during that time, he was very generous with his knowledge. He trusted me with increasing responsibility, and over time I really had the chance to learn what it takes to run a botanical garden. So yeah, that's how I got here.
What drew you to that space in the first place?
Well, I was a student here, so obviously as a student, this is a very nice space to come relax. And over time I started also getting more and more interested in what botanical gardens can actually mean for us in the botany field as well as in the conservation field. So yeah, I think I was just very lucky to have this around me when I was a student to see what is possible.
I mean, and as a student, is that what you studied, or is that was the side hobby that just grew into something bigger?
No, I studied botany. I studied a degree called Biodiversity and Ecology as an undergrad. And then I did an honors in botany, and I'm currently busy with my master's in botany.
Okay, fascinating. What does a curator do so there's no ambiguity to all of that?
So a curator basically manages the whole garden, but there's quite a lot of aspects to it. So there is quite a lot of admin, but what the real curatorship work, where it really becomes interesting and important, is in managing the collections, deciding the strategy for the garden, making sure that the team and the garden contributes to local and global conservation targets, contributes to research, supports education at the university and elsewhere. So it's quite a broad portfolio, but it all comes down to three basic things, which is plant conservation, plant research, and education.
You talk about it as a historic garden. Why is it historic?
So this is the oldest academic garden in the country. We turned 100 a few years ago, so the garden was started in 1922. So there are older gardens in the country, but we are the oldest one with a research focus. So yeah, that's why.
Okay, good, interesting to know. Now, in terms of your position, you've already started the new position on the 1st of July, but I was going through the notes. In fact, you've been acting as a curator already for a while, right? I mean, replacing the incumbent who had passed on, right? So it's been a few months already for you. So any switch on change now that you're officially the person in charge?
Sorry, do you mean any changes in the past few months? Or
well, I mean, not
what's coming up?
Now that that's coming up. Now, one is acting and the other is being officially in charge. There's a mental difference, isn't it?
Yes. So, because I have been acting for the past, 9-10 months, the official position means that I can now actually plan a little bit more for the future, and it means that we can also plan to put someone in my previous position, which will help us with a little bit more capacity and to increase our work. But yeah, we have quite a lot going on, and one of the things that we have been working on and that we will continue working on is, as I've mentioned a couple times, plant conservation in the Cape space and species recovery of plants that are very likely to go extinct in the next decade or two if we don't intervene. Okay,
I'll tell you what, send some pictures and you can tag us, SAfmRadio, and myself on various social media platforms about that fabulous garden, and I'll certainly share it as well. But let me leave you with this. I'm very interested in people's personal journey. So, in terms of why have you succeeded? So what for you, what's in your champion playbook? What have you done that has put you on this winning journey?
I don't think it's very complicated. I think it is about being passionate and being dedicated, and also about being a team player, about realizing that we all need each other to do this. So at this garden, I think that's quite a big thing that we know, is that nobody can do anything alone. So yeah, I think it's quite straightforward, hard work, dedication, and just being a nice person.
Okay, like the most boring answer in the world, because maybe it's just absolutely true, isn't it? It's about time we take that seriously. Well, listen, best wishes. Congratulations on your position now.
Thank you so much.
Heading up as the curator of the Stellenbosch University's Department of Botany and Zoology, and therefore looking after the Botanical Garden. Yeah, I will certainly pay a visit when I get there one of the days sometime soon. And that's Anne-Marie Cynical. Thanks for your time here on the National Pulse. Right, let's get the news. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Greg House.
Thank you, Ashraf. Good to be with you again. Scores of initiates die across the country and Trump meets with Lebanon's leader. Good day to you. The CRL Rights Commission says 43 initiates have died in provinces across the country during this year's winter initiation season. Mpumalanga recorded the highest number of deaths at 18, followed by the Eastern Cape with 14. The Commission has also announced the establishment of a committee to probe the deaths at traditional initiation schools across South Africa. The Commission's George Maklangu.
The Commission calls upon all stakeholders, traditional leaders, provincial initiation coordinating committees, and the National Initiation Oversight Committee, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Department of Health, parents, and community members to cooperate fully with this committee. Because at the heart of it, this committee seeks to assist the country as well as all these stakeholders with finding a long-lasting solution to these persistent fatalities that we are seeing in the initiation school.
The Western Cape High Court is expected to give its judgment on Friday on whether or not President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent bid to halt the work of Parliament's impeachment committee was successful. He wants the committee to pause pending his application to review the Section 89 independent panel's report that found he has a case to answer over the Phala Phala theft. The matter was heard by a full bench of the court last week. Meanwhile, the committee will meet tomorrow to discuss the appointment of an evidence leader and its terms of reference. Legal and political analyst Mkhoseli Vimba.
The committee would want people with expertise so that at least they can be able to lead evidence in this complex matter, especially a matter that involves a sitting president, whether to be impeached or not to be impeached. So it's a serious matter that is very complex. Therefore, it requires experienced people in the legal profession, and as I indicated, at senior council level.
The case against senior police crime intelligence officer Ishmael Dawood, who's facing assault, intimidation and extortion charges, has been postponed to this Friday for a formal bail application. He appeared in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court after he handed himself over to police this morning. Police had raided his home in Sandton as part of their investigation. Dawood previously stated that the case is not linked to his police job, but is a civil matter already resolved years ago. His legal representative has accused the state of delaying tactics after the state said it wasn't ready for a bail application and needed to verify his address and do a criminal background check. He remains in police custody. Presiding Magistrate Umabakazi Twele.
Because the accused is a serving SAP member whose identity is known, a lengthy 7-day period of postponement is unwarranted. The state is granted a short postponement to finalize its work. The order is that this matter will be postponed for a period of 3 days for a formal opposed Schedule 5 bail application.
The late chairperson of the Eastern Cape House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, Nkosi Mpumalanga Gwadiso, will be honoured with a provincial official funeral Category 2. He'll be laid to rest on Friday, with the national flag to be flown at half-mast across the Eastern Cape as a mark of respect. Eastern Cape Provincial Government spokesperson Kasaba Ranki.
The ceremony will afford government, traditional leaders, community members, and other stakeholders an opportunity to pay their last respects and celebrate the life of a man who served his people with distinction. The national flag will be flown at half-mast in the Eastern Cape on the day of Nkosi Gwadiso's funeral as a sign of respect to him.
US President Donald Trump is meeting with his Lebanese counterpart to discuss the implementation of a framework agreement to end the Israeli conflict with Lebanese group Hezbollah. Earlier, the Lebanese army began deploying forces to a village in the south of the country under a US-brokered plan where Israeli forces are gradually replaced by Lebanese troops. The BBC's Peter Bowles has more.
Joseph Aoun is the first Lebanese head of state to visit the White House in nearly 17 years. His meeting with President Trump is expected to focus on a plan to disarm Hezbollah. The Lebanese leader is also likely to urge his American counterpart to put pressure on Israel to withdraw its forces from southern Lebanon. When the United States and Israel began their military campaign against Iran in March, Hezbollah fired missiles in support of Tehran, prompting Israel to launch a major air and ground offensive in Lebanon.
Top story, the Civil Rights Commission says 43 initiates have died in provinces across the country during this year's winter initiation season. That's SAfm News. I'm Greg Khus.
In sports, the Sao Rugby's Club World Cup now targeted for 2029, and differing views emerge from SAFA regions on plan to reduce oversized NEC. More details at 5:30.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A couple of major delays to bring you up to speed with one coming out of Pretoria on the M1 South, a crash at Rigel Avenue. Traffic is heavy. There are multiple lanes closed at this scene coming in from the left, so only 3 lanes or maybe 2.5 open on the right. It's a big backlog beyond Linwood Road. That is very heavy. Eupheus Road crash near the N14 highway, so delays coming from Brooklyn, George Storer into the circle, onto Christina de Wet, down to Eupheus, all backed up, and a collision scene on the N14 North at Jean Avenue. That's heavy going on your way to Pretoria today. Crash on Allendale before Mastiff. That's the delay out towards Tembisa leading Midrand. And the crash on William Mandela at Leslie, causing a big delay over the highway bridge on William Mandela from Bryanston. And that backlogging traffic on the N1 South from Buccleuch. Some real problems getting off and into that heaviness on that Winnie Mandela Drive. Now, all of that sort of dwarfed by what's going on into and out of Pietermaritzburg today. Crash scene between Market Road and Ashburton. The N3 Durban bound backs right back almost to Chotamotala. So just south of Chotamotala, the old Church Street, you'll hit a big wall of traffic all the way to Ashburton. Northbound from Linfield Parkside up through Ashburton towards Market Road, getting caught in that. And the Polly Shorts R103 option between Pietermaritzburg and Ashburton also on a heavy jam today as well. Durban side, all fairly usual, including queues on the N3 Sherwood to Spaghetti Junction, M19 roadworks at Reservoir Hills causing delays. Cape Town, another jam-packed afternoon on Marine Drive, queuing out through Pardon Island towards Milnerton, and then Milnerton to Tableview. Still no traffic lights at Dolphin Beach Hotel, so some extra delays. And the N7 North passing Dunoon with 1 lane open due to roadworks, and you've got the usual queue pushing back towards Plattercliff Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAfm 104.4 FM in Durban. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I had a bit of a chuckle listening to too many headlines about SAFA or regions considering reducing the numbers of, executive members or whatever within the SAFA committees because it's just over bloated. Because the last time that happened with regard to our politics, it was like we have far too many cabinet ministers and far too many deputy ministers, and then we had the GNU, and what happened? After the commitment to reduce it, it was increased, all in the name of unity. That may well happen again with football or soccer as well. Right, let's I think that issue that you may have heard on the news regarding initiation season with the death of 43 people is a huge cause for concern, because like many other things in our country, those are things they are like repeated, like an algorithm. You just know it's going to happen. So let's talk about that. By the way, let me just shout out to you if you're listening in for the very first time. Welcome to the show. And if you're one of those regular listeners, well, welcome to the show too. You can be a regular listener and a regular caller by engaging. Well, you can post on social media, by the way. Tag us on SAfmRadio on Facebook, and you can tag me too, and do the same on the X platform, and follow us on all other social media like Instagram and TikTok and wherever you are. But to call in live, it's 086 000 2032, and then WhatsApp 0614 104 107, text or voice note. Please remind yourself, voice notes 30 seconds, please. Right, let's talk about the initiation season and what happens next after this.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. In case you missed it,
what would you be saying to my three sons about what fatherhood is?
I think it's about presence, but then you also go like healthy presence, not abusive presence. There's no blueprint to what a great dad is. But the first thing is about being there, I think, not just disappearing.
That was The Alternative Breakfast with Khomotso Mutsunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
And please do, make a point of listening to our podcast, because go to safm.coza and then podcast, /podcast/ the National Pulse. You can download all the conversations that we have on the show every single day. And you can do the same with every other conversation that everybody else has on the shows, like 24/7 here on SAFM. Well, I suppose the concerns around the ongoing deaths of people who are, of young people in this case here, who are initiates, happens all the time, and there's a huge cause for concern around that, to the point that the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities, that's the CRL Rights Commission, they had a press conference today looking at the issues of the deaths and others related, and then continues to undermine the safety of these initiates on an annual basis. You heard the story, 43 young people dying. George Matlangu is the CRL Rights Commission's Deputy Chairperson. George, thanks for engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Ashraf, and good evening to your listeners.
Thank you. I mean, let's start with what we've heard on the news, 43 young people now dying, right? And I've made the point, it is like as recurring a practice or a news story as we would now predict an algorithm. It just happens all of the time.
Yes, and it's unfortunate. First of all, deep condolences to the families that lost their loved ones. It is a serious and unfortunate time that we experience every year, and it is for this reason that the Commission thought that we need to exercise our mandate, one of which is to promote and protect culture within our community. So it is for that reason that we sought to establish a Section 7 committee in terms of our legislation, which empowers us to do an investigation and hold public hearings on matters that, in this case, that are cultural. And this empowers us to delve deeper into the issues and challenges without having to perpetually say, we condolences to the families every year. But it is intended to invite stakeholders to the hearings as well as the investigation into some of the issues that cause these fatalities of our young people. So for that reason, we were launching the Section 7 committee, which will start its work in August and be in a position to unearth the deep issues that cause these fatalities year in and year out. And then we will then take these up with the relevant stakeholders and authorities to once and for all curb these fatalities.
All right. I mean, does that suggest the fact that you had to launch this, this commission or this committee, that in fact at this point in time, you or me, we don't quite understand why there are so many losses of life or injuries on an annual basis with regard to these initiates?
Well, the most important thing is the law being enforced? The current Customary Initiation Act of 2021, is it enforced? If it is not enforced, why? Are all the necessary activities taking place to deal with the perpetrators? We need to look at all these issues in a manner that will ensure that we look at facts and we are able to put these findings to all stakeholders. We are not in any way saying that we will be the panacea to this problem, but it requires everybody. So we are using our mandate to ensure that we investigate some of these issues, in particular the deaths, in particular the illegal schools, in particular those that have been arrested. Are they in jail? Or are they? How long does it take for them to be taken through the courts? Because we have situations where someone was arrested 2-3 years ago, and nothing has been done. They are not. They have not gone through the court processes. They have not gone through. They have not seen the day of light in jail.
So look, I understand. I mean, this investigation, in many ways, this committee has just been established, right? But I mean, if you had to just reflect, and I understand it's very arbitrary at this point in time or anecdotal, what would be the major cause of deaths of these initiates over the years?
They vary from a number of issues, and they vary per province. So it's not the same challenge that you would have in all the provinces. In the Eastern Cape, the majority of the fatalities are as a result of dehydration. And then that is followed by septicemia, then followed by the issue of penile amputations. So these are issues that we know. These are issues that we need to have a strategy of how do we communicate effectively to ensure that these issues are dealt with. But also there's an issue of parents' negligence in the Eastern Cape. If I take you through to Mpumalanga, which is the leading province this year, it's something that is worrying us because in the case of Mpumalanga with 18 deaths, we are saying there is a regression because over the last 5 years, Mpumalanga has been a province that has improved to a level of saying that perhaps we have dealt with the challenges there. I'll give an example. Last year, they only experienced 2 fatalities for a province that practices this culture in numbers. And this year we have 18. Okay. What has gone wrong? What are the areas that we need to use this Section 7 to elevate with precision to ensure that we identify the root causes and deal with them.
Point taken. Just on the issue as we conclude, the issue of legality, you were making the point that they were breaking the law. Now, interesting, I mean, I hear that story in so many other sectors of South African society, right? People are breaking the law and as if like nothing will happen to them. What laws are they breaking or these initiation schools have been breaking, let's say, over the years?
In order to conduct an initiation school, you need to apply to a provincial initiation coordinating committee, which will assess, vet, and ensure that you are an experienced practitioner. There's a process, a very well-defined process that will be subjected to, and then that will be followed up by a permit being granted with conditions of how to run your initiation school, including ensuring that there's medical doctors who have undergone this customary initiation themselves, but they must always be present at these initiation schools, including the provision of water for initiates. All these things are stipulated in the Customary Initiation Act. So when we say these things, we need to examine whether these are followed to the T. And where they are not followed to the T, then action must be taken, even if you are granted a permit to operate an initiation.
Well, clearly, anecdotally, it suggests that they are not being taken to the T and action has not been taken. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Let's just conclude with this as an anonymous comment. Ashraf, does the guest think that people will come to talk openly about initiation matters in a commission? I mean, we're looking at the Madlanga Commission now. Not everybody wants to talk. Will they do the same thing in a commission of the sort?
Well, this provision in our Act allows us to invite people to come and testify or to come and give evidence. And where people do not agree to come, we have this Section 7 gives us the powers to summon those people to these hearings so that we can get to the root causes. There is an aspect of sacredness that is associated with initiation, and we will respect that. So we have made provisions where we need to discuss matters that are of a sacred nature. We have a provision of how we will deal with those matters within this Section 7 committee.
Well, you have work to do, so let me leave you to that. George Matlangu, the CRL Rights Commission Deputy Chairperson, appreciate your time, and I would think that we'll get reaction from people who may say, hey, this is about time. We must. There's the cultural rights and cultural duties and responsibilities, and religious as well. There's also the law. There's also the issues of standards around safety that must be maintained. And from a CRL point of view, it's a case of, are they on the right track?
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, we I've get responses from you. I'm sure you're going to talk about it. So let's get reaction. What do you want to say regarding the conversation we just had around initiation schools? And you've heard now this time around 30 or 43 people, in fact, young people now have lost their lives, notwithstanding the others who may be injured, or real 43 people in this initiation season having lost their lives. How do we move from a position of they need to fulfill a rites of passage, but not at the point where they are at risk of losing their lives? Talking about losing their lives, what about the issues of gender-based violence, and how do we stamp it out? There's an app called GRIT, G-R-I-T, and let's talk tech after this.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Well, once a week we have this feature called Tech Talk, and let's talk about this app. It's fascinating, called GRIT, G-R-I-T. With me is Leonora Timmer, the founder and MD of GRIT. Leonora, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So let's start by talking about this app, GRIT. What is it for? What does it do?
So the GRIT app is designed as a safety app for anti-gender-based violence. So it has a panic button that is linked with armed response. It's free and it's data free. And then it also audio streams for 20 seconds when you press the panic button, with the idea of using cell phone data to increase the chance of prosecution, because we see really low prosecution rates in our country. And then it also hosts a vault where people can store videos, voice notes, photos that maybe are part of a current case, or maybe they're just in a situation where they want to open a case in the future and they just want to start storing records and evidence of anything associated with this. You can also store your personal documents there in case you're in a domestic violence situation and you might have to run quickly and you want to have your kids' birth certificates or your ID or somewhere safe that you can access it if you do need to run. And then it also has our AI chatbot, who is called Zuzi, that's also deployed on WhatsApp, that you can chat to any time of the day about any issues related to gender-based violence, but also sexual reproductive health, relationships, access to abortion, and a wide range of other topics.
So what brought on the need for this app?
So I came from a background in the nonprofit space, and I had seen the high levels of violence across the country generally through the work that I do. And then at the end of 2020, my extended family, lost a young woman to gender-based violence where she was 19 and 9 months pregnant at the time, and her body was found on the side of the N2. And then in navigating some of the processes post this incident, I saw really how hard it was for people to access services and support that weren't jaded by some of the opinions we have related to gender-based violence within our society and some of the shame that often young women face when they want to report this kind of situation.
Sure. A terrible story, and again, what provoked the launch of this app, and really it's a reflection of so many things that's wrong in our country. So condolences for that. Now, having said that, this is a call out really for people to download the app and use it. How will this change things for them? What can and can they not do?
So I think what we've seen in the work that we do is that security and safety sits in very specific demographic groups, and often people don't have access to the kind of response that they need in these kind of situations. So the idea of this app was to make sure that everyone, obviously majority women, but not exclusively, have access to support services that's trauma-informed and survivor-centered, that they can reach out to in a moment of need related to gender-based violence and get quick and efficient service related to that.
And when did you launch it?
So it went live towards the end of 2021 for testing, and then it's been publicly live since the end of 2022, and then the chatbot was added in at the beginning of this year.
Okay, and the chat box is very different compared to a traditional app. Tell me how you're using that.
So we use the chatbot also on WhatsApp. So we find that our majority user base is actually on WhatsApp. And what we did is, because AI is often exceptionally biased and built for very specific demographic groups, again, we really co-created the technology. So we went into communities, worked with over 2,000 young people on what the chatbot should look like, how it should answer, what languages it should speak, but also the knowledge that it speaks to, so it understands like the special nuances related to different communities, and so that when people go in and talk to it, it really has been trained off information that is local and not pulling from the US on majority white data.
And are you able to tell us how, anecdotally it has actually, say, helped people using it?
Yeah, so obviously we anonymize all our data and we're very careful around that, but what we're seeing trends of is we see an exceptionally high rate of disclosure of child sexual abuse. So a lot of children are using it to express when they're unsafe, and then we have a human in the loop function that would come in cases like that. And then a lot of people are using it for sexual health advice, like just coming in and asking those questions that I think especially teenagers feel quite uncomfortable to ask. And they just want to come in and chat to something about, what does this mean? Is this normal? Should my body be doing this? All of those kind of things. And then we see also a lot of domestic violence. So a lot of questions around economic, like how can I get a job? How can I be economically stable so that I can change the situation that I'm in, and all of those kind of things. So I think those are the main trends that we're seeing at the moment. And then also tech-facilitated violence. So image-based abuse or deep fakes, we're seeing quite a big increase on what to do if that kind of stuff is happening to you, how do you access support, what language you use, just because I think that kind of crime is still fairly new within our justice system.
Okay, how can one download Grit? What do we need to do?
So it's available on the App Store and in Apple Play. You only need data to download it. You search Grit app, it will come up. It has a cloud icon because we tried to make it like as anonymous as possible when you have it on your phone. You just download it, set it up, and you're good to go. You don't need data to use it once it's downloaded. And then if you also want to use Zuzi on WhatsApp, Zuzi is the name of our chatbot, then you can WhatsApp her on, hang on, I am just looking.
And Zuzi spelled Z-U-Z-I, Zuzi, right? Yeah.
Yes. And, you know, it's always ironic when I'm on the radio and I can't find the phone number. Oh, there it is. It is 087-725-2215.
087-725-2215. I got that. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And I hope others have made notes. Leonora Tima, the founder MD of Grit, essentially using the grit of first a loss of a family relative around gender-based violence and being inspired by overcoming that loss in terms of what to do next to create this app which is targeted in providing protection for people who are, on the wrong end of gender-based violence. So check it out, download the app. It's called Grit. Do you have the grit for it? 5:30, here's the news headlines.
In the headlines, the head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption has invoked her constitutional right against self-incrimination during her testimony at the Matlanga Commission. Police in Plettenberg Bay and the Western Cape say a public violence docket was opened after incidents of violence against alleged undocumented foreign nationals. And the CRL Rights Commission says 43 initiates have died in provinces across the country during this year's winter initiation season. There's a full update, as always, at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
To me, let's talk rugby.
Yes, plans for rugby's first 16-team Club World Cup have been postponed until June 2029. Organisers still hope to play the final before the British Irish Lions begin their tour of New Zealand. Now, the tournament was originally scheduled for 2028, but it was delayed after a meeting of the EPCR because of concerns about a crowded rugby calendar and the cost of travel. If a 16-team competition cannot be organised, a smaller tournament is being considered. This version would feature only the champions of the United Rugby Championship, Super Rugby, the Premiership and the top 15. In football, Banyana coach Desiree Ellis says that she's pleased with the team's preparations ahead of the Women's Africa Cup of Nations, adding that the squad is exactly where it needs to be going into the tournament. Ellis also believes that South Africa's 1-0 victory over Japan in their final international friendly in Osaka has given the players a major confidence boost and also improved their ability to compete against world-class opposition.
Based on qualification for the World Cup, that was already preparing for the World Cup. But it also taught us something. Are we going to get a team like Japan? No. But can we play like Japan? Maybe yes. But do we maybe need that strategy where, say, you're leading a game and, you're running with tired legs, or you in the game and you're leading 2-1 and it's either the final, the quarterfinal, the first game, the second game, and now you have to change your strategy because defensively we were well organized, especially in the second game. So who knows, we might be able to use that because it doesn't matter who we play, we can always take something out of that and use it. Yes, African football is different, but there's a lot of foreign players, a lot of international players that come from all over the world, and they might come with something similar, and then we are ready for every eventuality.
Meanwhile, there are differing views in the two South African Football Association camps about the reduction of what many call a bloated National Executive Committee of more than 47 members. The SAFA NEC is said to be the biggest in the world compared to other countries on the continent with fewer than 20 members and mostly fewer than 15. There was a turnaround strategy document that was proposed last year to reduce the NEC to 21 due to the rising costs. But Football Transformation Forum chairperson Tankiso Modipa says that this is not feasible for the South African football terrain.
It is our concern because it is a concern, even if you can look in the structures, in the continent, you'll see that South Africa is the one that has a bloated, structure, and we have been discussing that. Now, when you touch that issue, it is, a comfort, to other people who wants to serve, in the behest of the NEC, at all costs. So then with them, they don't see any problem. But it is a concern, to us because a lot of money that is spent, to those NEC members that are doing absolutely nothing. And I think, as Mr. Zungu has indicated, that I think the constitution of SAFA need to be revisited. We have, to attend to that, the size, the composition, of the NEC. It is a concern.
Then in cricket, Australia have named Pat Cummins, Sir Josh Hazlewood and Nathan Lyon in the Test squad to face Bangladesh next month, with all three returning from long injury layoffs. Now, the 13-man squad for the two-match series in Darwin and Mackay starting the 13th of August sees Scott Boland included as the fourth seamer, while Michael Nessa misses out. Australia will manage the trio carefully ahead of a packed schedule that could include 21 tests in 12 months if they reach the World Test Championship final. With Usman Khawaja retired, a vacancy opens at the top of the order alongside Travis Head, with Jake Witherald tipped to step in, and Cameron Green and Marnus Labaskachny likely at number 3. And before I leave, Ashraf, just please repeat the question that you were asking in the last hour regarding South Africa winning the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, my question was, what would it take for South Africa to win the World Cup? Like, what needs to happen between now and that day so that we can then talk one day about South Africa? I mean, listen to how it sounds. And the world champion football nation, South Africa. What would it take to do that?
I think it would take more than just producing a few more talented players. Definitely a long-term football project similar to countries like Spain, Germany and Argentina. I mean, we are making progress because now I think we are currently sitting on 54th in the world rankings. But in terms of some of the areas to improve, it would be the grassroots development, things like better coaching, exporting more players, and most importantly, the administration of football in the country needs to be in a proper place. So a lot of departments need to come together, but it's definitely a long-term plan.
I think step one, just cut that national executive that you've been talking about from that ridiculous amount to much lower. The problem with that, it's like our government. If anybody lobbying for presidency wants to say we're going to cut it, then they won't vote for him. So can you see the dilemma? Cut down the national executive. Thanks for that, to me. More sport, well, tomorrow. Not Monday. Today's not Friday. Tomorrow.
Enough space to get it up and over and get the tips.
The countdown is on. On Sunday, 26 July, Kaizer Chiefs take on Zimbabwe's champions, Scotland FC.
It's just wide.
At the Royal Bafokeng Sports Palace in the 2026 Toyota Cup. Don't miss a single second of the action when the two giants of African football lock horns. Kaizer Chiefs versus Scotland FC, live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations on Sunday, 26 July at 2:30 p.m.
Wrist drives for Kaizer Chiefs.
Grab your tickets now at CompuTicket for only 100 Rand. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the 2026 Toyota Cup.
For the love of the game.
drivers, winter fatigue creeps in faster than you think. That heater may keep you warm, but it can also make you drowsy. Crack a window. Take your rest breaks seriously. Stay fresh, stay focused, because when you're behind the wheel of a heavy vehicle, fatigue doesn't just risk your life, it risks everyone's. So stay alert, stay visible, and stay safe. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
SAfm. Cape Verde gained independence in 1975, a small nation that built stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances power the economy, one of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain: drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continues to shine through creativity.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Jimmy, if I said I, you may think I'm using a South African word, but I could also be AI, isn't it?
It certainly can be, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the listeners. We're going to be taking a look at the world of artificial intelligence, particularly as it pertains to South Africans. The information regulator has called for responsible AI deployment by businesses, and we're going to be expanding on that with the information regulator themselves, getting a sense of what concerns them around this as we see businesses more and more employing AI voice agents to do their cold calling and marketing calls. We know we've got separate regulations around that from a POPI Act or POPI perspective around how it is that we deal with marketing calls and how companies need to be dealing with that as well. But we're specifically going to be taking a look at the concerns raised by the Information Regulator of South Africa as it relates to the use of artificial intelligence in making those calls. We're going to get two perspectives on that particular conversation, from the industry as well as from the regulator themselves. Then we have a conversation with the Centre for Development and Enterprise, looking at the new public procurement legislation that's been proposed by the National Treasury on how it is that they would look to deal with public procurement matters. This follows obviously from the Public Procurement Act of 2024 that has been in effect since it was signed into law. We're going to be taking a look at how the proposed amendments could potentially influence that and see if we can make sense of where that leaves us where it relates to public procurement. Then we have a conversation with the team at Nedbank Commercial Banking around their agricultural thoughts. We're looking at the agricultural landscape and some of the shifts that are taking place in that landscape. We're going to speak to their head of Sales Agriculture, Daniel Rousseau, and get his thoughts around what some of these shifts could potentially mean for agriculture as an industry going forward. And then we wrap up the show, as we do every other Tuesday, with a property conversation. We're going to be taking a look at what the potential implications of this coming Thursday's Monetary Policy Committee decision on the property market, and trying to make sense of where it could leave property owners and property investors if we are to see a rate hike, if we are to see a rate hold, and in the unlikely event that we see a rate cut. So we're going to look into that. We're going to look into all the permutations around that and see if we can make sense of what's happening there. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of some of the market movements throughout the day. It's been largely a sea of green today, which is surprising considering the oil price touched above $90 a barrel. It is dangerously close to $90 a barrel as it currently stands around $89.50, so about 50 cents off from those levels. It's showing signs of wanting to go back towards that $100 a barrel level, and we know that those escalating tensions in the Middle East don't bode well for that oil price. But despite that, despite the uncertainty, equity markets showing signs of life, all in the green. Asian markets that were trading first in the day, the Nikkei was up 3.2%. The index in Shanghai was up 1.8%. Obviously, the Nikkei's gains would have been off the back of yesterday being closed, potentially playing a bit of catch-up today as well as that market reopened. European markets all in the green as well. The DAX, the biggest winner, almost 0.5% to the green. US markets, the Nasdaq up 1.2%, the S&P up 0.75%, and the Dow Jones up more than 0.5%. Local markets, resource stocks up 2.4%. Industrials were down 1.7%. Financial stocks down 1 basis point, but the all-share finishing up 4 basis points. The top 40, 16 basis points to the green. The rand against the US dollar, 16 rand 45, coming from those 16 rand 50 levels. 22 rand 1 cent against the British pound. We might dip below 22 rand again there. 1 euro, 18 rand 77 cents. 1 Australian dollar, 11 rand 53. The price of a Bitcoin, $66,600 a coin in rand terms, with that slightly firmer rand, still around the 1 million mark, but closer to 1.1 million. It's about 4,000 or 3,700 rand away from 1.1 million rand for a Bitcoin. Quick look at commodities before we go. The gold price, $4,079 a fine ounce. Platinum, $1,640 odd a fine ounce. Palladium, $1,280. Silver, $59 a fine ounce. Gold in rand terms, 1 kilogram of gold, 2.157 million rand for a single kilogram of the bullion. We're going to look at these and other market movements a little later on when we come back. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
All right, perfect. Thanks for that, Jimmy. And enjoy your show, 6 to 7 this evening. In the meantime, you can reflect on this now. The electricity price increases may have dropped a bombshell on your budget, but switch to OUTsurance and you could drop your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 48-year-old Sylvia, who saves a mind-blowing 802 rand a month on a 2019 BMW XI. Why pay more when you could pay so much less and save? Get a quote to switch to OUTsurance today. SMS OUT to 30754. That's OUT 30754. OUTsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information available online.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 rand. SMS OUT to 30754. That's OUT to 30754.
SAFM. Prime time all day long. Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
We've had so much to talk about today, from Andrea Johnson at the Madlanga Commission to initiation schools to illegal mining being a national security threat to demerit points for us on the roads, because if we don't, we also are a national security threat, to the issues of poverty and the stark numbers around poverty, to the ongoing war in the Middle East between the USA and Iran in particular, and also, I mean, many of the other conversations we've been having. So all of that, including, well, seriously, South Africa. What would it take for South Africa, Bafana, to win a World Cup one day? Anonymous in Matatiele, go for it. Hi.
Good afternoon, Ndate.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Number one, this should be a collective decision from the men of the village, screening the one who is willing to take the boys to the mountain. It's a collective effort from all the men of the village who have undergone this tradition. So if I'm doing this solo, definitely there will be some death. Secondly, I'm trying to be quick. The very most important one, to the females, can they ensure that they take their children to the doctors and the clinic prior going to the mountain? They know that they're supposed to do, but what they normally do, they would say, no, it's not our business. The men must take those boys to the clinic or the doctor. The person who knows the health status of her child is the mother. So my call is to them, can they ensure that they personally take their child to the doctor? The very last one, quick.
Mm-hmm. We
must ensure we sensitize these boys. Some of them have got a tendency of saying, these are the last this is my last period of being a boy, so let me have 1 or 2 rounds with my girlfriend, only to find out they're having unprotected sex, then they're getting sexual infections. Then think of it now. They're getting it today, 3 days to come, they go to the mountain. Once in the mountain now, is the practice that has been done and the disease that they catch. What happens then?
Okay, you've said lots of things. I'll just pause because the important issues raised, and I'll leave it to others to Well, to respond to that. Thank you for that, Anonymous, right? Okay, let's get to some of the other issues, including that of illegal mining. But before I get to that, Ashraf, for years I've introduced myself to my learners as a Zimbabwean from a Xhosa-speaking community here to teach South African children from all walks of life our beautiful language, isiXhosa. Now, their response is always the same. Mr. Kobesi, we don't mind where you come from. We care about why you're here, and that's nation building. The truth is, South Africans are not xenophobic. They are angry at the system. Sadly, that anger is being directed at the most vulnerable African foreigners and refugees. Comes from Asanda Kobesi in Klebeja. Well, there we are. Speaking from the heart, I would think. We cannot permit groups characterized by xenophobia and opposition to fundamental rights, particularly those where, let me get that just disappeared as I spoke. We cannot permit groups characterized by xenophobia and opposition to fundamental rights, particularly those employing aggressive tactics to dictate our identity. We do not harbor animosity towards our fellow Africans. Comes from Mo Masedi in Polokwane, right? Ashraf, it's a bunch of negative PR. That's Ashraf and Tumi, by the way. Can they prove thus flammable nature or poisonous dye? Price gauging by big companies trying to benefit from high-priced T-shirt costs. I mean, 1,600 rands for a Bafana T-shirt was not meant for everyone. I'm not for fake produce. However, to make a sweeping statement about all T-shirts without proving it versus the so-called expensive originals is not ideal. In fact, very disappointing to me buying into it. Now, she didn't buy into it. She's repeating a story. That's very different from saying, I agree, okay?
Good day. Illegal mining is a great threat to our safety in South Africa. We've got people blowing up dynamite underground, and one of these days we're going to have whole cities imploding. It's a great threat even in the communities where they mine, because a lot of crime is being committed against the citizens of South Africa in those mining towns where they are busy.
Well, I hear your genuine concerns there.
Ashraf, good afternoon. This is JCK in Johannesburg. You know, you always ask, say one word about something. My one word about Zungula for ATM. Zungula is a machine. You know, things are easy, man, but we make them complicated. Arrest the miners and their bosses. Thank you, bye.
Okay, I suppose when you say it's a machine, you're being complimentary. He's a machine. Well, you know, an ATM is also a machine. Just saying. Okay, here's another.
Ashraf, if this Zama illegal mining is not considered as a national security threat, then surely you can just leave lions to roam around the kindergarten, because in your own mind, you don't believe they'll attack the little ones. That's exactly what's going on here. How can men with AK-47s, R4s, R5s roam around, terrorize communities, and you still ask, is this not a national security threat? Then surely this country is led by idiots and fools.
And you have made your point.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, it's time for our chefs to dig deep. Tasked with creating a dish inspired by their own journey, they'll need to balance emotion with exceptional cooking. Featuring guest judge Chef Peter Duncan from the renowned La Petite Colombe, who will tell a story worth remembering. Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
Well, I remember as a young man, we had discussions. Can one person make a difference in politics? And I said it's not possible. Politics is too complicated, too many factors to consider. And I think Mr. Mandela proved me wrong. That one man at the right moment, with the right attitude, the right way of doing things, the right time, makes a difference. And I think he did it in South Africa and he did it worldwide.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy. Reflect, remember, and continue the conversation. Only on SAfm.
SAfm 105.6 FM in Mthatha.
I'll tell you what, I followed a tweet last night that's got a sequel today, and that comes from the Financial Mail, okay? And the tweet, so it's got a poster of themselves, the company, and it says, the country's top business journalists, and it's got a picture of like 10 people. Under one roof, by merging Financial Mail and Currency News, we're consolidating decades of award-winning investigative insight to give you unparalleled market clarity. So, I mean, that's great news in terms of, people coming together and say, that's fantastic, maybe they're going to grow even better. And that should be the end of the conversation, accepting the 10 or so people who are in this poster that are the leadership of this merger. And that's the basis of the conversation. They're all white, every one of them. So there was such an uproar last night, including today. It just did not stop. Where people were saying, well, see, that's why we need BE, that's why we need affirmative action. You cannot tell me not one of the 10 people in that leadership group could be anything other than white. Now, as a result of that, there's been a response because Financial Mail then tweeted today, and this is what they said. A note on FM, currency, and inclusion. The FM and currency teams wanted to address the discussion on social media about the picture we posted as part of announcing our merger. We got this wrong. The image did not simply create the wrong impression, it reflected a newsroom that is not yet diverse enough. That falls short of what South Africans should expect from an influential business publication and of the standard we have set for ourselves. As we build the combined Financial Mail and Currency newsroom, increasing the representation and advancement of black journalists and editors will be a priority across recruitment, commissioning, mentorship, and leadership. This has prompted a necessary conversation about who tells South Africa's business story, whose perspectives shape coverage, and who sits in the rooms where editorial decisions are made. We have heard the criticism and, okay, just get cuts off at the end. I think they would respond. They will rectify that. Did you follow that story? And I wonder what you make of that. I did find it troublesome, worrisome, and they now find the same. Interesting, they can't fix it in a day because there's clearly no depth in the company, right? Otherwise, they would have done it in a day. They can't do that. They're going to have to invest in it.
Afternoon, Ashraf. This is Ntokozo here from Emalahleni. Mine is to say the development of mineral resources must be proactive and make sure that they create opportunities for young people by fast-tracking the issue of artisanal mining on all scale, from coal, gold, and all critical minerals that are in the country, so that we close the gap of unemployment while we have resources. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you for that. Let's get to another.
Good day, Ashraf. I absolutely agree with Violet Zungula. These Zamazamas do constitute national state security. I think, in America, if we were in America, they would have been charged using the RICO law. Here in South Africa, I don't know. I think we have that POC, prevention of crime, something. South Africa's version of the RICO law. So they should be prosecuted using that because they are part of a network of organized crime. They are part of a cartel. Those Zamazamas. And the jail sentence should be tougher, 30, 35 years life. So I absolutely agree with Violet Zungula. I'm Soviet in King Williamstown. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you. What you heard has been called a machine, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SAfm listeners. Ashraf, it pains me a lot when I look at the conditions in the townships and rural areas. People are struggling to make ends meet on a daily basis. And the unfortunate part of it, few of those who promised a better life for all are living luxuriously in suburbs. And the majority of blacks are going through tough times. You know, it's sad, my man. Honestly, it's sad. My name is Trot in Blackstop.
Thank you for that, Trot, and I hear the reflections that you're saying. To the National Pulse team, Bafana to win the World Cup. Bafana needs a local coach, 90% of local players from the PSL, and to play each game in the World Cup or any other tournament as a friendly game. Do well playing friendly games. Friendly games somehow remove pressure upon them, Uncle Bob from at Dalmada. But then what happens when you finally play an official game? I get the point about a local coach, by the way, and I stand to be corrected. But if somebody knows better than me, I believe in the whole history of the World Cup, every nation that's won it has had a local coach, a local national, even if they lived abroad. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm wrong, it could be 90% anyway.
Hi, Ashraf. I don't think there is any scientific proof that the death at the initiation schools is caused by what is happening there. You see, it will be easier to blame the initiation schools as a cause of death, but are they related? Whatever is happening there. For example, if the child die with the pneumonia, it got nothing to do with the initiation school. But because of the black culture, they will do everything to undermine it. This is Jacob in Kopani. Tango.
I mean, wouldn't this be that at the time of death they would be at the initiation school as opposed on their initiation journey as opposed to at home?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Just a quick one. I think the system that the government has introduced for license points and stuff, we need to have such system for politicians. Say now you are a minister of say sports, and then no sports or whatever minister. So we give you like 5 years to achieve certain goals. So if you don't achieve that in your tenure, then we take away your pension. So you lose all your pension. So in that manner, we'll have a well-functioning politicians. I thank you.
Right, you know, if you follow Harry Potter stories, say 100 points for Gryffindor house or something like that for that. Yeah, they just won't sign up to it, unfortunately. But what a wonderful idea. Dream on, isn't it? Thanks for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow, 3 to 6. Download all the podcasts so you can share with your friends and sound very clever because you pick it up all year on the National Pulse. Thanks for listening, right? Okay, 6 o'clock, it's time for the news with Greg.